Chapter 1, Spring Breeze Pities Me Again. Ji-chen, let's break up. Meng Yiwen spoke with a hint of reluctance, but her words were as firm as iron. Why? Ji-chen trembled, and the hand holding the milk tea froze in the air. I never expected Meng Yiwen to suddenly break up. They spent 3 years in high school together, were admitted to the same university, established a relationship in their sophomore year, and have been together for 2.5 years now. Fish and water live in harmony. The relationship is very deep. Why? Why do you say? Her full chest trembled slightly, and her cold eyes stared at Ji-chen. You're about to graduate. Have you found a job? I'll find out soon. So what if I find it? Meng Yiwen interrupted him rudely, her voice getting excited. 3,000 a month, hard work and exhausting. What's the difference between that and screwing screws in a factory? I heard from your seniors in the mechanical engineering department that once you get in, you'll be doing internships on the assembly line, just like ordinary workers, and you might even have to work 3 shifts. Even if you make it to regular employment, you still have to work endless overtime, and your salary is even lower than working on the assembly line. With only a few $1,000s a month, when can I buy a house and a car? If you have children, they'll be even more of a money eater. Infant formula, healthcare, education, which one doesn't require huge amounts of money? I don't want our children to live in rented houses either. I don't want our children to drink low-quality milk powder. I don't want our kids to ride bikes to school. I don't want to worry about not having enough money for my child's tutoring, and I don't want to be sick and not have money for treatment. The words of working hard to make money were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. Ji-chen clenched his palms tightly, and because of the force, his nails pierced into his palms, causing waves of excruciating pain. Have you thought it through? His eyes were red and his voice was choked with sobs. I think clearly. Meng Yiwen took a deep breath, somewhat afraid to look into Ji-chen's eyes. Ji-chen is tall and strong, treats her very well, and is her first love. She gave her first time to Ji-chen. Although they didn't have much money, they were happy together. But reality is not a fairy tale. They grew up after all. I'm sorry, I can't give you what you want. I can only wish you a bright future and hope you can live the life you want soon. Fighting back the tears in his eyes, Ji-chen broke up with her. No quarrel. No blame. Part ways amicably. Ji-chen understood and respected her choice. Meng Yiwen is gone. Ji-chen was drunk in a barbecue restaurant nearby. He must be feeling very bad. A beautiful young girl secretly observed and saw that Ji-chen was drunk, so she hurried forward to pay the bill and took him away. It's so heavy. Su Yoxing's thin shoulders supported Ji-chen, who was 1.85 meters tall and weighed 160 pounds, as they struggled forward. What a big bear. It took her a lot of effort to get Ji-chen back to the rental house, and her fair and smooth forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. I'm so tired. After resting for a while, Su Yoxing helped Ji-chen up and went to the bedroom again. Bump! Ah! Her delicate body was brought down onto the bed. The pressure of the 160-pound weight made it hard for her to breathe, and the tips of her ears turned as red as blood. Yiwen, you're back. The girl's intoxicating body fragrance penetrated his nose. In a daze, Ji-chen thought it was Meng Yiwen, so he was familiar with the place and did not hesitate. Don't be like this. I'm not. Ah, my head hurts. Ji-chen woke up, shook his dizzy head, and found that it was already the next morning. Dry mouth and strong urge to urinate. After running the toilet, I felt refreshed with a shiver. I simply washed my face with cold water and drank some hot water, and my stomach finally felt better. Returning to the bedroom, looking at the remaining blood, the hazy memories of last night came to my mind. Because he was in a bad mood and drunk, he was a little resentful towards Meng Yiwen and was very rude. Ji-chen felt very guilty and hurried back to school. Yiwen, are you okay? Last night. Meng Yiwen's face changed, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Ji-chen, I have broken up with you. My affairs have nothing to do with you. I hope you will not bother me again in the future. Ji-chen thought he had hurt her last night and was in a bad mood, but he didn't expect it was Su Yoxing. Recalling the past, 38-year-old Ji-chen lay on the hospital bed. Scenes of the past came to his mind and 2 lines of tears slowly slid down. The spring breeze seems to have pity on the flowers. Can you allow me to be young again? Ji-chen closed his eyes completely. Zhangcheng People's Hospital. Classmate? Classmate, what's wrong with you? Looking at the crying boy in front of him, the doctor comforted him repeatedly. Classmate, you are fine, don't worry. Ji-chan opened his eyes, and the pain and weakness that had tormented him disappeared without a trace, replaced by youth and vitality. I'm not dead? What are you talking about? You're fine, how could you possibly die? Don't worry about it for no reason. You'll end up getting sick when you're not sick. Ji-chan looked down and saw his 10 fingers were white and slender, with distinct joints. He then took out an antique cell phone from his trouser pocket. March 25, 2008. I am reborn. Ji-chan was ecstatic. Thank you, doctor. I'm leaving now. I clenched my fists, an indescribable emotion stirring in my heart. He rushed downstairs quickly, waiting anxiously. 2 minutes later, a girl in plain clothes came out, clutching a checklist. Her face is very white. Pale white. The big, beautiful eyes like autumn water have lost their former color. Driven to distraction. In this state, it would be strange if there was no car accident. Call. Suck. Ji-chan's heartbeat quickened, the people and objects around him gradually became blurred, and only a figure remained in his eyes. How many days and nights? Countless expectations. He finally saw this beautiful girl again. God gave him a chance to make amends. He won't miss it this time. He came up to her. Bump! The girl's fair and smooth forehead hit Ji-chan's broad and powerful chest hard, and she staggered back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She apologized frantically, panicking. Is that all? The tall figure completely enveloped her frail body, looking down at her from above. Pitiful. Weak. Helpless. Shivering. Su Yusheng raised his head timidly. When Ji-chen came into view, her eyes suddenly widened. Big bear. Ji-chen was stunned. You are the big bear. Su Yusheng lowered his head, his heart beating like a drum, and 2 blushes quickly appeared on his pale and delicate cheeks, feeling both ashamed and embarrassed. Thinking of that night a month ago, he couldn't help but clench the report in his hand and quietly hid it in his pocket. What are you hiding? Ji-chen stared at her pocket with sharp eyes. No. Nothing. She hesitated, her face flushed red. It's just the pre-employment physical examination report. Do you think I'm a fool? Ji-chen moved closer to her, and the girl's unique body fragrance lingered in his nose, refreshing his heart. I saw it all. Ah. Su Yusheng looked at him in horror, like a frightened deer. When she met Ji-chan's eyes, she lowered her head in panic. She moved away and walked quickly outside. She didn't know what to do. Just want to escape. Whose child is it? A deep voice suddenly came from behind. Su Yusheng paused, shocked and terrified, with little pearls rolling in his eyes. The next moment, she suddenly accelerated and ran outside. Bang! Su Yusheng's tender white wrist was grabbed, and he fell backward, hitting Ji-chan's chest hard. A broad and powerful hand passed by her ear, supported her against the wall, and trapped her under him with a waldong. Su Yusheng curled up into a ball. Like a little white rabbit cornered by a big bear. Shivering. Who is the child's father? Ji-chan spoke again. The hot breath blew against her ears, suffocating her. The night a month ago came to her mind. The man in front of her was like a big bear and almost tore her to pieces. She looked at Ji-chen in horror, her face flustered and at a loss. She has a good impression of Ji-chen. Freshman summer vacation. She and Meng Yiwen were molested by 2 thugs outside the school. Ji-chen descended from the sky like a god of war, fighting 2 enemies alone. He was even punched in order to protect her. It made her heart beat faster. But her best friend Meng Yiwen became Ji-chen's girlfriend. She could only bury her love deep in her heart. She envied Meng Yiwen and Ji-chen's love. I just didn't expect that we would break up in the end. She felt sorry for Ji-chen. Otherwise, Ji-chen would not have succeeded that night. But I never expected that I would win the bid in one try. Wrong. That night, he took her again and again. She couldn't remember how many times it happened. What are you thinking about? Looking at Su Yusheng, who was still silent with his head buried like an ostrich, Ji-chen couldn't help but smile. Student Su Yusheng, who is the child's father? He leaned close to her ear and asked, You don't want anyone to know that you're pregnant, do you? You. Su Yoshing's eyes were red, and his defense was broken. It's you. Big Bear. Chapter 2, 30 Years of Ups and Downs. It's all your fault. Woo woo. Su Yushing buried his head in his broad and solid chest, sobbing softly and beating his fists. Jichen held her soft body tightly in his strong and powerful arms, patted her smooth back gently, and rubbed his chin against her thick hair. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Sniffing the fragrance between her hair, Jichen could feel the strong capital bulging under her loose robe, like two rabbits trembling excitedly. What a pretty girl. That guy looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes. How could he make the girl cry? I heard that the guy got the girl pregnant and he doesn't want to take responsibility. I heard that the boy wanted the girl to have an abortion, but she didn't want to. The aunties and grandmas around were talking at once and gradually gathered around. Jichen knew how horrified they were, so he hugged Su Yusheng and hurriedly left the hospital. The cold wind blew, and Su Yusheng calmed down. He looked at Jichen with sparkling eyes, wondering. You believe what I said? She shares a dormitory with Meng Yiwen. When Jichen came to see Meng Yiwen that day, she knew that Jichen didn't know it was her that night and mistook her for Meng Yiwen. Of course I do. Jichen grabbed her white and tender little hand, held it tightly in his palm, and stared into her red eyes. I know it was you who helped me go home on the night we broke up, not Meng Yiwen. I'm sorry to have wronged you. He lowered his head and gently kissed the back of her white hand. He looked into her eyes and said, Classmate Su Yusheng, let me take care of you for the rest of my life, okay? Aye. Su Yoshing's fair cheeks were as red as blood, his pink and red lips were slightly open, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Suddenly, she struggled to break free from Jichen's hand. I don't want you to be responsible. After she finished speaking, she almost buried her head in her plump breasts, but her timid voice was particularly firm. Look up. Jichen pinched her fair chin, lifted it up, looked into her aggrieved eyes, and said in a low voice. Student Su Yusheng, remember this, when I said I would take care of you for the rest of your life, it wasn't because I had sex with you that night and got you pregnant. It's because I like you. I know it's hard for you to believe. After all, Meng Yiwen and I only broke up a month ago. But please give me a chance, time will tell. Now let's get reacquainted. Hello, classmate. My name is Jichen. Looking at that handsome face with a smile, Su Yoshing's mind went blank and he stared at his eyes in a daze. This time, she rarely moved away shyly. Their eyes met. For a long, long time. Su Yushing finally came back to his senses, his heart was beating fast, and he said weakly. Hello Jichen, my name is Su Yusheng. Jichen was overjoyed, and held her soft little hand tightly with his big, broad hand. Classmate Susu, from now on, I will officially pursue you. The two of them walked along the busy street. Su Yusheng lowered her head and followed closely. The helplessness and fear she had felt because of the unexpected pregnancy gradually disappeared. An unprecedented sense of security and stability came over me. Before they knew it, they arrived at a small pavilion in the park. Jichen came and sat on the stone chair, put his arms around Su Yoshing's slender waist and placed his arms on his thighs. Su Yushing twisted his body and tried to escape, but was held tightly. Jichen rested his chin on her shoulder and exhaled a breath of hot air. Student Susu, since you're pregnant, why not give birth to the child? Don't worry, I will solve all other problems. Su Yoshing's delicate body trembled slightly. She also didn't want to abort the child. But raising a child is not easy. The most immediate issue is money. She knew that Jichen came from the countryside, his parents were farmers, and his family was not rich. Jichen can rent a house outside only by writing novels online, earning several thousand yuan a month. And her family is also very poor. She went to college mainly through work study and scholarships. Are you worried about money? The hand around her waist moved forward slightly and stroked her flat belly, his voice gentle. Having lived two lives, Jichen could see what she was thinking at a glance. Don't worry, I'll be able to make money soon, and even buy a bigger house before you give birth. He has already figured out how to make money. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person who wrote online novels part-time. Reborn in 2008, he doesn't remember playing lottery or gambling on football, nor does he know how to trade stocks or do business, but he can write novels. His talent was unmatched by that of his contemporaries. But with the memory of future generations. Like a duck in water in this era. Today, online novels are still in their wild age, and all the common routines in later generations are still very novel today. For example, the classic broken engagement story that has become so popular on the internet and has been written about so many times. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. Toto became an internet sensation thanks to Fights Break Sphere and became a legend with just one book. He couldn't memorize Battle Through the Heavens, but he remembered the general plot. Using it as a framework and integrating various routines from later generations would definitely not be bad in this era. Su Yusheng was silent for a while, raised his head, and made a decision. I trust you. Even if we don't make money, at worst we can suffer together. Ji Chen was moved. Meeting her determined gaze, he kissed her rosy little mouth deeply. Her eyes were wide open, and she pushed Ji Chen's chest with her small hands, but she couldn't move him even a little bit. The damn big bear bullied her again. A long time. Su Yusheng felt like she was about to suffocate. Ji Chen finally let go of her slightly swollen lips and said with a smug smile. Very sweet. Su Yu was fuming, like a bullied little squirrel. Big bear. Bad. Ji Chen grinned and held her soft white hand. Let's go home and make some money. Su Yusheng followed him closely. Ji Chen clearly felt that their relationship had taken a step further and became more familiar. He has walked the most difficult and tortuous roads. Rather than taking the easiest path before that, it is better to walk on flat ground and have control in hand? Ding, the Super God Daddy system is activated. There's still a system? Ji Chen was stunned, because he was going to be a nanny? What's next? After a while, there was no message from the system. No more? Ji Chen was speechless. I'm afraid it's a Unix system. What's wrong? Su Yusheng raised his head. Nothing, I'm just thinking about what to eat for lunch. Throwing the system aside, Ji Chen suggested, how about we go eat braised chicken? Su Yusheng's eyes lit up and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Take bus number 38 back to school. I ordered 2 servings of braised chicken at the snack street behind the school. After lunch, Ji Chen took Su Yusheng back to the rental house. Under her curious gaze, he opened the computer, created a new document Fights Break Sphere, and opened the Word document. This is a world of fighting spirit. There is no fancy magic, only fighting spirit that has been cultivated to its peak. Fighters, fighting masters, great fighting masters, fighting spirits, fighting kings, fighting emperors, fighting grandmasters, fighting reverends, fighting saints, and fighting emperors. Su Yusheng's beautiful big eyes were filled with doubt. Is this how you make a lot of money? Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. Fighting Power, Level 3. 10 fingers moved in unison, making crackling sounds. Ji Chen turned around and grinned while typing. Susu, I have a feeling that this novel will not only make a lot of money, but also allow us to live a lifetime. He. Su Yusheng could not deny it, but did not attack Ji Chen. He turned around to help him clean up the room. After a breakup, you can imagine what a man living alone might be like in his room. One word, chaos. Su Yusheng's eyes widened and his face flushed. What's wrong? Ji Chen stood up hurriedly. When he saw the toys he and Meng Yiwen used being turned out by Su Yusheng, his eyes froze. Grass. Chapter 3 Financial Freedom is within reach. It's really a social dead thing. The most embarrassing thing in life is when your mom catches you watching a porn movie. What's even more embarrassing is that the current girlfriend finds the props he and his ex-girlfriend played with. Who put this in my room? Ji Chen strode forward, dumped all the props in the box into the trash can, and covered it with shredded cardboard. I'm going back to the dorm. Su Yusheng's cheeks were burning hot and his ears were red. He left with a few words and ran away in a panic. Call. After leaving the rental house, Su Yusheng could still feel his heart beating like a drum. She had only heard of those things. I didn't expect to see the true face of Mount Lu under such circumstances. It's really eye-opening. Big bear, bad. Su Yusheng spat in his heart, his face still flushed. He never expected that the usually serious, masculine and handsome Ji Chen would actually. And her roommate Meng Yiwen was actually willing to let Ji Chen use it. If the big bear also wants me to follow him. Su Yusheng's clear eyes widened, countless images flashed through his mind, and his whole body felt hot. He quickly drove away these thoughts. But along the way, I still couldn't help but wonder whether she should agree or refuse. If she agreed, she would be scared. If I refuse, will it hurt Ji-Chen's heart? Walking without focus is not a good habit. Su Yusheng was startled. Her little hand was wrapped by a big, broad hand. Looking back at Ji-Chen's handsome and resolute face, she showed a smile in her eyes. Why are you here? I'll take you back. Ji-Chen held her hand and walked towards the back door of the school. I just threw those things into the trash can. Su Yusheng's face was red as blood. He buried his head and said nothing. She felt relieved, but also a little regretful. Everyone is curious. She has it too. I'll buy you a new one later. Ji-Chen suddenly leaned close to her ear and spoke. I don't want to. Su Yusheng was very embarrassed and wanted to run away, but his hand was held tightly. After entering the school, Ji-Chen pushed out the bicycle on the roadside and patted the back seat. Student Su, please get on. Su Yusheng quickly glanced around. There were many classmates coming and going, and almost all of them were looking at them, which made her feel embarrassed. Student Su, you don't want to be watched like a monkey, do you? Ji-Chen was ready to go and turned around to look at her with a smile. Su Yusheng lowered his head, sat sideways, and pinched the corner of Ji-Chen's clothes with both hands. Ji-Chen was speechless. Put your arms around my waist. He looked at the unmoved Su Yusheng and whispered, you are not alone now, but two people. Su Yusheng trembled, hugged Ji-Chen tightly, and rested his head on his back. Let's go. Ji-Chen smiled softly and rode away on his bicycle in a leisurely manner. How romantic. A freshman girl's eyes lit up as she looked at the harmonious backs of Ji-Chen and Su Yusheng, leaving with envy. Senior brother is tall and handsome. Senior sister is beautiful and gentle. So happy. Fuck. Isn't that Ji-Chen, the former captain of the school basketball team? I remember his girlfriend wasn't school beauty Meng. How come he's with school beauty Su? Were they not so familiar with each other before? You're out of date. Ji-Chen broke up with school beauty Meng a month ago. I heard that school beauty Meng is dating a rich second-generation guy now. Hi. Awesome. School belle Meng broke up with a rich second-generation guy, and Ji-Chen turned around and found school belle Su, who was also school belle Meng's best friend. It's fun. The crowd of onlookers were talking about it, and those who didn't know the inside story pricked up their ears. Ji-Chen is tall and handsome. He is the former captain of the school basketball team and has a girlfriend who is a campus beauty. He is a popular figure in the school. Many people know him. It's a pity that he is already taken, and I don't know how many female students are heartbroken. Ji-Chen rode slowly but steadily, attracting countless glances along the way. Su Yusheng felt uneasy at first, but gradually got used to it. She leaned over to feel Ji-Chen's broad and strong back, feeling at ease. Her arms around Ji-Chen's waist unconsciously tightened even more. Before I knew it, I had arrived in front of the dormitory building. Ji-Chen parked his bike, walked over to Su Yusheng, and held her hand. Go to the dormitory and have a good rest. I'll pick you up at 6 p.m. and we'll go out for dinner together. Su Yusheng nodded slightly. Boo. Ji-Chen kissed her fair and smooth forehead deeply. Bad. She covered her face and ran into the dormitory building under the curious gazes of those around her. Isn't that Ji-Chen and Su Yusheng? Why are they together? Didn't Ji-Chen and Meng Yuan break up? It's normal for her to be with Su Yusheng. It's only been a month since we broke up, right? It's too fast to find a new love. There are many people in front of the dormitory building who know Ji-Chen and Su Yusheng. Ji-Chen ignored him and got on his bike. Stand up and push off. He rode away in a cloud of dust and disappeared in front of the building. Back to the rental house. Ji-Chen was completely focused, typing away with all 10 fingers moving rapidly. Your 10 fingers move quickly, and your flexibility improves. A subtle warm current flowed through my 10 fingers, and my fingers, which had been stiff from typing for too long, became flexible. Is this the effect of the Super God Daddy system? Ji-Chen flexed his 10 fingers, with surprise in his eyes, and became more motivated. He typed faster. You can quickly think and recall novels from your past life, and your memory is improved. A subtle warm current also flowed into my mind, and the originally vague memories became clear. If I only remembered the general plot of Fights Break Sphere before, now I can remember about 10% of its content. And so on. If he does it 9 more times, won't he be able to remember everything he saw in his previous life? Ji-Chen was excited. 10 slender fingers danced wildly on the keyboard like flowers scattered by a fairy, without feeling tired at all, as if she had entered the entertainment circle. Your 10 fingers move quickly, and your flexibility improves. Congratulations on awakening the skill, dexterity. A warm current much thicker than before flows into the 10 fingers, improving the tendons and muscles and bones of the 10 fingers. His already slender fingers became even longer, with distinct joints, like the golden ratio, perfect, and extremely flexible and dexterous. Perfect. Looking at these hands, Ji-Chin felt that if he played basketball, his shooting percentage would definitely be much higher than before. Just typing can develop dexterity, and if you do other things, you can definitely develop skills as well. He understood how to use the Super God-Daddy system. Continue typing. His fingers moved as fast as flying, doing whatever he wanted, as if the world had changed. You can quickly recall novels from your past life, and your memory is improved. Congratulations on awakening your skill, photographic memory. A warm feeling rushed into my mind, refreshing and cool, as if I was ascending to heaven, and all the memories that were once vague or even forgotten became clear. When I think of Fights Breaks Fear, the relevant content comes to my mind word for word. Not just Fights Breaks Fear. He clearly remembered all the books, texts, pictures, films and TV shows he had read in his past and present lives. His eyes are like a scanning machine, he has a photographic memory. With his deft hand speed and photographic memory, he doesn't need to think about the plot, just works as a porter. I estimate he can type 100,000 words in an hour. Ji-Chen was excited. Fights Breaks Fear has 5.3 million words, and it only took a few days to write. He remembered so many popular novels. Financial freedom is at your fingertips. Chapter 4, Poaching and Finding Leftovers. There is a kind of love called letting go, giving up eternity for love. The ringing of the cell phone alarm brought Ji-Chen back to his senses. It turned out that it was already 5:30 and it was time to go find Su Yuxing for dinner. Turn off the alarm and change the ringtone of your phone. And Meng Yuan's things. Meng Yuan had already taken away all the useful things, but there were still some left, such as the sexy clothes they had used before. Ji-Chen packed everything and threw it into the trash bag. It took 10 minutes to clean up. Ji-Chen left the rental house carrying 2 large bags of garbage and threw them into the trash can downstairs. I rode my bike to the girls' dormitory and sent a text message to Su Yuxing. 2 minutes later, Su Yuxing's beautiful and graceful figure appeared in the field of vision. Her long straight black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her cold and beautiful face seemed to melt the ice and shine brightly the moment she saw Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen. As she trotted over, Ji-Chen's eyes seemed to be on automatic tracking. Maybe it's because I've been playing basketball for too long. Allergic to balls. Can automatically lock the bouncing ball. So fierce. As the captain of the school basketball team, he almost couldn't help but reach out and grab the ball and control it. What are you looking at? Su Yuxing raised his head with a look of shame and anger. The setting sun shone on her fair cheeks, and you could see the fine hairs on them. Ji-Chen came back to his senses and smiled slightly. Watch the game. Big bad guy. Su Yuxing glared at him fiercely and gritted his teeth. That time she had chest pain for 2 days. Do you really think she is a basketball? Ji-Chen smiled and leaned close to her ear. I still like you to call me Big Bear. The big bear represents strength and power. Su Yuxing's cheeks flushed red, and she couldn't call out the unique and intimate name Big Bear in public. Rumble. A Ferrari suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of him. Su Yuxing was startled and hid in Ji-Chen's arms. Ji-Chen frowned and looked over. A young man with greasy hair and powdered face got out of the car. He was wearing Anima brand clothes and his eyes were arrogant and full of provocation. When he saw the intimacy between Su Yuxing and Ji-Chen, a deep shadow flashed in his eyes. He pursued Su Yuxing for 2.5 months. I invited Su Yuxing to a big dinner but he refused to go. I don't want the Chanel bag given to Su Yuxing. He won't eat anything. It would be fine if Su Yuxing really was not interested in worldly matters. Now she is involved with Ji-Chen, a peasant. Especially Ji-Chen was dumped by Meng Yuan. Since he couldn't catch up with Su Yuxing, he set his sights on Meng Yuan. After half a month of hard work, Meng Yuan was successfully moved and broke up with Ji-Chen. He thought he had stolen Ji-Chen's girl. Unexpectedly, Ji-Chen turned around and found Su Yuxing, such a top-notch person. Instead, he seemed to have eaten Ji-Chen's leftovers. The pleasure of prying Meng Yuan away disappeared in an instant. Su, Just then, Meng Yiwen came out of the dormitory building in a formal dress. The first time she saw the tall, strong and handsome Ji Chen, she felt a little guilty. However, when she saw Su Yusheng in Ji Chen's arms, her face suddenly turned ugly, and a nameless anger surged in her heart. When did they get together? Her best friend is trying to steal her boyfriend? Is she cheated on? When did you get together with Ji Chen? She questioned angrily. Su Yusheng lowered his head, but quickly raised it again, holding his head high and chest out. She has no regrets. She never destroyed the relationship between Ji Chen and Meng Yiwen. It was Meng Yiwen who was obsessed with money and took the initiative to break up. She got together with Ji Chen only after Meng Yiwen broke up. I only got together with Su after you broke up with me. Ji Chen took a step forward and stared at Meng Yiwen. And you, when did you get together with Chao Cheng? Chao Cheng is also a prominent figure in the school. He drives a Ferrari around town all day long, showing off like a jerk. Many people know it. Ji Chen naturally knew him. Chao Cheng put his arm around Meng Yiwen's waist and came to Ji Chen, a sneer on his face. Don't worry, although I really want to cheat on you, Yiwen is not that kind of person. She broke up with you before being with me. He leaned forward and moved in front of Ji Chen, their noses less than half an inch apart. On the day you broke up, I took Yiwen on a supercar tour around Jiangcheng and stayed in a 5-star hotel that night. Compared to sitting on the back of a bicycle in the cold wind and living in a dirty, cramped rental house, Yiwen is so much happier. Childish. Ji Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Chao Cheng, and just looked at Meng Yiwen. Congratulations on getting the life you wanted. Crying on a Ferrari. Called in a 5-star hotel. Ji Chen finally understood why Meng Yiwen reacted so strongly when he looked for her before. It wasn't what he thought, that Meng Yiwen was injured. But on the night of their breakup, Meng Yiwen was not idle either. She was in the hotel with Chao Cheng. Ji Chen went to see her the next day and mentioned last night, which made Meng Yiwen think that Ji Chen still had feelings for her. After knowing that she was with Chao Cheng, he came to cause trouble. That's why it's like a cat with its tail stepped on, emphasizing that they have broken up. Let's go. Ji Chen got on his bicycle. Su Yusheng sat in the back seat without hesitation. She put her arms around Ji Chen's waist affectionately, with a happy look on her face, giving Ji Chen enough face. Meng Yiwen didn't say anything, watching the two people gradually walk away, feeling mixed emotions. She was not happy with Chao Cheng. As for Ji Chen, except for his lack of money, he is very satisfied in all other aspects. As for Chao Cheng, apart from money, everything else is hard to describe. Especially that aspect. Witness the vastness and surging waves of the sea. Those little rivers and streams don't get her point at all. Ji Chen's shoes have grown too big for him. Isn't it just playing basketball? Can that be used to make a living? How naive. Chao Cheng also stared at the backs of Ji Chen and Su Yusheng, gritting his teeth. In his opinion, the most attractive thing about Ji Chen to women is that he can play basketball and is a little handsome. How can we compare to his money ability? Just fool those naive little girls. But he is still jealous. Let's go. Let's eat. Chao Cheng asked Meng Yiwen to get in the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and sped away. He is very unhappy. Very angry. The happiness between people will not disappear, it will only be transferred from one person to another. Ji Chen was in a good mood. Not affected by Chao Cheng at all. He has broken up with Meng Yiwen, and it has nothing to do with him who Meng Yiwen is with. What's more, after being reborn, Meng Yiwen had long become a thing of the past. Only Su Yusheng. Because of his special experience, the moment Su Yusheng died became an indelible pain in Ji Chen's previous life. And as time goes by, it becomes an obsession and an eternal light. Su Yusheng tightened his arms around Ji Chen's waist and said softly, Big Bear, Chao Cheng didn't lie. Yiwen only got together with him after she broke up with you. I know. Ji Chen smiled and said, Why? Are you afraid that I'll feel cheated and sad? Su Yusheng didn't say anything. Ji Chen stared at the bicycle, his voice carried by the wind. Don't worry, she and I are completely in the past. Su Yusheng, who was resting her head on his back, smiled on her fair and pretty face, turning into an eternally brilliant flower under the golden sunset. Big Bear, you have beautiful hands. In the restaurant, Su Yusheng stared at Ji Chen's hands with her crystal clear eyes, which were shining. She also wanted a pair of hands like this. Even more beautiful than her hands. Ji Chen put his hands in front of her and shook them, saying teasingly, "My hands are not only beautiful, but also very flexible." Big Bear, bad. Su Yusheng didn't know what he was thinking about, his cheeks flushed, and he lowered his head to drink water. After eating and drinking, Ji Chen held her little hand and left. "Where are you going?" Su Yusheng suddenly became nervous and uneasy. Seeing the change in her expression, Ji Chen smiled and teased her deliberately. "Of course you're coming back with me." Su Yusheng was startled and said weakly, I still have to go back to the dormitory." Holding up her timid and cute face, Ji Chen said with a wicked smile. "It's still early, it's not too late to go to my place and do it for a while." Su Yusheng rubbed the corner of his clothes, his face red as blood. This is too fast. Even though she was pregnant, she wasn't ready yet. If I just refuse, will it make Ji Chen sad? Chapter 5, Running to Become a Superman. I don't know how long it took. Su Yusheng's face flushed like blood, his ears burned, and he mumbled. "Big Bear, the doctor said that it's best not have sex in the first 3 months." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. If it wasn't so close, Ji Chen wouldn't have been able to hear it at all. Ji Chen smiled, pinched her cheek, and said seriously, "Student Susu, what are you thinking about? I'm telling you to sit down for a while." Big Bear, bad. Su Yusheng stamped his feet and said angrily, "I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore." She ran towards the school. "Wait for me." Ji Chen quickly caught up with her, held her soft little hand, and led her for a stroll around the campus. The two did not speak, but they could clearly feel the warmth in each other's palms. Silence is better than words at this time. "Brother Chen." As soon as I arrived at Wutong Avenue, I heard a familiar voice behind me. Ji Chen turned around and saw a tall and thin young man holding a girl's hand and looking at him. "Brother Chen, it's really you." The young man quickly stepped forward, pulling the girl with him, and took a look at Su Yusheng. He said familiarly, "Hello, Miss Su, I'm Zhang Yang, Brother Chen's former roommate. We've met before." "Hello, I remember you." Su Yusheng nodded. As Meng Yuan's roommate, she had once had dinner with Ji Chen's roommates. Ji Chen lived on campus during his freshman year. I only rented a house outside in my sophomore year so that I could have in-depth communication with Meng Yuan. Having a stable home makes it convenient to do things. But don't call me school beauty, it makes people laugh. Su Yusheng reminded with a red face. Zhang Yang glanced at the two people holding hands and said with a smile, "Okay, sister-in-law." Su Yusheng's cheeks were burning, his ears and neck were red, but he did not refute. "Zhang Yang, who is this?" Ji Chen looked at the girl in front of him, feeling a little unfamiliar. He changed his girlfriend again. Zhang Yang chuckled, "Brother Chen, this is my girlfriend Zhou Tong, a freshman at the School of Foreign Languages, majoring in English." "You can." Ji Chen punched him on the chest. It had only been a short time and he had hooked up with another freshman. After a brief exchange of words, Zhang Yang left with his girlfriend. Zhou Tong praised, as expected of one of the two most famous golden flowers in our college, "Su Yusheng is so beautiful." "Yes, Brother Chen is very lucky." Zhang Yang was full of envy. "I heard that Brother Chen and School Beauty Meng broke up. I was thinking of asking Brother Chen to come out and play basketball to relax. I didn't expect Brother Chen to find School Beauty Su again. He doesn't need my comfort at all." Zhou Tong put her arm around Zhang Yang's arm and said gossipingly, "I heard that this afternoon, the girls' dormitory downstairs at our foreign languages college was quite lively." "Why is it so lively?" "I heard that Ji Chen was riding a bicycle to pick up Su Yusheng for dinner, and he happened to meet Chao Qing driving a Ferrari to pick up Meng Yuan." "Holy shit! Didn't they fight?" Zhang Yang's eyes widened. "But with Brother Chen's strength, he can beat 10 Chao Qings. Is it that powerful?" Zhou Tong sneered and jokingly said, "Who's better, you or Ji Chen? Is that even necessary?" Zhang Yang puffed out his chest and said, "How powerful I am, don't you know?" "Shameless." Zhou Tong spat fiercely and couldn't help but compare Zhang Yang and Ji Chen. Not to mention anything else. In terms of appearance and physique alone, Zhang Yang is far ahead. But when she thought of Su Yusheng's face that made her feel ashamed, her dissatisfaction with Zhang Yang disappeared. Only people like Su Yusheng and Meng Yuan are worthy of Ji Chen. Ji Chen didn't know that he almost caused Zhou Tong to break up with Zhang Yang. He took Su Yusheng's hand and walked to the school stadium. At this time, many students were already running and exercising on the plastic track. Ji Chen and Su Yuxing came to the inner lawn for a walk, and along the way they saw many men and women sitting together. There are couples like them. It was getting dark. Suitable for exploring dark corners that are too shameful to be seen. In the dim light, many couples hugged each other and kissed each other. Every time she passed by, Su Yuxing pretended not to see it and just kept walking with her head down, but the sweat on her palms revealed her inner nervousness. After walking around twice, Ji Chen, who had good eyesight, suddenly saw Zhang Yang and Zhou Tong. The two of them were already chewing each other. Zhang Yang's dog paws had already reached into Zhou Tong's clothes. The world is really going downhill. Coming to an empty corner, Ji Chen pulled Su Yuxing into his arms and kissed him. Su Yuxing's eyes widened, and his hands rested on Ji Chen's solid chest. When she saw those kissing couples before, she wondered if Ji Chen would. Really? Just like men. A crescent moon hides behind the clouds, half hidden and shy to be peeked at. Su Yuxing's face flushed like the tide and his emotions were as strong as water. That night, Ji Chen was drunk, which didn't give her a good impression. But now. At first I was nervous and worried about being discovered. Now I have forgotten everything. Only each other. I don't know how long it took. Her legs were soft and she leaned her whole body against Ji Chen, taking a deep breath. You're bad. Su Yuxing stared at Ji Chen with his crystal clear eyes, misty. If she hadn't been so limp and exhausted, she would have wanted to fly back to the dormitory. Ji Chen hugged her tightly and kissed her cheek lightly. So do you like my badness? Su Yuxing didn't say anything, his whole face buried in his chest. Ji Chen smiled. He touched his nose and a faint fragrance remained. Take a break. Ji Chen stopped bullying her. He put his arms around her soft waist and sent her downstairs to the dormitory. Go back and wash up and rest early. Finally, he kissed her gently on the forehead. Su Yuxing ran into the dormitory with a red face, eager to wash up. Watching Su Yuxing's back disappear, Ji Chen sighed inwardly. Don't judge a book by its cover. Some people are low-key in normal times, but their greatness becomes apparent when the time comes to flex their muscles. Ji Chen took a deep breath, suppressed his youthful anger, ran back to the stadium, and began his daily exercise. 1 circle. 2 laps. 3 laps. As you continue running, your running speed increases. Ji Chen felt a faint warm current flowing into his legs. His originally tired and heavy legs and feet became light, and his breathing became steady. He naturally came up with a more scientific and energy-saving running posture and breathing rhythm. He ran faster and faster, but he was not as tired as before. Sure enough, typing can improve hand speed, and running is no exception, it can also improve leg speed. Ji Chen was not surprised. His run tonight was a testament to the system's functionality. As you continue running, your running speed increases. 10 laps. 11 laps. 12 laps. You continue to exercise, Constitution +1. A warm current, even greater than before, surged into his limbs and bones, tempering his body. Ji Chen was greatly encouraged. Is your physical fitness increased? A personal panel invisible to others appeared in his pupils. Super Dad System. Name, Ji Chen. Constitution, 81. Spirit, 95. Skills, Dexterity 100, Photographic Memory 100, Driving Skills 69 100. Exercise can improve physical fitness? I wonder if there is a limit. If not, wouldn't he be able to become infinitely stronger? Becoming Superman in the end? Chapter 6, 100,000 words in 1 hour. Room 504, East Building 2. Su Yuxing and Ji Chen parted ways and returned to the dormitory. His heart was still pounding and his cheeks were hot and red, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Su, you're back. Chen Feng, who was watching a TV series, turned around with an exaggerated expression, looking incredulous. If I don't come back, where will I live? Su Yuxing had a silly look on his face, pretending to be stupid. Of course you're staying with your boyfriend. Chen Feng leaned in front of her and asked, how many days did Jiwen stay in the dormitory after she got a boyfriend? Especially after she was with Chao Chang, she never came back to live here. Her eyes fell on Su Yuxing's bulging chest, and she winked. Tell me the truth, do you and Ji Chen have it? What do you have? That's it. Which one is that? Su Yuxing turned around to look for a change of clothes. Su, don't play dumb. What are you playing dumb for? I'm going to take a shower. Su Yuxing picked up his clothes and wanted to run away. Feng, do I even need to ask this question? Xiaoya, who was lying dead, sat up and looked down at Chen Feng and Su Yuxing. Look at Susu's rosy, hot face. The answer is self-evident. Besides, Susu didn't deny it, so it's confirmed. Chen Feng agreed with this and looked gossipy. Susu, is Ji Chen very powerful? Susu blushed and didn't answer. Xiaoya's face was full of sarcasm. Of course, Ji Chen is tall and strong, and he's really good at playing basketball. Didn't you see Yuan was very satisfied before? I won't tell you anymore. Su Yuxing went into the bathroom with a red face. Xiaoya sighed. Yuan is fine, she was a high school classmate of Ji Chen, but I didn't expect Susu to fall for her so quickly. Ji Chen doesn't have the ability to make money either. Chen Feng heard this and sneered. Money can get Yuan, but not Susu. As roommates, Chao Cheng had been very attentive to Su Yuxing before, so naturally they couldn't hide it from them. Because I can't catch up with Su Yuxing. Chao Qingkai turned his head and looked at Meng Yuan. Chen Feng said quietly, Ji Chen may not have the ability to make money, but he has special skills. Su Yuxing hid in the bathroom, listening to his roommate's gossip. He felt hot all over and the scene of that night emerged in his mind. Two sluts. When a woman becomes lustful, men have no chance. When the girls' dormitory starts chatting, the level of interest is even greater than that of the boys' dormitory. After Su Yuxing finished washing up and washed all the clothes he had taken off, he got into bed. She picked up her phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Ji Chen. Ding dong. In the stadium, Ji Chen, who was sweating profusely, picked up his phone and unlocked it. Susu, Big Bear, are you asleep? Big Bear, not yet. I'm running and exercising at the stadium. Susu, you are still exercising? Su Yuxing, lying in the quilt, widened her eyes. 2 hours had passed since she and Ji Chen separated. It's already 10 o'clock. Big Bear, exercise makes me strong. Don't you want me to become even stronger? Su Yuxing's pair of white and slender legs were holding the quilt, and the tips of his ears turned red. You are already so strong, why do you want to become even stronger? Does she want to live? Susu, exercise should be gradual, don't hurt your body. Big Bear, don't worry, I will stay with you forever. Susu, I fell asleep. Big Bear, good night, I love you. Su Yuxing pulled up the quilt to cover his face, feeling so ashamed. How can you say such corny words? Susu, what are you so excited about? Chen Feng, who was lying on the bed opposite, had a mischievous look in his eyes. Xiaoya interjected, what else could it be? Of course she's flirting with her boyfriend. Stadium plastic track. Seeing that there was no more message, Ji Chen put away his phone and glanced at his personal panel. His physical fitness had increased by 2 points, reaching 83. Running for 2 hours increases your physical fitness by 3 points. If the difficulty doesn't increase, exercising 2 hours a day will reach the human body's limit in a week at most. A physical fitness of 100 is the limit for humans. Ji Chen did not continue running. Too much is as bad as too little. He can run continuously for 2 hours, all thanks to the system's constant supply. He is running very fast now. Legs as light as flying. His current physique may not be as good as Bolt's, but his speed is not slower than Bolt. I guess if I run for another night or two, I'll be able to develop running skills. The most important thing is, he is hungry. After running back to the rental house and taking a quick shower, Ji Chen went out for a big meal. When I returned to the rental house, it was already 11:30. Ji Chen had no desire to sleep and just sat in front of the computer and worked. Bang bang bang. The crisp sound of the keyboard is like a soul-stirring symphony of life. Ji Chen rewrote the beginning of Fight's Break Sphere according to his memories from his previous life. 1 hour. 100,000 words. This hand speed is awesome. Ji Chen admires himself. Open the Qidian Writer backend, create a new book, and publish the novel. Contract the contract with the editor tomorrow. There is no online signing now. You need to download the contract, sign it, and then mail it to the company. The contract is considered completed only after the company signs and seals it. Today is the 26th. Even though my old book isn't a big hit, it brings in a few thousand yuan. I have to finish it this month. Ji-Chen spent another hour writing 10 chapters, enough for publication in 5 days. Finished all the work. It's almost 2 o'clock. Ji-Chen crawled into bed and fell asleep. This night, Ji-Chen slept soundly and peacefully. The next day, Ji-Chen did not sleep in. He got up at 8 o'clock in the morning, bought the soup dumplings that Su Yusheng liked, and went downstairs to the dormitory. It's the second semester of my senior year, and I basically have no classes. Many have already found jobs. Just waiting for graduation. Su Yusheng had already found a company during the autumn recruitment last semester. Now I can only quit. He waited downstairs for 2 minutes, and Su Yusheng, who had received the news long ago, came out with her 2 roommates. Su. Ji-Chen waved with a bright smile. Ji-Chen, you don't have to buy me breakfast. Su Yusheng quickly stepped forward and took the dumplings from his hand. She said no, but her eyes curved into crescents. She couldn't wait to pick it up and take a bite, her cheeks bulging like a greedy little squirrel. Tasty. Hey, the soup dumplings at Zhang's Baozi shop are just as good as always. Chen Feng came over from behind, with a teasing look on his face. Su, don't worry about him, buy some soup dumplings, Ji-Chen is very familiar with them. Meng Yiwen used to be Ji-Chen's girlfriend. Ji-Chen often brought breakfast to Meng Yiwen. Also soup dumplings. They've met countless times. Xiaoya looked envious. It's great to have a boyfriend. Someone brings breakfast to me early in the morning. Unlike us, we can only starve. Ji-Chen smiled and said, if the 2 beauties want, the breakfast delivery people will line up from here to the school gate and circle around twice. Chen Feng chuckled, her body trembling, and her fox eyes looked up and down at Ji-Chen. I didn't realize you're so smooth talking now. No wonder you managed to fool our Su so quickly. I'm not trying to coax you. Ji-Chen corrected, I moved Su with my true feelings. Whispering sound. Chen Feng and Xiaoya showed contemptuous looks at the same time. I broke up with Meng Yiwen just a month ago. Is it true love? A man's mouth is a lie. I believe him. Su Yusheng was eating soup dumplings with his cheeks puffed up, supporting Ji-Chen. Oh, heaven and earth. Chen Feng wailed, I haven't even had breakfast yet, and I'm already full of dog food. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Xiaoya suddenly turned around and reminded. Ji-Chen, have you received the news? The Ministry of Public Security has issued an A-level wanted warrant. It is said that Zhang Qiang, the extremely vicious criminal who committed murder and robbery with a gun, has fled to the Jiangcheng area. Our counselors sent a message early in the morning to inform everyone not to run around. If you see a wanted criminal, call the police immediately. I heard that Zhang Qiang likes to hide in remote places like parks. You 2 are new together, you're inseparable and passionate, so don't go off to some remote wilderness just to find excitement. Chapter 7 Walking 500,000 Yuan. Su Yusheng's face flushed red, he felt embarrassed and annoyed, and glared at Chen Feng's back as he left. Looking for excitement in the wild? Isn't it just jungle? How is it possible? Absolutely impossible. Ji-Chen took out his cell phone and their counselor also sent a notice. Both professional groups and class groups are having heated discussions. Zhang Qiang has been on the run for 8 years, committing more than 10 murders, shooting guards, and stealing rifles, leaving him with a blood debt. The police offered a reward of 500,000 yuan. But these 500,000 yuan are not so easy to get. Zhang Qiang has practiced martial arts, has accurate marksmanship, is ruthless, likes headshots, and is proficient in anti-tracking. Many boys in the group said they hope to meet Zhang Qiang. That has 500,000 people walking around. Ji-Chen could only say, wishing them good luck. Although he is short of money now, he doesn't want to risk his life. In just a few months, his novel will become popular and he will have enough money after receiving his royalties. What's more, there are so many people. Meeting Zhang Qiang was like finding a needle in a haystack. His system is the daddy system, dedicated to helping him become the best dad possible. Rather than the police system, it can help him identify criminals. But you can use the power, but you can't live without it. The chances of me running into Zhang Qiang are slim, but there's more than just Zhang Qiang in life. I need to prepare some trump cards. Ji-Chen examined himself. Running at night can increase your speed and improve your physical fitness. But the gun is faster than 7 steps away. Within 7 steps, the gun was accurate and fast. Got it. Ji-Chen first thought of hidden weapons. Most modern controlled knives and concealed weapons are inconvenient to carry. So he thought of the locust stone. You can use glass beads as locust stones. With his cleverness and dexterity, he can achieve twice the result with half the effort by practicing. As your physical fitness improves, the power of the locust stone will also increase. Glass beads are easy to carry, no one will care about them, and you can play with them in your hands. Big Bear, what are you thinking about? Seeing Ji-Chen staring at Zhang Qiang's photo in a daze, Su Yoshing's heart tightened and he grabbed his arm. You don't want to arrest Zhang Qiang, do you? Even though she knew that even if Ji-Chen wanted to catch him, it would be difficult to meet him. Otherwise, the police would have arrested Zhang Qiang long ago. But it is better to be safe than sorry. She didn't allow Ji-Chen to take risks. It doesn't matter if life is hard and tiring. Look how nervous you are. Can I find a Class A wanted criminal whenever I want? Ji-Chen gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth and smiled. I want to play marbles. Su Yusheng was full of confusion. I can't understand how Ji-Chen's train of thought turned to marbles. Then, Ji-Chen actually took her to buy marbles. Marbles are cheap. Ji-Chen bought some marbles with diameters ranging from 10 mm to 50 mm. Among them, marbles ranging from 10 to 20 mm are the most common. I bought two 50 mm marbles. He held it in his hand and turned it around as if it were an iron ball, exercising the flexibility of his fingers. The elementary school students around me who were also buying marbles were full of envy. Big brother, do you play marbles too? Yes. Aren't marbles just for kids? Su Yusheng covered his mouth and chuckled. Ji-Chen frowned. Little boy, have you finished your homework? The kid's face immediately fell. Ji-Chen took Su Yusheng's hand, took the marbles, hummed a song, and left the store. How old are you and you're still arguing with a little kid? Su Yusheng smiled. A man is a boy until he dies. Like something I've loved eating since I was a baby. Whether young, middle-aged or old, I still like to eat. Back to the rental house. It was past 9 o'clock and the editor had come to work. Ji-Chen contacted the editor for signature. Then wait for the contract editor to sign the contract. During his free time, Ji-Chen put the folded quilt on the bedside, and under Su Yoshing's puzzled and curious gaze, he took out a marble with a diameter of 10 mm. Puff! The marble was thrown casually and hit the quilt, but it did not hit the place chosen by Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen didn't care, but continued to practice with great interest. 1, 2, 3. When I had thrown all the marbles in my hand, I would pick them up from the bed and continue practicing. I practiced it about 100 times. You continue to practice shooting marbles, improving your slinging skills and increasing your arm and finger strength. A profound feeling came to my mind. Ji-Chen has a deeper understanding of marble shooting. Bang! A 10 mm glass marble flew out from his hand and hit the position selected by Ji-Chen accurately, making a dull impact sound. The power and accuracy are far superior to before. Su Yusheng gradually came to his senses and his expression became solemn. Zhang Qiang is a gunman. You want marbles against bullets? What a joke. She rarely became serious. Big Bear, didn't you say you wouldn't think about Zhang Qiang? Yes, I didn't think about Zhang Qiang. Ji-Chen looked into her worried eyes and smiled. There's more than one fierce gangster in this world, Zhang Qiang. There are quite a few people who go on the A-Pass every year, not to mention other criminals. I practice this just to be able to protect myself and those I want to protect when a crisis occurs. You don't need strength, but you can't live without it. Su Yusheng lowered her head like a little girl who had done something wrong. Big Bear, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. She pinched the corner of her clothes, feeling very guilty. What are you sorry for? Ji-Chen rubbed her head and said, You are still worried about my safety. Don't worry, I'm very afraid of death, and even more afraid of being separated from you. Matters of life and death. He didn't want to go through it again. Big Bear. Su Yusheng stared at Ji-Chen in a daze, affection welling up in his eyes, and hugged Ji-Chen. He bumped into someone while dribbling the ball. Ji-Chen patted her smooth back gently. The two of them were in love for a while, and Ji-Chen found that the contract editor had already sent the link to the contract template. He filled in the relevant information, downloaded it to a USB drive, and continued practicing shooting marbles. Su Yusheng continued the unfinished work from yesterday. Clean up the room for Ji-Chen. She had sharp eyes and noticed that all of Meng Yuan's things that she had caught a glimpse of yesterday were gone. Especially those embarrassing lace tops. Big Bear is so considerate. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she felt sweet in her heart. Big Bear should like those things very much. Men should like them too. It's just so embarrassing. But if Meng Yuan can do it, I can do it too. She secretly made up her mind to compensate Ji Chen in the future. Make Ji Chen happy. Ji Chen didn't know that Su Yushan was thinking of giving him benefits, and he continued to practice shooting marbles diligently. With the blessing of the Super Dad system, Ji Chen's right arm and fingers became stronger and stronger, his explosive power increased greatly, and his flexibility and speed skyrocketed. You continue to practice shooting marbles, awakening the skill, Locust Stone. Countless insights flooded my mind. He felt like he had practiced 1,000 times, and the moment his fingers gripped the marble, he knew he would hit the target. He threw it away. Bang! The marble shot out at high speed and accurately hit the rose pistol on the quilt. Introduction to Locust Stone 100. I'm just getting started with this technique. Ji Chen was a little surprised. But the more this happens, the more powerful it is. When the Locust Stone is perfected, it will probably have a 360-degree range, and you can hit wherever you point it, even with your eyes closed. Chapter 8 System, Let Me See Your Limits. 11:30 a.m. Ji Chen took Su Yuxing to the cafeteria for dinner. After his hard practice, Locust Stone gained a lot of experience. Introduction to Locust Stone 12-100. Shoot 3 or 4 times on average to gain a little experience. This makes him very motivated. After dinner, I took a USB drive to the nearby printing shop to print out the contract, then signed and mailed it out. Back to the rental house. Ji Chen continued to practice the Locust Stone. Su Yuxing sat in front of the computer, reading the novel written by Ji Chen Fights Breaks Fear. Sometimes he asks some weird questions. Big Bear, do you have any feelings for your cousin? Otherwise, why did you write about Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu in such an ambiguous way? Big Bear, do you prefer a childhood sweetheart like Suner, or a mature and charming older sister like Yufei? Big Bear. Ji Chen looked helpless. Are you 100,000 wise? Ji Chen discovered that by increasing the difficulty of projecting marbles, he could basically gain a little experience when hitting the bull's eye. Just after the difficulty increased, his shooting percentage is not 100%. Ji Chen continued to increase the difficulty. Initially it is stretch distance. But the area of his rental house is limited, so it is difficult to expand it much. Then change the projection angle. From straight shooting to oblique shooting, even with your back to the target, shooting with your backhand. Although the difficulty has increased, but the effect is very good. You have practiced your shooting skills hard, and your Locust Stone experience has increased. Locust Stone Minor Completion 0200. Ji Chen became stronger. But the rental house was too small for him to perform. Ji Chen decided to go out and practice. He and Su Yuxing came to a corner of the stadium where there was a sand pit for long jump and no one was around. Ji Chen shot towards the sand pit. There is fine sand in the sand pit, and when marbles are shot into it, they will not bounce away, damage public property, or rebound to hurt people. Ji Chen stood 5 or 6 meters away and was able to hit the target accurately almost every time. And with practice, he was shooting farther and farther. The projection posture becomes more casual. Su Yuxing didn't know the target of Ji Chen's shooting, and couldn't tell whether Ji Chen was accurate or not. He could only feel the powerful force whistling in it. After a while, Ji Chen stopped and came to the sand pit. Su, come here. What's wrong? Su Yuxing came to the sand pit with curiosity. Let's build some sandbags and I'll show you what I can do, Ji Chen said. Su Yuxing also showed him a few tricks last night. Aha! Su Yuxing played with the sand. Su Yuxing even picked up a mineral water bottle, filled it with tap water, wet the sand, and made a few small sand figures. 10 minutes later, when Su Yuxing came back after washing his hands, he saw Ji Chen standing 10 meters away from the small sandbag and the small sandman. He took out a marble and shot it casually. The marble whistled and smashed one of the small sandbags with a bang. Ah! Su Yuxing was stunned. Before, she didn't know the target, she could only see Ji Chen throwing marbles into the sandpit. As to whether it hit or not, I have no idea. But now it's intuitive. Combining strength and precision, a marble accurately smashed the sandbag from 10 meters away. If this hits you on the head, it must be a big bag. Bang! 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 Another 3-shot burst. 3 sandbags exploded. Follow closely. Ji-chan flipped sideways in the air and shot out 2 marbles at the same time before landing. Bang! Bang! 2 little sandmen smashed. Amazing! Su Yusheng has little stars in his eyes. After all the sand figures and sandbags were crushed, she ran to fetch water and make small figures. In high spirits. Men and women working together make work less tiring. An afternoon passed, and with Su Yusheng's company, Ji-chan achieved remarkable results. Locust Stone Deshang 69500. Within 15 meters, it can hit wherever you point, with a 100% hit rate and considerable power. Now, even if we encounter armed robbers, we are not without the ability to fight back. Generally speaking, pistol gunfights only occur within a distance of about 10 meters. If they were a little further away, neither side would be able to hit the other. This statement is not an exaggeration. Because the accuracy of pistols is not high. In combat, it is even more impossible to aim and shoot calmly as usual, and the probability of hitting the target is even lower. In fact, most pistol gunfights take place within 10 meters, or even within a few meters. Neither side will aim too much when firing. This close combat process was very fast, and the outcome was decided in a flash. Ji-chan's Locust Stone does not require aiming. Can be thrown from any angle. Even throwing out several at a time. He felt that his right arm was now too strong, as if Bu Jingyun had received the Qilin arm. That's not all. His dexterity evolved into telepathic control as he practiced with the Locust Stone. We are in perfect harmony. Super Dad System. Name, Ji-chan. Constitution, 83. Spirit, 95. Skills, Locust Stone Mastery 69500, One Finger Mastery 12100, Photographic Memory 1100, Driving Skills 69100. Ji-chan felt that he was terrifyingly strong. Can beat 10. However, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. In the face of truth, these skills are not enough. Wait until your body can resist bullets. Maybe he could be a little proud. After eating in the cafeteria, Ji-chan sent Su Yusheng back to the dormitory and then started running exercise in the stadium not far away. He was not fast at first. Gradually began to accelerate. He is ready to try his best to see the limits of being a nanny. You continue running, and your speed increases. You continue to exercise, Constitution +1. Every once in a while, a warm current would flow into his legs, making his heavy legs and feet light and strong. Almost every 40 minutes, my physical fitness improved a little, all the fatigue in my body was swept away, and I felt full of energy. There is a system that feeds him from time to time. His stamina is beyond imagination. Physical fitness, 85. Physical fitness, 86. Physical fitness, 87. Getting stronger makes me happy. I can't help myself from becoming stronger. 10:30 in the evening. Su Yusheng heard that Ji-chan was still running and hurried to the stadium. When he saw Ji-chan sweating profusely, he felt both distressed and angry. She grabbed Ji-chan's arm, her eyes red. Are you crazy? There's no way to exercise like this. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Ji-chan gave her a reassuring smile. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Ji-chan ran away like a gust of wind. His physical condition has reached 89. He wants to keep working until he reaches 90. He ran with all his might at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, but even with his physique, he felt it was too much. He slowed down again. But he still persisted. System, let me see your limits. Ji-chan gritted his teeth. Finally. 2 more laps later. You have been exercising tirelessly, your physical fitness has increased by 1. Constitution, 90. Finally it worked. Ji-chan was very excited. But when he saw Su Yusheng coming, his excited heart sank again. Don't worry, I'm fine, let's go back now. Ji-chan looked at her red eyes and hurried to comfort her. Go back by yourself. Su Yusheng snorted coldly, feeling angry. I had just taken 2 steps when I heard Ji-chan fall down with a cry of ouch, even though I knew Ji-chan might be pretending. He still rushed over without hesitation and helped Ji-chan up. When the two returned to the rental house, it was already past 11 o'clock. The dormitories are closed. Ji-chen took her hand and promised, "Sleep here tonight, don't worry, I will definitely not do anything bad." Chapter 9, Ex-Girlfriend's Hongmen Banquet. Su Yusheng nodded imperceptibly, his heart beating fast. Even though she slept here for a night a month ago. But Ji-chen was drunk at that time, and something happened. But this time is different. She and Ji-chen were both very sober. As for the man's assurance, just listen to it. However, her situation is special, and Ji-chen will definitely not do anything too extreme. Besides, she has already decided on Ji-chen. If the body does not allow it. If Ji-chen wants it, she will definitely not refuse. "You go to bed and rest first, I'll go take a shower," Ji-chen said quickly. Su Yusheng had already washed up in the dormitory and came to the room to make her bed. Ji-chen took a shower over his head. The sweat was washed away. His heart was also beating fast, and he seemed to hear the roar of his heart beating violently in his ears. Past and present life. You can imagine how he felt when he slept in the same bed with Su Yusheng for the first time while he was awake. Apply shampoo to your head, scrub it vigorously a few times, rinse with water, and your hair is washed. Squeeze some more shower gel, apply it to your hair, and rub your hair a few times. Finally, a flush of water. Washing up is completed. The sound of water stopped, and Su Yusheng, who was curled up in the quilt, trembled slightly, her heart in her throat. Follow closely. The buzzing sound of the hairdryer made her feel a little relieved. It's just that the hairdryer stopped very quickly. The footsteps approached. Crunch. Ji-chen pushed open the door and saw Su Yusheng curled up in the quilt like a kitten. A very small one. Pitiful. Ji-chen lifted the quilt and crawled into the bed. The girl's faint body fragrance lingered in his nose, refreshing his heart. He saw Su Yusheng's delicate body suddenly tense up. "I'm not a tiger, are you afraid that I'll eat you?" Ji-chen leaned close to her ear and gently bit her earlobe, full of mischief. "Besides, even if there is a tiger, shouldn't it be you? You are the tiger." Suyu said angrily, "No, you are a big bear." "Oh, whoa. The big bear is coming." Ji-chen hugged her in his arms and could clearly feel that she was even more nervous. "Go to sleep." Ji-chen didn't do anything bad and reached out to turn off the light. Dark. Silence. Only each other's breathing and heartbeat. Ji-chen didn't do anything, just hugged her gently. Su Yusheng gradually relaxed. The broad and warm chest made her feel stable and safe. Ji-chen was indeed tired today. Even if there are system supplements. Running for 5 hours straight is no joke. He soon fell into a deep sleep. Listening to his light snoring, Su Yusheng's big dark eyes moved in the darkness, and he fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, Su Yusheng woke up and heard Ji-chen's good friend Shinbo knocking on the door. She moved her body, but found that Ji-chen was holding her tightly. She knew Ji-chen was awake. "Big bear." She pushed him gently and said angrily, "Don't pretend to be asleep. Do you know that you can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep?" Ji-chen opened his eyes, touched the tip of her nipple, and said, "Nonsense. Let go, I'm getting up." "But I don't want to get up." Ji-chen leaned against her snow-white neck and acted like a rogue. "You." Su Yusheng was anxious and annoyed, but helpless. Actually, she wanted to go to the toilet. "Unless you kiss me." Ji-chen smiled. "Big bear, you're bullying me." Su Yusheng felt aggrieved. She turned around with difficulty and faced Ji-chen, their noses almost touching. Can clearly feel each other's breathing. Su Yusheng has very fair, smooth and delicate skin, a straight nose, curved eyebrows and eyes, and thick and dense eyelashes. The more you look at her, the more beautiful she looks. Ji-chen has thick eyebrows and big eyes, dignified facial features, handsome and resolute, and his eyes are bright and lively, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Their eyes met. An ambiguous atmosphere permeated the room. Su Yusheng closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly. Ji-chen didn't hesitate and kissed those rosy lips. A kiss lasts forever. Excellent men are always able to seize opportunities, grasp the key advantages, make up for their shortcomings and achieve success. "Ah, you're a puppy." Ji-chen's lips felt painful and his eyes were filled with resentment. "You are the dog." Su Yusheng clenched his fist and shook it. "Big bear, bad." She pulled her messy pajamas and ran out of the bedroom. Call. The cold wind blew in his face, hitting his burning cheeks, and his ears and neck were already red as blood. Oh, it's so hard. Ji-Chen sighed slightly. There is no way. You have to persevere even with tears in your eyes despite the evil you have done. Who made him win the bid so quickly and cause a death? Su Yuxing trembled, his chest beating, and he felt sorry for it. But she had no choice. The doctor said it's best not to have it in the first 3 months. The big bear must be feeling very uncomfortable. Su Yuxing came to the bathroom, still thinking about Ji-Chen. Like steel and iron. Maybe there are other ways to help the big bear. When this thought came to his mind, Su Yuxing was shocked, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. Although she has never seen it. But I've heard a lot since I was a child. There is all kinds of information in the girls' dormitory. Even watch a movie together. Ji-Chen didn't get up. He lay on the bed and did push-ups. Exercise is a lifelong process. Never let go at any time. Just like learning. Su Yuxing returned to the room and saw Ji-Chen exercising. Su, come up. Ji-Chen shouted. No, big bear, just bear with it, it will be fine in 2 months. Su Yuxing crossed his arms across his chest, looking alert. She couldn't take risks just for a moment's pleasure. Ji-Chen supported himself with one hand and pointed at his back. I want you to ride on my back to increase the weight. Oh. Su Yuxing was embarrassed and his face turned red as blood. She was wrong. She buried her head and climbed onto the bed, riding on Ji-Chen's back. She is neither fat nor light. He is 1.7 meters tall and weighs 100 pounds. Slim waist and perky buttocks, thin branches, and beautiful fruits. With her joining, the difficulty of push-ups increased dramatically. Half an hour later. You continue high-intensity morning exercise, physical fitness +1. Knees. Ji-Chen was very satisfied. It feels so good to become stronger. Su Yuxing was already looking at the monster. With her riding on his back, Ji-Chen could actually do push-ups for half an hour. There's even some energy left. Horrible. He is not human at all. She feels that it will break down in the future. After a quick wash, Ji-Chen had breakfast with Su Yuxing, came back to update his novel, and then went to the stadium to practice Locust Stone. I ran as usual in the evening, but the running plus the physical fitness made it more difficult. Ji-Chen added items such as horizontal bar pull-up. Big Bear, Yuan invited us to visit Donghu Villa tomorrow in our dormitory group. Su Yuxing looked at Ji-Chen with his phone. Chen Feng and Xiaoya have already agreed to go. She has a good relationship with Meng Yuan. Now there is no falling out. There's no reason not to go. If she didn't go, she would seem guilty. Isn't she just trying to show off? Ji-Chen did pull-ups and sneered, if that's the case, just go. I'll go with you. Su Yuxing nodded heavily. With Ji-Chen by her side, she had nothing to worry about. 10:30. Ji-Chen took Su Yuxing back to the rental house. After a day of hard work. His locust stone was close to perfection, his spiritual resonance was a minor achievement, and his physical fitness had reached 94. But the further you go, the harder it is to improve. After a simple wash, Ji-Chen hugged Su Yuxing to sleep. I had the experience of getting along with you last night. Su Yuxing was not that nervous tonight. The relationship between the two progressed by leaps and bounds. The next day. Ji-Chen got up, updated the novel, and tidied up with Su Yuxing. After breakfast, they met Chen Fengqiea at the school gate. The four of them took a taxi to Donghu Villa. When they arrived at Donghu Villa, they happened to meet Meng Yuan and Xiao Chang getting out of the Ferrari. Susu, Feng, Xiao, you are here. Meng Yuan greeted warmly. Xiao Chang also came over, handed Ji-Chen a cigarette, and said proudly. My family owns shares in East Lake Villa. Everyone, please don't be polite today. Enjoy your meal and have fun. Wow, Master Chao is so powerful. Chen Feng exclaimed. Ji-Chen didn't say anything, just watched him pretending to be cool. He has seen a lot in 2 lifetimes, but it doesn't affect his mood at all. In his opinion, this kind of pretense is very childish. Let's go in. Chao Qing greeted everyone. Ji-Chen followed behind holding Su Yuxing's hand. Donghu Villa is very big. The view is okay. You can go boating on the lake, fishing, and eat grilled fish. Everyone played until evening. Actually, there is nothing fun to watch. It's just Chao Qing pretending to be cool like a clown. Of course, it's just pretense. There are no melodramatic and mindless conflicts, no forced drinking or drugging, no rape or anything like that. Donghu Villa is located in the suburbs and there are not many people outside. Jichen held Su Yoxing's hand and stood aside, waiting for the bus with everyone else. A short and strong man wearing a black baseball cap walked over with his head lowered, one hand in his bag, and in a hurry. Jichen immediately became alert. When the other party looked up, he recognized him instantly with his photographic memory. Class A wanted criminal Zhang Qiang. Chapter 10, Let You Pretend to Get Shot. Outside Donghu Villa. Chao Qing held a black leather bag in his right hand, and Meng Yiwen held his left arm affectionately, with a beaming face. Chen Feng's eyes moved around the black leather bag and she smiled brightly. Master Chao, what is this? I just stopped by to discuss a small business today. This is the 200,000 yuan deposit from Manager Liu. Chao Qing's expression was indifferent, yet full of pressure. His family is both a shareholder of Donghu Villa and has cooperative business with Donghu Villa. This money was indeed payment for goods, but he was not the one who negotiated the business. He just used it to show off. Oh my god. 200,000. Or a deposit. Chen Feng was stunned. How can this be a small business? Master Chao is really amazing. 200,000. Zhang Qiang, who was walking towards Ji Chen and passing by him, was greatly encouraged. He suddenly raised his head, and a ferocious and violent aura appeared on his originally ordinary face. The greedy eyes were like a hungry wolf that had been hungry for half a month. Without any hesitation, he pulled a pistol from the bag on his waist and shot. He is short of money. I didn't expect there is door-to-door delivery. Regardless of whether Chao Qing is bragging or not, he'll do it all. I would rather kill 10,000 people by mistake than let one go. Such an opportunity is rare. Fuck. This idiot. When Ji Chen heard Chao Qing's bragging, he knew he was in trouble. Fortunately, when he recognized Zhang Qiang, although his face was calm and expressionless, he had already been secretly on guard and held the marbles tightly. He took action. Bang! The loud gunshots broke the silence of the night, deafening. Shrill screams came one after another. Ah, I'm shot, whoa, I'm going to die. Chao Qing collapsed to the ground, trembling and wailing. Half of his right ear disappeared, and a foul-smelling yellow liquid slowly spread around him. Meng Yiwen beside him was frightened and stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Chen Feng and Xiaoye held their heads with their hands, covered their ears, and screamed. Zhang Qiang's hands trembled and the gun fell to the ground with a dull sound. A heart-wrenching pain came from the wrist, and a 20 mm diameter glass bead fell with blood, making a crisp sound on the ground. It's you! He looked at Ji Chen with a fierce look on his face. At the moment of firing, a glass marble hit his wrist. He was in so much pain that not only did the gun miss its target, but it also fell down. He reached into his bag with his left hand and quickly grabbed his spare pistol. Ji Chen had already rushed over. He ran every night and his speed increased dramatically, even Bolt could not catch up with him. So fast. Zhang Qiang was shocked, but his palm had already touched the shoulder bag. I can hold the gun in the next moment. Snap. Ji Chen, who had a telepathic finger, was faster than him. He grabbed his wrist and twisted it back roughly. With a click. The left arm was twisted and dislocated, and had lost its strength. He endured the pain and grabbed the gun with his right hand. But his wrist was hit by a marble and was not very flexible, so he couldn't exert any strength. Too slow. Ji Chen grabbed his right hand and twisted it hard. Click. With a crisp sound of fracture, Zhang Qiang's two arms were broken. He was also tough. Regardless of his broken arm, he raised his leg and used his knee to slam into Ji Chen's lower body. If it hits, it will definitely lead to nothing and ruin your lifelong happiness. Ji Chen was angry. He thrust his elbow downward, hitting it hard 2 inches above his knee. In an instant, Zhang Qiang lost sensation in half of his leg and fell to the ground. Ji Chen grabbed the bag, pressed Zhang Qiang down with his knees, picked up the pistol and searched his back. After making sure there were no weapons, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This sounds like a long story, but it actually takes less than 2 seconds. His physique at 94 is comparable to that of the world's top athletes. Even more than that. Physical fitness includes everything about the body, such as speed, strength, and endurance. Many athletes focus on one aspect and their physical fitness may not be very strong. Ji Chen is very well-rounded, comparable to a world-class athlete. Even though Zhang Qiang usually pays attention to exercise, he is not dead, but he is in his 40s and his health is declining. Can't be compared with Ji Chen. With overwhelming strength and speed, Ji Chen crushed him in an instant. Big Bear, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Su Yusheng rushed over, very worried. Her eyes were red, and she was almost scared to death at that moment. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ji Chen put the pistol into his bag and gave him a reassuring smile. Call the police first and say they caught the class A wanted criminal Zhang Qiang outside the back door of East Lake Villa. Oh, okay. Su Yusheng quickly dialed 110. In fact, after the gunshot, the security guard of Donghu Villa called the police. Lu Sun, the manager of Donghu Villa, rushed over with 2 security guards. Ah, my ears, my ears. Chao Qing was still howling. Lu Sun quickly dialed 120. 2 security guards came to Ji Chen and helped control Zhang Qiang. Little brother is really amazing. He subdued the murderous gunman by himself. It's really admirable. The 2 looked adoring. They all saw it at the door. This is a gunman. Kill without blinking an eye. If it were them, they would definitely not dare to rush forward. The moment the gunshot rang out, they all hid with their heads in their hands. Little brother, are you a policeman or a soldier? A security guard looked curious. No, I'm just an ordinary college student. Ji Chen smiled calmly. In fact, he didn't intend to do it at first. Zhang Qiang had a gun and he was afraid of accidentally hurting people around him. But after hearing Chao Qing showing off, he had to take action. He and Su Yusheng were too close to Zhang Qiang. Based on Zhang Qiang's brutal modus operandi, he would definitely not let them go. You can only strike first. What happened? I thought I heard a gunshot. Gradually, people approached cautiously. Other security guards from Donghu Villa kept rushing over. When they heard that Ji Chen had subdued an armed gangster without any injury, and that he was a Class A wanted criminal, their faces were filled with admiration. The strong are worthy of respect wherever they go. This moment, Ji Chen becomes the focus and the hero who captures the bandit. Ji Chen is so awesome. Looking at Ji Chen, who was being treated like a star, Xiaoya's eyes were blazing. If I were his girlfriend, I would definitely feel extremely safe. Yes. When the gangster opened fire, I thought I was going to die. It was Ji Chen who saved us. Chen Feng deeply agreed with this. She saw it clearly. If Ji Chen hadn't thrown something and hit the bandit's hand, Chao Qing would have been shot in the head. And they are not immune. Hearing these words, Meng Yuan felt mixed emotions and felt very uncomfortable. I can't really say I regret it. After all, this world isn't about just being able to fight. You have to be rich, powerful, and have a good background. Ji Chen doesn't take it either. There is no harm without comparison. Ji Chen single-handedly captured the armed bandit alive, but Chao Qing was so scared that he wet his pants. Now it has become an ear. If Ji Chen's family conditions were better, I would definitely not break up with him. Meng Yuan thought to herself. In fact, she missed the happy days with Ji Chen. But reality is that we have to live. Without money, you can't move forward. As the number of onlookers gradually increased, Ji Chen asked the security guard to escort Zhang Qiang into the villa and wait for the police to arrive. Lu Sun took Chao Qing to change pants and get treatment. Meng Yuan followed. 20 minutes later. Wow wow. Wow wow. The rapid sirens sounded loud and piercing in the suburban night. Under countless gazes, police cars rushed towards Donghu Villa. Chapter 11 Shocking the Criminal Investigation Team. Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Criminal Investigation Corps. What? Zhang Qiang was caught by the crowd? Are you sure it's Zhang Qiang? Pan Yun was cheered up, but his excitement was mixed with nervousness and apprehension. Since the wanted notice and reward were issued, many enthusiastic people have reported the case every day, but after verification, they were all false. Especially since Zhang Qiang has a gun and is ruthless, it is basically impossible for ordinary people to catch him. What? They've already fired their guns? That's probably right. Pan Yun clenched his fists and his blood was boiling. He hung up the phone with a bang and yelled, "Everyone, collect your equipment immediately. Target Zhang Qiang at the back door of East Lake Villa." Yes. The team members around had already heard the content of the call and became excited. They moved quickly. Pan Yun called the traffic police again and asked them to help ensure that the road was clear. Zhang Qiang committed 13 crimes in 8 years, including one involving a security guard. The provincial department once sent a special task force to investigate, which cost huge manpower and material resources. Unfortunately, I still couldn't catch it. All the criminal police put on bulletproof vests, loaded guns and drove police cars towards Donghu Villa. Pan Yun's heart was beating fast as he dialed the police number. East Lake Villa. Security room. Zhang Qiang's hands and feet were tied tightly, and 2 security guards stared at him with batons in their hands without blinking. Ji Chen was guarding Zhang Qiang's bag. Su Yusheng hugged his arm tightly. The others were waiting nearby. Sudden. The phone rang. Su Yusheng looked at the phone. It was an unfamiliar number. She looked at Ji Chen. Ji Chen took the phone and pressed the call button. "Hello, I'm Pan Yun from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Corps. Did you call the police and have Zhang Qiang arrested? What's the situation now?" "Hello, police officer. Zhang Qiang has been apprehended. Only one person was injured in the ear, and there are no other casualties." Ji Chen quickly answered. "You've done a great job. We'll be there soon. Keep an eye on Zhang Qiang. Be careful of him getting desperate. Send the injured comrades to the hospital promptly." Pan Yun explained it in great detail. Shortly after hanging up the phone, an alarm sounded from a distance. Soon, police cars stopped at the gate of Donghu Villa, and Pan Yun led his men to rush over. "Hello, police officer. I'm Lu Sun, the manager of Donghu Villa." "Hello, Manager Lu, where are you?" "He's in the security room." Pan Yun brought people to the security room. When he saw Zhang Qiang, he felt a mixture of emotions and tears filled his eyes. It's him. Zhang Qiang. Caught. Really caught it. When the other detectives saw Zhang Qiang, they were so excited that they almost cried for joy. Ji Chen lifted the bag and handed it to Pan Yun. "Uncle Police, this is Zhang Qiang's satchel. We didn't touch the things inside. I also put the pistol he used in it." Pan Yun looked at Ji Chen. In fact, the first person he saw was Ji Chen. With handsome features and tall and straight figure, he stands out from the crowd. "You were the one who captured Zhang Qiang?" He took the bag. All the detectives looked at Ji Chen curiously. "Hee, lucky catch." Ji Chen smiled shyly. "Luck is also a kind of strength." Pan Yun smiled. Zhang Qiang even fired a shot, but was still caught by Ji Chen. This was not just luck. He opened the bag and found 2 pistols, 2 spare magazines, mosquito coils and other items inside. Seeing these equipments, everyone was secretly shocked. Pan Yun and a group of detectives were even more curious. Pan Yundao. "Little brother, how did you catch Zhang Qiang?" "Uncle Police, let's go straight to the scene and talk. It's right on the sidewalk at the door." Ji Chen doesn't want to be tormented again and again. Good. Pan Yun asked his men to bring Zhang Qiang to the sidewalk at the door. Ji Chen asked Xiaoya and Chen Feng to stand in their previous positions. He took Su Yusheng back to their original position. "Uncle Policeman, we were waiting for the bus here before, and I saw Zhang Qiang walking over there with his head down and wearing a baseball cap." Ji Chen pointed ahead. "The moment he raised his head, I recognized him, but he had a gun. I could only remain calm and wait for him to pass before calling the police." Pan Yun nodded in appreciation. "You did the right thing, but why did you use the gun later? Did Zhang Qiang find out that you had discovered him?" "No." Ji Chen shook his head. "At that time, we had 2 companions, Chao Chang and Meng Yuan. At that time, Chao Chang brought Meng Yuan over and said he had negotiated a small deal with Donghu Villa. He was holding a briefcase and said it contained a 200,000 yuan deposit." Pan Yun and a group of detectives widened their eyes. Is this an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long? However, they could also guess that Chao Cheng didn't know that Zhang Qiang was right next to him, and probably just wanted to show off. "I didn't expect that I would almost lose my life because of this." Ji-Chen continued, when Zhang Qiang heard the number 200,000, he turned completely ferocious and drew his gun to shoot Chao Cheng. Everyone raised their hearts. I didn't have time to think about it, so I casually threw a glass marble, which hit Zhang Qiang's wrist and knocked his gun down. Hiss. Pan Yun and other criminal police officers gasped. Using glass beads to knock away the gangster's gun? Why is it so sci-fi? A criminal police officer lifted Zhang Qiang's wrist and found it was red, swollen and bloody, indicating a serious injury. Is it this glass bead? Pan Yun's sharp eye swept across and locked onto a glass bead on the ground. A detective put on gloves and picked it up. There were traces of blood on it. It's this one. Ji-Chen nodded. I rushed forward after I knocked his gun away. Zhang Qiang tried to reach for his gun from his bag with his left hand, but I hastily broke his left arm. He reached for the gun with his right hand again. I was so scared that I twisted his right arm in a frenzy and broke it. Pan Yun. Detectives. Have you ever practiced kung fu? Pan Yun looked at Ji-Chen as if he were a monster. No, I'm just a little stronger. Ji-Chen looked shy. Pan Yun rolled his eyes at him and said, I don't believe you at all. He finally realized that Ji-Chen was not as shy as he appeared. Calm, decisive, and ruthless. After understanding the process, Pan Yun raised his head and looked at the camera at the entrance of Donghu Villa. There should be surveillance footage for this, right? Yes, yes. Lu Sun answered quickly. Shaoli, go copy the video. Yes. Pan Yun looked at everyone again and said, please take the trouble to come back to the police station with us to take a statement. Even if everyone was unwilling, they could not refuse. Ji-Chen brought Su Yusheng and them to the police station and took a statement in a conference room. Criminal Police Brigade Office. Pan Yun saw the video that Shaoli copied. The video was very clear. Zhang Qiang passed by Ji-Chen, then suddenly drew his gun and shot Chao Cheng. Hiss. Pan Yun and the surrounding criminal police were stunned. Zhang Qiang's decisiveness and swiftness of action were beyond their imagination. However, Ji-Chen used glass beads to knock the opponent's gun away in time. How did he do that? Shaoli couldn't believe it. He couldn't imagine that someone could be so quick to strike back and knock the other person's pistol away with a glass bead in such a sudden situation. The detective next to him echoed, I don't think I could do it that fast even with a gun. You guys? Pan Yun shook his head and smiled, although the video is shocking, you can't just take it at face value. Shaoli and other criminal police officers looked at Pan Yun for advice. Pan Yun didn't keep the secret. Didn't Ji-Chen say before that he had recognized Zhang Qiang a long time ago? Don't be fooled by his calm expression in the video. In fact, he has long been on guard and ready to attack at any time. I guess when Chao Cheng mentioned the 200,000, he guessed that Zhang Qiang would take action, so he was able to take action in time. Everyone suddenly realized. If Ji-Chen had been prepared in advance and had accurate throwing skills, it would not be difficult to understand why he could have achieved this. Pan Yun came to the conference room and took a detailed note for Ji-Chen. Okay, if we need anything later, we will contact you at any time. Uncle Police, I see there's a reward for Zhang Qiang. When can I get the reward? Ji-Chen scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I have a girlfriend now, and I'm still living in a rental house. I'm really short of money. Oh, congratulations on becoming a father. Pan Yun smiled and said, don't worry, the bonus will not be reduced by a cent. I will apply to the higher-ups and get it approved for you as soon as possible. Thank you, police officer. Chapter 12, 1,000 golds for horse bones. Zhangcheng People's Hospital. Suing rushed to the hospital and saw Chao Cheng with gauze wrapped on his head. My son, are you okay? She ran to the bedside, worried and distressed. Mom! Chao Cheng threw himself into Su Ying's arms, hugged her tightly, and cried like a 180-pound child. Meng Yiwen stood silently by, and became more and more disgusted the more she looked. He is usually very arrogant. I get scared when I encounter danger. Now he looks more like a mama's boy, without any masculinity at all. Far worse than Ji-Chen. It's really depressing. Doctor, how is my son? Su Ying gently stroked the back of Chao Cheng's head, comforting him while looking at the doctor who was packing up and leaving. Don't worry, Chao Cheng only injured his ear, not his head. He's fine and can be discharged at any time. It's just that it will be difficult for his ear to recover. When Su Ying heard this, she immediately became anxious. Doctor, please cure my ear. No matter how much money is, it doesn't matter. Don't worry too much. With modern medical technology, repairing the ear is not a problem. It's just a little troublesome. The doctor consoled him. Actually, from another perspective, Chao Ching was very lucky. If the bullet had been even slightly off target and hit his head, even a god would have been unable to save him. I'm really lucky. If I hadn't met this kind person, I would have met the king of hell today. A powerful voice filled with anger, Chao Ching's father Chao Hao came in from outside. Dad. Chao Ching, with his head buried in Su Ying's arms, trembled, feeling guilty and lacking confidence. Seeing this, the doctor tactfully left the ward. Su Ying patted Chao Ching's back gently and glared at Chao Hao. Why were you so loud? You scared your son. He was almost beaten to death and you didn't care, you just got angry. Ask this bastard what he did? Chao Hao pointed at Chao Ching, very angry. He asked for it. He had already spoken to Lu Sun, the manager of Donghu Villa, and had also contacted Pan Yun from the Criminal Investigation Corps, and knew the cause and course of events. What do you mean? Is it his fault that his son was attacked by gangsters? Su Ying yelled. Look for yourself. Chao Hao opened his mobile phone, which contained the surveillance video sent to him by Lu Sun. I've already asked Captain Pan from the Criminal Investigation Corps, and he said Zhang Qiang had no intention of attacking him. He was the one showing off. Not only did he take away the 200,000 yuan payment I paid for goods at Donghu Villa without permission, he even went on to brag about it. Zhang Qiang, who was passing by, heard that he had 200,000 yuan in cash in his hand and suddenly attacked him. Look for yourself. The two sides were only 2 or 3 meters apart. With Zhang Qiang's marksmanship, if that young man named Ji Chen hadn't intervened, he would have been shot in the head. Captain Pan told me that if Ji Chen had been 0.01 seconds slower in his shot, this bastard would have been shot in the head. This is a brush with death. You're still spoiling him. It's a blessing that someone rescued him this time. He only lost an ear, but what about next time? Will I be so lucky next time? Chao Hao cursed loudly, spitting everywhere. Chao Ching could only bury his head in the mountains and dared not look up. Su Ying didn't dare to speak anymore. When he saw the video, Zhang Qiang suddenly jumped up, pulled out his gun and shot, and his heart almost jumped out. It's so scary. She also knew the danger. This time, I was so close to being separated from my son forever. She didn't dare to protect him anymore and changed the subject. Husband, since Ji Chen saved our son, let's go and thank him tomorrow. It's to express gratitude. Chao Hao grabbed Chao Ching by the back of his collar and pulled him out of Su Ying's arms. Tell us about your friend so we can prepare a gift. I don't know him well. Thinking that Ji Chen had become his savior, Chao Ching looked jealous. He saw Meng Yiwen hiding in the corner and immediately said, You can ask her. She used to be Ji Chen's girlfriend and was also his high school classmate. She knows more than me. Chao Hao and Su Ying were stunned. They had already noticed Meng Yiwen, but they didn't care. Chao Ching changes girlfriends more frequently than he changes clothes. But I didn't expect that Meng Yiwen was actually the ex-girlfriend and high school classmate of my savior. Think of this. Chao Hao's face turned green. He knew that it was most likely Chao Ching who stole the other man's girlfriend. His sense of Meng Yiwen suddenly decreased. Most likely she is a woman who despises the poor and loves wealth and vanity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pry Chao Ching away. He had never seen Ji Chen, but from the video he could tell that Ji Chen had an extraordinary appearance and temperament, and extraordinary courage and strategy. His son's only advantage is his money. Classmate, could you please tell us about Ji Chen's situation? Chao Hao greeted Meng Yiwen. Meng Yiwen was shocked and felt uneasy. Especially when Chao Ching said in front of his parents that she was Ji Chen's ex-girlfriend, it made her very embarrassed. Hello uncle and aunt, my name is Meng Yiwen. She mustered up the courage to step forward and talk about Ji Chen's situation. Ji Chen's hometown is in the countryside. His parents are farmers. He's about to graduate from his senior year and lives in a rented house with his girlfriend, Su Yusheng. She said this skillfully. It is said that Ji Chen has a girlfriend and they live together. Unfortunately, Chao Hao and Su Ying didn't care about her little tricks at all. Because they didn't want to let her in at all. In their eyes, Chao Ching was just playing with her. When you get tired of playing, you can break up. After understanding the situation, Chao Hao asked someone to send Meng Yiwen back to school. They took Chao Ching back home. Suing said, "Hubby, I think it's better to give him 200,000 yuan." She thought about how Chao Chang was almost shot today because of 200,000 yuan. "I feel that the 200,000 is unlucky. I plan to give it to Ji Chen as a thank you gift. 200,000 is a little too little. It makes me look stingy." Chao Hao shook his head. He has a big business, and his main business is real estate. The real estate market is booming now, and he has made a lot of money. Otherwise Chao Ching wouldn't be able to drive a Ferrari. Ji Chen saved Chao Ching's life. He is a well-known figure and cannot be too stingy in doing things. Who can guarantee that there will be no danger in the future? If he were petty, if he encountered the same situation as today in the future, even if there were people who were able to help, they would just stand by and watch. On the contrary, I spent a fortune to buy horse bones and expressed my gratitude to Ji Chen. Not only can it create his image as a person who will repay a favor, but it can also hint to others that helping him and his family will be of great benefit. Chao Qing felt very uncomfortable when he heard that his parents were preparing to reward Ji Chen handsomely. But he didn't stop. Even agreed to give a large sum of money as a thank you. As long as Ji Chen accepted it, he would have repaid Ji Chen for saving his life and he would no longer owe him anything. Otherwise, he would definitely be a head shorter than Ji Chen. I feel like giving him money directly is a bit vulgar. It would be better to give him a high-quality house. He's in great need of a house right now. Chao Hao is in real estate. There are many high-quality resources at hand. Ji Chen didn't know this. He and Su Yusheng had returned to the rental house and got into bed after a quick wash. Ji Chen hugged Su Yusheng's soft and delicate body, sniffing the faint fragrance in her hair. "Susu, what do you think we should buy first after receiving the 500,000 yuan bonus?" "Big Bear, I'd rather not take the 500,000 yuan bonus than take any risk on you." Su Yusheng hugged Ji Chen tightly with her white and tender arms, as if she was afraid that he would fly away the next moment. "When the gunshot sounded, I was so scared of losing you." Ji Chen lowered his head and kissed her forehead, eyes, and nose with affection, and finally gently touched her pink lips. "Don't worry, I won't take any risks. I'm sure. Besides, we have no other choice today. If I don't take action, he will definitely point his gun at us after he finishes off Chao Chang and the others. I will never let you be threatened in the slightest. Big Bear." Her watery eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness, and she offered a kiss. Ji Chen tiptoed and ran to his son's room unknowingly. "I was just afraid of scaring my son. Don't dare to move too much." But also satisfied. The relationship between the two has become closer, and they are truly inseparable and in perfect harmony. Chapter 13, Gynecological Expert? As the sky is about to dawn, you should leave early. Ji Chen woke up early. He had only slept for 5 hours, but he felt full of energy. Su Yusheng curled up in his arms like a lazy kitten, with her raised buttocks pressed against his lower abdomen, sleeping soundly. Ji Chen touched the tip of her nipple, supported his chin with his right hand, and watched her sleeping soundly. She has curved eyebrows, a slightly raised nose, a rosy mouth, and a fair and tender face with fine hairs, which makes her look very pitiful. Before he knew it, Ji Chen had quietly sneaked into his son's room and secretly visited him. Or maybe a daughter. Su Yusheng woke up with his long eyelashes trembling, and with sleepy eyes, he grabbed Ji Chen's dishonest, broad hand. "Big Bear, stop it." She gave Ji Chen a reproachful look, her fair and tender face quickly turned red, and blush gradually crept up her ears and neck. "It's still restless early in the morning. Boo." Kissing her cheek hard, Ji Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, just lie down and rest." Su Yusheng twisted his waist with his backhand, and Ji Chen responded with a grin. "Big bad guy. A man's mouth is a lie." Just thinking about Ji Chen's timid, cautious and secretive appearance last night made her feel both amused and distressed. She couldn't bear to refuse. Besides, she felt good. Compared to the first time. Only then did she truly experience happiness. A simple morning exercise caused a layer of fine beads of sweat to seep out of her forehead. With flushed cheeks and a look of satisfaction, she leaned against the headboard with her eyes squinted to rest. Ji Chen quickly got up, washed his hair briefly, boiled some hot water, wrung out the towel, washed her face, and wiped her lip balm. "I can do it myself." Su Yusheng was very shy and embarrassed. She had hands and feet, so it was not impossible for her to do it. "Don't move, lie down, I'll do it." Ji Chen was very considerate and cleaned and washed Su Yusheng carefully. "Susu, what do you want to eat?" I'll buy it for you. I'll go with you. As she said this, she was about to get dressed and get up. No, I'll buy it in a moment. You can sleep a little longer. Then let's have Xiaolong Bao. No problem. Ji-chin washed his face, brushed his teeth, and put away the garbage in the house. Susu, I'm going out. Aha! She nodded in response like a chick pecking at rice. Ji-chen took the garbage out and threw it into the trash can downstairs. I went to Jingji Baozi shop and bought 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 4 boiled eggs and 2 cups of soy milk. The round trip took a total of 10 minutes. Come on, open your mouth. Ji-chen peeled the egg and handed it to Su Yoshing's mouth. Eat an egg to replenish your body. Yeah. Su Yushing opened his mouth and bit off a big piece, his cheeks bulging like a greedy little squirrel. You eat too. Soon, the two of them finished all the food. There was a little white soy milk hanging from the corner of Su Yoshing's mouth, which made Ji-chen's heart waver. What's wrong? Su Yusheng was puzzled. Why are you looking at her like that? Ji-chen took out a tissue and wiped the corner of her mouth lightly. Su Yusheng was embarrassed, his cheeks flushed red, and he looked cute and charming. Ji-chen rubbed her head. Soy milk is good. Have to drink more. He decided. From then on, I gave her some soy milk every morning. I thought about giving Susu more soy milk in the future. Full of food. Eat and drink enough. Ji-chen turned on the computer and prepared to update the novel. Big Bear, so many people left messages urging me to update. It means this book is going to be a hit. Ji-chen clicked on the comments section. Eel crocodile leopard, holy crap. Did the author change? The new book is much better than the old one, damn author, update soon. Sunrise Billion, with just a few words, who are you looking at? Update, update. Want to play leopard, I really want to fast forward to the 3-year agreement. These book friends all came from old books. Dupo was published not long ago, so it has not been recommended or exposed, and other readers cannot see it. Ji-chen quickly browsed the comments section and found the situation was very good. He directly updated 2 chapters. After it is put on the shelves, at least 10 chapters will be updated every day. The top-notch novel for beginners, coupled with its large volume and satisfying content, will definitely make Dupo more popular than its previous life. Ji-chen began to type frantically. Bang bang bang. 10 fingers flew across the keyboard, even leaving afterimages, which dazzled Su Yusheng and shocked him for 100 years. So fast. Too fast. She couldn't believe that someone could be so fast. Even Jia Pingying can't do it. What a monster. Without disturbing Ji-chen, Su Yusheng went to look through the books in Ji-chen's room. An hour passed quietly. Ji-chen typed another 100,000 words. With my hand speed, updating a novel is a waste. Ji-chen decided to open another one. There is no definitive answer as to which online novel is the best. But let's talk about which novel makes the most money. Without a doubt. Doluwa Continent. Even if the whole network criticized him in the previous life, it still did not affect the huge profits made by Doluwa Continent. Not to mention the big ones like film, television, animation, and games. Even if the profit of Doluwa fan fiction is 10%, it is still an astronomical figure. Still a constant flow. Get started. Without hesitation, Ji-chen showed strong execution ability. Write 3 chapters first, publish them, contact the editor to sign a contract, and then continue writing. Experience increases with just one move of the telepathic finger. Photographic memory experience increased. Noon. He and Su Yusheng had dinner in the cafeteria. After dinner, Su Yusheng went to the library. Ji-chen went back to continue typing. After having dinner with Su Yusheng in the afternoon, Ji-chen went to the stadium to exercise for 2 hours. Night. Ji-chen continued typing. Su Yusheng was holding an encyclopedia of knowledge about pregnant women and reading it very seriously. 11 o'clock in the evening. Ji-chen looked at today's harvest. Super Dad System. Name, Ji-chen. Constitution, 95. Spirit, 96. Skills, Locust Stone Perfect, 1 Finger Mastery 12,500, Memory Palace Basics 9,100, Experience Driver 69 1000. My physical and mental fitness have improved a bit each. My locust stone and spiritual resonance finger have made significant progress. My photographic memory has transformed into a memory palace, and my driving skills have become that of an experienced driver. The last one left Ji-chan speechless. He didn't drive. How did you become an old driver? Big Bear, it's getting late. You've been busy all day. Come and have some rest. Su Yusheng waved his little hand at him. Okay, here I come. Ji-chan quickly turned off the computer, and after washing up, he went straight into the warm bed. Su Yusheng hurriedly put away the book in his hand. What kind of book are you reading? It's so mysterious. Ji-chan suddenly took it in his hand, but in fact he had already discovered the type of book. Give me. No. Ji-chan raised the book in his hand and said, What's there to be shy about? We've done everything before and we've been honest with each other. Why should we be afraid of reading a book? Besides, I have to study too, right? That way I can take care of you and the baby. Su Yusheng was stunned. It seemed to make sense. She also stopped snatching books. Although the book is full of knowledge about women's pregnancy, it is good for Ji-chan to know some of it. Ji-chan opened the book and read 10 lines at a glance. Even though he reads fast, he remembers all the content clearly. Especially after awakening the memory palace, his comprehension ability has become even stronger. Wow! Wow! Ji-chan kept flipping through the book. Su Yusheng looked suspicious. Is this really reading? Ji-chan didn't know what she was thinking. He was already immersed in it at this moment. Not only did he absorb all the essence of the knowledge in it, but he could also draw inferences from one instance and apply it to other similar cases. You have read the Encyclopedia of Pregnancy, and your gynecological skills have been improved. You continue your research and earn the title of Friend of Pregnant Women. Chapter 14, Yellow Emperor's Qi Refining Technique. Friend of Pregnant Women, make pregnant women naturally feel good about you, and feel assured, reassured, stable, and trustworthy when they see you. Ji-chan was speechless. What is the use of this title? He is not that kind of person. If he were given a young woman as a friend, he would have endured it. Friend of pregnant women? Can't tolerate it. Bang! After throwing the encyclopedia for pregnant women on the bedside table, Ji-chan planned to find some medical books to read tomorrow to improve his medical skills. He has the system to support him, and he is strong and healthy, so he should not get sick. But he has family. If you don't understand medicine, you just take whatever the doctor says as your own. It's like putting your life in someone else's hands. People can do whatever they want with it. Some unscrupulous people will treat your minor illnesses for serious ones, and even make you sick even if you don't have any. I had to get in 4 drip for 3 days for a cold. The cold is cured. The kidneys are damaged. Continue treatment. The kidneys were cured, but the liver was damaged. The liver is cured. There's heart trouble again. A heart stent costs 40,000 to 50,000 yuan domestically and more than 100,000 yuan imported. Will you treat it or not? Big Bear, what are you thinking about? Su Yusheng hugged his arm, tilted his head, and looked at him with big eyes. It's almost 12 o'clock. Procrastinating. Not sleeping yet. When he went to her bedroom to see the baby, he ran very fast and sneaked in a few seconds. It can't be stopped. He also doesn't care about hygiene and spits everywhere. Ji-chan hugged her soft waist and looked into her big, watery eyes. I wonder if I saved the world in my previous life, otherwise how could I be so lucky to meet the best you? Big Bear, I'm so lucky to have met you. Su Yusheng rested her head on his broad chest, rubbed it affectionately, and hugged Ji-chan's strong body tightly, feeling more secure than ever before. Very safe. Go to sleep. Ji-chan turned off the lights, touched the tip of her tongue, rubbed his chin against the top of her head, and hugged her to sleep. Sleepiness after pregnancy. Ji-chan did not do anything bad. The aura on his body made Su Yusheng feel at ease and he fell asleep quickly. She dreamed of giving birth to a child, but was unable to do so. The pain was excruciating and she felt like she was dying. At last. She finally felt like giving birth. Ah! Su Yusheng sat up suddenly. It was already bright outside and Ji-chan was not around. It was just a dream. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yusheng let out a long breath, still feeling frightened. Sudden. She sensed something, and a blush appeared on her face, making her feel very shy. Susu, what's wrong? Ji Chen opened the door and came in. Su Yusheng panicked and was at a loss. She lowered her head, and the tips of her ears turned red. No. It's okay, it was just a dream. Are you really okay? Why is your face so red? Ji Chen placed his palm on her forehead and touched her rosy face. Why is it so hot? Do you have a fever? I didn't. Get out now, I need to change. Su Yusheng blushed, pushed Ji Chen, and stared with wide eyes. I've seen everything, I can help you put it on. Ji Chen came forward and smiled mischievously. No, get out now. She pushed hard. Ji Chen's eyes moved around her, as if thinking about something. I'll get you some hot water. After Ji Chen left, Su Yusheng got up stealthily, quickly closed the door and changed his clothes. After changing, Su Yusheng opened the door and went out, still holding his changed clothes in his hands, but his face was still flushed and hot. She lowered her head, carried the clothes to the bathroom, and threw them directly into the washing machine. Destroy evidence. Then wash your face and brush your teeth. Ji Chen brought her another basin of water, which was slightly warm, but not cold. Susu, take a shower. Ji Chen reminded, don't use toilet paper to wipe it, it's very dirty, use a special towel. Su Yusheng was completely confused. She has already washed her face. When he saw Ji Chen's gaze, his face immediately turned red and he wished he could turn into an ostrich and hide his head. What's wrong? How about I help you? Ji Chen said mischievously. He really enjoyed helping her wash up carefully. Don't want. Su Yusheng pushed Ji Chen out of the bathroom like a frightened little rabbit. Ji Chen shook his head and smiled. The breakfast he prepared included steamed dumplings, soy milk, fried dough sticks and eggs, all of which were still hot. After washing up, Su Yusheng sat on the stool. He didn't dare to look into his eyes. He just buried his head and ate in small bites. After dinner, Su Yusheng returned to his bedroom to read. Ji Chen turned on the computer to update the novel, and then searched for relevant medical books. After a brief browse, Ji Chen discovered an important problem. Compared with Western medicine, which requires various scientific technologies and equipment to assist, Chinese medicine is the simplest for him. Because he has a system. When thinking of traditional Chinese medicine, Ji Chen thought of one of the 4 classic works of traditional Chinese medicine, the earliest medical classic in China, Huangdi Neijing. This is not the confusing dual cultivation method in novels, but a comprehensive medical book and a health-preserving manual that tells the relationship between man and nature. It established the theories of yin-yang and 5 elements, pulse theory, yin-xiang theory, meridian theory, etiology theory, pathogenesis theory, symptoms, diagnosis, treatment, health preservation and fortune theory in traditional Chinese medicine based on the Huanglao Taoist theory. Discussing medicine from a holistic perspective, it presents a holistic medical model of nature, biology, psychology, and society. Ji Chen immediately searched for the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine and studied it. In the past, the Yellow Emperor was born with divine spirits. He could speak when he was young, was loyal and obedient when he was young, was kind and intelligent when he grew up, and ascended to heaven when he was a mature man. I asked the Heavenly Master, I have heard that in ancient times, people lived to be 100 years old and their movements were unimpaired. But nowadays, people are half 100 years old and their movements are impaired. Is this a different time? Are we losing our ways? Shibo replied, the ancients, those who knew the truth, followed the laws of yin and yang, were in harmony with the art of numbers, ate and drank in moderation, had regular daily routines, and did not overwork. Therefore, their bodies and spirits were in harmony. People nowadays drink alcohol, take nonsense as their normal routine, enter the bedroom drunken, exhaust their essence with lust, and dissipate their true energy. They do not know how to keep themselves full, do not control their spirits at regular times, and only seek to please their hearts, going against the joys of life. Their daily life is undisciplined, and therefore they decline by the age of 50. The beginning is about the way to keep in good health. Ji Chen was immersed in it, and countless inspirations burst out, like the clouds clearing away to see the sun, opening up a whole new world. You carefully study the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, and your understanding of the way to longevity is enhanced. The vastness of the universe is the origin of all things, the beginning of the universe, and the 5 elements of the universe. Qi is the origin of all things in the universe. It existed before the formation of heaven and earth, filling the void and running continuously, and then gave rise to all things in the universe. Due to the movement of Qi, there came into being the stars, the 7 planets, yin and yang, cold and heat, and all things. Man is born from the energy of heaven and earth, and is formed by the laws of the four seasons. Like all things in the universe, humans are born from the energy of heaven and earth and grow according to the laws of the four seasons. Human beings live between heaven and earth and must rely on the movement and nourishment of the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth to survive. You delve deeply into the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, deepening your understanding of the relationship between man and the universe. You have realized that the human body is a microcosm, the universe is a macrocosm, and that you can use your body to reflect the universe and cultivate your chi to achieve immortality. You have mastered the Yellow Emperor's chi refining technique. Chapter $15 Million Mansion. You have mastered the Yellow Emperor's chi refining technique. It was like a sudden enlightenment, countless insights came to my mind, and all my doubts suddenly became clear. A method of refining chi that can bring longevity took shape in his mind. Fuck. Ji-Chen came back to his senses, his eyes widening. The nanny system is awesome. Really amazing. Really. Why bother with science when you have a system? Just go straight to theology. He closed his eyes and saw Su Yusheng lying on the bed in the bedroom, blushing and studying the Encyclopedia of Pregnant Women seriously. I saw a classmate from the same school next door eating an egg with difficulty. The egg still jumps. He heard a few people walking up quickly from downstairs. Follow closely. He saw several reporters carrying cameras and long guns rushing towards him. Is this the release of my spiritual power, or the birth of my divine consciousness? Ji-Chen glanced at his personal panel. After he suddenly realized the Yellow Emperor's chi refining technique, his spirit suddenly soared from 96 to 101, breaking the limit of the human body. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door, and Ji-Chen used his mental power to see that it was the group of reporters outside the door. Su, someone is coming. He shouted towards the bedroom to remind Su Yusheng. Oh. Su Yusheng quickly got up and tidied up. Ji-Chen Kai went to open the door calmly. What caught my eye was a beautiful woman with big wavy hair, about 30 years old. She was wearing a black professional suit, tall and capable, exuding the intellectual beauty of a mature woman. Hello, excuse me, is this Ji-Chen? It's me. Hello, classmate Ji. I'm Feng Yuan, a reporter from Jiangcheng TV. I'd like to interview you. Is that okay? Come in. Ji-Chen did not refuse and invited everyone into the house. Feng Yuan took a quick look around the room. It was a simple and small place with few furniture. There was a table in the front with a computer on it. She saw the contents in the computer and asked curiously. Student Ji, are you still studying the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine? I'm very interested in traditional Chinese medicine, which has been passed down since ancient times. I'd like to take a look. Ji-Chen created a personal image for himself. There was also a reason for him to show his great medical skills in the future. Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years and is extensive and profound. Unfortunately, not many people are interested in it now. As she was talking, Feng Yuan saw Su Yusheng coming out of the bedroom, her eyes lit up. This must be Ji's girlfriend, right? She's so pretty, and they're a perfect match made in heaven. Reporter Feng, thank you for the compliment. Ji-Chen introduced, Su, this is reporter Feng Yuan from Jiangcheng TV station. Hello, reporter Feng. Hello, I'm here today to interview you about Ji's heroic act of bravely arresting the ruthless criminal Zhang Qiang. Feng Yuan looked at Ji-Chen with burning eyes. No problem. Ji-Chen did not hide it, fame is sometimes very useful. What's more, even if he doesn't accept the interview, what needs to be reported will still be reported. Feng Yuan was overjoyed and ordered her staff to get to work. Everything is ready. The camera is aimed at Ji-Chen. Feng Yuan asked. Student Ji-Chen, I heard that you recognized Zhang Qiang before he made his move? What were you thinking at the time? I have a good memory. I remembered Zhang Qiang after seeing his wanted poster. When he walked towards us, the moment he looked up, I recognized his face. Ji-Chen spoke slowly, I knew he had a gun. For the safety of myself and my companions, I could only remain calm and prepare to call the police immediately after he left. Feng Yuan was very satisfied with Ji-Chen's performance and continued to ask. Student Ji-Chen, I heard that Zhang Qiang was just passing by. Why did he suddenly attack your companion? My companion was carrying 200,000 yuan in cash. He didn't know Zhang Qiang was there, so he told the truth, which aroused Zhang Qiang's greed and murderous intent. Student Ji Chen, what were you thinking when Zhang Qiang shot your companion? He had a gun in his hand. Weren't you afraid of death? Of course I was afraid of death, but the situation was urgent and I didn't have time to think too much. I just wanted to stop him from killing and robbing. In desperation, I threw the glass bead I was playing with. Fortunately, it hit Zhang Qiang's wrist and knocked his gun away. I knew that if I couldn't subdue Zhang Qiang, he would go on a killing spree in his rage, and my companions and I would be in danger. So I rushed forward and subdued him before he could draw his gun again. Feng Yuan asked a lot of questions, and Ji Chen answered them one by one. After the interview, it was already noon. Feng Yuan invited Ji Chen and Su Yuxing out for dinner. Ji Chen was not polite. After eating and drinking, and exchanging mobile phone numbers, Ji Chen and Su Yuxing returned to the rental house. He was just about to try practicing the Yellow Emperor's qi refining technique when his cell phone rang again. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello? Ji Chen answered the phone. Ji Chen, I'm Chao Chang, are you home? Exist. Don't leave, my parents and I are coming to find you. This sounds weird. Ji Chen knew that they were probably here to thank him. Who is it? Su Yuxing came over with curiosity. Send us money. Ji Chen smiled mysteriously. Is it Zhang Qiang's bounty? Su Yuxing's eyes narrowed into crescents, and the first thing he thought of was the 500,000 yuan reward. No. Ji Chen shook his head. With the style of those gentlemen, even if they were faster, it's impossible to get it approved in 2 days. Who is that? Chao Chang. Oh, you saved his life. About 20 minutes. Chao Chang arrived with his parents. Ji Chen looked at the two of them. Suing has taken good care of herself and looks like a young woman in her 30s. She has a good figure, plump and round, with a curvy figure. Chao Hao is not tall, slightly fat, a little dark, and looks very calm. The fact that Chao Chang and his family of 3 came to express their gratitude in person shows that Chao Hao is indeed quite capable. You shouldn't be too stingy when you're spending. Chao Hao and Suing also secretly looked at Ji Chen, and their evaluation of Ji Chen improved at the same time. You must be Mr. Ji, right? You are indeed a man of great bearing, handsome and talented, a rare talent. Chao Hao praised it highly and extended his hand. Mr. Chao, thank you for your compliment. Let's go inside and talk. Ji Chen shook hands with him and invited them into the house. Chao Chang followed behind and took a look at the narrow and dilapidated rental house. He felt disgusted but did not show it. Suing is similar. Chao Hao looked cheerful and enthusiastic. I'm sorry to bother you this time, but I'm mainly here to thank you, Ji, for risking your life to save my son. We were supposed to come yesterday to express our gratitude, but my son was injured and had to go to the police station to take a statement, so we had to come today. Ji Chen smiled and said, Mr. Chao, you are too kind. Being brave and righteous is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Moreover, fighting against evil is the duty of every citizen with a sense of justice. Student Ji has a noble character and a sense of justice. He is truly admirable. Chao Hao looked at Chao Qing behind him and scolded. Why don't you come over and thank classmate Ji? Chao Chang stepped forward, feeling very uncomfortable. Ji Chen, thank you for saving me. He took out a contract and handed it to Ji Chen. This is a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it. Ji Chen glanced at it and saw that it was a house transfer contract. Chao Hao echoed, Student Ji, I'm in real estate development, and I develop my own houses. The grace of saving your life is greater than heaven, this is just our small token of appreciation. If you don't accept it, we will be uneasy. Ji Chen glanced at the contents of the contract and praised. Jinjiang Courtyard, a fully furnished apartment, 120 square meters, worth over $1 million. Mr. Chao is really generous. Chapter 16, Not a Fowl in the Pond. Compared to saving my life, a house is nothing. Chao Hao waved his hand with great pride. He developed this community and the cost of an apartment is very low. Ji Chen couldn't deny it. He took the contract, flipped through it briefly, and after making sure there were no problems, he signed his name directly. This apartment is my repayment for all the life-saving favors. He accepted the house and the favor was settled. This is his promise. Student Ji is so straightforward. Chao Hao laughed and was very satisfied with Ji Chen's performance. If it were an ordinary person, I guess he would refuse again and again, and would only accept it reluctantly, and in the end he would not directly promise to repay the favor. Many times, debts of favor are worthless, but sometimes they are the hardest to repay. This young man is not only strong and healthy, but also calm and decisive. He also knows how to act appropriately. If only Chinger could be half as capable as him. Su Ying's beautiful eyes were full of joy, and she secretly praised in her heart. She had seen the surveillance video of Ji Chen rescuing Chao Chang and subduing the armed gangster. Although the process takes less than 2 seconds. But it was thrilling. Ji Chen's calmness, decisiveness, and fighting ability all made people's hormones explode. Such men have a fatal attraction to women. She glanced at her son who was grinning foolishly beside her and shook her head secretly. But I love my own son. Anyway, their family is rich. As long as his son doesn't start a business, he can spend the money as he pleases and have fun, and he won't be able to spend it all in his lifetime. Chao Qing didn't know that in his mother's eyes, he was just a useless person who was just waiting to die. He is very happy now. Ji Chen's life-saving grace has been repaid. When he meets Ji Chen in the future, he won't have to be inferior to him. Student Ji, I'll send it to you as soon as the property ownership certificate comes out. Chao Hao looked at Ji Chen and invited him. It's still early, how about we go look at the house first and then have dinner? Good. Ji Chen nodded, packed up and went out. Su Ying rides in Chao Qing's Ferrari. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng took Chao Hao's private car. There is a dedicated driver. Jinjiang Courtyard is not far from Jiangcheng University, about 10 minutes away. Ji Chen and his group arrived at Jinjiang Compound. This place is built by the river and has beautiful scenery. You can go to the river to run, play ball, fish. The green area is also good. The house Chao Hao gave him was on the 3rd floor of a unit in a building. When you step into this 120 square meter modern and finely decorated luxury house, the first thing that catches your eye is the spacious and bright living room. The overall color tone is mainly simple and bright high-grade gray, fresh and elegant. The chandelier adds fashion and vitality to the space like bright stars. The L-shaped and I-shaped sofas are matched to form an enclosed layout. The simple design style is matched with high-quality fabrics, which is both modern and comfortable and warm. The TV background wall in the living room is made of unique materials with delicate texture and full texture. Su Yusheng looked at the new big house, feeling a little nervous and uneasy, and followed Ji Chen closely. She had never dared to imagine such a big house before. Ji Chen took a tour of the whole place. The dining room was connected to the living room. The kitchen adopted a large width design and was equipped with all kinds of kitchen utensils. The operating space was spacious and cooking was comfortable. The bathroom is separated into dry and wet areas, and the double basin design is convenient and practical. There is also a dedicated study room. Student G, if you need anything else, just let me know and I'll have someone redecorate and renovate. No, I'm satisfied. Ji Chen shook his head. This house is really nice. He was very satisfied. Besides, Chao Hao was just being polite. Can you really make demands? The visit is over. Ji Chen and Su Yue followed Chao Hao and the other two to the Donghu Hotel for dinner. After 3 rounds of drinking, Chao Qing couldn't help but speak. Ji Chen, I carefully studied the surveillance video from that day. If you had been a little slower, I would have died. You and I don't have a good relationship, why did you save me? He poached Ji Chen's girlfriend. Chao Hao and Su Ying couldn't help but prick up their ears, they were also curious. In fact, Ji Chen saved him for 2 reasons. First, Su Yusheng was pregnant and he was short of money. Saving Chao Chang would give him an immediate reward, which could solve his urgent problem. Chao Qing poached his employees by relying on his financial resources, without any despicable tricks or any life and death grudge. He is not the protagonist Long Outyan, who kills anyone and wipes out their entire family at will. Besides, after he was reborn, he no longer cared about Meng Yiwen. Second, and most important, now that he has taken action, he must do his best and do it perfectly. If Chao Cheng died, all the leaders in Jiangcheng would be embarrassed and might even be held accountable. These people are uncomfortable, and he will be in trouble if he wants to get the 500,000 yuan reward. Even after his deeds were exposed, there might still be envious and jealous people who would write articles about it, saying that he had the ability to subdue the gangsters, but waited until the gangsters killed people before taking action, slandering him for killing with someone else's knife, etc. And he and Chao Cheng did have conflicts. Once such remarks come out and it is revealed that Chao Cheng stole his girlfriend, there will definitely be countless idiots who will follow the crowd and believe this conspiracy theory. The result is, he clearly did a good thing, but it was not appreciated and he ended up in trouble. Ji Chen looked at the puzzled Chao Cheng, held Su Yosheng's white and tender hand, and said with a smile, "Do I have a life and death feud with you?" "No." Chao Cheng shook his head, "But I don't want you to kill me." "You used despicable means to steal my girlfriend?" "No, absolutely not." Chao Cheng said loudly, "I never use such low-level tactics. I have many girlfriends, but I got them all through fair and square pursuit. That's all. I also want to thank you for testing love with money for me." Ji Chen grinned, "Otherwise I wouldn't have met a better Su. So, I have no deep hatred or resentment towards you. In fact, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to be with Su. Is there anything wrong with me saving you? Even if we have a personal grudge, I can't just watch you get killed by criminals." Well, Chao Cheng was completely bewildered, his already slow brain short-circuited. He felt that Ji Chen was fooling him, but he had no evidence and was speechless. Chao Hao and Su Eng looked at each other and could feel each other's amazement. They are all in their 40s or 50s. I've met all kinds of people. They knew that Ji Chen was not telling the truth. As a hero who bravely captured a vicious bandit, Ji Chen is now at the center of public opinion. His every word and action can be easily exploited and used to write off the truth. For example, Ji Chen said that he saved people for reward. This statement is not wrong in itself, but if it gets out and is used by envious and jealous people, it may lead to smear and slander. They said Ji Chen was seeking repayment for favors, was greedy for money, and was profit-driven. Ji Chen obviously understood this and was careful in what he said and did. This is not an awareness that ordinary people can have. Most people would have gotten carried away long ago. Not to mention young people like Ji Chen. But Ji Chen was as steady as an old dog and his answer was flawless. His cunning methods are evident from this. Eat and drink enough. Ji Chen didn't let Chao Hao send him off, and took Su Yusheng back in a taxi. Watching the taxi disappear from sight, Chao Hao sighed. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. No matter what he does, he will achieve something. Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng curled his lips in dissatisfaction. How powerful can a peasant from the countryside be? Can a little carp really turn into a dragon? Chapter 17 Brother Chen is too kind. Weren't Lu Bang and Zhu Yuanjiang also gangsters and peasants? Chao Hao glared at him and said angrily. Ji Chen was able to save you without any injuries and capture the armed bandit alive, proving that he is both brave and resourceful. In ancient times, he would have been at least a great general. You asked him why he saved you? He said it in a very righteous way, but do you think it was true? No. That's right, it shows that Ji Chen is very cunning. He speaks and acts very carefully, without leaving any room for error. Then why did Ji Chen save me? He couldn't figure out this problem no matter how hard he tried. Chao Hao pondered for a moment, then hesitated and said, I've thought about this question for a long time and asked other people about it. I have two guesses. One possibility is that he wants to curry favor with us, but that answer has been ruled out today. He probably just wants to get some money from us. Chao Cheng nodded, that must be the reason. He is in great need of money. There's a second point. Chao Hao glared at him and said, You're so impulsive and have no sophistication at all. So what's the second point? Of course, if you died, it would be a stain on his heroic feat of capturing the bandits alive. Because you have a grudge against him, someone with ulterior motives could seize on this and hype it up, leading countless people to believe he was using someone else's knife to kill someone. How is that possible? Chao Cheng was stunned. He hadn't thought about this question at all. He couldn't believe it, it's impossible. The situation was urgent at the time. How could Ji Chen think so far and so deeply? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? What else do you do all day besides eating, drinking, having fun, and picking up girls? Chao Cheng lowered his head, not daring to refute, nor able to refute. Every detail of his acquaintance with Ji Chen flashed through his mind, along with his father's words and Ji Chen's ferociousness in capturing the bandit. He shuddered suddenly. Suddenly I felt that Ji Chen was so scary. The dog that bites doesn't bark. This proverb inexplicably popped up in his mind. He felt that Ji Chen was the kind of dog that doesn't bark, but once it bites, it is very deadly. Damn it, I'll stay away from him from now on. He was glad to be graduating. I probably won't have any interactions with Ji-chin in the future. As for that woman Meng Yiwen, he doesn't want it either. He has no shortage of women. It was a slut that Ji-chin was tired of playing with. He played with it for a few days to try it out, but then lost interest. Ji-chun didn't know about Chao Qing's changes. He and Su Yusheng have returned to the rental house. At this time, Su Yusheng was still in a dream, unable to believe it. Big Bear, is that big house really ours? Certainly. Ji-chin smiled and rubbed her head, it's just a house. Besides, I paid my life for this house, so I feel at ease accepting it. Aha! Su Yusheng nodded vigorously. A house in exchange for Chao Qing's life is definitely worth it for the Chao family. It's not a loss for Ji-chin either. Win-win. Susu, we'll go over there tomorrow to set up some things and then move in. This rental house is too cramped. Especially cooking is inconvenient. That's why he doesn't cook at home. But how can the food outside be as clean, hygienic and nutritious as the food you cook yourself? Su Yusheng's beautiful eyes were shining, but she was a little hesitant. Big Bear, although that place is nice, isn't it a bit far? It's not convenient for us to come to school, right? It's not inconvenient at all. We don't have many classes at school. If anything happens, we can just take a taxi. It only takes 10 minutes. Ji-chin declared domineeringly, this matter is decided. Oh. Su Yusheng nodded without objection. Thinking about moving into a new big house, which will be their own little home, Su Yusheng was excited and imagined the future. Ji-chin now had time to study the Yellow Emperor's chi refining technique that he had learned this morning. After reviewing it twice, Ji-chin sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky and began to practice. The foundation of life lies in yin and yang. Yin and yang transform into the 5 elements, and the 5 elements give rise to all things. Between heaven and earth, within the 6 directions, its energy flows through the 9 states, reaching the 9 orifices, evolving into the 5 elements, and illuminating the 5 internal organs. Ji-chin didn't know whether there was spiritual energy in this world. But he felt that everything in the world, everything in the universe, had its own energy. Cultivation is to absorb the energy of all things and use it for your own benefit, to achieve self-improvement and to achieve longevity. A mysterious feeling came to my mind. Ji-chin felt the energy of the universe slowly being absorbed into his body, condensing into a warm current in his dantian. The moment this warm current is formed, Ji-chin's whole person was sublimated. Every cell in the body was cheering and feeling warm, as if it had returned to the amniotic fluid and its original form. Time passes by little by little. Zhangcheng News Broadcast. An interview with Ji-chin and even a 3-second video of him rescuing his companions and subduing a gangster were played. Ji-chin became famous overnight in Zhangcheng. Topics about Ji-chin also appeared in various forums and thread bars in Zhangcheng, especially the video of him subduing a gangster, which became extremely popular. Zhangcheng University. Room 504, East Building 2. Chen Feng held up his phone and exclaimed, "Oh my god, Ji-chin is famous." "What's hot?" Xiaoya asked. Meng Yiwen appeared nonchalant, as if she didn't care, but she was secretly listening with her ears pricked up. She was very upset. She could feel that Chao Qing's parents looked down on her at all, and Chao Qing said in the morning that he would pick her up to go out and play in the evening, but there was still no news. Ji-chin is on Zhangcheng News. The video of him saving people and bravely capturing a gangster has been released. Now our school forums and various groups are having a heated discussion. Chen Feng was very excited. She experienced this firsthand. Can brag about it for a lifetime. Wow, Ji-chin has become a big celebrity now, and he's even on the news. Xiaoya exclaimed. Chen Feng said excitedly, Ji-chin has become famous this time. With Zhang Keion's influence, I estimate that Ji-chin will have no problem appearing on the provincial TV news, and even CCTV news is not impossible. Meng Yiwen felt even more uncomfortable after hearing this. Room 609, West Building 3. Fuck. Brother Chen is so awesome. Zhang Yang exclaimed, startling his 2 roommates. What are you doing? You're so startled. Luo Xing said angrily. He is watching a movie. Almost wilted. Come and see. Zhang Yang greeted the 2 men. Do you know the fierce criminal Zhang Qiang? Brother Chen took down the armed criminal with his bare hands. He's so manly, even more manly than my idol, the Black Mamba. Luo Xing and Chen Li hurried over. The dormitory was originally a 4-person room. But after Ji Chen left, there were no new recruits, so there were only 3 of them. Luo Xing and Chen Li looked at the video. When he saw Zhang Qiang walking past Ji Chen, his heart was in his throat. When they saw Zhang Qiang suddenly pull out a pistol and shoot at Chao Qing, their hearts almost jumped out. What was even more shocking was that at the critical moment, Ji Chen actually hit Zhang Qiang's wrist with a glass bead, knocking his pistol off his chest. He then rushed over and subdued Zhang Qiang in just a few moves. Awesome! Broken voice. Brother Chen is so brave. Look at this kid Chao Qing. He's always so cocky, driving a junky Ferrari like he's the best. I don't know how many girls he's ruined, but when he meets a thug, he's so scared he collapses to the ground. I'm telling you, the experts online have analyzed that this video has been censored, but based on the details, you can still tell that Chao Qing wasn't just terrified to the point of shivering, he was practically peeing. You're such a coward, yet you still dare to steal Brother Chen's girlfriend. You really don't know how to live or die. Why did Brother Chen save him? That's right, if Brother Chen had been even a little slower, Chao Qing would have met his end. Brother Chen is so kind. Chapter 18, Glimpse of Immortality, Twins. Yi Awaiting Club. In the luxurious and spacious Supreme Private Room, a group of young, beautiful women with fair skin and good looks sang and danced, poured wine, played with guests, and served flatteringly. Chao Qing sat on the leather sofa with his legs apart and his legs stretched out. He leaned back on the sofa with his head tilted back, holding the red wine in his left hand and shaking it gently. A charming beauty with long black hair knelt in front of him and tried her best to serve him. Like chicks pecking at rice. Chao Qing was so amused that his head straightened and he felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Mr. Chao, look, you're famous. A young man with earrings next to him took out his cell phone. A beautiful woman with cool, wavy hair was sitting on his lap. He turned around and shouted to Chao Qing. Chao Qing glanced at the video on his phone showing him being attacked at the gate of Donghu Villa. He didn't take it seriously. What's the big fuss? Don't you all know that I was almost shot in the head by that bastard Zhang Qiang? What's there to be surprised about? Just nearly got shot in the head? A burly yellow-haired young man opposite raised his lips, put his big hand into the skirt of the beautiful woman in his arms, and looked playful. Listening to the analysis of those experts online, you were scared to death. Nonsense. Who said that? Chao Qing was furious. He stood up suddenly, took a deep breath, and sat down on the sofa. What a headache. Ah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chao, I didn't mean it. The woman kneeling on the ground was terrified and kept apologizing. She didn't expect Chao Qing to stand up suddenly. Chao Qing was annoyed, but he knew he couldn't blame anyone else. He was furious and felt like his chest was about to explode. The yellow-haired young man laughed and said, Master Chao, it's useless for you to deny it. Although this video has been processed, some clues can still be seen. Grass. Chao Qing cursed the other person's ancestors for 18 generations and then gave up. I was scared to death, so what? If you were to be confronted by a ruthless killer with a gun pointed at your head and shot without a word, would you dare say you wouldn't be scared to death? Whispering sound. The yellow-haired young man sneered, his face full of disdain. Master Chao, do you think everyone is like you, cowardly as a mouse, and only knows how to play with women? Look at the video. Not only did this guy not piss himself in fear, he actually knocked Zhang Qiang down with clean, neat movements. Has this guy ever practiced? I really want to meet him. Chao Qing was ridiculed and felt unhappy. He couldn't help but sneer. Master Duan, don't say I didn't warn you. I don't know if Ji Chen has practiced or not, but he is not someone you can easily mess with. Look at how awesome Zhang Qiang is, don't you think? He killed so many people and escaped for so long, yet he was still taken down by Ji Chen in a second. Both of his arms were broken in an instant. You may be good at Taekwondo, but those who know it, and you can only scare ordinary people like us who have never practiced it. The yellow-haired young man Duan Yunhe narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Chao Qing. You mean my training is just fancy moves? The beautiful woman beside him trembled, gritted her teeth, and endured the pain without making a sound. Duan Yunhe is a violent person. And very perverted. She heard that many sisters were played badly by Duan Yunhe. Even though Duan Yunhe pinched her so hard that it hurt, she had to endure it. Master Duan, Master Chao, we're here to have fun today. Talking about fighting and killing is so boring. Zhang Yu, the young man with earrings hugging the big wavy beauty, quickly picked up his wine glass and came out to smooth things over. Come on, let's have a drink and then start today's roulette game. Let's see who's the real man. At this time, being tough and strong enough is the real strength. The other beauties in the private room gathered around them, hugged the two men and shook their arms. Duan Yunhe and Xiao Qing said no more and drank their wineglasses in one gulp. Then start the silver party. But Duan Yunhe secretly remembered Ji Chen. Ji Chen didn't know that he had been targeted by a playboy who had turned from a gangster to a white-collar worker. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He has already cultivated qi. Ji Chen raised his hand, and a colorless and invisible air emerged from his fingertips. Others cannot see this force, but he can clearly feel it. This energy kept changing with his thoughts. It seemed gentle and harmless, but he condensed it into the shape of an embroidery needle and gently poked the glass bead. A terrifying scene happened. The extremely hard glass bead is like tofu, with a smooth small hole pierced through it. Hiss. Ji Chen was shocked. This power is too strong. It's just that the energy in his dantian was too little, only about 10 strands. But the beginning is always the hardest. As long as he persists in practicing, he may achieve immortality or even become an immortal or a god in the future. Since this Yellow Emperor Qi refining technique is derived from the principles of health preservation in the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, the Qi cultivated here should be called the longevity Qi. In fact, the most powerful thing about Chang Shenqi is not its power, but its way of health preservation. If used to heal wounds and diseases, it can be called a panacea. However, Ji Chen will not use it easily to cure diseases and save lives. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. For example, if you use your longevity to save a big shot, you may get his gratitude, but you will get more troubles and crises. The big boss's social circle is full of big bosses. When those big bosses see that he has recovered, they will ask about it and then find you to treat the disease. Will you save him? Even if the boss doesn't tell others, but you have this magical method, he will always come to you for treatment. Can you continue to treat it? Can't he live forever? Human greed is endless. When he realizes the benefits of long-lasting vitality, he will definitely find ways to make you hand it over. What can you do? Whether we rise up in resistance and kill him, or do something else, there will be endless trouble. Ji Chen would not seek trouble for himself. He can save people with his medical skills, but not with his supernatural powers. The Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine covers everything. The more Ji Chen studied, the more he felt its breadth and depth. By combining his super dad system with the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine and obtaining the derived medical skills, he is able to become a super doctor. Ji Chen studied for another 2 hours and gained a lot. Seeing that it was getting late, Ji Chen simply washed up and went to bed to rest with Su Yusheng. He held Su Yusheng's wrist. There is a chapter on pulse conditions in the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, which also contains some research on pulse diagnosis. Su Yusheng is in good health, but some minor ailments are inevitable. And she was pregnant with twins. To be precise, they are twins, a boy and a girl. What's wrong? Seeing Ji Chen holding her wrist with a silly smile on his face, Su Yusheng was confused and didn't understand why Ji Chen was crazy. Su, you are pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl. Ji Chen spoke in surprise. Su Yusheng touched his forehead. It's not hot, I don't have a fever. You have a fever. I'm serious. Ji Chen was speechless. Su Yusheng rolled his eyes at him. How do you know they're twins? Do you have X-ray vision? How do you know? Ji Chen laughed. If he used his spiritual sense, it would be almost like having X-ray vision. Su Yusheng ignored him. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I'm actually proficient in Chinese medicine and can take pulses. Ji Chen spread his hands. Su Yusheng just smiled and said, do you think I believe it? This is forcing me to use my ultimate move. Ji Chen looked profound and mysterious. I'll prove it to you now. How do you prove it? Ji Chen grinned, I'll go in and take a look and I'll know. Big bear, so bad. Su Yusheng's face suddenly turned red. Ji Chen did not let her go, and took the opportunity to inject 3 strands of longevity energy into her body, 1 strand to improve her physique and eliminate hidden injuries and diseases. 1 strand was given to the son and the other to the daughter to strengthen their foundation and increase their potential. Ji Chen consumed 1/3 of the 10 strands of longevity energy he had just cultivated, but it was worth it to him. Su Yusheng's physical condition has improved, and her children's basic potential has increased. Even if Su Yusheng exercises vigorously, there will be no risk of miscarriage. Ji Chen was finally able to stand up. 1 o'clock in the morning. In the darkness, Ji Chen, who could already see at night, looked at Su Yusheng, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and quietly got up. You can already practice, why bother sleeping? He just wants to become stronger. Chapter 19, Moving to a New Home, I Regret. The east is about to dawn, don't say you are leaving early. 30 strands of long-lasting anger. Ji Chen looked inward at himself, and saw the ball of immortality swirling in his dantian, feeling both surprised and delighted. I didn't sleep all night, but I feel full of energy. He looked at the system panel. Super Dad's system. Name, Ji Chen. Cultivation, Qi refining 3129,600. Constitution, 101. Spirit, 101. Method, Yellow Emperor's Qi refining technique. Skills, Locust Stone Perfect, 1 Finger Mastery 96,500, Memory Palace Basic 69,100, Experienced Driver 96,1000. Fuck. Ji Chen widened his eyes. He now has 30 strands of longevity energy and 30 experience points, which means he needs 129,600 strands of longevity energy to complete Qi refining? Do you want 1 yuan? He estimated that since he started practicing at 1 in the morning, and it was now 6:40, a total of 23 strands of longevity energy had been added. On average, there are 4 strands of long-lasting vitality per hour. If one practices 10 hours a day, it will take 3,240 days, which is nearly 9 years. If one practices for 16 hours a day, it will take 2,025 days, or about 5.5 years. In the world of cultivating immortals, this period of time is not long. Even ridiculously fast. Especially Ji Chen did not use any auxiliary resources. If there were a way to speed up cultivation, the time would be even shorter. Ji Chen was very satisfied. He stood up, twisted his neck, stood in front of the mirror, looked at his perfect body with 8 well-proportioned abdominal muscles in golden ratio, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Physical fitness breaks the limit. In addition, due to his practice, his figure and appearance became even more perfect. If I could have scored 9 points before. So now I can score 12 points. Big Bear, no more, you are so bad. Su Yusheng was talking in his sleep, his fair arms scratching in the air. Ji Chen walked over, smiling, and looked at him quietly. Ah. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yusheng woke up with a start. His mind gradually became clear and he met Ji Chen's eyes. Student Susu, what did you dream about just now? Why are you so excited? Ji Chen looked teasing and mischievous. I didn't. It wasn't me. You're talking nonsense. Su Yusheng grabbed the quilt and covered his face. So embarrassing. She actually had an erotic dream and was caught by Ji Chen. Get out. Get out now. A pillow hit Ji Chen's arms. Knowing that she was thin-skinned, Ji Chen stopped teasing her and turned to leave the room. Hearing the door closing, Su Yusheng put down the quilt, his face flushed, his ears burning, and he muttered softly. It's all the Big Bear's fault, it's all his fault. If he hadn't tortured me last night, I wouldn't have had such a shameful dream. Su Yusheng got up, dressed, and made his bed. She paused and suddenly realized something. What's going on? I probably didn't go to bed until almost 1 last night, and it's only 7 now, but I'm not sleepy at all and feel refreshed. Su Yusheng was secretly surprised. Could that really? With doubts, Su Yusheng tidied up the room and went to the bathroom to wash and brush his teeth. She looked at her face in the mirror in surprise. Ruddy and shiny. There is no dark circles under the eyes from staying up late. A head suddenly appeared in the mirror and smiled softly. Didn't I tell you? I know Chinese medicine, and my medical skills are extraordinary. We don't have to go to the hospital for various examinations in the future. Not only is it stressful, time-consuming and costly, but all these tests are also bad for the fetus. I'm here to make sure you're all healthy. Ji Chen is very confident. Not only does he have medical skills, he also cultivates the power of immortality. What's more, the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine has not been fully studied. There is huge room for improvement in his medical skills and abilities. Even after the study of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine has been completed, there are still the Yellow Emperor's classic of 81 difficulties, treatise on febrile diseases, Shinnong's classic of materia medica, and so on. With the help of the super god daddy system, he became a god of medicine with ease. Do you really know Chinese medicine? Su Yusheng turned around and looked into his eyes, half believing and half doubting. More real than real gold. Ji Chen pinched her rosy and delicate face and said, "Didn't I give you acupuncture treatment last night? How do you feel today? Are you feeling relaxed and refreshed?" Su Yusheng nodded like a chick pecking at rice, but then he realized something was wrong. When did you have acupuncture? How come she doesn't know? By the time she figured it out, Ji Chen had already left. All I can say is, the needle is big. Big bear, bad. The two packed up their things, went out for breakfast, and took a taxi to Jinjiang Courtyard. Unit 301, Building 1. There were no outsiders here today, and Su Yusheng was like a husky that had come to a new home, jumping around, looking here and there, extremely happy. I checked the house carefully. Although it was well decorated and had all kinds of furniture and appliances, there were still many things that needed to be purchased. Ji Chen first went to the telecommunications business hall to ask someone to install broadband. It was already noon when it was done. After lunch, Ji Chen said, "Susu, I want to call a few good classmates to come over, firstly to help move things, and secondly to celebrate moving into a new house. How about you call your friends over as well?" Su Yusheng nodded, "I'll do as you say. I only have a few roommates who are on good terms with me. I can just shout in the dormitory group." Good. Ji Chen also called out in his former dormitory group, and then contacted the two buddies with whom he had the best relationship in the basketball team. When they heard that Ji Chen had moved to a new house, they were all curious and rushed over as soon as possible. Su Yusheng's dormitory. Chen Feng and Xiaoya agreed immediately, but Meng Yiwen was hesitant. I just couldn't resist my roommate's instigation. She couldn't refuse. Besides, she also wanted to see Su Yusheng's new house. 2:00 in the afternoon. Ji Chen's two friends from the basketball team, Meng Hai and Zhao Hu, arrived first. Both of them are tall and strong. Especially Zhao Hu, who is as strong as a tiger. Brother Chen, sister-in-law, congratulations on moving into your new home. The two bought some fruits as gifts. What are you buying? I'm asking you to do hard labor today. Ji Chen punched the two men on the chest. That's great, we have plenty of energy. Hey. After chatting for a while at the door, Ji Chen's three roommates came, including Zhang Yang, who brought his girlfriend Zhou Tong. Each one was carrying a bag of gifts. The last to arrive were Su Yusheng's roommates Chen Feng, Xiaoya, and Meng Yiwen. Meng Yiwen's eyes were complicated. Everyone here is familiar. Except for Zhang Yang's girlfriend Zhou Tong, she knew everyone else very well. Fortunately, everyone was tactful enough not to mention her past with Ji Chen. Let's go. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng brought them home. It's so big. So spacious. Everyone was amazed. Especially Zhou Tong, Chen Feng, and Xiaoya, their eyes lit up and were full of envy. Meng Yiwen clenched her fingers, feeling envious and jealous, and regretting it to the core. This should have been hers. It has nothing to do with her now. She felt endless hatred towards Chao Qingsheng. If Chao Cheng hadn't bombarded her with sugar-coated bullets, she would never have broken up with Ji Chen. That bastard. Scumbag. Susu, I really envy you. You haven't even graduated yet, but you already have your own mansion, whoa. Chen Feng hugged Su Yusheng's arm, feeling extremely envious. Xiaoya is curious. Susu, did Ji Chen buy this house with the reward for capturing the bandit? Everyone pricked up their ears. They knew that if Ji Chen captured Zhang Qiong, there would be a reward of 500,000 yuan. No, the reward hasn't come down yet. Su Yusheng did not hide it. This is Chao Qing's family's way of thanking Ji Chen for risking his own life to save Chao Cheng's. Everyone suddenly realized. I remember now, this residential complex was developed by Chao Qing's family. If it weren't for Brother Chen's brave intervention, Chao Cheng would have been shot in the head and died. Giving Brother Chen an apartment as a thank you is only natural. Yes, Brother Chen risked his life for this. They've seen the video. I know how thrilling and terrifying it was at that time. Although I envy you. But not jealous. Meng Yiwen stood there silently, feeling suffocated by the pain. If they hadn't broken up, not only would he have gotten the house, but he would also have received a reward of 500,000 yuan. Heartbroken. I regret it so much. Chapter 20 Black Emperor, Beast Tamer. Jinjiang Courtyard. Unit 301, Building 1. 11 people in total, including Ji Chen and Su Yusheng from the 2 dormitories, Zhou Tong, Meng Hai, and Zhao Wu, sat together and ate hot pot. The hot pot, bowls, chopsticks and ingredients were all just bought. After everyone finished touring the house, Ji Chen took them to the supermarket for a shopping spree, buying all the daily necessities and food. There were many people and it was lively, with people drinking and chatting. The meal didn't end until 8 o'clock in the evening. After a good meal and a good drink, both the host and the guests were delighted. Only Meng Yuan felt uncomfortable, and the thought of whether she could get back together with Ji Chen popped up in her mind more than once. But looking at Su Yusheng beside Ji Chen, this idea died in the womb. If there was no Su Yusheng, she might still have a chance to try. There is a slight possibility. After all, she and Ji Chen have been in a relationship for many years. Unfortunately, everything can't be turned back. Back to the dormitory. Meng Yuan got directly into the quilt. Uncomfortable. I want to cry. Chen Feng and Xiaoya were still discussing it enviously. Feng, have you noticed that Ji Chen seems to have become much more handsome? Xiaoya had a gossipy look on her face, and when she thought of Ji Chen, there seemed to be a light in her eyes. I think you're horny. Chen Feng seized her advantage and said with a wicked smile. This is the charm of money. A man with a 6-point appearance. When he was wearing shabby street stall clothes, his 60% good looks were gone. When he wears a famous brand gold watch, his 6-point appearance soars to 8 point. When he drives a supercar, his appearance out of 6 points goes straight to 9 points. You're the one who's being horny. I'm talking to you seriously, and you still dare to arrest me. Xiaoya retaliated tit for tat, even targeting Chen Feng's weak spots. The two of them started fighting. After a while, they were exhausted and out of breath, their clothes disheveled. Chen Feng's mind flashed with Ji Chen's tall, straight, handsome and resolute figure, and he panted slightly and said, Ji Chen seems to have become much more handsome, and the change is huge. I told you I wouldn't be wrong. Xiaoya snorted lightly, looking proud. I have the eyes of fire and gold. Chen Feng sighed slightly, eyes full of envy. Once the 500,000 yuan reward comes down, Ji Chen and Su Su will be able to buy a car, live in a mansion, and drive a luxury car. Su Su is so pregnant. Yeah, if it weren't for Meng. Xiaoya paused and swallowed the rest of her words. Chen Feng also tactfully changed the subject. But Meng Yuan, who had crawled into the quilt, still heard it and felt even more upset. She is so stupid. She is just a pig that has lost its happiness. Ji Chen. Thinking of the happy times in the past, Meng Yuan cried even more heartbreakingly. Achoo. Ji Chen finished washing the pots and pans and sneezed as soon as he came to the living room. Which bastard is talking about me behind my back again? Oh woo woo. The little puppy whined and was frightened by Ji Chen. Ji Chen went up and rubbed its head hard twice. The puppy barked even louder. The wailing of the weak is only a stimulant for the strong. Ji Chen chuckled and poked its furry belly again. Big Bear, stop bullying Xiao Hei. His hind legs are still injured. Su Yusheng rolled his eyes at him and protected the puppy behind him. This is a 5 black dog. Its fur is black, and its eyes, nose, mouth, paws, and even tongue are black. About 2 months old. Hind leg injury. I don't know if it was abandoned or lost. They met on the side of the road while shopping this afternoon. At that time, he was being abused by some naughty kids. Su Yusheng felt sorry for it. Ji Chen also liked it, so he went up to chase the naughty kid away and took it home. Su, aren't you skeptical about my medical skills? Ji Chen grabbed Xiao Hei by the back of his neck and twisted it in front of him. Its right leg is broken. I'll heal it now. As he said this, he straightened Xiao Hei's bones with a click. Ouch! Xiao Hei screamed in pain. Sudden. Xiao Hei's body trembled, the fear in his eyes turned into flattery, and his little black tail turned like a windmill. Su Yusheng was surprised and didn't understand how Xiao Hei could change so quickly. In fact, Ji Chen consumed a wisp of longevity. Not only did Xiao Hei's broken bones heal, but all the hidden injuries in his body were also cleared away, and even Xiao Hei's eyes became brighter and more energetic. Xiao Hei stuck out his little black tongue and licked Ji Chen's hand affectionately and passionately. No one paid any attention to Su Yusheng. How come Xiao Hei, this traitor, changed his face so quickly? She couldn't see any signs of Chang Sheng's anger, nor could she see any changes in Xiao Hei's inner self. She just thought that Ji Chen had set Xiao Hei's bones. It means that Xiao Hei understands human nature and knows that I saved him and treated his injuries and set his bones. Ji Chen smiled and rubbed Xiao Hei's furry little forehead. Su Yusheng nodded. That's the only explanation. She touched Xiao Hei and said, Big Bear, this bone has just been fixed. Doesn't it need to be fixed with a board or plaster or something? No, it's already healed. Ji Chen teased Xiao Hei and picked up a piece of ham to feed it. Xiao Hei was wagging his tail excitedly. You tamed a 5 black dog and mastered the art of animal taming. Is this possible? Ji Chen's eyes widened as the information about beast taming forcefully entered his mind. This beast taming technique is not complicated. In short, it is to use both kindness and force, and to use the longevity energy to condense into beast controlling runes to tame the pet. Among them, Chang Shenki is the key point. It is equivalent to a special method of applying longevity. Nice skills. Ji Chen was very satisfied. With the art of animal taming, he can easily tame various animals. It can be used as his trump card. If he encounters something that is inconvenient for him to do, he will control his pet to do it. Not only is it convenient and concealable, but it also won't give anyone a handle to catch you. Even if the pet is discovered. Nor would I suspect him. If he wants to do something shady, he will definitely control a pet that has no connection with him to do it. There are countless animals in nature. He can control any one of them at random, so who can trace it back to him? Big Bear, Xiao Hei is so smart, how about we give him a name? Xiao Hei is too common. Su Yusheng gently stroked the chubby little black baby's back and couldn't let go. Of course. Ji Chen gently pushed Xiao Hei onto the sofa, with his 4 legs up in the air, kicking and stomping around. Look at him, he's all in black, so there must be some black writing. I think it has an extraordinary appearance and is destined to become the king of dogs of its generation. How about calling it Black Emperor? After mastering the art of taming beasts, Ji Chen's use of longevity energy became more powerful, and he knew how to use it to promote the evolution of his pets. Xiao Hei followed it and became the king of dogs easily. It is even possible to become a sky-roaring dog. Black Emperor? Su Yusheng chewed on the 2 words and nodded slightly. This name is very domineering and very suitable for Xiao Hei. She held Xiao Hei's chubby little paw and said with a smile, Xiao Hei, remember this, when you have a name in the future, it will be Hei Huang, the king of dogs. Ouch. Hei Huang seemed to understand, howled excitedly, and rubbed his little forehead against the back of her hand. Su Yusheng was even happier, his eyes full of love. Ji Chen rubbed its head, stood up and walked to the window. He heard a lot of birds singing in the trees outside and was ready to try out his newly learned animal taming skills. There are quite a few sparrows. Ji Chen took a look and suddenly his eyes fixed. There was a magpie on a tree branch about 10 feet away from him. It's you! A wisp of immortality emerged from the fingertips and condensed into a special beast controlling rune. Call out. With a flick of his finger, the beast controlling rune crossed the space and sank into the magpie's body. Chapter 21 Aerial Scout, Bonus Decentralization. Chirp. The magpie screamed, flapped its wings and was about to fly, but then it froze and fell from the branch. Just as it was about to fall to the ground, the magpie's stiff body suddenly moved, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky as fast as lightning. It circled in the air, flew accurately in front of Ji Chen, and landed on the windowsill, rubbing its little head affectionately against the back of Ji Chen's hand. You successfully tamed a beast for the first time, and your beast taming skills were improved. Ji Chen seemed to have practiced it 1,000 times, and the speed of condensing the beast controlling runes became faster. If you have only just started learning animal taming before, now we can say that we have achieved some success. Sudden. Ji Chen's breathing stopped, and he saw a giant. Exactly like him. Is this a second perspective? From the perspective of a pet? After being shocked, Ji Chen understood something. Go take a spin in the sky. Ji Chen consciously issued orders to Shike. The magpie flew into the sky, and Ji Chen's perspective kept changing with it. Magpies have excellent eyesight and can clearly see prey on the ground from high altitudes, and can even spot moving prey 10 kilometers away. In addition, magpies have keen vision and can quickly capture dynamic changes in their surroundings, allowing them to accurately judge distance and speed during flight, thereby effectively hunting and avoiding danger. Very good. This is the equivalent of an aerial scout. Especially since magpies are small in size, if they fly a little higher, they cannot be seen, and no one will pay attention to such a tiny magpie. But after becoming a pet and absorbing the vitality of longevity, the magpie has been reborn. Even though its body size has not changed, its feathers have become tough. Muscles become stronger. Better eyesight. Faster speed. Especially the beak and claws are sharper. Ji-Chen would not be surprised even if this magpie defeated an eagle or even a bald eagle. Because it is an evolved bird. Call out. The magpie returned to the windowsill and rubbed its little head against the back of Ji-Chen's hand. From now on, your name will be Dashi. Ji-Chen stroked its back and sent it away to move freely. Black Emperor. Ji-Chen turned around and waved to the 5 black dogs. Ouch. He Wang yelled, got off Su Yoshing's legs, ran over, jumped around Ji-Chen, and wagged his tail wildly. Ji-Chen condensed a beast-controlling rune at his fingertips and injected it into the Black Emperor's body. The Black Emperor hummed in comfort, his physique and potential transformed. And Ji-Chen also gained its perspective. Traitor! Suyu was furious, what an ungrateful person. As soon as Ji-Chen shouted, he ran over happily. Hateful! Go ahead and make the mistress happy. Ji-Chen kicked it lightly. The Black Emperor's chubby body rolled on the ground, and his 4 short legs moved as he quickly ran towards Su Yusheng. Big bear! Su Yusheng glared at him and picked up He Huang with heartache. Ji-Chen smiled and went to the study. The computer has been moved in. He turned on his computer, and this time he did not study the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, but searched for the Su Nu Jing. He already has the Yellow Emperor's qi refining technique that can grant him immortality. But he wanted to practice faster. Especially after mastering the art of beast taming, the consumption of longevity energy increases. His desire to practice faster became stronger. The first thing that comes to mind is dual cultivation. Immortality alone would be too lonely. If he wanted Su Yusheng to live forever with him, dual cultivation was essential. The Sunu Sutra contains the idea of dual cultivation. He has a super god dad system, and he will definitely be able to comprehend a set of dual cultivation skills from it. Fuck! Ji-Chen soon became addicted to it and studied it carefully. Ah, Big Bear, what are you looking at? Su Yusheng came to Ji-Chen's side at some point, and when he saw the contents on the computer, he couldn't help but blush and felt extremely shy. Ji-Chen reached out, picked up Su Yusheng and put him on his lap. Susu, aren't you curious about where my medical skills come from? Ji-Chen pointed at the computer and said, I learned my medical skills from the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, and now I am trying to learn a magic trick from the Su Nu Jing. Bad guy. Su Yusheng said coquettishly, what a boast. Do you really think she is a naive person? Ji-Chen smiled and pointed at the computer screen. Susu, since you're here, it's a good opportunity for us to learn and practice at the same time. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Don't want. Su Yusheng wanted to leave. But Ji-Chen hugged her tightly, look here. The Yellow Emperor asked Su Nu, I wish to remain without sexual intercourse for a long time. What shall I do? Su Nu said, no. Heaven and earth open and close, yin and yang transform, and humans follow yin and yang in the 4 seasons. If desires are not connected, spirit and energy are not released, and yin and yang are separated, how can one replenish oneself? Practice Qigong several times, discard the old and welcome the new, and help oneself. Ji-Chen took Su Yusheng to study together. This technique is to be practiced together with Su Yusheng. Love essence, return essence, 3 energies, 5 signs, 5 desires, and 10 movements. 5 constant virtues, 8 benefits, 7 losses. Su Yusheng appeared reserved on the surface, but under Ji-Chen's insistence, he was also full of curiosity and studied and appreciated the book with Ji-Chen. The two were so immersed in it that they were unaware of the passage of time. Hiding in the small building and becoming one. Never mind spring, summer, autumn or winter. You carefully study the Su Nu Jing and gain a glimpse into the mysteries of yin and yang. You carefully studied the Su Nu Sutra and gained a preliminary understanding of the dual cultivation method. You and Su Yusheng delved into practice together, gaining a deep understanding of the true meaning of dual cultivation and the mysteries of yin and yang. You also comprehended the Su Nu Heart Sutra. Countless mysteries and insights surged into his mind, and eventually condensed into an unparalleled method of dual cultivation. This is the result of Ji-Chen and Su Yusheng's hard work and dedication all night. Ji-Chen was very satisfied. This Su Nu Heart Sutra was not only a method to assist in cultivation, but also a way to achieve immortality. In short, Su Yusheng specialized in practicing the Su Nu Heart Sutra and was able to achieve immortality. Looking at the beautiful woman who was sleeping soundly, Ji Chen did not disturb her and quietly left. When he opened the door, He Huang pounced on him, jumping and dancing around his trouser legs, sticking out his tongue, humming and moaning, extremely excited. Ji Chen rubbed its chubby little face, went to the living room and opened the window. Chirp! The magpie happily landed on the windowsill and greeted Ji Chen. Ji Chen touched its little head and breathed in the fresh air outside the window. After a night of practice. Great progress. Super Dad System. Name, Ji Chen. Cultivation, Shi refining 135 129,600. Constitution, 102. Spirit, 102. Method, Yellow Emperor's Chi refining technique, Su Nu Heart Sutra. Skills, Locust Stone Perfect, Beast Taming Minor Mastery 21,200, One Finger Mastery 196,500, Memory Palace Basics 89,100, God of Cars 69,1000. The amount of longevity energy has increased by over 100 strands, which is equivalent to tripling the speed of cultivation. Ji Chen was surprised and happy. Really? His choice was not wrong. In this city, without spiritual stones, it would be difficult to find spiritual medicine. But dual cultivation is right. His physical and mental condition have improved a little bit, no wonder he is full of energy and vigor and doesn't feel tired at all. But when did he become a driving god? Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. Ji Chen picked up the phone and looked at it, with anticipation in his eyes. Hey, Captain Pan. Ji Chen, your bounty has been approved. Once you sign and confirm, it will be deposited into your card. Come over. Okay, I'll be right there. Ji Chen hung up the phone and saw that Su Yusheng was still sleeping, so he wrote a note and put it under her phone. He took a taxi to the municipal bureau. He discovered that many people in the municipal bureau knew him, and they were all looking at him and whispering. He's the Ji Chen who captured Zheng Qian with his bare hands. He's truly impressive. Shouldn't it be handsome? I didn't expect Ji Chen to be even more handsome than in the video. He truly combines strength, wisdom, and good looks. It makes my heart flutter. Don't even think about it, Ji Chen already has a girlfriend. Ji Chen was like a giant panda, feeling very uncomfortable under the intense gazes of the crowd. Finally, he came to the Criminal Investigation Corps and found Pan Yun. I'll go. When Pan Yun saw Ji Chen, his eyes widened. He is very observant. I have been in frequent contact with Ji Chen and I can tell at a glance that he has become much more handsome. Did you have plastic surgery? He looked at her carefully. Her facial features remained the same, with no signs of plastic surgery, but the overall impression she gave had changed a lot. Both in shape and temperament. Captain Pan, do I still need plastic surgery? Ji Chen smiled and said, I've just been exercising recently, so there have been some changes. Really? Pan Yun suddenly realized, it can be seen that your physical fitness has improved a lot. He decided in his heart that the criminal police officers under him needed to strengthen their training. Criminal police officer. Ji Chen, I called you here today not only to sign and claim the bounty, but also for another matter. Pan Yun looked at him and said, because you captured Zheng Qiang alive and successfully protected the lives and property of the people, the department has decided to apply for the National Hero Award for Bravery. Chapter 22 Big Bear, when are we going to get the marriage certificate? Jiangcheng City Bureau. After working until noon, Ji Chen finally came out. A bonus of 500,000 yuan was obtained. He had a smile on his face. He went to the supermarket yesterday and spent almost all his savings. Now I have 500,000 yuan, so even if I buy a car worth 300,000 yuan, I will still have 200,000 yuan left. It's enough to live comfortably until the novel royalties come out. When he took a taxi back to Jinjiang Courtyard, Su Yusheng had already prepared dinner for him. Black Emperor pounced on him immediately, jumping and dancing around his feet, swinging his little tail like a windmill. Big Bear, you're back. Su Yusheng came running over and his eyes fell on the file bag in Ji Chen's hand. I'm back. Ji Chen handed the file bag to her. This is the medal the municipal bureau gave me. The 500,000 yuan bonus has also been deposited into my card. If the municipal bureau hadn't given him a medal, he wouldn't have been delayed for the entire morning. Su Yusheng took out the medal and looked at it carefully. It's an honor. It was obtained by Ji Chen at the risk of his life. She would rather not have it than let Ji Chen take risks. Ji Chen rubbed her head and smiled. There's another good news. The provincial department has applied for me to be a national hero of bravery. A national hero for bravery. Su Yusheng widened his eyes. This is much more valuable than the medal awarded by the Municipal Bureau. Although it hasn't been confirmed yet, I should be able to apply for it. Ji Chen made a simple analysis. Zhang Qiang has committed over 10 crimes. His crimes are heinous and have had an extremely negative impact. If we simply apprehend him, we might not be able to apply for this award. But I caught him in the act of committing a crime. Not only did I save the lives of Chao Cheng and others, I also protected the 200,000 yuan in cash from being stolen. Therefore, the possibility of the application being approved is very high. Su Yusheng suddenly hugged his waist and buried her head tightly in his chest. I don't want you to be a hero, I just want you to be safe. Don't worry, I'm very capable. Ji Chen rubbed his chin against the top of her head and gently stroked her smooth back. Isn't it clear to you how powerful I am? I won't take any risks. Su Yusheng's fair and delicate face immediately turned pink, and he thought of the abnormality that happened when he woke up today. I stayed up all night with Ji Chen last night. At that time, Ji Chen controlled the rhythm, rationality was dominated by emotion, and I forgot everything. She woke up today terrified. Worried about problems. However, what she didn't expect was that not only did she not feel any discomfort, but she was full of energy, as light as a swallow, and her strength seemed to have increased. It felt like Popeye eating spinach. She hurriedly told Ji Chen about her physical condition, with a worried look in her eyes. Big Bear, am I okay? Of course I'm fine. Ji Chen hugged her and walked to the computer and opened the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Look here. He pointed to one section. I have heard that in ancient times there were true men who lifted up heaven and earth, grasped yin and yang, breathed the essence of heaven and earth, remained independent and guarded their spirit, and their muscles were as one. Therefore, they could live as long as heaven and earth, without end. This is the way of life. Su, do you think there were immortal gods in ancient times? Ji Chen asked. Su Yusheng didn't answer for a moment. If it were in the past, she would have told Ji Chen without hesitation that there were no gods in this world. Believe in science. But now she was confused by Ji Chen. As Su Yusheng is Ji Chen's bedmate, he practices cultivation regularly and cannot hide it from her. What's more, practicing the Su Nu Heart Sutra requires Su Yusheng's cooperation to achieve good results. Ji Chen planned to tell her a little bit. Did gods really exist in ancient times? Su Yusheng's eyes widened with curiosity and shock. I don't know if there were gods in ancient times, but I did learn a cultivation method from the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine that can strengthen the body. He didn't say that one could achieve immortality through cultivation. The fewer people who know about this, the better. It's not that he doesn't trust Su Yusheng. This has nothing to do with trust. I was able to easily capture Zhang Qiang because I have strong physical fitness, and my speed and strength overwhelmed Zhang Qiang. Ji Chen opened the Su Nu Jing and explained, I didn't lie to you last night. I also learned a set of cultivation methods from the Su Nu Jing. Su Yusheng blushed, not daring to look him in the eye, and said shyly in a low voice. Those evil tricks of yours are your cultivation methods? That's right, Susu is really smart. Ji Chen smiled and scratched her nose. Also, my medical skills are also learned from the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. In the future, you and I will practice the Su Nu Heart Sutra more. I guarantee that you will be free from all diseases and have a strong and healthy body. Su Yusheng rubbed the corner of his clothes, his face red as blood. Ji Chen came closer, his hot breath blowing beside her ear. Also, let me tell you a little secret. Your stronger body will be very beneficial to our baby. Su Yusheng's shy eyes seemed to light up, and he suddenly felt expectant. But these are secrets between us, and no one else must know. Ji Chen held up her fair cheeks and looked straight into her eyes. We, the descendants of Yin and Huang, have a long and profound history. The ancient sages left us countless treasures. But only a few can comprehend it. If people knew about this, you, me, and even your unborn baby would be captured, locked up in a lab, and sliced up for research. Su Yusheng's delicate body trembled, she was shocked and terrified. What should we do then? Don't worry, as long as you don't tell anyone, no one will know. Besides, I will protect you. Ji Chen held her arms tightly. Su Yusheng hugged Ji Chen tightly and made up his mind not to tell anyone even if he was beaten to death, but he was still worried. Don't worry, let's go eat first. Ji-chen felt her uneasiness and hugged her to the living room to eat. Eat and drink enough. Ji-chen sat on the sofa, looking at Su Yusheng, who was bending over to clean up the dishes, and a spark gradually ignited in his eyes. Ji-chen gave a light palm. Ah! Su Yusheng was so shocked that he almost dropped the bowl in his hand. Big Bear, what are you doing? Su Yusheng glared at him fiercely, wondering why he hadn't realized that this guy was so bad before. Big bad guy. If a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. Ji-chen hugged her slender waist from behind, and he had to say that she had a great figure. The front is convex and the back is curved. Plump and attractive. Fat grows where it should. Don't think too much, I'll take care of everything. Ji-chen picked her up and strode into the bedroom. Call. He took a deep breath and looked at the beauty in his arms. Su Yusheng was only wearing pajamas, her body was faintly visible, and her snow-white skin was as white as jade. The whole person exudes a faint feminine fragrance. She buried her head in Ji-chen's chest, not daring to look at his burning gaze. Susu, since we have nothing to do today, let's stay home and study the secret techniques we practiced together last night. She snorted softly and her body went limp. Rumble. Spring thunder exploded in the sky. Spring is here. All things come back to life. The sky cleared up after the rain. A rainbow appeared in the sky, colorful. Su Yusheng's face flushed, and she rested her head on Ji-chen's chest like a kitten, full of attachment. She could clearly feel that her physique had become stronger, her strength had increased, and her spirits had improved. All worries and anxieties disappeared. She held Ji-chen's broad hand, raised her head slightly, and looked at Ji-chen's handsome face. Big Bear, when are we going to get the marriage certificate? Chapter 23, Food and Meet the Mother-in-Law. Big Bear, when are we going to get the marriage certificate? Looking at Su Yusheng, who was holding him in his arms, Ji-chen held her soft little hand tightly without any hesitation. Any time is fine, but I need my household registration booklet to get the certificate. I'll call back later and ask my mom to send it over. Once the household registration book arrives, let's go get the certificate immediately. Su Yusheng nodded slightly and felt relieved. Ji-chen held her soft and delicate body with his big hands, exerting a little force, and their bodies pressed closer. Susu, now that we have a child, I can't let you follow me without any status like this. Ji-chen rested his chin on her snow-white shoulders and took the initiative to speak. I think we should tell our parents, and then we can arrange the marriage. What do you think? Su Yusheng's delicate body trembled slightly, and she didn't say anything. What's wrong? Are you worried that your parents won't agree? Ji-chen asked. I only have my mother. Su Yusheng suddenly spoke, very emotional. Ji-chen stopped asking questions and just lowered his head to kiss her lips. A long time. Su Yusheng took the initiative to talk about her family situation. Her mother's name is Lu Hong. Lu Hong's family is very poor and she has a younger brother. Her parents favor boys over girls and marry her to Su Quan with a high bride price. In fact, it was equivalent to selling her to Su Quan. Su Quan is lazy and good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He beats people when he is drunk and also beats people when he loses a card game. Lu Hong had a hard time. Things got even worse after Su Yusheng was born. Because Su Yusheng is a girl, Lu Hong's already miserable life became even more miserable. After she became pregnant with her second child, Su Quan caused her to have a miscarriage after drinking. Lu Hong was already weak and had a miscarriage, so she couldn't get pregnant again after that. Su Quan wanted to sell Su Yusheng. When Lu Hong got the news, she mustered up her courage, knocked Su Quan unconscious with a stick, and fled with the young Su Yusheng overnight. She fled to the coast to work and support Su Yusheng. Now he works in a textile factory in Zhejiang province. Big Bear, are your medical skills amazing? Su Yusheng's eyes were red and sparkling, filled with pleading and expectation. She knew her mother had a lot of problems. She used to live in the same dormitory with her mother. Every time her mother came home from get off work, she would be hunched over and couldn't sleep at night because of the pain. Very impressive. Ji-chen said without hesitation, you want me to treat your mother, right? Don't worry, I promise to give you a healthy mother. How about this, you can just ask your mother to come back with the household registration booklet later, and we can get the marriage certificate and treat your mother's illness at the same time. Woo woo. Su Yusheng burst into tears, buried his head in his chest, and sobbed softly. What's wrong? Ji-chan patted her smooth back gently with a gentle voice. Big Bear, you're so nice. I. Just as Ji-chan opened his mouth, he was blocked by a pair of soft red lips. Big Bear, you want me? Ji-chan immediately stood up and dared to accept any challenge. After several attempts, Ji-chan was satisfied, and Su Yusheng also forgot his sadness. The two worked hard all afternoon and their stomachs were empty. Ji-chan got up and prepared food. Su Yusheng picked up her cell phone and called her mother Lu Hong. What? You're getting married? What? You already have one? Lu Hong, who was far away in Zhejiang province, was stunned. It took her a long time to accept this fact, but she was still worried and immediately decided to take leave to come and check the situation. After dinner, Ji-chan called his mother. What, son, you're going to be a father? Lu Ying was surprised and happy. I didn't expect my son to be so capable. She is going to have a grandson. Son, Yu and Yiwen. Mom, it's not Meng Yiwen, it's Su Yusheng. Ji-chan hurriedly explained. He and Meng Yiwen had been together for 2.5 years, and both Lu Ying and his father Ji-feng knew about it. Lu Ying sighed. In fact, they were very satisfied with Meng Yiwen, but they didn't expect that Meng Yiwen would break up with Ji-chan because of money. It's okay if it's not too much. Su Yusheng is better. Don't mind that they are poor. Lu Ying came over immediately. Ji-chan knew that his family was busy and his father couldn't leave. His mother Lu Ying only went to school for 2 years and could not read or write. It was very difficult and dangerous for her to travel far away alone. Ji-chan persuaded Lu Ying and promised to take Su Yusheng back after graduation. Graduation is coming soon anyway. Lu Ying reluctantly agreed, asked Ji-chan to take good care of Su Yusheng, and then called Su Yusheng. After hanging up the phone, Ji-chan said, Susu, your mother is coming soon. Let's go buy a car tomorrow so that it will be convenient for traveling. How about it? Aha! Su Yusheng supported Ji-chan's decision. The next day, after breakfast, Ji-chan and Su Yusheng went to buy a car together. The salesperson was very enthusiastic and made all kinds of sales pitches, without any melodramatic plots of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face. Ji-chan bought an Audi, spending a total of 350,000 yuan. We have a car. Su Yusheng sat in the passenger seat, his face full of excitement, but he felt heartbroken when he thought that 350,000 yuan was gone in an instant. 350,000. How long will it take to earn money? Don't worry about the money. Once my novel takes off, I can buy several cars a month. Ji-chan drove the car with one hand and patted her thigh gently. Stop messing around and focus on driving. Su Yusheng was startled and reminded in a low voice. She knew that Ji-chan passed the driving test in his sophomore year, but had never driven since then. I am deeply concerned about his driving skills. Don't worry, I'm a car god now. Ji-chan grinned. Although this car is not that car. But he was also an experienced driver in his previous life, driving a Ferrari with one hand, very smoothly. After taking Su Yusheng for a ride, Ji-chan returned home to continue studying the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. You continue to study the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine and comprehend the 9 needles and 12 origins. The 9 needles include 9 types of needles: the blunt needle, the round needle, the sharp needle, the beryllium needle, the round and sharp needle, the fine needle, the long needle, and the large needle. Each needle has a specific shape and purpose. The 12 yuan points are important acupoints of the 12 meridians near the wrist and ankle joints. These acupoints are the places where the vital energy of the internal organs passes or stays, and are of great significance for regulating qi in blood and treating diseases. The 9 needles and 12 origins that Ji-chan comprehended was an upgraded and enhanced version, which included the application of longevity energy, and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life and turning flesh into bones. Very good. Ji-chan continued to study. In the evening, she continued to practice the Su Nu Heart Sutra with Su Yusheng. His cultivation level improved rapidly. Su Yusheng has also changed a lot. His skin and temperament have become better, and his physique has become stronger. Now his strength exceeds that of an adult man. The next day, Ji-chan looked at Su Yusheng, who was sleeping in his arms, and quietly got up. He made breakfast and Su Yusheng woke up. So fragrant. Ji-chan has been cooking these past few days and his cooking skills have improved remarkably. Big Bear, how come your cooking skills are so good? Su Yusheng ate his breakfast with eyes full of amazement. Please call me Chef Boy. Ji Chen smiled faintly. In fact, he is only at the level of a top chef now, and is still a long way from being a chef. But this distance is only one epiphany away. Ding ding ding. Su Yusheng answered the phone. It was her mother calling. Susu, is Auntie here? Ji Chen became unusually nervous. After all, I have to meet my mother-in-law. What's more, he was driving without a license. Not only did he get on the bus without buying a ticket, but he also caused a death. Big Bear, my mom said we'll be in Jiangcheng around 8 p.m. Okay, then I'll drive you to pick up Auntie. Ji Chen was thinking about how to deal with his mother-in-law. He now has a car, a house, and savings. Then make a sumptuous meal for the mother-in-law and win her appetite. She won't give him a hard time, right? Don't worry, Big Bear, my mom is fine. Su Yusheng hugged Ji Chen's arm. Yeah, like mother, like daughter. Ji Chen held her soft little hand. Susu is so kind, so naturally Auntie is too. After breakfast, Ji Chen came to the computer and searched for various recipes. He had an extraordinary memory, and could read 10 lines at a glance. He could remember everything he saw. Every recipe was imprinted in his memory palace and became his nourishment. You have read 3,000 recipes and understood the art of cooking. Countless insights flooded his mind, and Ji Chen smiled brightly. My way is accomplished. Now, he can be called the little chef. He went to the kitchen and made a big lunch. The rich aroma filled the kitchen and living room. Su Yusheng swallowed his saliva, and the gluttony in his stomach was aroused. Big Bear's cooking skills have improved again. Her beautiful eyes shone. Ji Chen is such a treasure boy. There are always surprises. Susu, let's go buy some groceries after we finish eating, and let Auntie taste my cooking tonight. Ji Chen smiled. My mom would love it. Su Yusheng's eyes narrowed into crescents, and he felt so happy. Buying groceries, cleaning the room. The afternoon flew by. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiangcheng Railway Station. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng were waiting at the door. Finally, a dusty, thin woman came out carrying a lot of bags, and Su Yusheng's eyes suddenly became moist. Mom! Ji Chen's spirits perked up, and his eyes fell on the other person. This is my mother-in-law. Chapter 24 Shocking Mother-in-Law for 100 Years. This is my mother-in-law. Ji Chen looked at the other person. Lu Hong gave birth to Su Yusheng when she was 16. She is now 38 years old, but looks like she is 48. The fatigue in her eyes and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes record the hardships she has experienced over the years, but there is a hint of determination between her brows. When she saw Su Yusheng, a smile finally blossomed on her face, as gentle as the spring breeze and rain. Su. She put down the package in her hand, and Su Yusheng threw himself into her arms, hugging her slightly thin waist tightly. Ji Chen stepped forward quickly, and waited until the two of them separated before speaking hastily. Auntie, hello, I'm Ji Chen, Susu's boyfriend. Lu Hong looked at Ji Chen with a pair of dark and deep eyes, as if she could see into the deepest part of people's hearts. She looks quite dignified. A flash of surprise crossed Lu Hong's mind. She has met many young men of all kinds over the years, but this is the first one who was as handsome and elegant as Ji Chen. No wonder Su was so fascinated by him. She just nodded faintly. Obviously he has something against Ji Chen. Nowadays, it is normal for men and women to get together before getting married. She is not an old-fashioned person. But no one can be killed. In her opinion, Ji Chen was obviously just doing it for his own pleasure, without considering the consequences for Su Yusheng. Mom, Ji Chen is very good to me. I don't blame him. Su Yusheng hugged her arm and shook it coquettishly, wanting to speak for Ji Chen. If I don't blame him, then you are to blame? Lu Hong snorted coldly. What did I teach you since you were a child? What if you meet an irresponsible man and he asks you to have an abortion? It's easy to get an abortion, but who is ultimately hurt? What if you can't get pregnant in the future because of it? Auntie, don't blame Susu. It's all my fault. Don't worry, we will definitely not abort the baby. Ji Chen quickly assured, you came over this time, just in time for us to discuss the marriage together. I will definitely not let Susu down. Not bad, you are still a man, and you have some responsibility. Lu Hong nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Ji Chen's attitude. But have you ever thought about the fact that you are still studying and having a child will not only affect your studies but also your work? Although you will be graduating soon and it won't have much impact on your studies, having and raising children will cost money. Susu is pregnant and can't work for the time being. Even if you find a job as a recent graduate, can your salary support your family? Especially when working outside, rent and living expenses are huge. Many recent college graduates can't even support themselves, let alone their wives and children. You're not a kid anymore. You can't just seek momentary pleasure without considering the consequences. Lu Hong said a lot all at once. College students don't know the hardships until they enter society. Everything costs money. In her opinion, Ji Chen and Su Yusheng will have a hard time in the future, and she just hopes that Ji Chen's family conditions will be better. Auntie, there are so many people coming and going here that we are blocking the way. Let's go back first. Ji Chen didn't say much. After all, he had quietly made the other person's daughter pregnant, so it was a good thing that no one scolded him. Besides, Lu Hong didn't oppose them. Mom, you must be tired from the journey. Ji Chen prepared a sumptuous dinner for you at home. Let's go back quickly. Su Yusheng walked forward with his arms around Lu Hong. Ji Chen quickly picked up his luggage and went to the parking space next to him. He skillfully opened the trunk and put the luggage in. Lu Hong widened her eyes and said in surprise, "What car is this?" "Mom, Ji Chen just bought this yesterday. It's convenient for traveling." Su Yusheng smiled, opened the car door and let Lu Hong sit in. Looking at this brand new Audi, Lu Hong suddenly felt a little uneasy. This car must be expensive, right? Is Ji Chen a rich second generation? She felt a little nervous and uneasy. Can the second generation rich marry Su Yusheng? Is it just for fun? Mom, Ji Chen is not a rich second generation, his parents are farmers, and he earned this car himself. Su Yusheng hugged her arm, proud, not only this car, but now we also have a house. We don't have a mortgage, and we still have more than 100,000 yuan in cash. We don't have to worry about money for the time being. Lu Hong's heart was in turmoil and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She grabbed Su Yusheng's arm tightly and said solemnly, "Susu, you said Ji Chen's family is a farmer, so what does Ji Chen do? How could he make so much money all of a sudden? Buying a house and a car, it must be over $1 million. She will never be able to earn this much money in her lifetime. What does Ji Chen do to make so much money? Did he do something illegal or criminal? You should know that the fastest ways to make money are written in the criminal law." "Mom, don't worry, Ji Chen won't do anything illegal." Su Yusheng saw Lu Hong's worry and smiled. "This money is all clean, but if I had a choice, I would rather not have it than let him take the risk." Lu Hong's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly became heavier. Could it be that Ji Chen has some special identity and his job is very dangerous? No, these are actually the rewards Ji Chen received for capturing a vicious armed gangster. Su Yusheng told Lu Hong in detail about Ji Chen's capture of Zhang Qiang. Lu Hong widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and her chest heaved, looking from time to time at Ji Chen who was sitting in the driver's seat driving. I didn't expect Ji Chen to be so powerful. He actually fought against the armed gangster with his bare hands. Even if you haven't experienced it yourself, you can still feel the thrill of it just from Su Yusheng's narration. If you are not careful, you will die. She broke out in a cold sweat and was still frightened. "Auntie, Susu, we are home." Ji Chen parked the car. Su Yusheng took Lu Hong out of the car. Ji Chen took the luggage from the trunk and went to the community with them from the garage. The surprise in Lu Hong's eyes became even stronger. The environment of this community is very good and looks very high-end. "Auntie, our house is on the 3rd floor." Ji Chen took them upstairs. When Ji Chen opened the door, Lu Hong saw the luxurious decoration and spacious and bright living room inside, and suddenly she was a little afraid to go in. "Auntie, come in quickly." Ji Chen greeted warmly. Lu Hong changed her shoes and looked at Ji Chen's house. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. She was just angry that Ji Chen caused a death. But she was very satisfied with Ji Chen's performance along the way. Now that I have a car, a house and savings, raising a child is not a problem, and I don't have to worry about Su Yusheng suffering or even having an abortion. This house is really big. If I buy it, it will cost a lot of money. Lu Hong sighed. If I buy it, it will probably cost more than 1 million. Su Yusheng came out with Ji Chen's medal. "Mom, look, This is the honorary certificate awarded to Ji Chen by the Municipal Bureau. The provincial department also applied for the National Hero Award for bravery for Ji Chen. Lu Hong carefully took the medal and no longer had any doubts about Ji Chen's deeds. "Auntie, have some tea." Ji Chen made 2 cups of tea and brought them over. "Auntie, sit down and rest for a while. I'll cook a few dishes and we'll be ready to eat." "Ji Chen, don't bother too much, just make something," Lu Hong said quickly. "It's not a big deal. The dishes are all prepared. We just need to stir-fry them." Ji Chen came to the kitchen and immediately started working. He had already prepared the cold dishes and soups that required a long stew, leaving only a few stir-fries. Lu Hong looked towards the kitchen from time to time, and saw Ji Chen cooking neatly and methodically, and nodded secretly. Su Yuxing praised from the side, "Mom, let me tell you that Ji Chen's cooking is delicious. I don't know how good 5-star chefs are, but I think Ji Chen is better than them. He's a nice guy." Lu Hong was generous in her praise. From the current perspective, Ji Chen is excellent in all aspects except for the fact that he got her daughter pregnant. She has a top-notch figure and appearance. Educational background is also good. I can also cook. "Mom, actually my pregnancy was just an accident, don't blame Ji Chen." Su Yuxing plucked up his courage. Lu Hong rolled her eyes at her. "Of course I know it was an accident. Could it be intentional?" Chapter 25 Acupuncture. "Mom, that's not what I meant." Su Yuxing whispered the details of her in Ji Chen, so that Lu Hong would not misunderstand that Ji Chen was a man who only cared about momentary pleasure without considering the consequences. Lu Hong widened her eyes. She never expected that Su Yuxing and Ji Chen had such a relationship. There was absolutely no emotional basis before. Or maybe it was just that Su Yuxing had a crush on Ji Chen. Lu Hong's eyes were dignified, and her face was serious. "So Ji Chen is with you just because you are pregnant? Now that Ji Chen is rich, if his ex-girlfriend comes looking for him, will their old love rekindle?" "Mom, don't worry, I definitely won't." Su Yuxing shook her arm, very sure. "I can feel that Ji Chen really likes me now, not just because he had sex with me and had a child with me. Besides, a good horse never turns back. There is no way Ji Chen and Meng Yiwen can get back together." Su Yuxing looked straight at Lu Hong with her beautiful eyes. "Mom, you are only 38 years old, but you look much older." Her trembling fingertips gently stroked the wrinkles at the corners of Lu Hong's eyes. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and crystal little pearls rolled around in her eye sockets, full of heartache. Her mother has suffered a lot these years. Lu Hong held her white and tender little hand and smiled brightly. "You are so big now, of course Mom is old." "Mom, Ji Chen is a skilled doctor. After dinner, let Ji Chen help you, okay?" She knew that Lu Hong looked so old not because of her age, but because she had been too tired over the years. "Especially when I was a child, I didn't have enough to eat or warm clothes. After giving birth to her, she was already weak and her vitality was damaged." When Lu Hong should have been recuperating after giving birth and eating good food to replenish her body, that beast took his anger out on her because she was a daughter, and beat her at every turn, not to mention letting Lu Hong rest and replenish her body. Lu Hong developed a chronic illness as a result. She became even weaker after her second pregnancy, but she didn't expect that the beast would go crazy after drinking some horse urine. He not only beat people, but also abused Lu Hong, causing her to have a miscarriage. After this, Lu Hong's body was full of wounds, so there was no way she could get pregnant. Lu Hong knew that she was now in a state of illness and probably wouldn't live long. Fortunately, Su Yuxing grew up. She has no regrets. She didn't care about Su Yuxing's suggestion, but was a little surprised. Ji Chen also knows medical skills? Is he studying medicine? Ji Chen didn't study medicine in college, but he knows Chinese medicine, and he's very good at it. Su Yuxing praised him highly. "Mom, as long as you cooperate with Ji Chen's treatment, I guarantee that the medicine will cure your illness and make you 20 years younger." Mom is old, she's still 20 years younger. Lu Hong smiled, neither taking it seriously nor refusing. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with letting Ji Chen treat it. She wanted to see how good Ji Chen's medical skills were. If it was really as powerful as Su Yuxing said, she would feel more at ease. As for her illness, she knew very well that her body was running out of energy, and even if she spent a lot of money on treatment and maintenance, she would only live a few more years. "Susu, Auntie, it's time to eat." Ji Chen came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Su Yuxing stood up to help. Soon, the round marble table was filled with delicious dishes. Stewed chicken, braised duck, roast pork, stir-fried beef, shriveled green beans, shrimp and tofu soup, steamed sea bass. Ji-chen, why did you get so much? Lu Hong widened her eyes. This was too rich. There are only 3 of them. Auntie, come and try my cooking. Ji-chen greeted warmly. Lu Hong picked up the chopsticks and started to taste it. When she put a piece of fish in her mouth, she was shocked again. It tastes super good. She had never eaten such delicious steamed sea bass. There was not a single fishy smell, and the fresh and tender taste exploded in her taste buds. The feeling was difficult to describe in any words. Ji-chen, your cooking skills are amazing. At first I thought Su was exaggerating, but I didn't expect it to be true. Lu Hong praised it highly. With this cooking skill, Ji-chen can support his family even if he opens a small restaurant. Auntie, if you like it, eat more. You eat too. At this moment, Lu Hong was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Eat and drink enough. Ji-chen cleaned up and washed the dishes, then went to the living room and looked at Lu Hong, who was watching TV on the sofa. Auntie, Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Su told me about your general condition. I see from your complexion that your physical condition is indeed very bad. Ji-chen said bluntly, if you don't get treatment, Auntie might not live past 50. In fact, he was still putting it in a positive way. But when Su Yusheng heard this, he was immediately struck by lightning. He grabbed Ji-chen's hand and said, Big Bear, you must save my mother. Su, don't be anxious. Ji-chen patted the back of her hand gently. I'm here to ensure that Auntie is healthy and lives a long life, so don't worry. Thank you, Big Bear. Su Yusheng looked touched. Lu Hong couldn't get a word in, she just looked at the two of them with a smile on her face. Big Bear. This name is really. However, it can be seen that Su Yusheng and Ji-chen have a very good relationship. It's not just because of that one night that they are forced to be together. Ji-chen, I know my body, you don't have to feel burdened. Lu Hong smiled slightly, being able to see Su grow up, get married and have children. I have no regrets in this life. Auntie, don't say that. If I say I can cure you, then I can. Ji-chen showed his brilliance at this moment, which made people convinced. But I studied Chinese medicine, and I'll need to give you a full-body acupuncture treatment later. I'd appreciate your cooperation. Acupuncture. Lu Hong's pupils shrank, and she suddenly felt a little scared when she thought of the slender silver needle. Especially for acupuncture, you have to take off your clothes, right? How can this be so embarrassing? Seeing Lu Hong hesitate, Su Yusheng quickly advised, Mom, don't worry, Ji-chen's medical skills are absolutely fine. At this moment, Ji-chen is the doctor and you are the patient, that's all. She has confidence in Ji-chen's medical skills. No matter what, Lu Hong must be cured. Before Ji-chen appeared. Lu Hong is his only relative. She can't lose. No problem. Lu Hong agreed immediately, I will cooperate with any treatment you require. Ji-chen, just let go and do it. Although she is a little afraid of silver needles. But if I can get treatment, I naturally don't want to die. In this case, we must not be shy, otherwise it will only cause embarrassment to both parties. Auntie, go wash up first. Ji-chen immediately ordered, after I give you acupuncture, I guarantee you'll have a good night's sleep. Thank you for your help. Lu Hong felt a surge of anticipation. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had a good night's sleep. Every night when I lie in bed, I toss and turn, my body aches all over and it's hard to fall asleep. Half an hour later. After washing up and drying her hair, Lu Hong went to the room with Su Yusheng, wrapped only in her pajamas. Auntie, just lie down here. Ji-chen was already ready and pointed to the big bed in front of him. Lu Hong's heart was pounding, and she felt nervous and shy. But to avoid embarrassment, she pretended to be calm and took off her pajamas neatly without Ji-chen's instructions and lay down on the bed. Ji-chen is a doctor, and I am a patient. Most surgeries in the hospital are performed by male doctors. She kept comforting herself in her heart. Ji-chen looked straight ahead, expressionless, and picked up a slender silver needle. Auntie, relax, I'm about to start. Chapter 26 Make Mother-in-Law 10 years younger. Auntie, relax, I'm about to start. Well, come on. Lu Hong glanced at the slender silver needle and felt inexplicably frightened. She simply closed her eyes and let Ji-chen do what he wanted. Anyway, Ji Chen can't harm her. Su Yusheng stood aside, his palms full of sweat, with a hint of nervousness in his anticipation. Even though I know Ji Chen is confident. But she had never seen Ji Chen perform acupuncture. Big Head used his skills against her to perfection. Ji Chen's aura changed, his eyes became sharp, and all the acupuncture points on Lu Hong's body came clearly into his mind. He moved as fast as lightning, inserting silver needles into each acupuncture point accurately. The vital energy in the dantian slowly flows into various important acupoints along with the silver needles. Depending on the technique, strength, depth, and angle, even the same acupoint can produce completely different effects. Lu Hong was nervous at first, but when the silver needles entered her body, not only did she not feel any pain, but she felt a warm, comfortable, and relaxed feeling. All the illnesses that had tormented her were like winter snow in spring, disappearing under the bright sunlight. Decades. She had never felt so relaxed and comfortable. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ji Chen standing at the head of the bed, with a focused and meticulous look on his face, and he was extremely satisfied. I didn't expect that Ji Chen, at such a young age, has such advanced attainments in traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. It's truly amazing. Originally, she just wanted to test Ji Chen's medical skills with the attitude of giving it a try with no loss. I didn't expect it, but now I'm looking forward to it. As more and more silver needles were inserted, her body became hot, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and neck. She felt a kind of refreshing pleasure. However, Ji Chen, whose forehead was also covered with fine beads of sweat, was not relaxed. His acupuncture is not a simple insertion of silver needles. It requires not only extreme precision, but also the control of the vital energy to cooperate with it. Especially since Lu Hong's body essence had been overconsumed and was already riddled with holes, it was even more difficult to treat her. Su Yusheng took a towel and gently wiped the sweat off Ji Chen. A full hour. Ji Chen had just finished acupuncture, and his energy was greatly depleted, but the effect was immediate. Lu Hong hurriedly got up and put on her clothes, expressing her gratitude and wonder. Ji Chen, thank you so much. I feel more comfortable than ever before. My waist pain is gone, my chest is no longer stuffy, and my head is no longer swollen. It's amazing. Auntie, your body's essence is severely depleted. It will probably take a week of treatment before you can fully recover. Ji Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, but Auntie can sleep well tonight. Ji Chen, thank you. Lu Hong's eyes were full of gratitude. Auntie, you're being polite. Given my relationship with Susu, it's only natural for me to help you with your treatment. You're welcome. Don't be arrogant when you have made great contributions. The more Lu Hong looked at Ji Chen, the more satisfied she became. Ji Chen, you are tired too. Don't worry about me. Go wash up and rest first. Ji Chen left the room and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Su Yusheng held Lu Hong's hand and looked at her rosy face, feeling overjoyed. We must reward the big bear well tonight. Su Yusheng thought secretly. Susu, you have good taste. Get along well with Ji Chen in the future. Lu Hong talked about the secrets of the boudoir with Su Yusheng and her mother. Ji Chen took a quick shower without disturbing the two of them, and returned to his room to continue studying Huangdi Neijing, Nanjing, Shanghanluan, and Shinong Benkajing. He still has a big gap in medical skills. They can all be improved quickly. He treated Lu Hong only by relying on Changxing Qi and 9 needles and 12 origins. Big bear. Everything went dark, and Ji Chen's eyes were covered. Guess who I am? Of course it's my little baby Susu. Holding her in his arms, Ji Chen lowered his head and kissed her fair and smooth forehead heavily, smiling brightly. How was it? Did I behave well today? Perfect performance. Su Yusheng sat on his thighs, holding Ji Chen's neck with both hands, his crystal clear eyes full of love. Thank you, big bear. Just a verbal thank you? Ji Chen had a mischievous look on his face and a sly smile on his face. Then how do you want people to thank you? Su Yusheng's eyes flickered, his cheeks flushed, and his voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. However you want me to thank you, I will listen to you. The Su New Heart Sutra still has a few tricks. I've used up a lot of energy tonight, so this is a good opportunity to practice and make up for the loss. Ji Chen chuckled. This is not a joke. Some of the unique skills in the Su New Heart Sutra are too difficult. Su Yusheng is shy and unwilling to cooperate with Ji Chen in practicing. I feel so embarrassed. But now she seemed unable to refuse, so she buried her head and agreed to practice. Ji-chen stood up and put Su Yusheng on the couch. Her plump figure was like rolling mountains, mysterious and attractive. Su Yusheng has changed a lot during this period. Ji-chen finally understood why Boss Chow had a special liking for married women. Take Su Yusheng for example. Su Yusheng used to be very beautiful, but immature. After Ji-chen's development, especially after she became pregnant, her plump figure became more and more prominent, and she exuded the charm and aura of a mature woman. The temptation was totally incomparable to before. Cuteness is worthless in the face of sexiness. Ji-chen went to the room to visit the two children again. He also stole their rations. They don't need it now anyway. It would be a waste to keep it. It's shameful to waste. General Yuan knew that food should not be wasted and every grain of rice in the bowl should be eaten. The next day, Ji-chen woke up early. After only sleeping for 3 hours while holding Su Yusheng, he was still full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. The vital energy in Dantian has turned into a large ball, with as many as 800 strands. Last night, Su Yusheng and I tried out the secret techniques in the Su Nu Heart Sutra. We made remarkable progress, increasing our skills by 200 strands in one night. He looked at the beauty who was holding him in his arms, with a few dried tears in the corners of her eyes and a slightly raised mouth, showing happiness and satisfaction. Ji-chen didn't disturb him and quietly got up. After washing up in the bathroom, Ji-chen began to prepare breakfast. While he was busy in the kitchen, Lu Hong woke up. Call. Lu Hong stretched out her body and felt relaxed. She didn't know how many years it had been since she had slept so soundly. All her pains disappeared. It seems like he has been completely cured. Ji-chen's acupuncture is truly amazing. It's so effective after just one treatment. Lu Hong sighed and got up and dressed. When she saw herself in the mirror, she froze and stood still for a long time without moving. Is this me? She widened her eyes and moved closer, staring intently at the face in the mirror. The originally sallow and haggard face became rosy and shiny. Although the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes have not completely disappeared, they are no longer obvious. He looks at least 10 years younger. It's really powerful. Lu Hong exclaimed. Apart from anything else, just relying on this acupuncture skill, Ji-chen will never have to worry about his life. She left the room and felt even more satisfied when she saw Ji-chen busy in the kitchen. Xiaochen, why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer? She entered the kitchen and a strong aroma of meat filled her nose, and her stomach, which had not felt hungry at first, began to growl. Well. Lu Hong looked embarrassed. Auntie, the mutton soup is ready. Ji-chen filled half a bowl and handed it to her. Drink some to warm your stomach first, I'll give you some food later. Chapter 27. Your kidneys are riddled with holes. Where's Susu? She hasn't gotten up yet. Lu Hong took the mutton soup and asked casually. Susu is pregnant and needs more rest. Let her sleep a little longer. We will eat first and then feed her after she wakes up. Ji-chen started cooking noodles in another pot. Susu is blessed to have met you. Lu Hong was all smiles and full of praise. Thinking about her previous life, the man would not only not get up early to cook for her, but would also beat her up if she got up late. Not to mention mutton soup. She didn't eat a bite of meat for half a year. Auntie, meeting Susu is also my blessing. Ji-chen cooked 2 bowls of mutton noodles. After they had breakfast, Lu Hong asked about Ji-chen's family situation. Chatting. Su Yusheng got up. Ji-chen went to cook another bowl of noodles for her. Ding-a-ling. The phone suddenly rang. Ji-chen took out his phone. It was Chao Qing calling. Hello? He answered the phone. Ji-chen, where are you? Chao Qing's voice came. Ji-chen did not answer, his voice was cold. What? He had no friendship with Chao Qing and didn't want to play with him. Ji-chen, I'm practicing boxing with some friends at the East Lake Club. I have a friend here who wants to spar with you, so I want you to come over and play. No time. Ji-chen dropped 2 words and hung up the phone. Boring. Su Yusheng swallowed the mutton in his mouth and asked curiously. Big Bear, who hit you? If you need help, go ahead. I'll just stay home with Mom. Lu Hong quickly agreed. Yeah, Ji-chen, you don't have to ignore me. Susu is here, don't let me delay your work. Don't worry, it's okay. Ji-chen smiled and said, it's Chao Qing calling. He has a friend who wants to see me. Su Yusheng nodded and explained to Lu Hong. Chao Chang is the rich second-generation guy that Big Bear saved from the gangster's gun. Lu Hong suddenly realized that this house was a gift from the Chao family. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang again. Ji Chen raised his eyebrows and answered the phone. Are you done yet? Ji Chen, I'm Duan Yunhe. I heard you're a good fighter. A strange voice came from the phone, very domineering. I'm waiting for you at the East Lake Club. If you don't come, I'll go find you. Okay, just wait for me. Ji Chen felt a surge of anger in his heart. These idiots. You have nothing to do after eating, so you want to be beaten, right? Make it happen for you. What's wrong? Su Yushang and Lu Hong looked at him. It's okay. Ji Chen smiled and said, they insist on seeing me, so I have to go over there. It shouldn't take long. Ji Chen, don't worry about me, your business is more important. Lu Hong said again. Auntie, I'll go first. Ji Chen changed his clothes and drove over. East Lake Club. Chao Chang threw down his boxing gloves, sat down on the ground, and gasped. On the ring. Duan Yunhe, with dyed yellow hair, was shirtless and wearing boxing gloves, and was having a passionate fight with another young man. Master Chao, do you think Ji Chen can defeat Master Duan? Zhang Yu took a sip of water and sat down next to Chao Chang. Anyway, I think Master Duan is no match for me. Chao Ching has always held this view. Bang! After knocking his opponent down with one punch, Duan Yunhe looked at Chao Chang with sharp eyes. Are you so optimistic about Ji Chen? Chao Chang just smiled, his attitude was self-evident. In that case, do you dare to bet with me? Duan Yunhe was angry and wanted Chao Ching to bleed. What's the bet? Chao Ching did not hesitate. He had witnessed Ji Chen defeating Zhang Qian with ease. That horrific scene was something he would never forget. You can't feel the oppression just by watching the video. He didn't think that Duan Yunhe, whose body had been drained by women, could defeat Ji Chen. Just bet 1 million. Duan Yunhe said. Master Duan, is this such a big deal? Zhang Yu was a little surprised. Even though they were all rich second generations, 1 million was not a small amount of money. A family with money is a family. Not them. Duan Yunhe ignored Zhang Yu and just stared at Chao Chang. Master Duan wants to play, then I will accompany you to the end. He couldn't show any weakness now. Lose the battle but not the battle. Besides, he felt that Ji Chen would not lose. Gentlemen, Mr. Ji is here. Ji Chen followed the beautiful waitress of the club in, his eyes swept over Chao Chang and fell directly on Duan Yunhe. He had sharp ears and eyes, and heard the conversation between the two people outside. You are Ji Chen. Duan Yunhe looked down at Ji Chen from above, and found that his physique was indeed quite good. Tall and majestic. Ordinary people are definitely no match for them. But he is a professional. It's me. Ji Chen's eyes were deep, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You want to challenge me? It's a pity that you are too weak. Fighting with you would be too much of a bully for you. What did you say? Duan Yunhe's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his voice came out from between his teeth one by one, like a cat whose tail was stepped on and its fur stood on end. You look strong, but you're actually weak. Your kidneys are riddled with holes. Ji Chen's gaze seemed to see through him. No matter how ferocious you appear, you can't hide your mental fatigue. You've been taking a lot of medicine, haven't you? You can't do without it, and the dosage is constantly increasing. Every time you take the medicine, you feel chest tightness and abdominal distension. Afterwards, you feel weak and frail, and even have back pain. I wake up in the middle of the night every day, drenched in sweat. You. Duan Yunhe clenched his fists and breathed rapidly. His face turned paler before Ji Chen finished speaking. All hit the mark. Given your current condition, if you continue to take pills and have sex with women, you'll die suddenly on a woman's belly within half a month. After Ji Chen said this, Chao Chang, Zhang Yu and other friends were in an uproar. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to Duan Yunhe. You're investigating me? Oh. Ji Chen's eyes were full of sarcasm. Do we still need to investigate you? I can see through your situation at a glance. He glanced around. Chao Chang and Zhang Yu lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Although your cases aren't as serious as his, you've been taking a lot of medicine, right? It's a pity the effects are getting less and less effective. Ji Chen was merciless. If you don't get treatment and maintenance soon, I'm afraid you'll be able to only read newspapers and cry for 2 years at most. Chao Qing's spirits lifted, but he couldn't help but worry. Ji Chen, do you know medicine? I know a thing or two about Chinese medicine. Stop talking nonsense. Duan Yunhe roared, defeat me if you have the guts, don't try to change the subject. Okay. With a tap of his toes, Ji Chen easily jumped onto the stage. Good skills. Chao Qing's eyes lit up. He couldn't do this. Take action, or you won't have a chance. Ji Chen put one hand behind his back, his eyes indifferent. Arrogant. Duan Yunhe got into position and launched a tentative attack. Ji Chen shook his head, put his index finger and middle finger together, and at the moment Duan Yunhe tried to throw a punch, he pressed 12 acupoints in succession. Bump! Duan Yunhe flew backwards, vomiting blood and fell to the ground. Master Duan. Chao Chang was shocked. He knew Ji Chen was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. With one move, Duan Yunhe was knocked to the ground, vomiting blood. Zhang Yu rushed over and helped Duan Yunhe up. Mr. Duan, how are you? Are you okay? Duan Yunhe's eyes were dull. He felt more comfortable and relaxed than ever before, as if a huge stone that had been pressing on his heart had fallen to the ground. He looked down. Optimus Prime stood up. How did you do that? Duan Yunhe felt that his virility was back, and it was more effective than taking medicine. Chao Chang and Zhang Yu noticed Duan Yunhe's situation and their eyes were full of disbelief. Ji Chen is not a beauty. He actually beat Duan Yunhe until he vomited blood and lifted him up high at the same time? What kind of magical operation is this? Want to learn? Chapter 28, Ex-girlfriend is in the private room? How did you do that? Duan Yunhe, Chao Chang, and Zhang Yu stared at Ji Chen with burning eyes, their eyes filled with curiosity and disbelief. It's just a simple finger stimulation of your acupuncture points. It's just a trivial trick that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Ji Chen spoke in a calm tone, pretending to be cool. A trifle? The three of them looked like they were kidding me. Zhang Yu rushed forward, his eyes burning. Brother Chen, do you still need a pendant on your leg? I want to learn. Chao Chang and Duan Yunhe were also tempted, but they couldn't bring themselves to do it. You can learn if you want to. First, memorize the acupuncture points and their functions on the human body, and then you'll be qualified to learn. Of course, it's just a qualification. Even though they had memorized the acupuncture points on the human body, Ji Chen did not agree to teach them. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm in Chao Chang, Duan Yunhe, and Zhang Yu's eyes faded. There are many acupuncture points on the human body. It's not easy to memorize it. It's okay to let them play with women, but it's better to kill them than to let them recite human acupuncture points. Duan Yunhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, walked in front of Ji Chen, and stared at him without blinking. Ji Chen's eyes were calm as he looked back at him without any fear. Is what you just said true? After seeing Ji Chen's methods, Duan Yunhe believed his words a little more and started to worry about his health. Believe it or not. Ji Chen glanced at him, turned around and left. Etc. Duan Yunhe stood in front and stared at Ji Chen. Since you can see our physical condition at a glance and have magical acupoint pressing skills, then you can definitely cure us? He did not use I but we, obviously dragging Chao Chang and Zhang Yu into the discussion. Since you have kidney deficiency, then everyone has a share. If it was just him, it would be too embarrassing. Chao Chang and Zhang Yu came over. Although their physical condition was not as serious as Duan Yunhe's, they were still very weak. Don't bother two people with one thing. Since Ji Chen already knows and his methods are magical, why not ask Ji Chen for treatment? So that more people 1T know that they are weak. It's no problem to cure your kidney deficiency, but why should I help you? Ji Chen's eyes swept over the three of them one by one. You and I have no friendship, on the contrary, we have a bad relationship. It's good that I don't gloat over your misfortune. Oh. Duan Yunhe chuckled and sneered, only children act on emotion, adults only care about interests. You name your price. Ji Chen smiled. The reason he showed off his skills was to give them a rip-off and solve the problem at the same time. Otherwise, even if he defeated Duan Yunhe, these people would still cause trouble for him in the future. He can't just kill someone for such a thing, right? He is not Long Outyen. He would often kill an entire family. Unless the problem is difficult to solve, he will solve the person who created the problem. One kidney, 500,000. Ji Chen spoke. Damn, why don't you just go and grab it? Zhang Yu cursed directly. He has the lowest status in the small group and has the least wealth. He is not as wealthy as Chao Cheng and Duan Yunhe. 2 kidneys would cost 1 million. Although he could afford it, it was not a small sum and it would hurt. I didn't ask you to treat me, so you can do it if you want. Ji Chen moved aside and walked away. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of these rich second generations. If you piss him off, he can only destroy you physically. I'll cure it. Ji Chen had just taken 2 steps when Duan Yunhe agreed directly. Ji Chen's display of skill just now shocked him greatly, especially since he was still in the Optimus Prime state. At this moment, it's like Peppa Pig eating a lollipop and Popeye eating spinach. He can beat 10. Therefore, he was looking forward to Ji Chen's treatment. Modern medical skills may not be comparable to Ji Chen's. Although 1 million is a lot, it is nothing compared to one's own sexual happiness. But I have a requirement. It must be cured without any sequelae. Otherwise, I won't take my money easily. Are you questioning my medical skills? Ji Chen said calmly, I'll take your money and help you get rid of your misfortune. I will definitely cure you. How to treat it? Duan Yunhe asked. I will treat you with acupuncture and Chinese medicine. Ji Chen glanced at the tent he had set up. It's getting late. I have to go back to cook. I'll send you the necessary herbs and utensils later. Prepare the room and the herbs and utensils this afternoon, and I'll start treating you. Can. Duan Yunhe nodded. Ji Chen exchanged phone numbers with him and turned to leave. Chao Cheng looked at Ji Chen's disappearing back and said hesitantly, Master Duan, do you really believe he can cure you? Why don't you just try and know? Duan Yunhe didn't take it seriously. Only after experiencing it himself did he understand how powerful Ji Chen's move was. He has confidence in Ji Chen. Besides, how could Ji Chen dare to harm him? If you lie to him, he will let Ji Chen know why the flowers are so red. Chao Cheng said no more. He also wanted to see if Ji Chen could cure Duan Yunhe. If possible. He also paid Ji Chenji. This is a man's dignity. Let's go to Yihua Ting. My head is about to burst. Duan Yunhe gave an order and hurried away with the 2 of them. On the way, I called the owner of Yihuating and asked him to prepare the beauties. He got to work as soon as he got there. Ji Chen came out of the club and drove to the vegetable market near the community and bought a bunch of fresh ingredients. He has plenty of money now. Especially after he cures Duan Yunhe, Chao Cheng, Zhang Yu and other people in Duan Yunhe's group will definitely come to him with money to ask for treatment. It is much easier to make money from them than to catch criminals and get the reward. With his medical skills, treating kidney deficiency is very simple. Jinjiang Courtyard. Ji Chen returned home carrying a big bag of food. Ji Chen, why are you buying so many vegetables again? Don't we have plenty at home? The 3 of us can't eat much, don't spend too much. Lu Hong is used to being frugal and feels bad for Ji Chen spending money. Auntie, I bought it on the way, and Susu is pregnant, so she needs more nourishment. Ji Chen smiled and said, besides, money is meant to be spent, otherwise it's just a piece of waste paper. Big Bear, you're back so soon? Su Yuxing took a bag of vegetables and helped Ji Chen take it to the kitchen and put it away. I have to go out again this afternoon. One of Chao Cheng's friends has kidney deficiency, and I'm going to help him with his treatment. Ji Chen did not hide it. Lu Hong hurriedly said, Ji Chen, work is important. You don't have to ignore me. Just be busy as you need to be. She was afraid that she would delay Ji Chen's opportunity to make money. She had personally experienced Ji Chen's medical skills. It's amazing. Definitely make money. Auntie, don't worry, I have plenty of time, it won't affect me. Ji Chen started preparing lunch. Lu Hong and Su Yusheng helped pick vegetables. The kitchen is bustling with activity. There was continuous gunfire in Yehua Court. Fuck, Master Duan is too fierce. Zhang Yu was shocked and envious. They play together every day and know each other very well. Even fellow travelers. They are very clear about each other's strength. Chao Cheng exclaimed, I didn't expect Ji Chen's lightning fast move to be so powerful. Duan Yunha shook his head. Ji-chin didn't just hit me once, he hit me at least 7 or 8 times in that instant. Hiss. So soon. Chao Cheng and Zhang Yu widened their eyes. They saw it with their own eyes and thought that Ji-chin defeated Duan Yunha with just one move. I didn't expect that this move actually included 7 or 8 moves. They were so close that they couldn't even see clearly. Master Duan, you are too strong. Master Duan, spare my life. After an unknown amount of time, the panting in the private room finally stopped. Duan Yunha lay on the leather sofa, lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and was as happy as a god. This moment. He no longer had any doubts about Ji-chen's medical skills and was full of confidence. He picked up his phone and the herbs and instruments Ji-chen needed had been sent to him. He forwarded the message and told his lackeys to prepare. As for, he thought this private room would be enough. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ji-chen received the news that Duan Yunha was ready. He said something to Su Yusheng and Lu Hong and drove to Yi waiting. Supreme Private Room 666. Mr. Ji, right? Young Master Duan has already instructed you to follow me. Ji-chen followed the waiter all the way upstairs. His spiritual sense spread out, easily covering Yehua Court, and he deeply felt the decadence, debauchery, and filth of this place. Sudden. Ji-chen was shocked to see an acquaintance in the Supreme Room 888. Meng Yiwen. Chapter 29. I'll treat you, play as you please. Night Palace. Supreme Private Room 888. 100,000. Wei Tian held a large cigar between his lips and raised a finger. Boss Wei, I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of person. Meng Yiwen felt ashamed and angry, so she turned around and left. 200,000. Wei Tian's voice sounded from behind. Meng Yiwen's body trembled slightly, but she did not stop and walked quickly outside. Shame on you. Wei Tian stepped forward, grabbed her long ponytail and pulled it hard. Ah! A huge pain swept across her scalp. Meng Yiwen screamed and fell heavily on the sofa. Wei Tian walked over, looking down from a high vantage point, as if overlooking his prey. Swish! Meng Yiwen's clothes were violently torn off by him. Bang! A slap landed on his face. Wei Tian paused, his expression became ferocious, and his eyes became dangerous. You stinky bitch, you dared to hit me. Meng Yiwen was trembling like a sieve and was very scared. Snap! Snap! The clear and loud voice echoed in the private room, and Meng Yiwen's fair face immediately became red and swollen. There was a blood-red palm print on each side, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Her head was spinning. The whole person was stunned. Ah! Before she could come to her senses, a heart-wrenching pain came from her shoulder. The cigar in Wei Tian's hand poked her snow-white shoulders hard, making a sizzling burning sound. Help! Meng Yiwen struggled desperately and shouted loudly, but it was of no avail. The Supreme Room has excellent sound insulation. Even if you shout at the top of your lungs, no one outside can hear you. Wei Tian's eyes were bloodshot, cruel yet excited. When you are weak, wailing is just a stimulant for him. Just scream as much as you want. I just like to hear your pitiful and touching, ah. Just as Wei Tian was about to reach out, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his heart. It was like 10,000 swords piercing the heart, or like 10,000 needles pricking and stabbing. Boss, what's wrong? The thug Tai Bing, who had been standing aside without looking away, rushed forward. Heartache, take me to the hospital. Wei Tian spoke with difficulty, his face pale and sweat pouring down. Yes. Tai Bing immediately picked up Wei Tian and rushed out of the private room. Meng Yiwen was terrified. He quickly picked up his torn clothes and ran away. What are you doing here? Ji-chen grabbed Meng Yiwen's arm and pulled her to the corner. Ah, let go, Ji-chen, wow. Meng Yiwen was startled, and when she saw that it was Ji-chen, she finally couldn't help but break down. She threw herself into Ji-chen's arms and burst into tears. Ji-chen knew she was frightened and did not push her away. Wei Tian suddenly felt a heartache, which was actually caused by him secretly pouring a ray of immortality into Wei Tian's heart through the wall. He is not still in love. Even if it wasn't Meng Yiwen today, if it was any other innocent woman, he would not stand idly by. But he didn't rush in and beat Wei Tian up like other protagonists, causing a conflict and pretending to be cool. That's too low level. He doesn't need a hero to save the damsel in distress. The fact that Wei Tian can be so lawless shows that he has considerable power, and he doesn't want to cause trouble. He can kill the opponent silently. Hide your achievements and fame. No one would suspect him. This isn't the place you should be. You won't be as lucky next time. He grabbed Meng Yuan's shoulders and pushed her away. Ji Chen injected a ray of vital energy from his fingertips into the burn on her shoulder, giving her simple treatment. After all, Meng Yuan had slept in the same bed with him for 2.5 years. She was his first love. Although they broke up, she also gave him a lot of good times. Most of his youthful hormones were spread on her. I will never come here again. It's all Wang Rong's fault. She lied to me. Meng Yuan gritted her teeth. Wang Rong was also a foreign language major and was in the same class as her, but not in the same dormitory. Okay, be more careful next time and go back and have a good rest. Ji Chen didn't say much. I believe that after this lesson, Meng Yuan will understand what it means to be evil in human nature. Ji Chen. She hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Meng Yuan shook her head gently. It's okay. What she actually wanted to say was, does she still have a chance? But she couldn't say it. It was she who initiated the breakup, and she was too embarrassed to say that they wanted to get back together. If you have nothing to do, go back and don't stay here any longer. Ji Chen actually guessed what she wanted to say. But a good horse never turns back. Although Meng Yuan was not a bad woman, she did not keep him as a playboy like other women when she was with him, and treated him like a lapdog. She was even willing to cooperate when Ji Chen wanted to play with adult toys. But when faced with the pursuit of the rich second generation, she finally chose to give up him. There is no going back. Some things, once torn, can never be restored to their original state even if they are sewn together. Goodbye. Meng Yuan turned and ran away with tears in her eyes. Ji Chen came to the Supreme Private Room 666, and was greeted by all kinds of auras. Cigarettes, alcohol, women's and men's hormones. Duan Yunhe, Zhao Chang, and Zhang Yu hugged the beauties, touched them all over and had a great time. Let them all out. Ji Chen glanced at the obscene scene, frowned and gave orders. All of you, get out. Duan Yunhe waved his hand. Several beauties wearing short skirts that reached their buttocks straightened their messy skirts, looked at Ji Chen curiously, and walked out one after another. Zhang Yu turned on all the lights. Duan Yunhe took out the herbs and utensils and handed them to Ji Chen. Would you mind taking a look at these? Ji Chen glanced at it, picked up the silver needle, and nodded. Can. Let's start now. Just take off all your clothes and lie down flat. Duan Yunhe didn't waste any words. He wasn't wearing much to begin with, so he took it off and lay down on the sofa. The room was air-conditioned and warm. Zhao Chang and Zhang Yu were like curious babies, stretching their necks and widening their eyes. Ji Chen performed acupuncture. Zhang Yu and Xiao Qing shrank their necks as they saw thin silver needles being inserted into their bodies one after another, feeling inexplicably scared. Actually, it just looked scary. Duan Yunhe did not feel any pain, and even felt very comfortable. Just when Ji Chen's silver needle was inserted into his head, Xiao Chang and Zhang Yu took a deep breath and instinctively closed their legs. So scary. Headache. Half an hour later, Ji Chen pulled out the silver needle and the acupuncture was over. Duan Yunhe just has kidney deficiency, which is much simpler than Lu Hong's. The whole process consumes only a wisp of vitality. Okay, now just take my medicine and nourish yourself. Ji Chen said. Mr. Duan, how do you feel? Xiao Chang and Zhang Yu asked hurriedly. It feels good, better than ever. Duan Yunhe stood up, twisted his neck, and felt relaxed all over, which was more refreshing than washing his feet or taking a sauna. Ji Chen redistributed the herbs into 7 portions and instructed. Take 1 packet of these herbs every day, and boil each packet with 2 liters of water to make 1 bowl. Remember, the dosage of each packet must be just right. Not too little, not too much, otherwise it will affect the efficacy of the medicine. No. Duan Yunhe didn't hesitate and said directly, give me your bank card number and I will transfer it to you directly. Ji Chen gave him the card number and the money was quickly transferred to his account. I have to say that Duan Yunhe did a good job in this regard. Certainly. Duan Yunhe also wanted to make friends with Ji Chen. With Ji Chen's medical skills, they will inevitably be used in the future, so I can't offend him. He greeted warmly. Ji Chen, to thank you for helping me with my treatment, I'll treat you today. Just have fun, even if you beat 10 of them, it's no problem. Chapter 30, Crazy Death. Night Palace. Supreme Private Room 666. Duan Yunha invited him warmly and generously, so Ji-chen couldn't refuse. More importantly, he wanted to find out about Wei Tian. He had no intention of testing or criticizing Yi Huating's services. Mr. Duan, when I just arrived, I saw a bald man in the 888 Supreme Room next door raping someone. He suddenly fell ill and was sent to the hospital. Ji-chen remained calm and made indirect suggestions. You're probably talking about Wei Tian, the chairman of Jiecheng Group. This guy made his fortune in the gray industry, using violent and low-cost demolitions. His methods are extremely brutal. Duan Yunha played with the woman and looked at Ji-chen. If you see this kind of thing in the future, it's best to stay away from it. Don't meddle in other people's business. That guy has shady hands. Yeah, even my dad doesn't want to mess with him. Chao Qing echoed, do you remember the girl who jumped off a building in our school last year? It was said that she jumped off the building because of Wei Tiankai. When Ji-chen heard this, related memories came to his mind. It caused a lot of uproar at the time. The girl who jumped off the building was named Wen Yu. At that time, Wen Yu accused Wei Tian of rape, but Wei Tian said that she seduced him and slandered him because she was not satisfied with the money he gave her. Because Wen Yu couldn't produce any evidence. However, Wei Tiankai was powerful and influential, and public opinion was against him. Wen Yu could not bear the blow and committed suicide by jumping off a building. It's really lawless. Ji-chen thought of the Wei Tian he had seen with his spiritual sense before. He saw how cruel and ruthless he was to Meng Yiwen. The cigar was directly stabbed into her body. It hurt just thinking about it. This scumbag must die. Ji-chen made up his mind to enforce justice and destroy Wei Tian. Unfortunately, after that strand of immortality left his body, Ji-chen was unable to control it from a distance. His cultivation is not enough now. Moreover, the long-lasting vitality that leaves the body is like a rootless duckweed. It won't be long before it automatically dissipates between heaven and earth. However, with the strength he currently possesses, it would be easy for him to kill Wei Tian silently. I'll kill him when I get back. Jiancheng Hospital. Wei Tian was immediately sent to the hospital by Tai Bing, but after a series of examinations, no problems were found. A bunch of quacks. Trash. Wei Tian cursed in his heart. If this wasn't a hospital, he would have wanted to kill someone. His heart aches so much. Even if you take painkillers, they can only relieve the pain, but cannot eliminate it at all. Fortunately, Ji-chen's longevity was like a rootless duckweed. As time went by, it gradually weakened and finally disappeared into thin air. Call. When the long-lasting anger dissipated, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The setting sun is blood red. Wei Tian's eyes were ferocious as he left the hospital with Tai Bing. Back home. Wei Tian immediately called Master Yuan Gang, who had a good relationship with him. Boss Wei. Yuan Gang came up to him and greeted him with a familiar smile. Master, you are finally here. Wei Tian was very enthusiastic. He served tea and asked him to sit down, then told him in detail what had happened today. He has always been in good health. The hospital didn't find anything wrong. But suddenly he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife, as if pierced by an arrow, leaving him puzzled. Although he is cruel and brutal to others, he highly respects metaphysics and believes in feng shui. I have full trust in Yuan Gang, the charlatan who cheats people out of money. Boss Wei, you're not sick at all, you've been possessed by a dark evil spirit. Yuan Gang slapped his thigh, his expression solemn. My heart is twisted like a knife, which means the evil spirit has penetrated into my heart, so scientific instruments naturally can't detect it. The evil spirit is only lurking temporarily now, and will later penetrate into the lungs, liver, spleen, and kidneys. When evil spirits flow into the internal organs, even a great immortal cannot save the situation. Yuan Gang shook his head and spoke in a very serious tone. Wei Tian suddenly panicked. He believed this originally. The hospital examined him for a long time but did not find any symptoms, which made him even more convinced that Yuan Gang had evil spirits entering his body. He stood up and bowed. Master, please save me. As he spoke, a check was stuffed into Yuan Gang's hand. Glancing at the 1 million amount on the check, Yuan Gang smiled inwardly. He put away the check without leaving any trace and said solemnly, Don't worry, Mr. Wei. We have been friends for many years. How can I just stand by and watch Mr. Wei get robbed? Master, please teach me. Wei Tian bowed respectfully. According to what President Wei said, this evil spirit was obviously brought by that woman. Yuan Gang looked mysterious. I'm sure Boss Wei also knows that some women are unlucky for their husbands, some are unlucky for men, and some are born with the unlucky star, unlucky for anyone they come into contact with. Wei Tian nodded. According to Master, Meng Yuan is unlucky for men? He is not Meng Yuan's husband. Obviously not a husband killer. Meng Yuan is not a lonely star. That's what kills men. No. Yuan Gang shook his head. Everything in the universe is interdependent and mutually exclusive, just like the yin and yang in the 5 elements. I haven't met Meng Yuan, so I can't say for sure if she's good for men, but I can be sure that she's good for President Wei. As a professional charlatan, he is very particular about his words. If he agreed that Meng Yuan was unlucky with men, what if Meng Yuan had other men but was not unlucky with him? Wouldn't that expose the truth? He said that he could defeat Wei Tian, which is definitely true. Wei Tian agreed with this and had no doubt that what Yuan Gang said was nonsense. What should we do then? The one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. As long as you conquer it and baptize it with its mysterious yin energy, you will be able to wash away the evil spirit. Yuan Gang was serious. As an old driver, Wei Tian naturally understood the baptism he was talking about. Just go in and wash your hair. But he still had a problem. Master, Meng Yuan is my enemy. What if I'm already in pain before I even get in? What should I do? Wei Tian asked with a look of inquiry. Yuan Gang stroked his mustache, smiled, and nodded in appreciation. Wei finally got to the point. If Boss Wei remains the same as before, he will naturally be defeated before he even gets started, making it difficult for him to succeed. Wei Tian pricked up his ears, not daring to miss a single thing. Yuan Gang didn't keep the secret. I've said before that everything in the world is interdependent and mutually exclusive. For every poison in the world, there must be an antidote within 5 steps. Wei Tian suddenly understood. Yuan Gang's words were consistent, which made him believe it even more. Master, how do we find the antidote? Wei Tian's breathing became rapid, full of anticipation. Naturally, we'll focus on Meng Yuan and look for someone who can counteract her and suppress her. As long as we find that person and baptize him with his Yin energy, it will be like putting on a layer of armor. Then we can easily break Meng Yuan's Yin Sha. Understood. Wei Tian no longer had any doubts and thanked him again and again. Yuan Gang left with a check for 1 million, feeling satisfied. Wei Tian immediately called his subordinates and ordered them to find the person who restrained Meng Yuan. Just 1 hour. His secretary replied and passed the information to Wei Tian. Su Yusheng, 22 years old, from the School of Foreign Languages at Jiangcheng University, majoring in English, Class 3, Grade 2004, and Meng Yuan's roommate. Wei Tian quickly looked through the information and photos. Su Yusheng's appearance and figure are even better than Meng Yuan's, and her academic performance is even better than Meng Yuan's. Especially after Meng Yuan broke up with Ji Chen recently, she thought she could hook up with a rich second-generation man, but she was dumped again. Su Yusheng and Ji Chen are together, and their life is prosperous, with a car and a house. Meng Yuan was completely defeated by Su Yusheng. This information is not a secret in Jiangcheng University. Many people know about it. Even a random search on forums and postboards can yield a lot of information. That's her. She's the antidote. Wei Tian's eyes lit up with greed. As for Su Yusheng having a boyfriend? He doesn't care. Not to mention boyfriends, even if you have a husband, he has played with countless women. Even under coercion and inducement. The other party has to clean his wife and send her to his bed. Chapter 31 Aerospace Carrier, Wasp Fighter. Night Palace. Ji Chen picked up his belt and walked out of the noisy hall. Standing at the gate, breathing the fresh air outside, Ji Chen, who had just washed his hair, felt refreshed and relaxed. The Yellow Emperor's Qi refining technique is in operation. All the smell of alcohol was dissipated, and all the smell of makeup on the body was gone. He got into the Audi, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. I got home before 5 o'clock. Ji Chen came to the kitchen and started cooking. Xiaochen, you just came back, take a rest, leave the cooking to me. Lu Hong, wearing a waist apron, pushed Ji Chen out of the kitchen. Auntie, I'm not tired. Cooking is like taking a break. Ji-chen still wanted to refuse. Lu Hong insisted. Finally, Lu Hong asked Ji-chen to go and rest first, and she would do the preparation work, while Ji-chen would be responsible for the final cooking. Su Yusheng was playing with Hei Huang in the living room. The Black Emperor is small, chubby, very smart, and very cute. Ji-chen came to the balcony. Following his instructions, the magpie happily caught 3 hornets quickly. There was one in his mouth, already dead. One of the left claws was also dead. The hornet, with only its right claw left, is still half alive. He prepared the hornet for Wei Tian. Ji-chen condensed the beast-controlling rune at his fingertips and injected it into the wasp's body. In an instant, the wasp trembled and began to transform. The bones became hard and had a metallic luster, and the wings were like sharp blades that could cut through space. Moreover, wasp venom is very strong and can be fatal. After transformation, the toxicity becomes even more terrifying. Buzz buzz buzz. The hornet flew in front of Ji-chen, releasing kindness and flattery. Ji-chen stretched out his hand, and it landed on his fingertips obediently, rubbing its head against his hand. You are now my third pet. I'll name you Bumblebee number 1. Ji-chen communicated with Bumblebee using his mind. He has a telepathic connection with his pet and possesses its perspective. Ji-chen ordered Bumblebee number 1 to lure a few hornets over. A moment later, Bumblebee 1 brings 8 bumblebees. Now, Ji-chen is rich and powerful, and he enslaves them all in one go. So far, Ji-chen owns 9 evolved bumblebees. You have mastered beast taming 9 times, and your beast taming skills have been improved. Ji-chen seemed to have an epiphany, and countless insights into taming beasts flooded into his mind. He gained a new understanding of the art of taming animals, as if a whole new world had opened up. Ji-chen looked at his personal panel. During this period, he improved very quickly and his strength was much stronger than before. Super Dad System. Name, Ji-chen. Cultivation, Qi Refining 1035 129,600. Constitution, 110. Spirit, 111. Method, Yellow Emperor's Qi Refining Technique, Su Nu Heart Sutra. Skills, Locust Stone Perfect, Beast Taming 69500, Telepathic Finger 296500, Memory Palace 89200, God of Cars 696, 1000. Both my physical and mental strength have broken through 110, and my cultivation has made significant progress. Ji-chen was very satisfied. He gained new insights into the art of taming animals, not only gaining a second perspective, but even possessing the senses of his pet. For example, he can also hear and smell what his pet hears and smells. He tried it immediately. Switching to Black Emperor, I immediately smelled a rich milky aroma, as well as other special and distracting scents. From his second perspective, everything was white. The snow-capped mountains are towering and the ravines are crisscrossed. Ji-chen looked towards the living room and saw Hei Huan lying on Su Yusheng's legs, facing the mountain. You bastard! Ji-chen shouted in his heart, and Hei Huang immediately jumped to the ground and ran towards him happily. Black Emperor! Su Yusheng shouted, and Hei Huang jumped around Ji-chen without even turning his head. Ji-chen pinched the back of its neck, brought it to the balcony, and rubbed the dog's head. Hei Huang licked his hand with his tongue. What a bootlicker! Ji-chen looked at the pet in front of him. There are Black Emperor, Dashi, and Bumblebee number 1 to number 9, a total of 11. Once we find Wei Tian's location, have Dashi transport the bumblebee over. With the bumblebee's venom after metamorphosis, if it pierces Wei Tian's neck blood vessels, Wei Tian will surely die. A complete plan emerged in Ji-chen's mind. After the transformation, the magpie can fly very far and very fast, and can be used as an aerospace mothership. The Hornet as a fighter jet. Wait until the designated location and put the bumblebee down. The bumblebee will then fly over and complete the assassination mission. Perfect. Now all we have to do is find Wei Tian. Ji-chen immediately sent Dashi to take Bumblebee number 1 and number 2 to Jiangcheng Hospital. I wonder if Wei Tian is still in the hospital. Even if he wasn't in the hospital, Ji-chen didn't care. Although he didn't know Wei Tian's address and couldn't ask anyone for it for fear of attracting other people's attention, he knew Wei Tian's company. As long as Dashi is sent out to wait at the door of Wei Tian's company, Wei Tian will be caught sooner or later. Dashi quickly flew to the roof of Jiangcheng Hospital. Its extraordinary eyesight observed the entrances and exits of the hospital, and it could immediately lock onto Wei Tian as soon as he appeared. Ji Chen had seen Wei Tian's appearance. He could convey Wei Tian's appearance to Dashi through his thoughts, and all he had to do now was wait. Ji Chen looked at the remaining 7 bumblebees in front of him and said in his heart, "Go play by yourselves, stay away from humans, and don't prick anyone." Buzz buzz buzz. 7 bumblebees flapped their wings and flew away, leaving only the dog Black Emperor. Ji Chen carried He Huang back to the living room, and Su Yusheng immediately reached out, poked the dog's head, pinched its ears, and scratched its belly. "People are worse than dogs." Ji Chen wailed, threw He Huang aside, picked up Su Yusheng and sat him on his lap. "Stop it." Su Yusheng glanced at Ji Chen with his timid eyes, then immediately lowered his head, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her delicate, fair skin was faintly pink due to nervousness, making people want to love her fiercely. "Don't worry, Auntie is in the kitchen." Ji Chen hugged her slender waist, put his forehead against hers, and looked straight at the snow valley below. "Growing again. You're bad." Su Yusheng's heart was pounding. Although she didn't do anything, it would be so embarrassing if her mother came out and saw them like this. "I have something serious to tell you." Ji Chen leaned close to her ear and said seriously, "You know, Auntie is seriously overdrawn. I gave her acupuncture last night, and although it worked well, it didn't cure her completely." Su Yusheng's heart immediately jumped into his throat. "Big Bear, didn't you say you could cure it?" "Don't worry, I didn't say it can't be cured, it's just..." Ji Chen was a little embarrassed. "Just what?" Su Yusheng was almost dying of anxiety and stared at him. Ji Chen whispered, "You also know that there are many acupuncture points on the human body. For example, the Tanzhong point is located in the middle of the chest. There are many other more special acupuncture points." Su Yusheng vaguely understood something. Ji Chen continued, "If you want to completely cure it, acupuncture alone is not enough. You need to use special massage techniques. Acupuncture has advantages over massage, but it also has disadvantages. Tonight's treatment requires massage, so I want you to tell Auntie so she can be prepared and avoid embarrassment." "I know, don't worry, I'll tell Mom later." Su Yusheng nodded and agreed immediately. "One more thing, because it was my first time last night, I didn't get a full treatment. I'll intensify it tonight, so..." Ji Chen said, "Auntie, you can't have anything covering your body to block the acupuncture and massage." Su Yusheng widened his eyes. Although I had just guessed it, I was still surprised. She also understood that Ji Chen was right. "Don't worry, I think there's nothing wrong with Mom. Isn't it the same if she goes to the hospital for surgery?" Su Yusheng encouraged himself and Ji Chen. Ji Chen didn't say anything more. After dinner, Su Yusheng told Lu Hong about Ji Chen's request. Lu Hong felt ashamed, but understood the need for treatment. What's more, she is such an adult. If she acted shy in front of Su Yusheng and Ji Chen, it would only make her feel awkward. After washing up, she just wrapped herself in a bathrobe. "It's really empty inside tonight. Unlike last night, at least I still had 2 of my most fitting pieces of clothing. Come to the room." Lu Hong didn't say much, took off her bathrobe, closed her eyes and lay down. Her heart was in turmoil and she was extremely nervous. Ji Chen looked straight ahead and began to give her comprehensive treatment. Chapter 32: The Matrix, Photo Threat. Lu Hong's eyes were tightly closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her heart was obviously not as calm as she appeared. Even though at this moment she and Ji Chen were in a patient and doctor relationship. But Ji Chen is her son-in-law after all. Even though she kept comforting herself that Ji Chen was treating her, she still felt an indescribable shame. She is now meticulously placed in front of Ji Chen. Ji Chen looked solemn, with no distractions in his mind, and was meticulous. He only sees patients, not men or women. Ji Chen moved as fast as lightning, performing the 9 needles and 12 origins technique, with each slender silver needle accurately piercing the corresponding acupuncture points. Now he is more skilled. The acupuncture technique is mastered in detail. The depth, force, angle and vibration frequency of each acupuncture are exactly the same and are done with ease. This time, he conducted comprehensive and thorough treatment on Lu Hong's hidden acupoints such as Tanzhong, Tianqi, and Sugu. 40 minutes later, as the silver needles were pulled out one by one, Lu Hong opened her eyes, feeling a sense of ease and comfort that could not be described in any words. "Auntie, I'm going to give you a massage next," Ji Chen reminded. Lu Hong snorted lightly and said nothing more. But my heart was in my throat. Massage is not like acupuncture. This is done with your hands. However, when Lu Hong saw Ji Chen take out latex gloves and put them on, she was surprised at Ji Chen's thoughtfulness and felt a little relieved. Ji Chen placed his hands on top of her head, starting from the Baihui acupoint. Use the thumbs of both hands to apply gentle pressure, and the vital energy will flow into the fingertips, and with the massage, it will be integrated into the various acupoints of Lu Hong. Lu Hong suddenly felt her mind clear, as if her soul had left her body, ascended to heaven, and became as graceful as an immortal. Su Yusheng served quietly on the side, and from time to time he seized the opportunity to pick up a towel and gently wipe the fine beads of sweat from Ji Chen's forehead. Sudden. Lu Hong came to her senses and her face turned red. Ji Chen has already moved from the Baihui point on the top of his head, down along the neck, to the Lingshu and Tianqi points. The Tianqi acupoint is located on both sides of the chest. The center of it is the Tanzhong point. Su Yusheng pretended to bury his head, as if he didn't see it. Usually, Ji Chen likes to help her massage the Tianqi and Shinfeng acupoints. Half an hour later, Ji Chen started from the Tanzhong acupoint and went all the way down to the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of the foot. He pressed the Yongquan acupoint with his thumb, and vital energy flowed in. Lu Hong couldn't help but open her eyes and let out a groan. All right. Ji Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, and Su Yusheng hurriedly helped him wipe the sweat from his forehead. This acupuncture and massage tonight has consumed a lot of his energy. This consumption is not just about vitality, but more about spirit. Whether it is acupuncture or massage, you need to concentrate and focus, and it is the most exhausting. Without lingering, he turned and left the room. Call. Lu Hong let out a long sigh, and her whole body was like coming out of a sauna, sweating profusely, as if all the toxins and impurities in her body had been expelled. The whole person feels light and airy. Xiaochen's medical skills are amazing. Lu Hong put on her clothes and changed the subject. It just looks like Xiaochen has consumed a lot of energy. Su Yusheng nodded vigorously. Mom, Big Bear's special technique consumes a lot of energy and cannot be used as a regular medical treatment. It will never be used on anyone except the closest relatives. So, Mom, you have to keep it a secret and don't tell anyone else about it. Don't worry, I understand and I won't tell anyone. Lu Hong solemnly promised. Only by experiencing it yourself can you feel how powerful Ji Chen's acupuncture and massage are. It is simply magical. This method is obviously unusual. Not to mention that others would have bad intentions if they knew about it. Even if everyone came to Ji Chen for treatment, wouldn't Ji Chen be exhausted to death? She has lived for 38 years, how could she not understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth? Susu, go take care of Xiaochen, don't worry about me. Lu Hong sent Su Yusheng away and got up to make the bed. The blanket was already wet with sweat. She put it away, took it to the washing machine, and washed it automatically. Come to the bathroom. She took off her pajamas and looked at herself in the mirror, stunned. This is still her. It's like I'm back to my 20s, even more beautiful than when I was young. It's not that Ji Chen would have plastic surgery. Instead, her body muscles have recovered, she exudes vitality, and the charm of a mature woman accumulated over the years completely crushes her younger self. Could it be that Xiaochen knows Qigong? Lu Hong couldn't help but guess. Thinking back carefully, when Ji Chen's fingertips pressed the acupuncture points on her body, it was as if a clear spring was flowing through her body. No matter what, it must be kept secret. Lu Hong said secretly. Looking at the radiant face in the mirror, full of the aura of a mature beauty, Lu Hong couldn't help but smile, feeling happy in her heart. Ji Chen is capable, can cook, make money, and is good to Su. He is simply an ideal son-in-law. They finally got their reward after suffering so much. The shower poured down from above my head, and the warm water washed all the past suffering and sorrow into the sewer. It's like being reborn from the ashes, cleansed of all worldly desires. In the study, Ji Chen was sitting in a computer chair watching a movie, but his eyes were actually on his pet Dashi. Dashi stared for so long, but unfortunately he didn't see Wei Tian. Has this guy been discharged from the hospital? Or is he still in the ward? Ji Chen had an idea and ordered Bumblebee number 1 to fly off Dashi's back and fly towards the hospital's inpatient department. He tried to see if he could find Wei Tian. After flying around, I still couldn't find it. Forget it, there's no rush anyway. Let Dashi go to his company tomorrow to wait him down. Ji-chan controlled Bumblebee number 1 and returned to Dashi's back. Dashi returned with Hornet 1 and 2. Big Bear, what are you looking at? Su Yusheng ran up from behind, put his arms around his neck, and watched the movie playing on the computer. The Matrix. Ji-chan pulled her over, sat her in his arms, and kissed her on the forehead. Have you seen it? No. Su Yusheng shook his head. But I've heard of it. It seems to be a story about the confrontation between humans and AI. Good. Ji-chan watched the movie, his hand deep inside her skirt, and suddenly he had an inspiration. Hacker. The 21st century is the information age. He has a super dad system, and no matter what he learns, it is like enlightenment. Just learn hacking techniques. He will definitely become the most powerful hacker in the world, maneuvering freely on the internet and being invincible. By then, wouldn't it be easy for him to know any information he wants to know? For example, find Wei Tian's address. Hacking skills are great, you have to learn them. Ji-chan made up his mind. Big Bear. Su Yusheng twisted his body, his cheeks flushed and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. Don't move, I'll give you a massage. Ji-chan gently bit her earlobe, and his hot breath blew on Su Yusheng's face, making her already rosy face even hotter and redder. Su Yusheng raised his eyes timidly and rolled his eyes. She doesn't believe it. In fact, Ji-chan did not lie to her. Everything needs maintenance. For example, vehicles and roads. After a while, Ji-chan kissed her on the cheek. I'm going to take a shower and come back to give you acupuncture. Su Yusheng buried his head in the towering chest, his heart beating like a drum, and he didn't hear what Ji-chan said. Ji-chan came to the bathroom. I took a quick hot shower, dried my hair, and went back to the bedroom. As for hacking techniques, learn later. There's no rush for this night. I'm so tired today, I can't relax. This night. Su Yusheng was very enthusiastic in thanking Ji-chan for his hard work in treating her mother, and she achieved remarkable results in practicing the Su Nu Heart Sutra. The next day, Ji-chan woke up and found Su sleeping soundly in his arms. Without disturbing him, he quietly got out of bed. Come to the balcony. Dashi and Bumblebee rushed over. Ji-chan took out rice and fed Dak Sixi, and asked it to carry Bumblebee number 1 and number 2 to Wei Tian Company to wait. Donghuang Club. On the messy big bed, a naked woman huddled in the corner, sobbing softly, her body covered in purple and red patches. She looked at Wei Tian with resentment as he stood in front of the couch, shaking his head and tail, showing off his power. This rapist. She must sue him. You want to sue me, right? Wei Tian raised his hand and slapped him, then kicked him out of frustration before walking over and pouring him a glass of red wine. Tai Bing, a trusted subordinate, came in with 2 younger brothers. What do you want to do? No, don't come over here. The soldier grabbed the woman's hair and pulled it out roughly. A younger brother immediately controlled the woman. The iron soldiers began to commit violence. A young man was taking pictures with his camera. The woman's appearance and privacy were all photographed carefully and clearly. But the soldier who committed the violence only photographed her lower body and did not photograph her face at all. Half an hour later, Tai Bing pinched the woman, who looked like a rag doll, and raised her chin, with a fierce look in his eyes. If you dare call the police, I will post these photos and videos online and send them to your parents, teachers, classmates, relatives, and friends, and then I will kill your entire family. You don't want your parents to get hit by a car when they go out, do you? Chapter 33, Burning with Anger, the Wasp Destroys the Enemy. You don't want your parents to get hit by a car when they go out, do you? After threatening and intimidating the woman severely, Tai Bing threw the woman onto the bed. Boss Wei, it's done. Let's go. Wei Tian looked indifferent as he led them out of the private room. Iron Soldier, send someone to capture that stinky bitch Meng Yuan for me. Wei Tian gritted his teeth. The pain he felt yesterday was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, making him hate Meng Yuan to the core. He must torture the other party severely this time. Let the other person feel the pain too. Yes. Tai Bing nodded and told his 2 younger brothers to do it. They are already familiar with this kind of thing. Whenever Wei Tian takes a fancy to a woman, he will spend money on her first. If you don't agree, use force. After Wei Tian finished playing, he led the queue, took videos and photos, and even beat and tortured people to make them fearful. taking photos and threatening to kill the entire family. Almost no woman dares to call the police. Wei Tian had already used money to attack Meng Yuan yesterday, so he just used force. As long as we can deal with Su Yusheng, we can break the evil spirit's possession. A fierce light flashed in Wei Tian's eyes. He is determined to win. Last night, he has asked his men to find out detailed information about Su Yusheng, even including information about Su Yusheng's hometown and biological father. Su Yusheng has been staying at home these days. He had to trick it out. He and Taibing came to Jiangcheng Park, which is not far from Jinzheng Courtyard. He called Su Yusheng. Hello? Su Yusheng answered the phone. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. She had already had breakfast and was teasing He Huang in the living room. Ji Chen is updating his novel in the study. Lu Hong is washing dishes in the kitchen. Come to Jiangcheng Park alone, I want to see you. Who are you? Su Yusheng asked with a frown. I'm your father. Wei Tian mentioned the location of Su Yusheng's hometown and his father's name, and said impatiently, if you don't want me to go find your mother, come to Jiangcheng Park to meet me. After saying that, Wei Tian hung up the phone. Su Yusheng stood there in a daze, his body trembling, as if he had suddenly lost all his strength. He slowly squatted down, hugging his knees with his hands, looking pitiful and helpless. She had already forgotten the other person's appearance and voice. Unexpectedly, it suddenly appeared. A pair of big hands embraced her from behind, and Ji Chen gently kissed her face. What's wrong? No. It's okay. Su Yusheng was extremely confused and didn't know what to do. She didn't want to drag Ji Chen into this. Ji Chen scratched her nose, frowned, and pretended to be unhappy. What's wrong with you that you dare to hide from me? I. She buried her head and her body trembled slightly. Ji Chen pinched her chin, lifted it up, and forced her to look into his eyes. Remember, you have me now. A scammer just called and said it was your beastly father, right? I have very good ears. Fraud. Su Yusheng was stunned, surprised, and happy. If not a liar, what is he? Do you think that peasant who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble, beat his wife and sell his children can find you? Ji Chen sneered. In fact, he was also deceiving Su Yusheng. When the other party spoke the first sentence, he recognized it was Wei Tian. He never expected that Wei Tian actually wanted to take advantage of Su Yusheng. It's like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long. Originally he planned to let Wei Tian die quickly, but now he has changed his mind. He wants him to die in endless pain and despair. He burned his ex-girlfriend with a cigar and now wants to sleep with his woman. Even death cannot atone for his sins. There is a way to die. Thank you, Big Bear. She hugged Ji Chen and spoke timidly. She also figured it out. She and her mother have lost contact with each other for more than 10 years, and it is not easy for the other party to find them. At least we need help from the government. Okay, it's okay. Ji Chen gently patted her smooth back and said seriously, remember, no matter what happens in the future, you must tell me the first time. Don't hide it, and don't act alone. Oh, I see. She promised weakly, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Ji Chen picked up her phone and blocked and deleted the number. There will be more and more scammers like this in the future, many of whom will use various information to scare you, intimidate you, and seduce you. Ji Chen picked up Su Yusheng and sat him on his lap, and reminded him. But as long as you stay calm, don't be frightened, and don't easily believe whatever the other person says, it will be difficult to deceive you. Oh. Su Yusheng lowered his head. Ji Chen looked over and saw the snow-capped mountains and deep valleys emitting a charming fragrance. Greedy. Ji Chen was busy eating, but his mind was directing to Shi, who was waiting at Wei Tian Company, to rush to Jiangcheng Park with 2 bumblebees. Unfortunately, Jiangcheng Park is very large, and Wei Tian may not be in Jiangcheng Park at this moment. Ji Chen searched around with great joy, but still couldn't find it. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. Su Yusheng trembled. It was an unfamiliar number. It must be that liar. Ji Chen took Su Yusheng's phone, his eyes were cold. Su, you stay home, I'm going to go out and scold him. Having said that, he put Su Yusheng down and left home directly. Su Yusheng was a little worried. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He just watched Ji Chen leave. Who are you? Ji Chen's voice was cold. If you call me again to harass me, I'll call the police. Are you Ji Chen? Wei Tian's voice came from the phone. I am Wei Tian, chairman of Jichen Group. I want you to save my life. I will give you 1 million. You should go find the police. What's the point of finding me? It's up to you to do this. Wei Tian got straight to the point. To be more precise, I need your girlfriend. If you let her sleep with me, I'll give you 1 million. I'll give you 1 million, will you fucking sleep with me? Ji Chen hung up the phone directly. We must kill him as soon as possible. He returned home, looked at Su Yusheng, whose eyes were filled with worry, and smiled. Don't worry, I just scolded the liar. Ji Chen picked up Su Yusheng and used his special skills to quickly make her so amused that she had no time to think. However, Ji Chen's mind was focused on Dashi, searching the area around Jiangcheng Park inch by inch. There's a luxury car. Ji Chen saw a Mercedes-Benz parked next to the road at the gate of Jiangcheng Park. He controlled Dashi to fly over. Through the open car window, Ji Chen saw Wei Tian and Tai Bing. I found you. Dashi flew to the top of a big tree next to the Benz and stopped. Bumblebee 1 and Bumblebee 2 flew up, got into the car, and hid in a dark corner. Wei Tian wanted to beat them to death, but they suddenly disappeared. Damn it! Wei Tian was so angry that he punched the car. Let's go back. Wei Tian ordered. Since the talks have broken down, we have no choice but to use force. However, he couldn't rush into the Jinjiang compound to arrest people. He had to wait for Su Yusheng to come out and then secretly capture him by force. Ji Chen controlled Bumblebee number 1 and number 2 to hide under the chair and monitor Wei Tian. It's a bit difficult. Ji Chen didn't expect Wei Tian to call Su Yusheng. Kill Wei Tian at this time. The police will definitely investigate the person who had the last conversation with Wei Tian, and they will also find Su Yusheng in him. Yesterday, Wei Tian tried to rape Meng Yiwen and Yi Waiting but failed. He suddenly felt heartbroken and Ji Chen happened to be there. This is too much of a coincidence. In particular, Ji Chen had sufficient motives to kill. Even if Ji Chen used the Bumblebee to kill Wei Tian, the police would not be able to find the murder method and tools, but they would definitely suspect him. Ji Chen, just wait for me. Wei Tian's face was grim as he shouted at the driver, I'll give you 2 days. No matter what method you use, you must capture Su Yusheng and show me how I'll deal with him. You're looking for death. Ji Chen heard the voice through Bumblebee and became completely furious. I originally wanted to be more cautious. But now he doesn't want to wait any longer. Su, let's go downstairs and take a look. Ji Chen pulled Su Yusheng downstairs. There were cameras in the community, and there were many mothers with children and elderly people. Ji Chen took Su Yusheng to chat with them. There's an alibi. In addition, Bumblebee killed people, and the police could not find any evidence, so it was useless even if they suspected him. Ji Chen still suppressed his impulse. When Wei Tian's car drove to Jiangcheng Bridge, he controlled Hornet number 1 and number 2 to attack at the same time. Bumblebee number 1 rushed towards Iron Soldier's eyes. Ah! Tai Bing screamed, unimaginable pain swept through every nerve, his body suddenly tensed up, and his legs straightened. He stepped on the accelerator, broke through the guardrail, and rushed into the river. At the same time, Bumblebee number 2 stared at Wei Tian's evil tool that had done countless evil things. The pig slaughtering howl and the Iron Soldier's exclamation sounded at the same time. Rumble! The Benz plunged into the river, and countless pedestrians on the bridge screamed. Wei Tian, dead. Chapter 34, Horrible Venomous Bee, Marriage Certificate. Jinjiang Courtyard. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng had a pleasant conversation with the elderly aunties and uncles, as well as the young mothers and beautiful ladies in the community. The children around them also gathered around them, chattering. Beauty is justice. It is worth mentioning that the beautiful mothers here are all very beautiful, with a mature and attractive charm. It is indeed a high-end community. Those who can live here are at least well off, and some are even the mistresses of wealthy and powerful men. Ding-a-ling. Hello? Ji Chen took out his cell phone and answered the call. Hello, your express delivery has arrived at the gate of Jinjiang Courtyard. I'll be right there. Ji Chen hung up the phone, said hello to everyone, and pulled Su Yusheng to the door to sign for the express delivery. What did you buy? Su Yusheng was curious. This is not for sale. Ji Chen raised the package in his hand and smiled mysteriously. This is from my mother. Guess what it is? Household register. Su Yusheng blurted out and became inexplicably nervous. The arrival of the household registration book means they can go and get their marriage certificate. Good. Ji-chen held her soft little hand tightly and said solemnly, "There is no time to lose. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. It's just the right time for us to go get the marriage certificate." Su Yoshing's face was as red as blood, and his plump and round chest rose and fell slightly. "Are you getting married now? It feels so fast." Even though she was already pregnant with Ji-chen's child, marriage was of great significance to any woman. She didn't object. This is what we agreed upon before. Besides, she wanted to too. Let's go back and pack our things and get the certificate." Ji-chen took her hand and went home. When Lu Hong heard the news, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She immediately took out her household registration book and urged Su Yushing to go quickly. "The sooner you get your certificate, the more at ease you will be. It's hard to find a rich son-in-law like Ji-chen even with a lantern." She is very satisfied. 10 minutes later. The two of them packed up, dressed neatly, and took the necessary documents to go out. Ji-chen drove and arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau in less than 10 minutes. There aren't many people getting married today, so there's no need to queue. While Ji-chen and Su Yusheng were handling the formalities, they were closely following the follow-up to the deaths of Wei Tian and Tai Bing. Dashi landed on the top of a weeping willow tree by the river, about 50 meters away from the accident scene. With great joyful vision, everything at the accident scene came into view clearly. The traffic police team has arrived and is contacting people for emergency salvage and rescue operations. Unfortunately, Wei Tian and Tai Bing rushed into the river. The river was very deep, making rescue extremely difficult. Besides, Wei Tian and Tai Bing had died long ago. It took a full 2 hours. Wei Tian and Tai Bing's bodies were dragged ashore. The traffic police and rescue team found that the two men's bodies were blue and black, especially Tai Bing, whose eye was swollen and protruding, and black blood was oozing out, looking hideous and terrifying. Their faces turned serious. "I originally thought it was an ordinary traffic accident. Now it seems that there must be something fishy going on. Captain, this man is Wei Tian, chairman of Jiecheng Group." A traffic policeman took the business card found on Wei Tian and hurriedly reported. "What? Wei Tian, chairman of Jiecheng Group." The traffic police captain was shocked. It was obvious that these two people did not die in a normal traffic accident. They were most likely killed by poisoning. "Now you tell me, one of the deceased was the chairman of a group? Immediately seal off the scene and disperse the onlookers," the traffic police captain ordered. He picked up his phone and immediately called Pan Yun from the Jiangcheng Criminal Investigation Corps. "What? Wei Tian, chairman of Jiecheng Group, died in a car accident? And it's suspected he died of poisoning? Secure the scene, I'll be there soon." Pan Yun put down the phone and immediately summoned his criminal police and forensic doctors to rush to the crime scene. Forensic Dr. Qin Yu took a quick look at Tai Bing's eyes, which were swollen like eggs and flowing with black blood, and then looked at Wei Tianxia's body. "It's very unusual there. Set up a tent on flat ground. This is not normal. Wei Tian was obviously poisoned, just like Tai Bing. The poisoning site is likely to be in the lower body." She cut open Wei Tian's pants, and Pan Yun and other detectives were shocked. "All I saw was a dark, red, and swollen area, with black blood flowing out. Thick arms. Disgusting and hideous." Looking at the two corpses, Pan Yun thought secretly. Preliminary assessment shows that Wei Tian was poisoned in his lower body, and Tai Bing was poisoned in his eyes. It's very likely that the two were suddenly attacked, causing the vehicle to lose control, crash through the guardrail, and rush into the river. If there wasn't a third person in the car at the time, there might have been a hidden weapon. He ordered his men, Shaoli, immediately copy the nearby surveillance footage, salvage the accident vehicle as quickly as possible, and inspect it carefully to find out the cause of the accident. "Okay, Captain Pan." Li Zhang went to do it immediately. After a brief inspection, Qin Yu stood up and said, "Captain Pan, preliminary judgment is that Wei Tian and Tai Bing both died of poisoning, not drowning or external impact. It's impossible to determine the specific poison right now. We need to test it, but the murder weapon must be something like a poison needle. It's extremely toxic." Pan Yun nodded. "I understand. Please ask medical Dr. Qin to perform an autopsy as soon as possible. Wei Tian's identity is special, and I'm afraid it will cause a great impact." "I see." Xin Yu asked someone to bring the body back. Pan Yin took the lead in continuing to search for clues and at the same time notified Wei Tian's family. The evolved bumblebee's poison is truly terrifying. Through Dashi's vision, Ji Chen clearly saw the tragic scenes of Wei Tian and Tai Bing after their death, and was secretly shocked. Although hornets can poison people to death. But compared with now, it is far behind. Ding dong. A text message surfaced. Meng Yuan, Ji Chen, I'm scared, can you help me? Woo woo. Ji Chen frowned and sent a text message back. What's wrong? Where are you? After all, she was once his woman, and she got the first kill. During their relationship, she fully met his needs. Let him feel the joy of a woman for the first time. Although we broke up in the end. But it was a peaceful breakup. Ji Chen would not reconcile with her, but he would not be so heartless as to watch her die without helping her. Meng Yuan, I'm at school. Wang Rong just called to ask me out. Thinking about how she tricked me into going to Yi Hua Ting yesterday, I scolded her. To my surprise, she wasn't angry at all and still insisted on asking me out, saying she apologized. When I refused, she kept trying to persuade me. I suspect she's trying to trick me out. Ji Chen fell into deep thought. Indeed. Meng Yuan is a bit afraid of ropes after being bitten by a snake, but her concerns are not without reason. Wang Rong knew that Meng Yuan hated her, but she insisted that Meng Yuan leave, saying it was an apology, but she probably had ulterior motives. Ji Chen replied the text message immediately. Promise her first. I'll be at the school gate in about 10 minutes. I'll follow you secretly and see what she wants to do. Meng Yuan, yes. Susu, Meng Yuan might be in danger. I want to go to school first. What do you think? Ji Chen looked at Su Yusheng, who was holding the marriage certificate with joy, and took the initiative to speak. What? Yuan is in danger. Su Yusheng was startled and said quickly, Of course I won't object, but is there any danger? Should we call the police? Don't worry, don't you know how powerful I am? Besides, we haven't confirmed it yet. If there is no danger, wouldn't it be a false alarm? Su Yusheng nodded and looked at Ji Chen with his big eyes. Don't worry, Big Bear, I support you no matter what you do. Susu, you're so nice. Holding her soft and delicate body, Ji Chen kissed her forehead lightly and drove her to school. Chapter 35, Bumblebee kills the enemy. What does it have to do with me, Ji Chen? I'm at the school gate, where are you? Ji Chen parked the car on the side of the road and sent a text message to Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan, I'm at the door too. Go find Wang Rong now. I'll follow you secretly. Don't worry. Meng Yuan, okay, Ji Chen, thank you. Meng Yuan appeared at the school gate with a nervous look. She looked up and around, as if looking for Ji Chen, but unfortunately she didn't find him. She didn't know what kind of car Ji Chen was driving. She still chose to believe Ji Chen and rushed to the place Wang Rong mentioned. Wang Rong was talking about a coffee shop. The location is a bit remote. Quiet location. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Meng Yuan saw Wang Rong. Wang Rong also saw her and immediately smiled and waved enthusiastically. Yuan, here. Seeing that there was no one else around Wang Rong, Meng Yuan just walked over with a cold face. She wanted to see what Wang Rong wanted to do. Wang Rong put her arm around Meng Yuan's left arm and walked with her forward. Yuan, I really didn't know that this would happen. I sincerely apologize to you. As they were talking, they passed by a van parked on the side of the road. Meng Yuan was squeezed very close to Wang Rong. The moment she got closer, the car door suddenly opened and pulled her in. Don't move. A man with a fierce look in his eyes waved a sharp knife in front of her. Meng Yuan's body was stiff and trembling, and she dared not move. Bump! The car door closed, started, and sped away in one go. Ji Chen followed closely behind in an Audi. Susu, did you take the video? Big Bear, I've recorded all the videos of Yuan being kidnapped. I just want to know if Yuan is in danger. Su Yusheng was very worried. He didn't expect these people to be so lawless. In broad daylight, the world is clear and bright. He actually kidnapped a woman openly. Is there still any law? Is there still any law? Don't worry, there's no danger for now. Call Captain Pan and report the crime now. Ji Chen followed the van from a distance. Dashi had already returned with Hornet 1 and 2, and was now monitoring the van from high altitude. Ji Chen used the dashi vision, which was equivalent to turning on the full map cheat. The van couldn't escape anyway. It's even more impossible to find him. Su Yuxing did not dare to delay and hurriedly used Ji Chen's mobile phone to call Pan Yun of the Criminal Investigation Corps. "Hey, Ji Chen, what's going on?" Pan Yun asked directly. "He is very busy now. Captain Pan, I'm Ji Chen's girlfriend, Su Yuxing. My classmate Meng Yiwen has been kidnapped, and Ji Chen is secretly following us in his car." Su Yuxing usually looks weak and timid, and seems easy to bully. He is a small creature. But at this moment he remained calm in the face of danger. "Express clearly. Student Su, are you sure this is a kidnapping?" Pan Yun asked. "Captain Pan, I confirm that we saw Meng Yiwen being dragged into a van with our own eyes, and someone inside was threatening her with a knife." "Okay, where are you now?" "We are now on the main road." Ji Chen interrupted. "Captain Pan, we'll be in constant contact, but I don't want the traffic police to block us for now. I'm afraid they'll become desperate and try to escape, which could result in even greater casualties. I can guarantee that I won't lose them. I'll catch them after they get off the bus." "No problem, but you must report your whereabouts in real time so that we can monitor the criminals and eventually arrest them." Pan Yun is also a decisive person. However, he did not place his hopes on Ji Chen. He just adopted Ji Chen's plan of waiting for the other party to reach his lair and then arrest him. This way, we can destroy the opponent's nest in one fell swoop and even catch the mastermind behind the scenes. Based on the route reported by Su Yuxing and the bandit's license plate number, Pan Yun quickly locked onto the bandit's van. They did not alert the criminals. Just secretly controlling it. Just wait for the bandits to reach their hideout and capture them in one fell swoop. 20 minutes later. The bandits drove to a villa in the suburbs and took Meng Yiwen inside. Ji Chen arrived by car. When he got out of the car, Pan Yun also rushed over with guns and criminal police. Just a moment. The two kidnappers were given silver bracelets and taken out, and Meng Yiwen was successfully rescued. "Uncle Police, I want to call the police. I know it must be Wei Tian who ordered it." Meng Yiwen was terrified and cried, "Yesterday in Yehua Court, Wei Tian tried to rape me. He slapped me twice and burned me with a cigar." At this moment, she didn't care about anything else and pulled open the clothes on her shoulders, revealing a glaring burn on her snow-white shoulders. When Su Yuxing saw the hideous scar on the fair skin, he found it hard to imagine how painful it must have been. Her eyes suddenly turned red. "Yiwen, does this hurt?" Su Yuxing held her hand tightly and comforted her. Detectives Pan Yun and others were also angry. They knew that the villa was under Wei Tian's name. Ji Chen said, "Captain Pan, what Meng Yiwen said is true. Yesterday I was invited to Yihua Ting. When I went there, I happened to see Wei Tian suddenly come out with an illness, and then Meng Yiwen fled from the private room with her clothes disheveled and injured. I also warned her not to come to such a place in the future. I thought she would call the police, but I didn't expect to receive a text message from her asking for help today." Ji Chen opened the text message on his phone and handed it to Pan Yun. "Susu and I had just gotten our marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Worried about Meng Yiwen's safety, I followed her secretly. That's how we were able to call the police in time and track the criminals." After reading the text message, Pan Yun understood why Ji Chen was able to discover in time that Meng Yiwen had been kidnapped. "Captain Pan, we still have the video of the kidnapping of Meng Yiwen." Ji Chen clicked on the video and pointed at the woman next to the van. "This is Wang Rong, Meng Yiwen's classmate. She was the one who tricked Meng Yiwen into coming to Yihua Ting yesterday. If Wei Tian hadn't suddenly fallen ill, Meng Yiwen would have been doomed." Pan Yun looked at this scene and thought quickly in his mind. He was wondering if Wei Tian's murder was related to Ji Chen. Ji Chen also knew that Pan Yun would definitely suspect him, but he was not afraid. He can stand up to scrutiny. He didn't do it, the murderer was Bumblebee. Ji Chen didn't believe that he could still catch the Bumblebee. So what if he is caught? From now on, Ji Chen will not let Bumblebee come into contact with him. Just no contact. Can Bumblebee still identify him? "Student Ji, you did a great job this time." Pan Yun was generous in his praise. He did not tell Ji Chen about Wei Tian's death. He felt that this case might be related to Wei Tian's death. "But we'd like to trouble Ji and Su to go back with us to the municipal bureau to take a statement." "No problem." Ji Chen and Su Yuxing got into Pan Yun's car. Ji Chen continued, Captain Pan, this Wei Tian must have done a lot of bad things. Su Su even received a call from him this morning. Instead of waiting for Pan Yun to find out about the call, it would be better for him to tell him proactively. Anyway, he can withstand investigation. Not afraid of investigation. The more we investigate, the clearer the truth becomes. After all, he had never done it. What does Ji Chen have to do with the people killed by Bumblebee? Pan Yun suddenly became energetic. Wei Tian actually called Su Yusheng this morning? When was it? He asked quickly. Ji Chen took out Su Yusheng's cell phone, opened the call log, and handed it to Pan Yun. Pan Yun glanced at the time and saw that it was just 10 minutes before Wei Tian had the car accident. What did Wei Tian say? Su Su received the first call. Wei Tian pretended to be Su Su's biological father and asked Su Su to go to Jiangcheng Park alone to meet him. Ji Chen said truthfully, Su Su has no doubts, it's very uncomfortable. I know that Su Su's biological father is unlikely to find Su Su, and the other party is most likely a liar. I asked Su Su to block and delete him. I didn't expect that after a while, another strange phone call came. I guessed it must be that scammer, so I took my phone and went out, wanting to curse him out and vent my anger. The man told me he was Wei Tian, chairman of Jiecheng Group, and asked me to save his life in exchange for $1 million. Help! Hearing this word, Pan Yun's breathing stagnated and his heart beat faster. He felt that he had found clues to Wei Tian's murder. Restraining his excitement, he stared into Ji Chen's eyes, his face as calm as a lake, and said, He's a chairman, why would he ask you for help? That's what I said at the time. I also said if you need help, go to the police, not me. At this point, Ji Chen was filled with righteous indignation, so the life-saving that bastard said was to let Su Su sleep with him for one night, and he would pay 1 million. I was so angry that I cursed his mother. Chapter 36, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriend Prevention. I was so angry that I cursed his mother. I didn't tell Su Su about this because I was afraid she would worry. Su Su thought the other party was really a liar. Pan Yun glanced at Ji Chen and Su Yusheng's faces. Su Yusheng was surprised. It seems that he really doesn't know it's Wei Tian. And she really didn't know. Unable to see any abnormality on Ji Chen and Su Yusheng's faces, Pan Yun comforted them. Student Ji, don't worry, we will investigate thoroughly. If Wei Tian violates the law or commits a crime, we will not tolerate it and will investigate thoroughly. I believe it. Ji Chen smiled in his heart. Wei Tian was so arrogant and did so many illegal and criminal things. He doesn't believe that no one knows. Back to the municipal bureau. Pan Yun personally led people to take Ji Chen's statement. Ji Chen, Wei Tian's matter is of great importance. We need to learn more from you. Captain Pan, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will definitely cooperate fully and tell you everything I know. Okay then. After some procedural questions, Team Pan asked. Ji Chen, what were you doing at Yi Huating yesterday? Captain Pan should know Chao Cheng. He has a friend named Duan Yunhe. I am proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, and Duan Yunhe invited me to treat him. Chao Cheng and his other friend Zhang Yu were there at the time. Did you see Wei Tian violently assaulting Meng Yuan yesterday? No. I only saw Wei Tian being carried out, and then I saw Meng Yuan coming out in disarray, injured and crying. Why didn't you call the police then? In the next meeting room, the beautiful criminal police officer Zhang Mingyu questioned Meng Yuan. I was terrified, my clothes were torn, my mind went blank, I had no time to think, I just took a taxi back to the school dormitory. Meng Yuan was still terrified. I returned to the dormitory and hid under the covers. After I calmed down, I thought about calling the police, but Wei Tiankai was powerful and ruthless. Plus, he attempted rape. Even if I called the police, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. On the contrary, he would retaliate even more horribly. I gave up and called the police. Zhang Mingyu sighed in her heart. There were many such things, but she was powerless to do anything about it. Not to mention attempted rapists like Meng Yuan, even many rape victims are afraid to call the police. I heard that you and Ji Chen have a special relationship. We even met at Yi Hua Court yesterday. Didn't he tell you to send you back or call the police? Meng Yuan was silent for a while, her voice choked with sobs. I couldn't resist the temptation of the rich second generation's pursuit, so I took the initiative to break up. Ji Chen didn't hate me, and I am already very satisfied. How dare I ask Ji Chen to give up his own business and send me back? As for calling the police, Ji Chen probably thought I would. Ji Chen, when you discovered Meng Yuan was nearly raped, why didn't you call the police? Pan Yun looked at Ji Chen. Ji Chen raised his head and their eyes met, and there seemed to be sparks colliding in the air. The criminal police who was taking the statement couldn't help but hold their breath in this weird atmosphere. Pan Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing. Why is Ji Chen so sensitive about this issue? Is it because Ji Chen knew that Wei Tian would die, so he didn't need to call the police? But if that's the case, Ji Chen shouldn't behave like this, he should act as if nothing happened. Call. Ji Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, shook his head and sighed. Captain Pan, did you know that a girl named when you committed suicide by jumping off a building in our school last year? Pan Yun's body trembled slightly, and his voice became deeper. No. This is just one of the things that's causing a stir in our school. Ji Chen looked out the window with a dim gaze. I remember when I was a kid, I found a cockroach at home. I was very curious. Later I realized that when I saw a cockroach, there were already many cockroaches in the corners that I couldn't see. Pan Yun clenched his fingers tightly together, his knuckles turning white. He understood what Ji Chen meant. Ji Chen retracted his gaze, his sharp eyes seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. Captain Pan, do you think Wei Tian can be convicted after I call the police? Even if they're convicted, how many years will they be sentenced to? Or just a few months? Even with a top lawyer, there's a good chance they won't even get sentenced. Can you stop Wei Tian from taking revenge? I heard that Wei Tian is cruel and ruthless, and he will never let go of any grudge. Can you retaliate against us 24 hours a day? Pan Yun opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter it. He knows it very well. What Ji Chen said is basically impossible to do. There are many reasons. In addition, handling cases requires evidence. Ji Chen said bluntly, so facing the panicked and bewildered Meng Yuan, I just let her go back. Pan Yun took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and ignored the question. He continued. Ji Chen, where were you this morning? What did you do? Before I received Wei Tian's call this morning, Su Yusheng, Lu Hong, and I were all at home. After I scolded Wei Tian and returned home, I saw Su Yusheng was in a bad mood, so I took her downstairs for a walk and chatted with the aunties and uncles and children in the community. Then I got a call from the courier. Ji Chen took out his cell phone and handed it to Pan Yun. The exact time is above. Su Yusheng and I went to pick up the express delivery. It was the household registration booklet that my mother sent over. After getting the household registration book, Su Yusheng and I went home to pack up and drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for a marriage certificate. After getting the marriage certificate, I was about to go home when I received a message from Meng Yuan asking for help. I took Su Yusheng to school and secretly followed her. After that, I saw Meng Yuan being kidnapped, so I followed them, and finally rescued Meng Yuan and came here. Pan Yun nodded and stood up. Student Ji, thank you for your cooperation. We will contact you again if we need anything later. No problem. Ji Chen flicked his fingertips, and the colorless and invisible beast-controlling rune penetrated into the body of a mite on Pan Yun's scalp. The mite super-evolved and became Ji Chen's pet. Pan Yun knew nothing. Ji Chen left the room. Su Yusheng and Meng Yuan had already taken their statements and were waiting for him in the conference room. Su Yusheng ran over quickly and hugged Ji Chen's arm. Big Bear, Yuan is frightened. I want to take her to our house to play. What do you think? I'll do whatever you say. Ji Chen smiled. Su Yusheng became happy and ran to pull Meng Yuan back together. Meng Yuan felt very uncomfortable. Now she needs Su Yusheng's consent to go to Ji Chen's house. If we hadn't broken up. She is the mistress of the house. Woo woo. Sadness flows like a river. I regret it so much, so much, so much. Ji Chen drove the two of them straight to Jinjiang compound. Pan Yun called a meeting of his criminal police. Everyone, the case of Wei Tian, chairman of Jiecheng Group, has attracted the attention of the municipal bureau leaders and has caused a huge social impact. We must solve the case as soon as possible. First, we need to investigate Wei Tian's social relationships, especially where he's been recently, what he's done, who he's met, and who he's had conflicts with. We have a lot of clues now. Meng Yuan was nearly raped by Wei Tian yesterday at Yihua Court. Wei Tian suddenly fell ill and saved her. Is there a secret? For example, why did Wei Tian suddenly fall ill? Was he truly ill, or was he the victim of a conspiracy? Secondly, Zhao Dahai and Hong Xiaoshan, the two people who kidnapped Meng Yuan today, are Wei Tian's men. Pry them open as soon as possible. Finally, Wei Tian spoke with Su Yuxing and Ji Chen on the phone before his death. We need to verify their transcripts and whereabouts. The meeting lasted more than half an hour. When the meeting ended, the detectives immediately took action according to their assigned tasks. Zhang Mingyu brought a team member to Jinjiang compound. Through visits and surveillance checks, it was confirmed that Ji Chen was indeed in the community at the time of the incident. She also went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to verify. Ji Chen and Su Yuxing really did not have the time to commit the crime, unless they hired someone to kill someone or something else. Certainly. Ji Chen simply had a motive for committing the crime. Now it seems that there is little suspicion. Ji Chen knew Pan Yun's deployment very well and didn't care at all. No matter how hard you search, you won't find him. Unless it is groundless. But this is impossible, as the provincial department has already applied for Ji Chen to be recognized as a national hero for bravery. The municipal bureau cannot possibly contradict itself. Su Yuxing and Meng Yuan seem to have returned to the past, whispering in the room. Ji Chen studied hacking techniques in the study and made great progress. Afternoon. Ji Chen prepared a sumptuous dinner. Ji Chen's cooking is so delicious. Meng Yuan was surprised and felt even more regretful. The delicious food tastes like wax in the mouth. After dinner, Su Yuxing looked at Ji Chen and said, "Big Bear, drive Yuan back." Okay. Meng Yuan quickly refused. "Susu, don't bother Ji Chen, it's very convenient for me to take a taxi." "Yuan, don't be polite. Let Ji Chen take you back. It's convenient and safe." At Su Yuxing's insistence, Ji Chen drove Meng Yuan there. Watching the two of them leave, Lu Hong approached Su Yuxing and reminded him. "Susu, I think Meng Yuan still has feelings for Xiaochen. Don't be careless. As the saying goes, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. If Xiaochen gets hooked away, I'll see how you cry." "Mom, don't worry, it won't happen." Su Yuxing was confident and open-minded. "If the big bear is taken away, it means it doesn't belong to me. And what belongs to me can't be taken away even if I take it away." Chapter 37 Mother-in-law eavesdrops and worries. Jiangcheng University. Ji Chen drove Meng Yuan back to the dormitory. The two walked along the winding forest path in the campus, and no one spoke. Occasionally, passing by some benches, in the dim night, pairs of youthful and restless young men and women hugged each other and kissed each other. Once upon a time, they were also one of them, and Ji Chen would put his hand into her every time. The two walked through the forest and came to the lake. The night is dark and starry. Meng Yuan suddenly stopped and turned to look into Ji Chen's star-like eyes. "Ji Chen, thank you again for helping me despite past grudges. Now I just want to formally tell you I'm sorry." Ji Chen looked at his ex-girlfriend, who seemed to have become much more haggard, with a calm look in his eyes. He sighed in his heart and said in a calm voice, "You don't have to say sorry. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. There's no rule that boyfriends and girlfriends can't break up. I've never blamed you. This is not just a polite remark." Ji Chen really didn't blame her. After all, she couldn't break up with him just because she was his girlfriend, right? But the more open-minded Ji Chen was, the more uncomfortable Meng Yuan felt. She would rather Ji Chen hate her. She regretted it so much. It's a pity that she lost Ji Chen with her own hands. They can never go back. She didn't speak. The two fell silent. Silence is by the lake tonight. A long time. Meng Yuan suddenly raised her head and smiled brightly. "Ji Chen, thank you." She was very happy and satisfied during the 2.5 years with Ji Chen. It is that kind of spiritual and physical richness that makes her feel comfortable both physically and mentally. It's a pity that she ruined such a good hand. She stared into Ji Chen's eyes and said, "I wish you and Susu a happy marriage and a baby soon." "Thank you." Just as Ji Chen opened his mouth, he felt a soft sensation. Meng Yuan's face suddenly enlarged in his pupils, and a pair of arms wrapped around his neck like a water snake. The water ripples, the breeze blows on your face, bringing with it waves of a woman's faint fragrance. "Is this your final goodbye?" Ji Chen was stunned. "I kissed you goodbye, at night by the lake?" Meng Yuan kissed deeply and passionately. Such an experience. Ji Chen had had sex with her countless times. His hands, his legs, and his mouth had all become instincts. Able to independently lock onto goals, grasp the key points, and make up for defects and shortcomings. The starlight was dim, casting a faint, tangled shadow. I don't know how long it took. Ji Chen. Meng Yuan suddenly raised her head and retreated, breathing slightly. The plump lips are a little red and swollen. She looked at Ji Chen with eyes as bright as water and a sweet smile, like a lily blooming in the dark night. Men are only honest when they are hanging on the wall. Her soft little hand slid to Ji Chen's chest, she pushed hard, and ran away holding up her skirt. After running a few steps, he turned back, waved and smiled at Ji Chen. Go back, don't keep Susu waiting. Ji Chen stood by the lake, watching her figure disappear from his sight, shook his hand, and turned away. A slight ripple appears on the calm lake. It seems to have rained a little. After Ji Chen left, a figure appeared in the same place. Meng Yuan stood by the lake, feeling the cold wind. A little cold. My heart also feels colder. She has the right to choose to break up, and accordingly she must bear the bitter consequences of choosing to break up. She could only swallow this bitter pill with tears. Who let her choose? Don't blame others. Ji Chen didn't care about that and hurried back to the car. It's been a long time coming. He was afraid that Susu would misunderstand. Wrong. It doesn't seem to be a misunderstanding. Well. Who made Meng Yuan give him a deep kiss goodbye before leaving? Ji Chen rubbed his fingertips and practiced the Yellow Emperor's qi refining technique. The vitality of life surged in his body, and the remaining aura of Meng Yuan on his body was instantly annihilated, especially in his hands. Who asked Meng Yuan to show off her skills to him before leaving? Rumble. Ji Chen stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, eager to go home. 10 minutes later. Seeing Ji Chen come back so quickly, Lu Hong felt relieved and became more satisfied with Ji Chen. She knew that Meng Yuan was Ji Chen's ex-girlfriend, with whom he had been for 2.5 years. Especially when the other person still has feelings for you and is beautiful. There's no guarantee that old feelings won't rekindle. You know, there is no man who doesn't cheat. Unless you have no ability. Can't steal. Big Bear, you're back. Did you send Yuan to the dormitory? Su Yusheng ran over and hugged Ji Chen's arm, wanting to cuddle with him. I don't know if he wanted to smell whether there was any other woman as sent on Ji Chen. I sent her to Jingyue Lake, which is not far from the dormitory building, to avoid misunderstandings from others. Ji Chen said. Although he was delayed at Jingyue Lake for about 10 minutes, he traveled quickly on the way back and forth, so the time was about the same. Big Bear, you're so nice. Su Yoshing's fair and pretty face was smiling, and her eyes were narrowed into crescents. The two of them stayed together for a while. Ji Chen came to the room and continued to give Lu Hong acupuncture and massage. Have last night's experience. Although Lu Hong was still ashamed, she was no longer as nervous. The two of them worked together seamlessly. After the acupuncture and massage, Ji Chen smiled and said, Aunt Lu, you've almost recovered. All you need to do next is take some medicine and eat some nourishing food. Xiachen, thank you so much, I'm sorry for all the trouble. Lu Hong put on her nightgown, her face flushed with gratitude. Nothing is more important than a healthy body. What are you saying, Aunt Lu? This is what I should do. Ji Chen left the room, washed up briefly, and then went to the computer to learn hacking techniques online. His learning ability now is incredible. Huangdi's Qi refining technique and Su Nu's Heart Sutra are wonderful methods for practicing Taoism and achieving longevity. They can enhance one's spirit, energy, and enlightenment, and improve one's sexual performance. The Memory Palace, which has evolved from photographic memory, is more helpful for learning. There is also a Super Dad system that allows him to easily gain enlightenment at any time. You work hard to learn hacking techniques and achieve great improvement. All kinds of insights came to my mind. The original doubts and confusions suddenly became clear, and all kinds of inspirations bloomed like exploding fireworks, brilliant and dazzling. By 11 o'clock in the evening, his hacking skills had improved to a certain extent. Big Bear, it's time to sleep. Su Yusheng came behind him in a loose milky white nightgown, and gently pressed his thumbs on both sides of his head. Ji Chen quickly turned off the computer, stood up and looked at Su Yusheng. Looking down from above, I could see the whiteness hidden under the nightgown at a glance. It is so full and upright. Even if it's just the tip of the iceberg. It's also eye-catching. Let's go to sleep. Ji-chin picked her up in a princess hug, lowered his head and kissed her rosy lips, then strode towards the bedroom. Lu Hong got up to go to the bathroom and saw Ji-chin hurried into the room holding Su Yusheng. Especially when the door closed, she saw Ji-chin plunge into the snow valley. Her heart skipped a beat and she quietly came to the door. Big Bear, you've eaten up all the baby's food. The noise inside was getting louder and louder. Lu Hong became worried, even though Ji-chin was a very good doctor. But this kind of thing, it has nothing to do with medical skills. Young people are impulsive and full of energy. I'll have to remind them tomorrow. Lu Hong said secretly. She listened for a while, her face flushed, and she quickly turned and left. The next day, Ji-chin got up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Lu Hong came to the master bedroom. Su Yusheng was still lying in bed, but he was awake. Ji-chin got up quietly. But when he got up, he still startled her. Mom! Su Yusheng pulled the quilt, feeling a little embarrassed. I don't know why Lu Hong suddenly came to her room. Su, were you with Ji-chin last night? Lu Hong asked in a low voice. What with the big bear? Su Yusheng was puzzled. That's it. Which one? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yusheng suddenly woke up. In an instant. Her face was as red as blood, so hot that it could fry an egg. She rubbed the corner of her clothes with her fingers and said angrily. Mom, why are you asking this? Chapter 38, Fighting Dolua is popular, Wei's mother is crazy. Mom is worried that you young people might be too hot-tempered and unable to control yourself. You're pregnant now. Lu Hong said earnestly, Mom had a miscarriage when she was pregnant with her second child because of this, and she ultimately couldn't get pregnant again. Is that bad guy worthy of being compared to a big bear? Su Yusheng looked resentful. Lu Hong had a miscarriage because she was weak and had to work, which was hard and tiring. And that beast Su Quan would beat and use violence against Lu Hong at will. She looked at Lu Hong and comforted her. Mom, don't worry. Big Bear is an amazing doctor. He gives me a thorough checkup every day and monitors my condition at all times. Under Big Bear's medical skills, proper exercise is beneficial and harmless, and it will also contribute to the healthy development of the baby. If Big Bear's medical skills weren't available, it would be a different story. Thinking of Ji-chen's miraculous medical skills, and looking at Su Yusheng's rosy face, happy and healthy, Lu Hong nodded. Just be sensible, I'm just giving you a reminder. She said no more. She has a deep understanding of Ji-chen's medical skills and is trustworthy. After breakfast, Lu Hong went out to buy groceries, and Ji-chen sat in front of the computer updating his novel. Big Bear, you're amazing. Fights Break Sphere and Dolua Continent have already taken the top 2 spots on Chidian's new book charts. You're going to be famous. Su Yusheng's eyes were full of admiration, especially when he saw the book friends discussing enthusiastically. He felt an indescribable joy and pride. Especially the phrase, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river, don't bully the young and poor, has become popular in forums and bulletin boards and has begun to become a buzzword. Calm down, it's just basic training. Ji-chen was not surprised. Fights Break Sphere can be regarded as a model of a cool novel for beginners. In this era, it is all about killing people. In particular, he also serialized Dolua Dalu at the same time. Although Dolua Dalu has been criticized by later generations, it can really make money. The 2 novels are serialized together. Promote each other and communicate with fans. Dupo and Dolua are far more popular than the original authors released in their previous lives. Didn't I say from the beginning that this book would be a hit? It would allow us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives and achieve financial freedom. Looking at the various data of the 2 novels, Ji-chen was very satisfied. I read so many novels in my previous life. If I just publish a few more of them, wouldn't it be easy to make money? What's more, he also has medical skills and so on. Big Bear, what do you think I should do? While Su Yusheng was happy for Ji-chen, he also felt a lot of pressure. Ji-chen is really good at making money. It makes her look like a waste. Ji-chen put down the keyboard, turned around, picked her up and put her on his lap. Don't think too much now. Our family will have enough money in the future. I will support you. Even if you want to work, it's not too late to consider it after you have a baby. Holding her fair and pretty face, Ji-chen rubbed his forehead against hers and said, what you need to do now is to take good care of the baby. Yeah, I understand. Su Yusheng put his slender arm on Ji Chen's shoulder and responded softly. Do you have any chest pain? Ji Chen's eyes fell on her snow-white skin, and his eyes were concerned with a hint of eagerness. They practiced the Su Nu Heart Sutra every night, and Su Yusheng's physical condition improved greatly. His medical and cooking skills are superb, and he provides Su Yusheng with nourishing food every day. Plus the massage every night, the method is extraordinary. The baby's rations came early. And very wealthy. But it also caused breast engorgement and pain. A little bit. Su Yusheng's face turned red, but she still nodded slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately. After scraping her nose, Ji Chen helped her with the treatment. After a while, Su Yusheng felt a lot more comfortable on both sides. Feeling relaxed. I'm going back to my room. Su Yusheng covered his face, got off Ji Chen's legs, and ran back to the room. So as not to disturb Ji Chen's work. As long as she stayed there, Ji Chen became dishonest, restless, and always wanted to bully her. There are many varieties. She couldn't refuse yet. He. Ji Chen smiled. He consciously looked towards the municipal bureau. His pets' mites were parasitic on Pan Yun's head. The evolved mites were under the control of Ji Chen, and no matter how many times Pan Yun washed his hair, he could not wash them away or eliminate them. Captain Pan, I found a clue. Zhang Mingyu came to Pan Yun in a hurry, holding his investigation report. Captain Pan, when Wei Tian violently assaulted Meng Yiwen in Yihua Court, he suddenly felt heartbroken and as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He was rushed to the hospital by the soldiers, but after a detailed examination, the hospital found no symptoms. Wei Tian recovered on his own after being in pain for an entire afternoon. According to Wei Tian's wife Kai Yao, after returning home, Wei Tian sought out Master Yuan Gang, with whom he had a close relationship. This Yuan Gang is a charlatan and a scumbag. He actually said that Wei Tian had Yin Sha entering his body and was suppressed by Meng Yiwen. If Wei Tian wanted to break the Yin Sha, he had to conquer Meng Yiwen, but Meng Yiwen suppressed Wei Tian, so he needed a medicine to suppress Meng Yiwen. This medicine lead is Su Yusheng? Pan Yun blurted out. That's right. Zhang Mingyu nodded vigorously. This is also the reason why Wei Tian had Meng Yiwen kidnapped and called Su Yusheng. The cause and effect are all clear. Ji Chen also didn't have time to commit the crime. We can now completely rule out Ji Chen's suspicion and focus on investigating those who have grudges against Wei Tian, have conflicts of interest with him, and are the victims of Wei Tian's persecution. Yes, Captain Pan. Ji Chen regained consciousness and looked towards Dashi. Dashi was sent by him to monitor Wei Tian's relatives. These 2 days, Wei Tian's mother Cheng Xiaoshuang, his wife Kai Yao, and his sister Wei Ying all went to the municipal bureau. When they left, there was a little tale behind them. At this time, through Dashi's vision, Ji Chen saw Cheng Xiaoshuang sitting on the sofa in the villa's living room. Her red and swollen eyes were cold and her voice was hoarse. Have you found your brother's murderer? She looked at her daughter Wei Ying standing in front of her. Wei Ying wore a black professional suit, showing off her curvy figure. She was mature and sexy with the shrewdness and competence of an urban beauty. There are no clues yet. You know he's brutal and violent. He's offended and bullied countless people, and even more want him dead. It's unlikely to happen in a short period of time. Bang! The clear and loud sound echoed in the living room, and a scarlet palm print immediately appeared on Wei Ying's fair face. Waste! Cheng Xiaoshuang was furious and pointed at Wei Ying's nose and cursed, I think it's not that we can't find it, but you don't want to find it, right? Are you happy that your brother is dead? Yes, I am very happy, I have never been so happy. Wei Ying glared at Cheng Xiaoshuang fiercely, hysterically, and looked like she was dancing with joy. Evil creature. Cheng Xiaoshuang raised her hand and slapped him again. But Wei Ying was faster, grabbing her wrist with a sneer on her face. Evil creature? Ha ha. I am an evil creature, what is that beast? Worse than a beast. Wei Ying spitted out all the resentment in her heart in one breath. But I'm his biological sister. I'll never forget that day. And you actually favored him, indulged him, beat me and scolded me, and threatened me not to tell anyone. Is there a mother like you in the world? From now on, we are completely estranged. Wei Ying swung her arm and walked away. Wei Tian is dead, so she is not afraid of Cheng Xiaoshuang. Cheng Xiaoshuang fell onto the sofa, helpless and furious, smashing everything on the coffee table to pieces. But she didn't notice a magpie staring at her coldly outside the window. As Wei Ying left, the magpie flew away. But a bumblebee flew in from the window, landed on the ceiling, and continued to stare at her coldly. I didn't expect Wei Tian to be such a beast, actually attacking his own sister. Ji Chen was shocked. The evil of human nature is beyond imagination. Just as he was about to look away, Bumblebee number 1 saw a man enter the villa. Ji Chen became interested. Continue watching through the perspective of Bumblebee 1. Have you found the murderer? Cheng Xiaoshuan looked at the short, fat, and fierce man who came in. The man sat down on the sofa, took out a cigar, lit it, and sighed. The murderer is very cunning. There are no clues at the moment. According to the information I received, the murderer killed Xiao Tian with a poison needle. It uses a deadly poison that has never appeared in the world. I don't want to hear this. Cheng Xiaoshuan yelled, Did you get Tianer's information? It's all here. It records Xiao Tian's detailed information for the past month. The short and fierce man took out a file bag and handed it over. His name is Zhou Tao. On the surface, he is Wei Tian's subordinate, but in reality he is Wei Tian's biological father. He used to be a gangster. From the same village as Cheng Xiaoshuan's husband Wei Bao. On the way home from a blind date with Wei Bao, Cheng Xiaoshuan was dragged into a cornfield and raped by him, and she became pregnant with Wei Tian. Cheng Xiaoshuan was afraid and did not dare to speak out, and married Wei Bao as usual. Wei Tian didn't know about this either. Cheng Xiaoshuan looked at the information. The first page was about Meng Yiwen, Su Yusheng, and Zhang Yu, the woman Wei Tian raped before his death. She stared at Meng Yiwen's photo. This disaster. Tianer has always been fine, healthy, and free of any illness or disaster. Why did he suddenly suffer from heartache when he met her, and the cause of the illness can't be found? She must have killed my Tianer. My poor God. Cheng Xiaoshuang howled like a pig being slaughtered, but her eyes became more and more crazy. I want her to be buried with my son. Chapter 39, failed to harm others and was punished, practice martial arts. I want her to be buried with my son. Cheng Xiaoshuang's hoarse voice was low and chilling, like a poisonous snake. Don't mess around. Zhou Tao was startled and quickly advised, the police are on high alert right now because of Xiao Tian's death. If you commit a crime against the law at this time, you will be severely punished. He he. Cheng Xiaoshuan smiled. The smile was sad and crazy. Tianer is dead, what else should I be afraid of? Cheng Xiaoshuan stared at Meng Yiwen's photo. My son couldn't get this jinx when he was alive. I want to give it to Tianer after he dies. This is Tianer's last wish. And Su Yusheng, this is the medicine to restrain this unlucky star, and he can't be missing. Otherwise, Tianer will also be restrained in the underground, and it will be difficult for him to get what he wants. I think you're crazy. Zhou Tao didn't expect Cheng Xiaoshuan to be so crazy that she actually wanted to kill 2 people. I'm crazy. The moment my son died, I went crazy. Not only them, but also these bitches. It's their blessing that my son likes them, how dare they disobey? Tianer's death might have been caused by one of them or someone related to them. I want to send them all down one by one for my son to enjoy. It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. You're crazy. You're crazy. I don't want to bother with you. Zhou Tao stood up, not even bothering to smoke his cigar, and hurriedly left the villa. He's also killed a few people over the years. Beating people is commonplace. But no one is as crazy as Cheng Xiaoshuang. This is courting death. Sure enough, the bigger the forest, the more birds there are. Ji Chen saw everything about Cheng Xiaoshuang through the bumblebee. His eyes were cold. The reason why he spent his energy to monitor Wei Tian's relatives was, on the one hand, based on the principle of eradicating all evil. If it is confirmed that they are guilty of heinous crimes, just send them to reunite with Wei Tian's family. On the other hand, we are worried that some weirdos may fail to do their bad deeds and instead take their anger out on the victims. Cheng Xiaoshuang is obviously a typical example. If you still dare to have ideas about my Su, I'll give you a ride. Ji Chen observed the entire living room and after confirming that there were no cameras, he controlled Bumblebee number 1 and stung Cheng Xiaoshuang on the back of the neck. Ah! Cheng Xiaoshuang opened her mouth wide and clapped her hands backwards, but the bumblebee had already flown away. He he. The severe poison quickly corroded the brain nerves, Cheng Xiaoshuang's body went limp and she soon lost her life. Bumblebee number 1 flew out of the living room and quietly followed Zhou Tao, who had just left the villa. This person is Wei Tianqing's father. Birds of a feather with Cheng Xiaoshuang. He has done a lot of bad things. There is a way to die. But Ji Chen wasn't going to kill him with the bumblebee. If Bumblebee kills too many people, it will cause a sensation, and Ji Chen wants Zhou Tao to take the blame. According to his observation, Zhou Tao had heart problems. With his acupuncture skills, just a light needle and a slight stimulation could cause Zhou Tao to suffer sudden cardiac death. We need to add more pets. Ji Chen came to the balcony and looked for birds. There are many birds in the community. Common ones include sparrows, magpies, white-crowned sparrows, etc. He saw a white-crowned sparrow foraging in the grass. It was about the same size as a magpie. He snapped his fingers, and the beast-controlling rune merged into the body of the white-headed old man. A moment later, the white-headed bird has completed its transformation and become Ji Chen's pet. Ji Chen put on gloves, broke off half of the silver needle, and called Bumblebee number 3 to hold the remaining 1 centimeter long silver needle in his mouth. The white-crowned crane carried the Bumblebee number 3 into the sky and landed above Zhou Tao, who was being followed by the Bumblebee number 1. Until Zhou Tao returned home. Bumblebee number 3 got off the back of the white-crowned crane. Damn it, that old woman Cheng Xiaoshuang has gone crazy. I have to run away quickly to avoid getting herself implicated. Zhou Tao cursed and quickly packed up his things. He has done all kinds of bad things over the years. I've already prepared to run away. All have passports. Seeing this, Ji Chen did not rush to take action. When Zhou Tao packed up his things and was about to go downstairs, Bumblebee number 3, holding a silver needle in its mouth, swooped over under Ji Chen's control. The silver needle was inserted into the hidden acupuncture point on Zhou Tao's head. Well, the sudden pain made Zhou Tao's body tremble and twitch. The already bad heart condition caused a chain reaction. Suddenly, I had difficulty breathing. I wanted to ask for help, but I was powerless. The bag fell to the ground, his legs gave way, and he rolled down the stairs. Bumblebee number 3 had already evacuated with the silver needle in his mouth. A moment later, Zhou Tao died suddenly. Bumblebee number 3 threw the silver needle into the sewer, and boarded the white-crowned sparrow helicarrier with Bumblebee number 1 and left quickly, hiding their achievements and fame. Now, Wei Tian's only relatives left are his wife Kai Yao and his sister Wei Ying. Ji Chen pondered. He would not easily use his pet to kill people unless the crime was extremely serious or threatened the safety of him and his family. Wei Ying is mainly responsible for the company's business. So far, no serious crimes have been found. At most, she helped Wei Tian launder money. For now, have Bumblebee keep a close eye on them both. If they have committed serious crimes or have bad intentions, just kill them. Having made the decision, Ji Chen stopped thinking about it and continued to learn hacking techniques. He would not try it easily until his hacking skills reached a certain level. Once you leave traces and are discovered, you will be in a passive position. Currently, there are pets monitoring him, and Wei Tian and Cheng Xiaoshuang have been dealt with, so he has no urgent need to use hacking skills. Learning requires a combination of work and rest. Hacker skills are improving in an orderly manner. Ji Chen began to study martial arts. Tai Chi, Bajiquan, Xingyiquan, Tongbiquan. Even though he already has the Huangdi Qi refining technique, a magical method for achieving immortality, this is his biggest trump card and he cannot let others know about it. Can only be used secretly. If any situation arises in public, one can also use martial arts to fight the enemy and cover up the Yellow Emperor's Qigong technique. The most important thing is to practice martial arts well, and combine it with the longevity energy cultivated by Huangdi's Qi refining technique to increase his fighting power. You learn a lot from various martial arts styles, and your martial arts skills improve. Countless insights flooded my mind. Ji Chen has a deeper understanding and comprehension of martial arts. Whoosh whoosh. Ji Chen practiced in the study, each move was powerful and majestic. His physique has long exceeded the limits of the human body. Even if he doesn't know martial arts, he can easily beat 10 of them thanks to his strong physique. Like boxing champion Tyson. He would have to kneel down with just one punch. Cry and beg the other person not to die. Even without getting angry, Ji Chen was confident that he could fight the tiger with his bare hands. After learning martial arts, his combat power increased dramatically. Originally, it could only exert 70% to 80% of its power, but now it can exert 20% or even 30% of its power. The feeling of becoming stronger is truly addictive. Ji-chen clenched his fists and, seeing that it was getting late, went to the kitchen to make lunch. Lu Hong has come back from buying groceries. The vegetables have been cut. All that's missing is cooking. Ji-chen took the lead and his cooking skills improved steadily. After lunch, Lu Hong washed the dishes and cleaned up. Ji-chen continued to learn hacking and martial arts in the study. At the same time, Pan Yun from the Criminal Investigation Corps discovered the deaths of Cheng Xiaoshuang and Zhou Tao. Xin Yu first examined Cheng Xiaoshuang's body and reported to Pan Yun with a serious expression. Captain Pan, Cheng Xiaoshuang died of poisoning after being stabbed in the back of the neck with a weapon similar to a poison needle. The cause of death was the same as Wei Tian and Tai Bing, and the poison was the same. Click, click, click. Pan Yun clenched his fists, burning with anger. Wei Tian's case was still unsolved, and something unexpected happened again. The murderer is so rampant. This is naked provocation. Where's Zhou Tao? Captain Pan, Zhou Tao appears to have died of sudden cardiac death. There are no injuries or signs of poisoning on his body, and Zhou Tao already has a heart disease. Xin Yu pondered, but further autopsy is needed to truly confirm the cause of death. Forensic Dr. Qin, please complete the autopsy as soon as possible. Pan Yun's voice was heavy and full of fatigue. The deaths of Wei Tian and Tai Bing already caused a huge stir, and now Cheng Xiaoshuang has confirmed that the murderer was responsible. This is already a serial murder case. If the case is not solved quickly, there's no guarantee the murderer will continue to commit crimes. Chapter 40, Extra Money. Jiangcheng City Bureau. The forensic doctor was in charge of the autopsy, while Pan Yun began to investigate the deaths of Cheng Xiaoshuang and Zhou Tao. The two people's belongings and the surveillance videos around the crime scene have been taken back to the Criminal Investigation Corps. This Wei Tian is a beast, he deserves to die. Zhang Mingyu was filled with righteous indignation and gnashed his teeth. In her hand, she had Wei Tian's detailed information for the past month. This was found at the scene of Cheng Xiaoshuang's death. The records were very detailed, much more than what they had found. For example, before his death, Wei Tian raped an innocent woman, Zheng Yu. The most hateful thing is, it records that after Wei Tian, Tai Bing, Zhao Dahai and Hong Xiaoshan all lined up to participate. Even took videos and photos. It would be too easy for such a person to be cut into pieces. As a woman, Zhang Mingyu felt the same way. Besides, Zheng Yu was just one of the victims. There are countless victims like Zheng Yu. In this month alone, there were 3 female victims, including Zheng Yu. Okay, regardless of whether Wei Tian is guilty of a heinous crime or not, the most urgent task now is to find the murderer. Looking at Zhang Mingyu, who was filled with righteous indignation, and then at the other angry detectives in the conference room, Pan Yun said loudly, even if Wei Tian deserves death, there is a legal basis for his punishment, not private action. Whatever the murderer's motive was, his assassination of 3 people with a poison needle was a provocation to the authority of the law. If everyone follows suit, won't the world be in chaos? We must catch him as quickly as possible. Everyone nodded. No matter what you think in your heart, at least you cannot express the opposite on the surface. Captain Pan, according to the surveillance footage outside Cheng Xiaoshuang's villa, we know that she saw Wei Ying and Zhou Tao before her death. Criminal police officer Li Zhang opened the surveillance video and said, Wei Ying left the villa first, and Zhou Tao went in later and was the last to leave. Look at Zhou Tao's expression when he left the villa. Doesn't he look a little flustered? Furthermore, after Zhou Tao left Cheng Xiaoshuang's villa, he immediately returned to his residence, packed up his belongings and left. He even found his visa inside, clearly intending to flee the country. I suspect Zhou Tao killed Cheng Xiaoshuang and then fled in a panic. He was so nervous that he suffered a sudden cardiac death. Pan Yun nodded slightly. I can't rule out this possibility, but why did Zhou Tao kill Wei Tian, Tai Bing and Cheng Xiaoshuang? He looked at Li Zhang and ordered, I'll leave this direction to you. Go and find out if they have any grudges or any conflicts of interest. Yes, Captain Pan. Another criminal police officer, Sang Bao, stood up and spoke. Captain Pan, Cheng Xiaoshuang had Wei Tian's detailed information for the past month in her hand before she died. I think she wanted to investigate the murderer herself. We can also investigate based on the information in it, such as Zheng Yu, the victim of Wei Tian's rape before his death. After suffering such torture, Zheng Yu might not hesitate to seek revenge on Wei Tian. Even if Zheng Yu doesn't dare, her family or boyfriend might seek revenge on her behalf. Good. Pan Yun nodded in affirmation. There are many victims here that we don't know about. We need to investigate them all. I think Cheng Xiaoshuang's death might have been caused by her discovering clues to the murderer and being murdered. That's indeed possible. Maybe the clue lies in this. I don't think so. If the clue was inside, why didn't the murderer take it away or destroy it after killing Cheng Xiaoshuang? Ji Chen had a panoramic view of the meeting through the might pet above Pan Yun's head. I was somewhat interested at first. But after watching it for a while, I suddenly felt it was boring. Reality is not novels and TV dramas. Investigating a case is not that easy, and there are not so many ingenious reasonings and reversals. It was impossible for them to find him. Because he didn't do anything at all. It was Bumblebee who took action. Wei Ying and Kai Yao didn't care about Wei Tian's death. Wei Ying was busy taking control of the company, cutting ties with Wei Tian, and eliminating all gray industries and illegal businesses. Kai Yao was a little nervous, afraid of being implicated. She was not sad about Wei Tian's death, but very happy instead. It was not difficult for Ji Chen to understand. This can be seen from the cigarette scars and whip marks on Kai Yao's body. Wei Tian often abused her. Fuck, don't look at anything indecent. Through Bumblebee's perspective, Ji Chen suddenly saw Kai Yao taking off her clothes and taking a bath. Hiss. Ji Chen's eyes narrowed, and he cursed in a low voice. Wei Tian is such a pervert. He saw words carved on Kai Yao's private parts. Like slaves. That kind of slave. Surname. Ji Chen regained consciousness, but Bumblebee was still watching him. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang and Ji Chen took out his cell phone. Hello? Brother Chen, I'm Zhang Yu. Chao Chang and I would like you to help us improve our physique, just like Master Duan. Zhang Yu's flattering voice came from the phone. We have prepared the consultation fee, instruments, and medicines. When do you think you are free? Ji Chen was not surprised to hear this. After he treated Duan Yunhe, Zhang Yu and Chao Chang saw the effect and would definitely seek him for treatment. There's time now. Ji Chen said. Great, Brother Chen, can we use the private room we stayed in last time? We'll be waiting for you at Yihua Courtyard. Can. Thank you, Brother Chen. We are waiting for you at Yihua Court. Zhang Yu hung up the phone with an excited look on his face. These days, they witnessed Duan Yunhe's rise with their own eyes, and his fighting power made them envious and jealous. Duan Yunhe also went to the hospital for a checkup. No problem. I am in good health. This made it impossible for him and Chao Qing to sit still. We all played together. Others are rising up, so I can't fall behind. This is a man's dignity. Besides, this is one of their favorite entertainments. It's in our genes. 1 million is not a small amount. But compared with my own sexual happiness, it is nothing. Chao Qing's eyes were complicated and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. I thought I had repaid Ji Chen's life-saving grace with a house, so I wouldn't have to be inferior to Ji Chen when I saw him in the future. You can be tough. But my brother is not up to the standard. He still had to ask Ji Chen for help. As for whether they paid the medical fee? When a patient goes to see a doctor, would he dare to offend the doctor? Seeing Chao Qing's eyes, Zhang Yu knew exactly what Chao Qing was thinking. They hang out together. He knew the grudges and hatred between Chao Chang and Ji Chen very well. Mr. Chao, I've already made the call. Brother Chen will be here later, so you should be more enthusiastic. Zhang Yu hugged his arm and said comfortingly, You've seen Brother Chen's medical skills. We'll definitely need his help again in the future. If we make him unhappy, he might do something bad to us secretly, and we won't even know it, and we'll be the ones who suffer. Don't worry, I understand. Although Chao Qing was unhappy, he also understood the seriousness of the matter. Unless you don't seek treatment from Ji Chen. But except for Ji Chen, the treatment effects of both Western and Chinese medicine are not only slow, but the key is that the effects are not significant. Zhang Yu said no more, pulled Chao Qing to sit down, and together with Duan Yunhe, they played with the beauties in the private room while waiting for Ji Chen. After hanging up the phone, Ji Chen did not delay. After explaining things to Su Yuxing and Lu Hong, he drove to Yi Waiting. He came to the Supreme Room 666 with ease. This time, he scanned with his spiritual sense and saw no familiar faces. There are quite a few college students. There are quite a few in the private rooms. When he entered, two people came up to him enthusiastically from the left and right, hugged his arms and pressed them tightly into his arms. Ji-Chen felt the softness and did not push it away hypocritically. "Brother Chen, welcome. You guys serve Brother Chen well." Zhang Yu and Xiao Chang hurried forward to greet them. Duan Yunha also stepped forward to express his gratitude. "Ji-Chen, your medical skills are really strong. I feel better than ever before. I can beat 10 people." The eyes of the two beauties who were hugging Ji-Chen's arms were shining, and their eyes when they looked at Ji-Chen were even brighter. "He is handsome. And capable. It would be nice if I could be her girlfriend." Unfortunately, they can only imagine. They knew that these people looked down on them. Just treat them as playthings. "Mr. Duan, although you have recovered well, you still need to exercise restraint. After all, even if you are 18 years old, problems will arise if you are not restrained." Ji-Chen reminded. "What I meant was, if there are any problems in the future, don't blame me for not curing it." Duan Yunha's heart sank, and he said quickly, "Brother Chen, your medical skills are so great, there must be a way for me to have fun without any problems, right?" His name has changed. Xiao Chang and Zhang Yu also looked at Ji-Chen with burning eyes. Ji-Chen pondered for a moment. "After I treated you, you've recovered to the level of an 18-year-old. But it won't last forever. The harder you play, the faster you'll become weak. You've all experienced this. It's okay if you want to have fun. But you need to keep replenishing yourself. Remember the law of conservation of energy. You feel good, but you also consume energy. If you don't replenish it, you will inevitably suffer losses. I'll prescribe some medicine for you then, but what?" The three of them held their breath. "You have to pay more." Chapter 41: Racing in Car Accidents. "You have to pay more." Duan Yunha, Xiao Chang, and Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this request. "No problem. They are not short of money. Besides, it is only natural to pay for medicine." They didn't want to get anything for free from Ji-Chen. "I won't charge you a high price, just consider it as after-sales service, 100,000 per year." Ji-Chen said this casually, but he had the idea of starting a business in his mind. With his medical skills, it would be a waste of resources if he didn't open a pharmaceutical company. But we need to think long-term. "Can. Thank you, Brother Chen." Duan Yunha and the other two were surprised and delighted to hear that it would only cost 100,000 yuan per year. 100,000 is a lot for ordinary people. But for them, it's just drizzle. "Okay, I'll treat you first." Ji-Chen waved his hand and looked at Xiao Chang and Zhang Yu, acting decisively. "All of you get out." The woman in the private room left, and Ji-Chen began to give acupuncture to the two of them. Now his acupuncture skills have reached perfection. It's easy and effortless to perform. Even when giving acupuncture to Xiao Chang and Zhang Yu at the same time, he was still able to do it with ease. Ji-Chen's acupuncture skills seem to have improved a lot. Duan Yun has sat alone with a burning gaze. Even though he didn't know anything about acupuncture or medicine, he could feel that Ji-Chen was more skilled and relaxed when giving him acupuncture than before. I wonder where he learned this acupuncture skill, it's amazing. Half an hour later, Ji-Chen finished the acupuncture. Xiao Chang and Zhang Yu's faces flushed with excitement. Comfortable. The two of them twisted their necks and felt relaxed all over, which was more refreshing than washing their feet or taking a sauna. "Brother Chen, thank you." Xiao Qing was completely convinced. "I was convinced and felt it was natural for me to call him brother. Brother Chen is truly a miraculous doctor alive." Zhang Yu shook his head and tail, looking majestic and grateful. He and Xiao Chang immediately transferred the medical fees to Ji-Chen. Easily earned 2 million. Ji-Chen redistributed the medicinal herbs they bought and instructed. 1 packet a day, boil each packet with 2 liters of water to make 1 bowl. Remember, the dosage of each packet of medicine must be just right, not too little or too much, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. Even if it is the same kind of medicinal material, the efficacy will vary greatly depending on the year. Only Ji-Chen is cheating. It can easily identify the age and medicinal properties of medicinal materials and make accurate configurations. "Brother Chen, don't worry. This concerns our own sexual happiness. We absolutely dare not be careless." The two men patted their chests and made assurances. "Brother Chen has worked so hard. Let's get someone to help him relax." Xiao Chang and Zhang Yu carefully put the medicine away, and the beauties who got the news came in one after another. Xiao Chang and the other man couldn't wait. After acupuncture, they were now full of fighting spirit and felt they could beat 10 people. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ji Chen leisurely left Yi waiting and drove home. He drove very steadily. Safety first. It's not like doing vehicle appraisals at Yi waiting before. After his in-depth inspection and evaluation, he found that both BMWs were safe and 90% new. Duan Yuna, Xiao Chang, and Zhang Yu are full of energy today and insist on racing with Ji Chen. Ji Chen destroyed 2 BMWs that were 90% new, and the accelerator was so hot that it was smoking. Luckily, it wasn't my car. I don't feel bad if it breaks down. There is no need for him to repair or maintain it. In the private room, Xiao Chang was so tired that he lay on the sofa, holding a cigar, and sighed. I didn't expect that Brother Chen is not only an extraordinary doctor, but also a superb driver. He drives fast and fiercely, yet remains as steady as a rock. Zhang Yu said in awe and admiration, I would like to call Brother Chen the strongest driving god. Ji Chen didn't know that he had a new nickname. He drove the car with one hand, swaying back home. It must be said that racing is just like horse racing. After the excitement, there is endless emptiness. Fuck. Suddenly, Ji Chen's mind was shaken and his hair stood on end. A red Ferrari supercar on the right was rushing towards us like a sharp arrow, with a speed of at least 100 miles per hour. This is a city. Without time to think, he drew the seatbelt with his fingertips filled with vitality, exerted force with his legs, and shot out of the window like an arrow. Rumble. Just as he jumped into the air, a huge crash sounded all around. The Audi was hit and scrapped. At the same time, the Ferrari hit the grass beside the road and rolled over. Ji Chen landed and stood firmly. Brakes screeched. A Mercedes-Benz braked suddenly. Grass. 1,000 horses galloped through Ji Chen's mind. He was driving so steadily, yet he still overturned the car. It's a disaster from heaven. Is this what it means to be overjoyed and then be sad? Ji Chen took out his cell phone from his pocket, dialed 120 and called the police, and quickly walked towards the overturned Ferrari. Although the other party almost hit him to death. But if it wasn't intentional, he wouldn't stand by and watch someone die within his ability. His spiritual sense swept over the Ferrari owner, who was a plump mature woman in her 30s with big wavy wine red hair and a curvy figure. However, he was seriously injured at this time, with 5 broken ribs, bleeding on his head, and at least a concussion. Broken left arm and right leg. Already unconscious. Ji Chen looked at the crowd that kept gathering around him and raised his hand to greet them. Come on, buddies, help rescue her. After saying that, he started moving the car. Seeing Ji Chen taking action, the men watching immediately stepped forward to help. 1, 2, 3, hard. Everyone worked together and the Ferrari was lifted up. Ji Chen took the opportunity to rescue the man and laid him flat on the grass. After a quick check and confirming that the man was not dead, Ji Chen didn't care anymore. He took out a pack of cigarettes and gave one to each person. A short and fat middle-aged man who looked like an elite took out a lighter and lit Ji Chen's cigarette. Little brother, have you ever practiced martial arts? He is the owner of the car behind Ji Chen. It was the owner of the Mercedes-Benz who braked suddenly. He just saw with his own eyes that Ji Chen jumped 3 meters out of the car, and the Ferrari passed under Ji Chen and knocked the Audi away. Despite this car accident, Ji Chen was unharmed. It's amazing. I have indeed practiced, and I am proficient in boxing and kicking. Ji Chen looked humble and nodded slightly. What's your last name, bro? My last name is Luo, and I'm a lawyer. The short and fat middle-aged man took out a business card and handed it to Ji Chen. If you have any legal problems in the future, you can always come to me, little brother. His name is Luo Fei, and he is a gold medal lawyer at Chengda Law Firm. It turns out to be lawyer Luo. My name is Ji Chen, and I'm currently a senior at Jiangcheng University. Ji Chen put away the business card and leaned close to Luo Fei's ear. Actually, I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. From my perspective, I'm afraid lawyer Luo's married life isn't very harmonious. If lawyer Luo needs it, I can guarantee that lawyer Luo will recover to his peak and easily defeat 10 of them. Luo Fei's face darkened at first, and then became full of suspicion. Ji Chen is so young, even if he knows Chinese medicine, how good can he be? However, his married life is indeed not harmonious. He didn't know whether Ji Chen came to this conclusion based on medical observation or just a few blind guesses. He is middle-aged and a bit fat. What's more, people nowadays are all in sub-health. People like him, 9 out of 10 are weak, and the other one is already dead. Ji Chen opened the mobile banking message and handed it to Luo Fei. I just came out of Yihua Court. This is the medical fee for Chao Chang and Zhang Yu's treatment. 1 million per person. Luo Fei widened his eyes and believed Ji Chen's words a little more. The Chao Ching you're talking about is the son of Chao Hao of Haoyan Real Estate? As a lawyer, he has some understanding of the rich and powerful people in Zhangchang. In particular, their Chengda law firm has business dealings with Haoyan Real Estate. Good. Ji Chen nodded. A few days ago, I treated one of their friends, Duan Yunhe. Chao Cheng and Zhang Yu saw the effect, so they invited me to treat them today. Luo Fei believed it a little more and exclaimed. I didn't expect that this little brother is also a miracle doctor, but I think he's okay. I will definitely look for him if I need him in the future. You're always welcome. Ji Chen knew that what he said was just a polite remark, but the seeds of hope had been planted. Luo Fei will definitely look for him. Chapter 42 Milk Tea Shop. 6 o'clock in the evening. Ji Chen finally returned home. The Ferrari owner was taken to the hospital and was held fully responsible for the accident. Big Bear, you're back. Su Yusheng came forward immediately, not knowing that Ji Chen had been in a car accident on the road. Xiaochen, you're back just in time. It's time for dinner. Lu Hong came out of the kitchen and greeted Ji Chen. Aunt Lu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. You don't have to wait for me next time. Ji Chen came to the kitchen to help get the dishes. I just finished it too. Lu Hong smiled, and the three of them sat together. Ji Chen planned to talk about the car accident after dinner to avoid worrying them and affecting their appetite. Xiaochen, my leave is up. I'm going back to work tomorrow. Lu Hong said. Aunt Lu, I heard from Susu about your job. It's hard and tiring, and the salary isn't high. You might as well quit. Ji Chen looked at her and said, This is what I think. You take care of Susu during this period. If you want to work, I will help you find an easier job nearby. And Aunt Lu, you've changed so much now. When you go back to work, your colleagues will definitely be surprised, and it will be hard to explain. Su Yusheng then advised, Mom, Big Bear has already said that you should not go back. Just call and resign. This. Lu Hong was a little hesitant, not because she was reluctant to give up the job, but because she wanted to work. If they all depend on Ji Chen for support, she and Su Yushan will not be able to hold their heads up. Ji Chen understood Lu Hong's thoughts and said immediately, Aunt Lu, I'm planning to open a milk tea shop and I'm short of staff. How about you stay and help me be the store manager? Lu Hong looked surprised and said suspiciously, Xiaochen, are you really going to open a milk tea shop? Don't do it just for me. It's not a last-minute idea. Aunt Lu, don't worry, I've thought about it. With my cooking skills, the milk tea I make will definitely be delicious and I'll definitely make money. Besides, the investment in a milk tea shop is not big, so even if we lose money, it's nothing. Today I went to treat Chao Cheng and Zhang Yu and made another 2 million. Hiss. Lu Hong was stunned. Make 2 million in just one afternoon? Even a money printing machine can't be that fast. But she was still a little hesitant. Xiao Chun, I've never been a store manager before, and I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Aunt Lu, don't worry, this shop is very simple and easy to get started with. I will guide you in the early stages and make sure you can handle it. Since Ji Chen said so, how could Lu Hong refuse? Okay, Xiaochen, I'll listen to you. Lu Hong made up her mind. Su Yusheng became happy and discussed the milk tea shop with great interest. Ji Chen expressed his idea, I plan to use fresh milk and fresh fruit to make the milk tea in this milk tea shop, focusing on being a green and healthy drink. Later generations of mango sago milk tea became very popular. Ji Chen is ready to do this. With his cooking skills, he can ensure that the milk tea he makes will taste unique and surpass other milk teas. Add the gimmick of fresh milk and fresh fruit. Go the high-end beverage route. Coupled with various marketing methods in later generations, Ji Chen is confident that his milk tea shop will become popular in Jiangchang. Even opened as a chain store. Fresh milk and fresh fruit, it looks delicious just thinking about it. Su Yoshing's eyes narrowed into crescents, full of anticipation. I'll make some milk tea for you to try tomorrow. After Ji-Chen finished discussing milk tea with them, he mentioned the car accident that happened today. Big Bear, are you hurt? Su Yusheng stood up quickly and poked and looked at Ji-Chen, fearing that Ji-Chen was missing something. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ji-Chen rubbed her head and said, I'm going to buy a new car. What do you think? I'll listen to you. Su Yusheng hugged Ji-Chen's arm and didn't care about buying a car. He left it to Ji-Chen to decide. She can't drive now and doesn't have a driver's license. Then let's go buy a car tomorrow. He now has 3 million in savings, and Ji-Chen is planning to buy a better car. The price range in my mind is around 2 million. After dinner, Lu Hong cleaned the kitchen and washed the dishes. Ji-Chen continued to learn hacking techniques and medical skills in the study. Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic, Sunu Jing, Yellow Emperor's 81 Difficulties, Treatise on Febrile Diseases, and Shinno's Herbal Classic. Ji-Chen has almost learned all 5 books. He also looked for Compendium of Materia Medica, Shanjin Fang, Emergency Prescriptions for the Elbow, Lisheng Zujuan Prescriptions, Pulse Classic, and Acupuncture and Moxibustion Jia Yi Jing. Ji-Chen is even studying modern medical works. He has a memory palace, a photographic memory, and his eyes are like scanners, allowing him to memorize an entire page at a glance. Especially with his unparalleled thinking and understanding, he not only remembered it all, but was also able to grasp it all in an instant and apply it to other situations. Su Yusheng did not disturb Ji-Chen. She was full of energy tonight, searching and learning all the knowledge needed to open a milk tea shop. She knew that Ji-Chen's focus was not on the milk tea shop. She wants to help Ji-Chen open a milk tea shop. She was originally worried about what to do in the future. She can't be a full-time mother, right? Before, she had thought about taking the postgraduate entrance examination or the civil service examination, but now she has a new goal, which is to open a milk tea shop. Time passes quietly. Oh, it's 10:30. When Su Yusheng saw the time, he was shocked and hurried to wash up. Take a shower and blow dry your hair. Su Yusheng quietly entered the study, tiptoed behind Ji-Chen, and suddenly reached out to cover Ji-Chen's eyes. Which naughty ghost? Ji-Chen grabbed her white and tender little hand, rubbed it gently, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Not to mention that he has sharp eyes and ears, he also has spiritual awareness. It was the subtle fragrance on Su Yusheng's body that was revealed the moment he even entered the door. Ji-Chen took her hand away, turned around, and was stunned. I saw the black hair like a waterfall draped over Su Yusheng's snow-white shoulders. The luscious red lips have an alluring sheen. The creamy skin reveals the delicate collarbone. The whole person has a unique style that is about to bloom, mature and sexy. What are you looking at? Su Yusheng stared at Ji-Chen shyly, feeling embarrassed by being stared at, and slowly lowered his head. Ji-Chen's eyes were blazing. Look at the beauty like jade, the mountains and rivers are so charming, it makes people bow down. Smooth talk. Su Yusheng's face turned red as blood and he ran back to his room shyly. Ji-Chen's blood boiled, he turned off the computer and rushed into the bathroom. A few minutes later. After Ji-Chen finished washing, he looked at Su Yusheng hiding under the quilt and went straight in. Turn off the lights. No, I like looking at you. Ji-Chen hugged her soft body, touched her red lips lightly, looked down, and said hotly. Su, does your chest hurt? She was fed very well by Ji-Chen and had enough nutrition. When a child's rations pile up, it can cause chest pain. Even condensed into lumps. In severe cases, fever may also occur. What do you think? Su Yusheng blushed and lowered his head. Ji-Chen checked it. It is true. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Ji-Chen grinned. Su Yusheng could feel Ji-Chen's hot breath burning her chest. She secretly looked at Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen's movements are skillful. The treatment is effective immediately. 10 minutes later. After Ji-Chen had eaten and drunk his fill, he looked up at Su Yusheng. Okay, it's time for us to practice. Su Yusheng hummed softly and skillfully cooperated with Ji-Chen in practicing. They have practiced countless times and gone through countless trials and tribulations. They have a good understanding of each other. And it fits very well. It's just hard for the baby. The bad guy dad showed off in front of them. That's too bad. It makes the baby angry. The next day. After breakfast, Ji-Chen prepared to take Su Yusheng to buy a car. However, before I left the house, a strange phone call came in. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Ji Chen? A woman's voice came. Su Yusheng pricked up his ears. It's me, who are you? Ji Chen asked. In fact, he already knew. It was the secretary of the Ferrari owner from yesterday. After leaving yesterday, he asked White Crown Sparrow to take Wasp number 3 over to monitor the other party. I'm the secretary of the car owner you were in an accident with yesterday. Could you please come to the hospital? Our president wants to apologize and compensate you for all your losses. Can. Ji Chen did not refuse. He was almost hit and killed yesterday and his car was scrapped. This compensation was necessary. Susu, I'm going to the hospital to discuss compensation with yesterday's car owner. Big Bear, let me accompany you. Su Yusheng looked at it eagerly. No, there are too many patients in the hospital and the air is bad. It's not good for you and the baby. Oh, okay. Su Yusheng no longer insisted. Ji Chen kissed her on the forehead, went out and took a taxi to the hospital. Chapter 43 You are sick. Jiancheng Hospital. Ji Chen got out of the taxi and headed straight for the VIP luxury suite in the inpatient department. As soon as he got downstairs, Ji Chen saw a silent woman standing at the door. This is a tall girl wearing a black professional suit. She has a plump figure, a slim waist and a perky hip. Her long wavy hair is slightly dyed burgundy. Her facial features are delicate, revealing a unique and attractive charm. Seeing Ji Chen coming, the woman came forward with a sweet smile. Hello, are you Mr. Ji? As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade hand. I'm Mr. Shi's secretary, Xing Hanlu. Nice to meet you. Hello, Miss Xing. Ji Chen shook hands with her, his fair and soft face slightly cold. Very soft. The owner of the Ferrari that hit him yesterday was named Shi Yuxuan, the president of the Shiguan Group. Mr. Ji, this way please. Xing Hanlu bowed slightly and led the way. Ji Chen followed her upstairs, his eyes unconsciously falling on her twisting buttocks, which were like two bright crescent moons, making people instinctively stare at them. Especially when tightly wrapped in a pencil skirt, she looks charmingly plump. This woman looks fertile. This thought suddenly popped up in Ji Chen's mind. Food and sex are human nature. Ji Chen followed behind and watched openly. Sure enough, all men are the same. Xing Hanlu seemed to feel Ji Chen's undisguised gaze and sneered in her heart. He looks like a decent man, but unfortunately he's no different from other stinky men. Ji Chen didn't know what Xing Hanlu was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. People cannot live under the eyes of others. The more you care about what others think, the more tired and miserable your life will be. Arriving at the door of the VIP luxury suite, Xing Hanlu knocked gently. Mr. Shi, Mr. Ji is here. Come in. Shi Yuxuan's slightly tired voice came from inside. Mr. Ji, please. Ji Chen followed Xing Hanlu into the room. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned. In his past and present lives, this was the first time he had entered a hospital VIP luxury suite. It felt like entering a 5-star hotel instead of a hospital. It is estimated to be more than 100 square meters, with a reception room, office, bedroom, accompanying room and kitchen. Refrigerator, microwave oven, LCD TV, leather sofa, broadband, water dispenser, luxury bed, all kinds of facilities are available. Really? The lives of high-ranking officials, wealthy and powerful men are unimaginable to the poor. It's like the peasants thinking that the emperor uses a golden hoe to farm. Although Ji Chen had heard that the hospital had VIP luxury suites, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were two completely different feelings. Ordinary people are crowded in small wards and it is difficult to get a bed. But the rich. Ji Chen was only slightly surprised in his heart, but his appearance remained calm. He had long known that the world was never fair. Just like a second-hand BMW that is out of reach for ordinary people, even if they spend 3 generations savings to buy one, they are afraid of breaking it even when holding it in their hands. Little did they know that in the private room, the accelerator had already been stepped on until smoke came out. Mr. Shi, Mr. Ji is here. Xing Hanlu came to the luxurious bed and bowed slightly. Ji Chen looked over. Shi Yuxuan was lying flat on her back, with gauze wrapped around her head and bandages all over her body, like a mummy. Although he is awake, his life is not in danger. But the injury was serious. Hello, Mr. Ji, I'm Shi Yuxuan. I feel deeply guilty about the car accident yesterday. Shi Yuxuan looked apologetic and signaled Xinghanlu to hand the prepared compensation to Ji Chen. The 2 million is to compensate Mr. Ji for his shock. I'm also deeply sorry for damaging Mr. Ji's beloved car. I wonder what kind of car Mr. Ji likes. If Mr. Ji needs something urgently, I have some cars in my garage. Mr. Ji can go take a look and drive away if he likes anyone. I will have Xiao Lu complete the paperwork. Ji Chen glanced at the check in Xinghanlu's hand and didn't say anything polite. He took it directly into his arms and said, I'm really in need of a car right now, so I'll be more than polite. It's a good opportunity for me to visit Mr. Shi's garage and broaden my horizons. As for the rest, there's no need. Shi Yuxuan spent 2 million, and his Audi was only worth more than 300,000. But he almost died. Mental damages must be paid. Add another car and that's about it. After all, Shi Yuxuan has a good attitude. As long as Mr. Ji doesn't mind. Shi Yuxuan looked at Xinghanlu and ordered. Xiao Lu, you will take Mr. Ji to the garage to choose a car later. Okay, Mr. Shi. Boss Shi, I see you're neither a psychopath nor someone who wants to die. Why were you driving so fast yesterday? Did you mistake the brake for the accelerator? Ji Chen was very curious. At this time, Yuxuan didn't look like the kind of woman who would drive fast on the street. I'm sorry to have laughed at you, Mr. Ji. Yesterday, my leg suddenly cramped up and I stepped on the accelerator, making it difficult to move. That's when I nearly caused a disaster. Shi Yuxuan shook her head slightly. Fortunately, Ji Chen was agile and jumped out of the car in time, so no one was killed. Although she was seriously injured, she was not seriously injured. As for the lost property, it was nothing to her. Ji Chen nodded slightly, looking at Shi Yuxuan. Through simple communication, he had a good impression of Shi Yuxuan. Although this woman was rich, she was not a bad person and was not overbearing. You can make friends. Xinghanlu saw Ji Chen staring at Shi Yuxuan, and remembered that Ji Chen stared at her plump buttocks when he went upstairs, and her brows frowned slightly. Mr. Ji, if there's nothing else, I'll take you to choose a car. Mr. Shi is seriously injured and needs to rest. Ji Chen looked up at her cold and pretty face, and suddenly smiled. Do you think I was staring at Shi's own with lustful eyes? Isn't it? Xinghanlu couldn't help but speak, her feelings towards Ji Chen dropped to the extreme. Ji Chen looked at Shi Yuxuan, who seemed a little unhappy, and said something shocking. Boss Shi, you are sick. Xinghanlu glared at Ji Chen, you are sick. Ji Chen ignored her and just stared at Shi Yuxuan. Boss Shi, have you been experiencing abdominal distension, increased vaginal discharge, or abnormal discharge lately? Shi Yuxuan frowned. How did Ji Chen know? Is he secretly monitoring her? She does have this problem. I just didn't care too much. Mr. Ji, do you want to speak frankly? She stared at Ji Chen closely. Boss Shi, you have uterine fibroids, intramural fibroids, but they're not big yet. Ji Chen said straight to the point, I have studied Chinese medicine since I was a child. I can help Mr. Shi cure it. There is no need for surgery, and there will be no sequelae. And it works quickly. It can be completely cured in a week at most. It could be even faster, but what? Xinghanlu's eyes were filled with sarcasm. She didn't believe that Ji Chen could tell at a glance that Shi Yuxuan had uterine fibroids, and that they were intramural fibroids. Unless you have X-ray vision. Ji Chen ignored her sarcastic tone and said lightly. You have to pay more. Oh, I think you are crazy about money. Xinghanlu was completely disgusted with Ji Chen. What a waste of such a good-looking appearance. Ji Chen glanced at her two big mountains lightly and sneered. Big breasts, no brains. You what? Ji Chen interrupted her forcefully, whether I'm a liar or not, wouldn't Mr. Shi know if he just checks it out? Xinghanlu was stunned and had no words to say. Just check and you will know whether it is true or false. Ji Chen had no reason to lie to them. It doesn't make sense. Shi Yuxuan looked at Ji Chen with her narrow and beautiful eyes, full of curiosity. But she didn't completely believe it. He said politely, I didn't expect Mr. Ji to be a miracle doctor. Thank you for telling me. I will definitely repay you generously in the future. Then we'll talk about it later. Ji Chen smiled and looked at Xinghanlu. Let's go. Where are you going? Xinghanlu didn't react for a moment. Ji Chen grinned. Let's go see Mr. Shi's collection. Xing Hanlu looked at Shi Yuxuan. Xiao Lu, take Mr. Ji to choose a car and help him complete the necessary procedures as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Shi. Xing Hanlu nodded and looked at Ji Chen with some displeasure. Come with me. Chapter 44. Congratulations on forming the Golden Elixir. Hospital parking garage. Xing Hanlu brought Ji Chen to a Porsche, opened the door and got in with ease. Ji Chen opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Boss Shi, are you really sick? Xing Hanlu fastened her seatbelt and couldn't help but speak. What good would it be for me to lie to you? Ji Chen rolled his eyes. Is it just a prank, so that you can check it out? Xing Hanlu also knew that Ji Chen would not be that stupid, but she still found it hard to believe. I know that Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Just by looking at Miss Shi, you knew she had uterine fibroids, and you even confirmed that it was an intramural fibroid? Xing Hanlu stared intently at Ji Chen's eyes. Even a doctor with decades of experience in Chinese medicine couldn't be so skilled, right? You can't possibly be able to see through things, right? Do you believe me when I say I can see through things? Ji Chen's lips curled up slightly, his eyes teasing as he glanced at Xing Hanlu's curvy and plump body. Boring. She doesn't believe it. Ji Chen suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear. Black lace, both top and bottom are a set. Xing Hanlu's eyes widened, she covered her chest with her hands, and said viciously. You rascal. Rumble. With a step on the accelerator, the Porsche rushed out of the garage. Fuck. Ji Chen's back hit the seat hard, and he became secretly alert. This is too much driving. He couldn't help but think of Shi Yuxuan, who almost hit him to death yesterday, and he immediately became extremely alert. If anything happens, he jumps out of the car immediately. Xing Hanlu drove out of the hospital. Except for the first fierce burst, the rest of the journey was smooth. But she was not at peace inside. Even rough waves. How did Ji Chen know her underwear and pants? He must have been peeping at me when I was going upstairs, you bastard. Xing Hanlu cursed inwardly. Little did they know that Ji Chen could really see through things. It's just not a supernatural power, but a spiritual consciousness formed after the mental power becomes strong. Ji Chen did not disturb Xing Hanlu from driving. You can't mess with female drivers. 20 minutes later. Porsche comes to Longyuan. This is a high-end villa area in the suburbs, and each villa is at least hundreds of meters apart. Surrounded by pavilions, towers, clear water and greenland, it exudes a strong atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. What a wonderful place! Ji Chen fell in love with it at first sight. He also wants to buy a villa in the future. The Porsche drove smoothly all the way to the underground garage of one of the villas. The garage is huge, spacious and luxurious. Luxury cars are parked neatly in the garage. Ferrari, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, Maybach. Fuck, she's really a rich woman. Ji Chen guessed that Shi Yuxuan should have quite a few luxury cars in her garage, but he didn't expect there to be so many. None of them are under $1 million. There are many with tens of millions. You choose. Xing Hanlu said coldly. Ji Chen looked at each car one by one, and finally came to a Land Rover Range Rover. This is the extended version. It is estimated to be more than 2 to 3 million. Looks very domineering. The interior space is also large. Convenient for activities. Ji Chen likes big ones. Especially the headlights should be very big and bright. Let's take this one. Ji Chen pointed at the black Land Rover in front of him. I'll get you the key. Xing Hanlu doesn't waste words and acts decisively. What's more, the car Ji Chen chose is the cheapest one in the garage. Her sense of Ji Chen improved a little. Although he is a bit lustful, he is not greedy. Just a moment. Xing Hanlu took out the keys to the Land Rover Range Rover and handed them to Ji Chen. I will complete the other vehicle handover procedures for you within 2 days. Trouble. Ji Chen took the key with a smile, opened the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. I have to say the experience was very good. It is much better than the Audi he bought before for more than 300,000 yuan. Ji Chen was just about to drive out for a stroll when he found Xing Hanlu squatting on the ground, holding her stomach, her face pale and beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down her face. What's wrong? Ji Chen got out of the car, grabbed her wrist, and scanned her body carefully with his spiritual sense. Quick, take me to the hospital. Xing Hanlu spoke while suppressing the pain, her body trembling slightly. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Ji Chen helped her up and grinned. Congratulations on forming the golden elixir. Golden elixir? Xing Hanlu was stunned. What was going on? She doesn't practice Taoism. What else more, we must believe in science. Don't you doubt my medical skills? Since you led the way today, I will help you destroy your golden elixir. Ji Chen opened the door of the Range Rover and laid her down on the seat. What are you doing? Xing Hanlu lay down on the leather seat with her legs bent and hanging outside the car, looking at Ji Chen, who was looking down at her, feeling very insecure. She tried to struggle to get up. Don't move. Ji Chen held her shoulders and said without question. I said I'd help you crush the golden elixir, so I'll do it for you. Kidney stones are very painful. Even if you go to the hospital, you'll suffer a lot. Xing Hanlu's face was filled with suspicion and pain, and her pretty face was pale, making me feel pity for her. Does she really have kidney stones? Just when she wondered if Ji Chen was fooling her, Ji Chen's broad, hot palms were already pressing on her waist and abdomen. She suddenly felt warmth in her waist, and the pain that had made her feel excruciating disappeared miraculously. Her eyes widened. Confused, shocked, and unbelievable. Does this guy really know medical skills? Still so amazing? Could it be a coincidence? She watched for a while, and Ji Chen's thumb pressed and massaged her waist and abdomen, sometimes hard and sometimes light. As the pain faded, a faint pink glow slowly crept over her pale face. She had never been so close to a man. Only with time. Ji Chen used all 10 fingers to massage carefully. In fact, he can easily crush stones. But that would be too much. Even if you have to pretend, you still have to put on a show. A moment later. Ji Chen was sweating profusely, flicking his fingers against Xing Hanlu's waist and abdomen, and even tapping and beating her with his fingers, as if he was using the force of hitting a cow from a distance to shatter the stones in her body. At this time, Xing Hanlu felt a little bit of pain. Bang! As Ji Chen hit her waist and abdomen hard with his fingers, Xing Hanlu couldn't help but moan. Follow closely. She felt as if a stone had really broken inside her. An incomparable feeling of ease and comfort came over me. All right. Ji Chen took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his hands. He looked at the sweaty Xing Hanlu and said, "The golden elixir in your body has been shattered by me. If you don't believe me, be careful when you urinate later, as you'll find broken pieces of the golden elixir coming out. It may be painful and there may even be blood, but that's normal. Remember to drink plenty of water and exercise more." Xing Hanlu straightened her messy clothes and came out of the car. She looked at Ji Chen with a complicated and half-believing and half-doubting look. But before she could speak, she felt a strong urge to urinate. Okay, remember what I said, call me if you have any questions. Ji Chen turned around without any reluctance, got into the car and drove away. Watching the Land Rover Range Rover disappear into the garage, Xing Hanlu ran to the bathroom in high heels. I really have kidney stones. She was very skeptical. She even doubted that Ji Chen could crush her kidney stones with just his bare hands? So dreamy. A moment later. Xing Hanlu looked at the blood-stained stone fragments in the bathroom, and she felt like she was electrocuted and stood there in a daze. Chapter 45: Shocking the Beautiful CEO. It's actually true. How is that possible? Looking at the stone fragments that had just been expelled, Xing Hanlu widened her eyes and opened her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Having stones is nothing. Many people have it. What really shocked her was that Ji Chen crushed her kidney stones with just his bare hands, and it took less than 10 minutes. Even if ultrasound is used to break up the stones, it will take a long time. Are Ji Chen's hands more powerful than an ultrasonic lithotripsy? It doesn't even hurt. A long time. Xing Hanlu cleaned the bathroom, took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it before she calmed down her shocked heart. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have believed that there were such magical techniques and such amazing skills in the world. What a miracle! Ji Chen could tell at a glance that I had kidney stones and crushed them for me, so Mr. Sure must have uterine fibroids as well. Xing Hanlu didn't care about anything else. She hurried to the garage, got in her Porsche, and rushed to Jiangcheng Hospital. Hospital VIP Luxury Suite. Sure Yuxuan looked at the information about Ji Chen on the tablet computer, and was still skeptical about Ji Chen's news that she was sick. But she still planned to wait for it to be checked later. Mr. Sure. Xing Hanlu hurried in, breathing softly, her full breasts heaving. Sure Yuxuan frowned slightly. Although they had a special relationship, it was not appropriate for him to act so rashly and impatiently. What happened? Sure Yuxuan looked Xing Hanlu up and down, and she looked like she had just finished exercising and was sweating profusely, and her brows furrowed even deeper. Even if Xing Hanlu had something urgent to do, she shouldn't look so tired after running upstairs. Did something happen with Ji Chen? I have to say that Ji Chen is indeed handsome, and he exudes the sexual tension that is unique to a strong man. It is extremely lethal to women. Xing Hanlu took a deep breath, calmed herself down a bit, and said excitedly. Boss sure that Ji Chen is actually a miracle doctor, and a truly amazing one. Sure Yuxuan's heart sank to the bottom and her anger rose. Xing Hanlu had just gone out with Ji Chen once, and she was completely taken down and brainwashed? Is Ji Chen so powerful? Is there any special skill? However, she was able to become the president of a group. Even though she inherited her parents' business, she remained calm. She didn't say anything, just looked at Xing Hanlu, waiting for her to explain. Mr. Sure, I just took Ji Chen to the garage to choose a car, and he chose that Land Rover Range Rover. Xing Hanlu didn't hide it. It was about to end, but I suddenly had unbearable abdominal pain. I wanted Ji Chen to take me to the hospital. But Ji Chen told me it was kidney stones. I don't believe it at all. But the pain was unbearable and even walking was a problem. Ji Chen put me in the car and put his palm on my abdomen. A magical thing happened. I immediately felt no pain and felt warm. I still didn't believe it at the time, but he massaged and tapped me for less than 10 minutes and told me the stone had been broken up. He told me to drink more water and exercise more, then drove away. I still didn't believe it, but I went back to the bathroom to use the toilet, and I actually passed the crushed stones. I was stunned. I couldn't believe my eyes. It's amazing that a simple massage with your hands can break up stones through your belly. It's just like reading a novel. Sure Yuxuan stared at her closely, and was as shocked as Xing Hanlu. She didn't think Xing Hanlu would lie to her, not to mention that they had a special relationship. However, as the president of a group company, she knows that interests can move people's hearts, especially some women who are love-brained and easily blinded by love. What Xing Hanlu said was too unbelievable. She suspected that Xing Hanlu had betrayed her and was colluding with Ji Chen to deal with her. The business world is like a battlefield. She had to be careful. Otherwise, it would have been eaten to the bone. But Xing Hanlu didn't look like she was lying, and this lie was easy to expose. Don't make this public for now. Go call the doctor and arrange for me to be examined first. Sure Yuxuan ordered. Okay, I'll go right away. Xing Hanlu immediately went to make arrangements. Ji Chen. Sure Yuxuan's beautiful eyes were dim, and she showed a strong interest in Ji Chen. Nice car. At this moment, Ji Chen was very satisfied with Sure Yuxuan's Land Rover. No matter the feel or the comfort, it was hard to put down. Su. Back at Jinjiang compound, Ji Chen saw Su Yusheng waiting for the bus at the bus stop. Beep beep. Su Yusheng raised his head and looked at the majestic Land Rover in front of him, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Su, it's me. Ji Chen extended his hand in greeting. Big Bear. Su Yusheng was stunned. She thought it was some pervert who was trying to flirt with her. Is this a new car you just bought? She looked at the Range Rover with some curiosity, but the speed was too fast. This is compensation from the car owner who hit me yesterday. Ji Chen saw the bus coming from behind and said hurriedly. Get in the car and talk. Su Yusheng opened the car door, got in and fastened his seatbelt. Are you going to school? Ji Chen asked. Well, I have something to do at school. I'll take you there. I'm going to the library to read some books. Ji Chen drove Su Yusheng to Jiangcheng University. On the way, I briefly talked about Sure Yuxuan's compensation. Su Yusheng didn't care about these things, he was just worried about Ji Chen. Thinking about it now makes me feel scared. Big Bear, you must drive slower next time. Su Yusheng reminded him. Don't worry, I will definitely pay attention to safety. Ji Chen was already extremely alert, paying close attention to the surrounding road conditions and vehicle driving conditions. you can calmly avoid accidents. If he was alone, there would be no need to worry. Even in a critical situation like yesterday, he could easily jump out of the car and escape. Ji-Chen drove all the way to the dormitory building, attracting countless eyes. Susu, call me when you're done and I'll pick you up. Aha! Su Yusheng nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car. So beautiful. I knew it was going to be a beautiful lady. Nonsense. Ugly people don't even stand a chance of sitting on it. Hey, isn't that Su Yusheng? It's really Su Yusheng. Isn't she Ji-Chen's girlfriend? Could it be that Ji-Chen has been poached again? Isn't it normal to be pride? Although Ji-Chen is handsome and a great basketball player, he can't make a living. How can he compare to those who drive Ferraris and Land Rovers? Ji-Chen was speechless. Although the girls around him were talking in low voices, he had sharp ears and eyes and could hear everything clearly. He opened the door and got out of the car. Susu, there are a lot of people in school, please be careful when going up and down the stairs. I understand, don't worry. Su Yusheng felt the gazes of the people around him and walked into the dormitory building with his head down. So handsome. Is this the legendary tall, rich and handsome guy? Woohoo, Mom, I think I'm in love. Ah, it's Ji-Chen. When did Ji-Chen drive a Land Rover? Didn't I hear he was driving an Audi? Some are crazy about it, some are confused. Especially those who knew Ji-Chen and liked gossip opened their eyes wide. They knew that Ji-Chen had a bonus of 500,000 yuan and bought an Audi. But where's the Land Rover? Ji-Chen ignored their puzzled looks and drove to the Yifu library. The library is very big. There are many books in the collection. Ji-Chen came to the computer programming and software information technology area and read quickly. His eyes are like a scanner. No. Faster than a scanner. It takes less than a minute to finish reading a book. Wei, what book are you looking for? I'll help you find it. Thank you, but no thanks. Wei, there's a new hot pot restaurant behind the school. How about we go try it at noon? A dog that licks will end up with nothing. This thought immediately flashed through Ji-Chen's mind, and the girl's voice sounded very familiar. He should have seen it. Even communicated. He looked up instinctively. In an instant. He was completely stunned. It's her. What comes into view is a pure and bright face. She has long and dense curved eyelashes, a delicate and small nose, a rosy and lovely mouth, and the gentle beauty of a woman from the Jiangnan water town. She was wearing a white dress and a pair of light blue jeans that tightly wrapped around her hips, revealing a pair of slender and round long legs. There is no doubt that this is a woman who can play at least an 8.5. No wonder there are so many bootlickers around. What are you looking at? The boy behind the girl was wearing a pair of black framed glasses and was tall and thin. He stepped forward, blocked Ji-Chen's sight, and glared at Ji-Chen fiercely. I didn't see anything, I just thought this classmate looked a lot like a friend of mine. Ji-Chen's mouth twitched. More than just alike. This woman called Wei was one of the two women who accompanied him in the supreme private room of Yi Waiting yesterday. Her full name is Zheng Wei. He had a car accident yesterday, probably because he was driving too hard and too fast, and the accelerator was smoking. Zheng Wei's delicate body trembled slightly, her heart in her throat. She didn't expect to meet Ji-Chen here. Suddenly my legs tightened. If my legs weren't so weak at this moment, I would have wanted to run away. So embarrassing. In particular, vehicle appraiser Ji-Chen gave her a positive rating of 9.9 points yesterday. You should be a senior in the senior year, right? The man with glasses looked alert and unfriendly as he stared at Ji-Chen and said sarcastically, Senior, your pickup lines are too old-fashioned. Ji-Chen just smiled. Junior, you have good taste. He patted the man with glasses on the shoulder and turned away. The man with glasses breathed a sigh of relief. Ji-Chen put too much pressure on him. Little did he know that Ji-Chen had something else to say. In the words of Mr. Jia Qian, this woman. Very smooth. Chapter 46 Your goddess is in the private room. Wei, what's wrong with you? The man with glasses noticed Zhang Wei's unusual expression and asked with concern. Do you know the senior from earlier? I don't know him. Zhang Wei didn't want to say more as her mouth was still swollen. Wei, I heard there's a really good movie that was recently released. How about we go see it tonight? Although the man with glasses felt that Zhang Weiwei and Ji Chen might know each other, he didn't dare to say much and quickly changed the subject to avoid upsetting the goddess. I don't have time tonight. As she spoke, Zhang Weiwei walked towards the library entrance. The man with glasses immediately followed. Well. Ji Chen shook his head slightly and looked at the back of the man with glasses, full of sympathy. Licking so humbly. But there is no chance to become a fellow traveler. Why bother? The goddess you can't let go of has already been let in. You scroll through WeChat over and over again. People change their postures over and over again. You cry alone in the night, while others hug each other and sweat in the room. You are crying so hard that you can't breathe, and others are kissing so hard that they can't breathe. Ji Chen picked up the book and continued reading. Such a little incident had no effect on him. His arrival at the school had a huge impact. School forum. A post went viral. Shock. Is the school idol Ji Chen being poached again? There is a picture below. Su Yusheng got out of the Land Rover. But if you click in, you can see another picture of Ji Chen getting out of the Land Rover. The comments below exploded. My favorite fan page, holy crap. The OP knows how to grab attention. Damn, I thought Ji Chen was really being pried off again. Pig Bear, oh my god. When did Ji Chen drive a Land Rover? This car is so impressive. I have a big sausage, shit. If I had this car, I'd park it in front of the school and be a bridegroom every night, wouldn't I? Gong Changri, damn. Brother Chen actually changed to a Land Rover. Ji Chen's fame surged again. Room 609, West Building 3. Zhang Yang saw the post and said to his roommate. Come and see, Brother Chen has changed his car, and it's a Range Rover. So cool. Let me see. Luo Xing and Chenli ran over and looked at the Land Rover Range Rover in the post, feeling envious. Brother Chen hasn't even graduated yet, but he's already reached the pinnacle of his life. A luxurious house, a Range Rover, a school beauty girlfriend. I feel like I'll never be able to reach Brother Chen's current heights in my lifetime. Be confident and get rid of the feeling. Chenli looked at the majestic Range Rover with envy and asked curiously. Where do you think Brother Chen got the money to buy such a luxury car? They all knew Ji Chen's family situation. I definitely can't afford a Land Rover. Could it be that Brother Chen has caught another 500,000 or even 1,000,000 walking creatures? Luo Xing laughed. How can there be so many walking 500,000? You might as well say that Brother Chen enjoys injecting money into others, and the money given by the rich woman is more reliable. Zhang Yang echoed obscenely. Don't tell me, with Brother Chen's figure and looks, if he was just betting on people for fun, wouldn't he be making tons of money? Chenli interrupted. Have you noticed that Brother Chen's luck has turned since he broke up with Meng Yuan and got together with Su Yusheng? It seems to be true. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. I think sister-in-law brings good luck to her husband. Chen Lidao, I think it's Meng Yuan who kills her husband. Luo Xing said, Meng Yuan must be regretting this to death now. This is what they call 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the young and poor. At this point, Zhang Yang suddenly asked, do you know that Brother Chen has published 2 new books at the same time? One is called Battle Through the Heavens, and the other is called Doluwa Dalu. They're really popular online right now. What? These 2 novels were written by Brother Chen? Luo Xing exclaimed. He didn't pay attention, but he had heard his classmates who liked reading novels mention these 2 novels. Certainly. Zhang Yang opened Qidian Chinese website, and the top of the new book list was Dupo and Doluwa Dalu. He pointed at Dupo and said, let me tell you, the protagonist of this novel, Xia Yan, was despised as a waste by his fiancée, Nailan Yanran, from the very beginning, and the engagement was broken off in public. I suspect Brother Chen used me and Meng Yuan as a template for this. It's so passionate. I'm just waiting to see Xia Yan slap Nailan Yanran in the face after the 3-year agreement. But in real life, Brother Chen seems to have fulfilled his 3-year agreement. Meng Yuan must be crying in the bathroom right now. Let me see. Luo Xing and Chenli searched for Dupo. Am I Nailan Yanran? Meng Yuan squatted in the toilet with red eyes. She is reading both of Ji Chen's newly released novels. 3-year agreement, hee hee. She laughed at herself. She hadn't even been there for 3 months and she was already slapped in the face. A little over a month to be exact. Ji Chen has already risen. Much faster than Xiao Yan. I'm Nailan Yanran, who is sooner than. Su Yusheng? Meng Yuan's imagination ran wild. Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan were childhood sweethearts, so she should be Xiao Suner. It's a pity that she didn't catch it. Su, where did your Ji Chen make his fortune? He even drives a Land Rover? Chen Feng looked curious and envious. It would be great if she had a boyfriend like this. I didn't get rich. Ji Chen was hit by a car yesterday and his car was scrapped. This car was compensated by the other party. Su Yusheng looked at the two people's surprised expressions and said, I don't want any Land Rover, as long as Ji Chen is safe. Is Ji Chen okay? Xiaoya asked with concern. Fine. Su Yusheng shook his head. I'm glad you're okay. Xiaoya nodded. But I see that Ji Chen's two new novels are both very popular. Earning $1 million a month in the future won't be a problem. It's hard to say right now. Su Yusheng said modestly. Chen Feng retorted, you can make a lot of money writing novels now. I heard that the popular blogger I Eat Tomatoes dropped out of school last semester to write novels full-time, and he's already bought a house with his novels. Speaking of this, Chen Feng and Xiaoya became even more envious. Ji Chen captured Zhang Qiang and got a house and 500,000 yuan in cash. It was a one-time opportunity and not to be missed. But Ji Chen can write novels, which is an ability that can make him money in the long run. Even the ability to make a lot of money quickly. Su will be so blessed in the future. Jiancheng Hospital. Shi Yuxuan underwent ultrasound and MRI examinations, and it turned out that she actually had uterine fibroids, and they were intramural fibroids. Ji Chen's judgment was completely correct. Is his medical skill really that amazing? Shi Yuxuan was shocked. If she didn't know that there was no X-ray vision in the world, she would really doubt that Ji Chen could see through things. Now, she already believed in Ji Chen's medical skills. After all, she herself didn't know she had fibroids and had never had a checkup, so it was impossible for Ji Chen to know about it through other channels. Only Ji Chen could see that. Boss Shi, do you want to ask Ji Chen to come and help you with your treatment? Xing Hanlu looked at Shi Yuxuan, who was filled with shock, and reminded her, with Ji Chen's medical skills, he might be able to help your injuries heal faster. Shi Yuxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. She could only lie down now, unable to move, it was too uncomfortable. He needs someone to help him eat, drink water, and go to the toilet. Even if she has no shortage of people to serve her. But it's also uncomfortable. If she could recover one day earlier, she would suffer one day less. Shi Yuxuan immediately ordered Xing Hanlu, Xiaolu, please ask Divine Dr. Ji to come over for me. The consultation fee and everything else can be discussed. Chapter 47 This miracle doctor wants to pay more. Zhengcheng University. Sha Library. Ji Chen flipped through the books quickly. In the memory palace in my mind, books made up of consciousness emerged and suddenly turned into a library. The memory palace is improving. Mental strength is also improving. Computers, software, programming, information technology. Countless knowledge collides to create sparks of inspiration. Computer technology and hacking skills are improving rapidly. Ding-a-ling. Ji Chen put down the book and picked up his phone. It was Xing Hanlu calling. It seems that Mr. Shi has already found out the results. Ji Chen guessed. He answered the phone, and Xing Hanlu's respectful voice sounded. Dr. Ji, are you free now? We'd like to ask you to treat her. I'm busy now. I'll go to the hospital to see you at 2 p.m. Ji Chen said. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. Ji Chen hung up the phone. It's getting late. He sent a text message to Su Yusheng and left the library. Drive to the dormitory building. Su Yusheng, Chen Feng, and Xiaoya went downstairs together. Ji Chen greeted them. Chen Feng and Xiaoya came to the Land Rover and looked at it curiously with burning eyes. This car is so majestic. We probably won't be able to afford one even if we work our whole lives. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Ji Chen looked at the two of them. Let's go to Canteen 6. Then we won't hesitate to try the luhu too. The two of them smiled sweetly and sat in the back. Su Yusheng sat in the passenger seat. Canteen number 6 is not far from the dormitory, and it takes less than 2 minutes to get there. Chen Feng and Xiaoya got off the car before they even had time to sit down. Su, Ji Chen, goodbye. The two waved. Goodbye. Ji Chen took Su Yusheng back to Jinjiang compound. Lu Hong is cooking in the kitchen. The meal is almost ready. Ji Chen came to the kitchen to help and fried the remaining dishes. After dinner, Lu Hong was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Ji Chen and Su Yusheng returned to the bedroom to prepare for a nap. Su, are you going to school this afternoon? Ji Chen sat on the couch and looked at Su Yusheng's fair and pretty face full of youthful vitality. I'm going again. Su Yusheng sat beside him, hugged Ji Chen's arm tightly, and his round and upright chest pressed against his arm tightly. Big Bear, I can go by myself, no need to send me off. You have to take the bus to get there, and even taking a taxi isn't very convenient. Ji Chen glanced at her full breasts, and his sensitive nose smelled the rich milky fragrance. He stretched out his hand and scratched her straight nose. Besides, taking the bus or a taxi is not as safe as me taking you there. Big Bear, you're so nice. Then how do you thank me? Ji Chen had a wicked smile on his face, and his eyes scanned her with ill intentions. No, in broad daylight. An alluring blush appeared on Su Yusheng's fair and tender face, and she lowered her head shyly. Don't want what? Ji Chen smiled. Now the sun is shining brightly, it's a good time to practice. He did not lie to Su Yusheng. The Yellow Emperor's qi refining technique he practiced was to refine the power of yin and yang and transform it into his own strength. The essence of the moon is yin. The essence of the sun is yang. The Su Nu Heart Sutra that they practiced together was also based on the power of yin and yang. Women are yin. Men are yang. If we only practice at night for a long time, our yin and yang will be unbalanced, which will affect our cultivation. As he said that, Ji Chen carried her to the couch. No, Su Yusheng symbolically pushed Ji Chen, then accepted him and practiced the Su Nu Heart Sutra with him. With practice, Su Yusheng suddenly had a magical feeling. It seemed that practicing during the day was indeed different from practicing at night. The body gets hotter. There is a burning sensation. Is this the power of the sun? Lu Hong washed the dishes and cleaned the kitchen, but did not see Ji Chen and Su Yusheng. Sudden. She heard some movement in the bedroom, her ears moved, and her face suddenly turned red. Leave quickly. Alas, young people are always hot-tempered. Lu Hong went out for a walk. I'm just a little worried. Ji Chen seemed to be particularly vigorous in this aspect. I don't know if Su can grasp it. Especially since Ji Chen is so capable, there must be countless temptations around him, and Ji Chen is so strong in that aspect, so his resistance must be weak. Shaking her head, Lu Hong stopped thinking about it and strolled around the community. The bedroom was bustling with activity. Ji Chen didn't have a lunch break. Jiangcheng City Bureau. Pan Yun didn't take a lunch break either. During this period, he stayed up late every day. Wei Tian's case is a headache. Captain Pan, the surveillance footage at Cheng Xiaoshuang's door shows that only Zhou Tao and Wei Ying were at the villa during that time, and Cheng Xiaoshuang died around the same time Zhou Tao left the villa. Zhang Mingyu looked at the distressed Pan Yun and analyzed. There were no signs of anyone else at the scene. The murderer must be Zhou Tao. But how did Zhou Tao kill Wei Tian and Tai Bing? Pan Yun asked. He also wanted to close the case as soon as possible, especially since the pressure from all sides kept coming and making him feel suffocated. But this case is fraught with doubts. The poison used by the murderer could not be detected. The murder weapon was never found. In particular, they discovered that Zhou Tao and Wei Tian were actually father and son. What reason did Zhou Tao have to kill Wei Tian and Cheng Xiaoshuang? Certainly. All the love, hate and vengeance involved cannot be verified because Zhou Tao is dead. He also felt that Zhou Tao's death was very strange. Why didn't he die earlier or later, but died while running away? Zhang Mingyu couldn't answer. Pan Yun didn't expect her to give an answer. Have Ji Chen and Su Yusheng found any clues? Pan Yun asked. After Cheng Xiaoshuang's death, he ordered his criminal police to secretly investigate Ji Chen and Su Yusheng, with the focus on Ji Chen. The intuition of a criminal detective with many years of experience. He felt that Ji Chen was most likely the murderer. Wei Tian has done all kinds of bad things, but he has always been fine and in good health. However, when he met Ji Chen's ex-girlfriend Meng Yiwen, he suddenly felt heartbroken. It just so happened that Ji Chen was also there. Follow closely. Wei Tian wanted to mess with Ji Chen's ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend, and Wei Tian died the next day. There is also the information that Cheng Xiaoshuang had in her hand before she died. The first page contains information about Meng Yiwen and Su Yusheng. Certainly. Before his death, Wei Tian also had affairs with Zhang Yu, even lining up his men, taking photos and threatening and intimidating them. Zhang Yu is also a major suspect. But after investigation, it was found that Zhang Yu could not have done it and did not have the time to commit the crime. Zhang Yu doesn't have a boyfriend either. His relatives still don't know the bad news that Zhang Yu was queued up by Wei Tian and his men. Ji Chun gave him a very unusual feeling. Which ordinary college student would dare to rush forward with a hot weapon in his hand and subdue a ruthless gangster without any injury? Unfortunately, he couldn't find any evidence. Ji Chen and Su Yuxing are all fine, but Ji Chen does know Chinese medicine, and his medical skills are very high, especially acupuncture. When she said this, her cheeks turned red. She's also particularly good at treating men's health. Well. Pan Yun sighed deeply. He knew all this news. He even had the urge to ask Ji Chen to give him acupuncture. When you reach middle age, you feel powerless. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ji Chen finished giving Su Yuxing acupuncture and got up. He held Su Yuxing in his arms, washed and dressed, and rushed to Jiangcheng University. After sending Su Yuxing to school, Ji Chen drove to Jiangcheng Hospital. Xing Hanlu had been waiting at the door for a long time. She changed into a black tight-fitting suit and white lace stockings, and looked elegant, intellectual, smart and capable. Miss Xing, I'm sorry I'm late. Ji Chen came up to him and apologized. Divine Dr. Ji, you're too kind. We should be thanking Divine Dr. Ji for taking the time out of his busy schedule to treat Mr. Shi. Xing Hanlu smiled sweetly and was very polite. Ji Chen's medical skills made her in awe and respect him. This little mouth really knows how to talk. Ji Chen smiled in his heart. Let's go, don't keep Mr. Shi waiting any longer. Divine Dr. Ji, please. Ji Chen followed Xing Hanlu to the VIP luxury suite again. Shi Yuxuan's beautiful eyes fell on Ji Chen. Even though she had just met Ji Chen in the morning, her feelings at this moment were completely different. Before, she just regarded Ji Chen as a creditor whom she had hit. Now he is a miracle doctor. Ji Chen came to the bed and said straight to the point. Mr. Shi, let me explain before the treatment. I will use acupuncture and massage to help you eliminate your uterine fibroids. I will definitely have some contact with you then. In addition, the consultation fee is 5 million. I can guarantee it's painless and has no side effects. The effect is immediate and only takes one treatment. If you're willing, I'll treat you. If you're not willing, forget it. Shi Yuxuan had learned the details of Ji Chen's treatment of Xing Hanlu and was well prepared for this. She smiled slightly. No problem. But I have a question. I wonder if Divine Dr. Ji can help me recover quickly from the injuries I sustained in the car accident? Ji Chen smiled confidently. Of course, but you have to pay more. Chapter 48, 20 Years of Professional Bone Setting. You have to pay more. It's natural. Shi Yuxuan was not surprised and said straight to the point. How much? Let's round it up to 5 million. Ji Chen stretched out 5 fingers, plus the 5 million for the treatment of uterine fibroids, the total was exactly 10 million. 10 million is certainly not a small amount. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. But for Shi Yuxuan, it's nothing and definitely worth the money. Shi Yuxuan did not agree immediately, but asked. How long will it take for Divine Dr. Ji to help me recover? Although she is rich. Also willing to spend money. But don't waste money. If Ji Chen's medical skills are not effective, she will still treat him, but she will not spend 5 million. I can get you out of bed today. Ji Chen looked at Shi Yuxuan with a smile. Isn't this price worth it? Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Shi Yuxuan didn't believe it in her heart, but her face was full of excitement. I can't wait to see the unique skills of Dr. Ji. There is no time to lose, let's start now. Ji Chen nodded and glanced at Xing Hanlu beside him. I don't like outsiders to disturb me when I'm treating patients. Xing Hanlu looked at Shi Yuxuan and saw her nod slightly, then she bowed to Ji Chen. Dr. Ji, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll be waiting outside the door. If you need anything, just call me. Good. Ji Chen understood what she meant and didn't say much. Xing Hanlu turned and left, gently closing the bedroom door. Boss Shi, here I come. Ji Chen came to the bed and held her right hand, which was in a cast. Shi Yuxuan's heart was in her throat. Even though she was the president of a group company, she was in a closed space with a man and had physical contact with him. maybe even undress. She suddenly became inexplicably nervous. How are you going to treat it? First, I'll heal your arms and legs, then your ribs, and finally your uterine fibroids. After all, Ji Chen and Shi Yuxuan are not familiar with each other. It is definitely not a good idea to start treating the other person's private parts. Shi Yuxuan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, and a smile appeared on her face. It's all up to divine Dr. Ji. Ji Chen curled his lips. You can just listen to this. He casually took out a small knife and scratched the plaster on Shi Yuxuan's arm. Swish! Shi Yuxuan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her hair stood on end. Is there a way to remove plaster? Too rough. After the shock, she discovered the highlight. Ji Chen actually cut through the plaster with one knife without hurting her at all. Nothing else to say. This knife technique is amazing. In no time, Ji Chen removed the plaster and gently massaged her fair arm with his 10 fingers. Shi Yuxuan thought it would be very painful. But under Ji Chen's magical technique, the whole arm felt warm, and even fine beads of sweat slowly seeped out from the pores. Gradually, I felt an itch deep inside my arms, as if ants were crawling. It's like tender flesh growing back on a wound. Even the bones feel numb. The redness and swelling on my arms slowly disappeared. It's really amazing. She was shocked, surprised, and happy. A pair of bright and clear autumn eyes stared straight at Ji Chen with a burning gaze. That serious, focused, and coolly handsome face became even more mysterious and charming in her eyes. Really? Men who work hard are the most attractive. Ji Chen was too shocking. He held the fair arm and rubbed it back and forth for half an hour. The originally fair skin turned pink. My skin is almost broken. Shi Yuxuan didn't care, but was very excited. She could feel that her arms seemed to have healed. Mr. Shi, your arm is healed, but you can't exert yourself too much for the next 2 months. You still need to rest. Ji Chen let go of her arm and gave her serious instructions. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Ji. Shi Yuxuan was extremely excited. She gently raised her arm, then slowly bent, straightened, and shook it, feeling the same as a normal arm. All right. Her arm is really healed. It's amazing. She looked straight at Ji Chen with her beautiful eyes, unable to hide her curiosity. How did you do that? It's nothing, actually. I just used a special technique to promote bone development, which greatly shortened the time it would normally take. As he spoke, Ji Chen lifted the quilt and came under Shi Yuxuan. Swish! Another simple, rough, clean, and neat knife. The plaster on the leg was cut open. Ji Chen removed it and used the same method to treat his legs. Shi Yuxuan had completely trusted Ji Chen. She stared at Ji Chen without blinking as he pinched, pressed, and touched her legs. It doesn't look like anything special, so why is the effect so magical? She couldn't figure it out. Ultimately, it can only be attributed to the fact that she doesn't understand and can't see the mystery. Thighs are thicker than arms. Ji Chen's treatment time is doubled. It took a full hour. If she hadn't known that Ji Chen was treating her injuries. She even suspected that Ji Chen was a leg maniac. Her legs are indeed beautiful. Slender, fair, and round. Especially those feet, they are so slender and delicate. There is probably no more perfect pair of feet in the world. Her leg was healed, but she felt damaged. Next is treating the ribs. When Ji Chen's voice sounded, Shi Yuxuan's already rosy cheeks turned pink as blood. Think of the process of healing arms and legs. Treating her ribs, wouldn't that be? But if the ribs are not healed, even if the legs are healed, it will be difficult to move freely. She could only pretend to be calm and said indifferently. Divine Dr. Ji, just let go and treat me. Ji Chen didn't waste any time and stabbed her in the chest. Swish! All the plaster wrapping from the chest to the abdomen was cut open. He has a telepathic connection. Unparalleled skills. All restraints were released in just a few strokes. The magnificent scenery overshadowed the entire room, but Ji Chen's eyes lit up. Seeing Ji Chen's burning gaze, Shi Yuxuan cursed in her heart but couldn't speak out loud. If she said anything at this time, the healing process may become distorted or even fail. I am a patient, and Ji Chen is here to set my bones and heal my injuries. She muttered to herself. Ji Chen had an expressionless face as he looked at Shi Yuxuan's unreserved great heart and used his skillful hands to set the bones and heal the wound. Neither of them spoke. Silence is better than words at this time. Ji-Chen worked silently, seriously, and responsibly. Shi Yuxuan broke 5 ribs. It consumes more time. Ji-Chen massaged back and forth between his ribs over and over again, and a wisp of vital energy slowly merged into the broken bone gaps, causing them to heal slowly. It's 5 o'clock. Xing Hanlu was standing outside the door, feeling anxious. Ji-Chen has been in there for treatment for 3 hours. I don't know what the situation is. All right. Ji-Chen withdrew his hands and looked at Shi Yuxuan, whose eyes were blurry and whose ears and neck were burning red. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Mr. Shi's injuries from the car accident have been healed. Oh, thank goodness for the hard work of Dr. G. Shi Yuxuan came back to her senses from the 9-layered cloud palace, instinctively stood up and expressed her gratitude. This movement completely awakened me. She actually sat up. No discomfort at all. She is really well. Ji-Chen came to the side, washed the sweat from his hands with hot water, and wiped them dry with a towel. He is a little tired. Shi Yuxuan was sweating all over. I'm really healed. Even though she was prepared, Shi Yuxuan still felt as if she was in a dream. She pinched her injured arms and legs, then looked down at her ribs. Well. When she saw the white, her face immediately turned red and she hurriedly picked up her pajamas to wrap herself up. Covering the majestic snow-capped Himalayas. Ji-Chen came over with a silver needle. Seeing Shi Yuxuan's actions, he couldn't help but smile. It's a bit like covering one's ears and stealing the belle. He worked on her broken bones for an hour and a half. Don't even mention seeing it. He's had enough of massage. Boss Shi, it's time to treat the uterine fibroids. Ji-Chen took out a silver needle and waved it in front of her. This time I'm going to get an acupuncture needle. Shi Yuxuan shrank her neck, feeling a little scared. This needle is too long. Even though it's very thin, it's still scary. This time I need acupuncture first, then massage. Dr. G, I see you're tired too. Take a break first. I'm going to the bathroom. Shi Yuxuan got up quickly and opened the bedroom door. She had been wanting to go to the bathroom for a long time. It's just that Ji-Chen was treating her bones and injuries, and she was embarrassed to interrupt, so she kept it to herself. When the door opened, Xing Hanlu, who had been waiting anxiously, looked up and was stunned. Toki, you stood up. Chapter 49. Ji-Chen went through the back door. The dean was shocked. Mr. Shi, are you okay? Xing Hanlu was horrified and rubbed her eyes hard, wondering if she was too tired and had hallucinations. My injuries have healed. Divine Dr. G's medical skills are extraordinary. I'm going to the bathroom. Go make him some coffee. Shi Yuxuan's red face was filled with excitement. After giving some simple instructions, she went into the bathroom next door. Xing Hanlu was startled for a moment, then quickly came to Ji-Chen and said respectfully, Dr. G, would you like coffee or tea? Although Shi Yuxuan mentioned coffee. But as a qualified secretary, you must understand what your boss means. Shi Yuxuan asked her to give Ji-Chen coffee so that she could entertain Ji-Chen. Instead of actually just getting coffee. What if Ji-Chen doesn't tea like coffee? Wouldn't tea that be a poor hospitality? Have tea. Ji-Chen doesn't like coffee. Especially things like civet coffee. It has a big name, but in reality it is just a bunch of crap. After studying traditional Chinese medicine, Ji-Chen became more fond of drinking tea. Okay. Xing Hanlu was not surprised. Ji-Chen is such an amazing Chinese medicine practitioner, it is obvious that he is deeply influenced by traditional Chinese culture. Drinking tea is more in line with Ji-Chen's identity. Soon. She came over with a cup of steaming green tea. Divine Dr. G, please have some tea. Thanks. Ji-Chen took the teacup. The tea soup was green and transparent, with a fresh and refreshing aroma and a long-lasting orchid scent, which was very unique. The buds and leaves in the cup slowly unfold and stand upright into flowers, just like a blooming orchid. This is Taiping Hokue, right? Hokue has pointed ends, and it doesn't fall apart, curl up, or curl at the edges. The tea leaves in the cup are like swords and spears gathering together, dragons and phoenixes dancing. Ji-Chen blew on it and took a sip. The taste was fresh, mellow, and sweet. Good. Xing Hanlu nodded and praised, Divine Dr. G has a sharp eye. It's truly admirable. Ji Chen smiled. Tea is a form of health preservation. Ji Chen cannot say that he has a deep understanding of it, but he has a wide range of knowledge. His learning efficiency is terrifying. His comprehension is beyond belief. He was learning every day, and all kinds of knowledge were growing rapidly, becoming his foundation. A cup of tea time. Shi Yuxuan returned to the room. Ji Chen put down the teacup, stood up and looked at her. Boss Shi, it's getting late. Let's get treatment and finish work soon. Good. Shi Yuxuan didn't waste any time, took off her nightgown and lay down on the bed. Xing Hanlu tactfully left the room and closed the door. Here we go. Ji Chen reminded, picked up the silver needle and looked at Shi Yuxuan's abdomen. Shi Yuxuan's delicate body trembled slightly. Looking at the slender silver needle, I felt inexplicably scared and simply closed my eyes. If you can't see it, you won't be afraid. Ji Chen had no expression on his face and did not look away. He gently twisted the silver needle between his index finger and thumb, aimed it at one of the acupuncture points, and inserted it. The slender silver needles, carrying strands of longevity and vitality, are inserted into various acupuncture points such as Tsugu and Zhongji to control the retreat of the fibroid army and encircle and annihilate it. This process took 20 minutes. Shi Yuxuan, who had often suffered from abdominal distension and discomfort, suddenly felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her abdomen felt even warmer. Especially in the palace rooms, there seemed to be a surge of warm air. Very comfortable. Ji Chen pulled out the silver needle and used his miraculous healing skills to eliminate the remaining power of the uterine fibroids. The time came to 6 o'clock. Ji Chen withdrew his hand and wiped the sweat off his face. Mr. Shi, it's done. Ji Chen looked at Shi Yuxuan, who seemed a little reluctant to leave. I'm going back now. Remember to put the medical fee on my card. Don't worry, Dr. G. Shi Yuxuan came back to her senses, lifted her hair from her forehead, and immediately called Xing Hanlu to ask her to transfer the 10 million yuan medical fee to Ji Chen's card. Dr. G, it's getting late. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Please come and show your gratitude. No, I want to go back. Ji Chen had already contacted Su Yusheng before. Now I am waiting for him at Jiangcheng University. Since Divine Dr. G is busy, then please ask Divine Dr. G to come next time. Seeing Ji Chen in a hurry to leave, Shi Yuxuan hurriedly asked, Divine Dr. G, if others ask, can you tell them? Okay, but don't make a big deal about it. I don't have the time or energy, and my consultation fee is very high. Since he was treating Shi Yuxuan, he didn't want to hide it. Anyway, what has been revealed is just the tip of the iceberg. He needs some connections. In today's society, everything requires connections. He can't just kill people whenever he encounters a problem, right? Except for those who have committed heinous crimes and deserve to die, killing is only a last resort. He thought for a moment and added. Now that Mr. Shi has recovered, there will probably be people who will come to me for treatment through Mr. Shi. Shi Yuxuan nodded. This is inevitable. People are born, grow old, get sick and die. There are many older guys in her circle, and when they get older they have all kinds of diseases. Knowing that Ji Chen is so powerful, they will definitely seek treatment from Ji Chen. But I don't have a medical license right now, so it's going to be difficult if I want to take the exam. Ji Chen glanced at Shi Yuxuan and said meaningfully. I took a huge risk treating Mr. Shi, but I believe in him. Thank you, Divine Dr. G, for your trust. I am truly honored. Shi Yuxuan was touched, even though she knew that Ji Chen's words were false. But she understood what Ji Chen meant. Ji Chen wanted her or someone else who wanted to treat illnesses to get him a medical license. This is neither difficult nor easy. The key is who it is for. She and the people she knew certainly had the power to do it. Boss Shi, goodbye. Ji Chen didn't stay long. As soon as I got downstairs, I received a text message from the bank. 10 million has arrived. I'm a multi-millionaire now. He is in a good mood. With his medical skills, making money from the rich is easy and effortless for him. He went to the garage, drove the Land Rover, and headed straight for Jiangcheng University. In the hospital's VIP luxury suite. Shi Yuxuan thought about it and decided to help Ji Chen get a medical license. This is a favor. It may be of great use in the future. She looked at Xing Hanlu and ordered. Xiao Lu, go and get the dean for me. Okay, Mr. Shi. Xing Hanlu went out and quickly invited Dean Niu Mengda, who was about to get off work. Niu Mengda thought something had happened to Shi Yuxuan. When he entered the room and saw Shi Yuxuan walking towards him, he was stunned, as if he had been electrocuted. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Not an illusion. But how is that possible? You are Mr. Shi? He couldn't believe it. Could it be Shi Yuxuan's twin sister? Dean Niu, I'm Shi Yuxuan. How is that possible? Your legs and ribs are broken, how could you get out of bed so quickly? Niu Mengda was puzzled. Shi Yuxuan has an extraordinary status, especially since the group's medical device company has cooperation with Jiangcheng Hospital. Shi Yuxuan was sent here after a car accident. He personally helped to handle the matter and was fully aware of Shi Yuxuan's injuries. Dean Niu, to be honest, the car owner Ji Chen, who was almost killed by me yesterday, is an extraordinary Chinese medicine practitioner. Shi Yuxuan did not hide anything and told Ji Chen about the treatment he gave her. She needs Niu Mengda to help her get a medical license. How is this possible? Even if I've been learning Chinese medicine since I was born, it's only been 22 years. How could it be so amazing? Niu Mengda was in a trance and muttered to himself. Incredible. But with Shi Yuxuan here, there was even less reason for him to lie to her. Director Niu, this is the ultrasound and MRI I did this afternoon. I had a uterine fibroid, but it's now cured. We'll know when we go for a follow-up check. Shi Yuxuan took out the afternoon's inspection report. Niu Mengda's eyes flashed with brilliance, staring intently at the inspection report, and immediately said, Yes, check it out now. He immediately arranged for someone to perform ultrasound and MRI on Shi Yuxuan. The result speaks for itself. Then the intramural fibroids are really gone. How is that possible? Niu Mengda said it was impossible. But the facts are there. He has to believe it even if he doesn't want to. A long time. He finally accepted this cruel fact. There are always people who are better than you. I never thought Chinese medicine could be so powerful. Niu Mengda's eyes were fanatical and scorching. Mr. Shi, where does Divine Dr. Ji live? Do you have his contact information? He couldn't wait to see Ji Chen. Dean Niu, don't be impatient. Shi Yuxuan was very calm and soothed. Divine Dr. Ji is a troublemaker, and he just left in a hurry. It's obvious that he has something to do. It's not appropriate to disturb him now. Yes, it would be very reckless for me to go like this. Niu Mengda nodded repeatedly. Dean Niu, can Dr. Ji's medical license be obtained? Shi Yuxuan got straight to the point and said, if it's done, I'll recommend it to Dean Niu. I'm sure Dr. Ji will also be indebted to Dean Niu. That's no problem. Niu Mengda immediately promised, leave it to me, but I need some information about Dr. Ji. No problem. Ji Chen didn't know that Shi Yuxuan had already started to help him get in through the back door. At this time, he drove to the gate of Jiangcheng University. Su Yusheng was already waiting at the school gate. A BMW stopped next to Su Yusheng. The owner stuck his head out of the window, looked at Su Yusheng and said, Beauty, are you waiting for a ride? I'll give you a ride. No, thank you. Su Yusheng had a cold expression on his face and walked away from the BMW. Before the car owner wanted to say something, a Land Rover came speeding and stopped next to Su Yusheng. Ji Chen stuck his head out of the window and said with a smile, Beauty, are you waiting for a ride? I'll give you a ride. Exactly the same words. The BMW owner sneered, waiting to see Ji Chen suffer a defeat. Okay. Su Yusheng smiled sweetly, like a blooming flower. He opened the car door without hesitation and got in. Rumble. With a step on the accelerator, the Land Rover sped away. The BMW owner was stunned and spat fiercely. Fuck. Land Rover is amazing. He looked at his car and wondered if it was time to change it. If it were a Land Rover. I guess we can eat meat tonight. It's still a delicious and plump seafood feast. Chapter 50 New Fat Cat, bye. The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Fuck. It's not that great to be rich. Looking at the Land Rover driving away, the boys around were heartbroken and their eyes turned red with envy. Su Yusheng is naturally beautiful. Even though she used to dress in a rustic way, walked with her head down, and had a low presence, she was still regarded as the school belle. This shows her strength. Now, after being developed by Ji Chen, her image and temperament have improved significantly. Especially the transformation of young girls into mature wives. That kind of charm is unmatched. The crowd at the school gate, which was originally sparse, gathered together because Su Yuxing stood there for less than 5 minutes. Some shameless boys even went in and out of the school gate several times, walking as slowly as an 80-year-old man. Even if you know you have no chance, as long as others have no chance either, you will feel balanced. Pity. The beauty still got into the man's luxury car. In their minds, they had already imagined Ji Chen driving the Land Rover with one hand, and even the Land Rover stalling in some corner and shaking continuously. Ji Chen didn't know what they were thinking, nor did he care. He drove Su Yuxing directly home. Lu Hong had already prepared food for them. "Aunt Lu, sorry to have kept you waiting." "No, I just finished it too." "You guys are back just in time." Lu Hong brought the food to the table. Ji Chen and Su Yuxing washed their hands and ate. Woof woof woof. As soon as Ji Chen entered the door, He Huang jumped and danced around his trouser legs, swinging his black little tail like a windmill. He Huang is growing so fast, he's almost 30 kilograms. Su Yuxing touched its head. The chubby black emperor is very adorable, especially its shiny black fur, which is softer and smoother than the finest silk and feels great. Both Su Yuxing and Lu Hong like it very much. He Huang became the darling of the family. If the little guy can eat well, he will naturally grow fast. Ji Chen pinched He Huang's furry little fat face. He was a big eater and his daily appetite was bigger than his. This was thanks to Ji Chen using the longevity energy to cleanse its marrow and strengthen its bones. Not only does it grow fast and strong, it is also very smart. "Susu, I saw a stray tabby cat in our neighborhood. How about we get another cat?" Ji Chen stroked the dog's head. Through Shike Dashi's vision, he saw an adult tabby cat stealing food and almost being beaten to death. He immediately had an idea. Cats are more agile and faster than dogs. Same body type. Canines are basically no match for cats. He raised a tabby cat and it could be used as a little bodyguard. "Yeah, I like cats too." Su Yuxing's eyes lit up. If it wasn't for the fact that it was almost time for dinner, she would have wanted to go with Ji Chen to find a stray tabby cat. "Xiaochen, Susu, it's time to eat." Lu Hong shouted in the living room. "Here I come." After dinner, Ji Chen took Su Yuxing downstairs to look for the cat. Dashi kept staring at the stray cat. When the stray cat discovered Dashi, it also looked at him eagerly, wanting to catch Dashi and have him as dinner. "The big bear, isn't that the one?" Su Yuxing's eyes lit up and he pointed at the tabby cat staring at him with great joy under the ginkgo tree. "That's it." Ji Chen nodded. "Will it follow us?" Su Yuxing was a little worried. Some stray cats hide when they see people. After all, some people are not human. "Wait for me here." Ji Chen walked forward slowly, holding the pig's trotters he brought from home. The tabby cat heard the noise and turned to look at Ji Chen with a vigilant look. "Nini nini nini." Ji Chen squatted down and raised the pig's trotter in his hand. Pig's trotters are used to deceive people. His trump card is beast taming. A beast controlling rune quietly condensed at the fingertips, emitting a special fragrance that could attract pets. The tabby cat smelled the scent and slowly approached, although it was originally cautious. "As you get closer." Ji Chen snapped his fingers, and the beast controlling rune flew through the air and sank into the body of the tabby cat. Meow. The tabby cat screamed as earth-shaking changes took place in its body. All hidden injuries and old illnesses were cleared up. The fur becomes soft, smooth, and shiny. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ji Chen became friendly. Meow. It yelled with joy, ran over quickly, rubbed its forehead against Ji Chen's palm affectionately, and rolled around coquettishly. Ji Chen gave it the pig's trotter to eat. It enjoyed eating very much. "In the future, follow me and eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. I will raise you to be plump and white, so I will call you Fatty." Seeing that Fatty was not afraid of strangers and was so familiar with Ji Chen, Su Yuxing walked over gently. "This cat is not afraid of people." Ji Chen just smiled, picked up the fat raccoon, took it home and gave it a bath. "Big bear, Fatty is so well behaved. He doesn't even move when I'm giving him a bath." Su Yuxing's eyes were full of smiles and he was very happy. Many cats don't like water. Giving it a bath is like killing it. It will bite and scratch people and resist violently. It means Fatty and we are destined to be together. After Ji-chen gave it a bath, he also washed Haewon, and finally blew their hair dry. It was already 8 o'clock when I finished. Ji-chen turned on the computer and continued studying. He is a very fast learner. Page after page of content kept scrolling, and Fat Lee sat next to the computer desk, watching like a guardian angel. The Black Emperor lay on the back of his feet. When Ji-chen was not studying, he would reach out and rub the two chubby little guys, which made Su Yusheng full of envy. I don't know why Ji-chen is so popular with Haewon and Ponli. Black Emperor and Fat Fox are pets. Raised by Ji-chen as a spirit beast. The body is very clean. There will be no insects and no frequent hair loss. He is also very obedient and sensible. Simply the best pet. Su Yusheng was jealous. He ran over, pulled Haewon into his arms, and rubbed its chubby little face hard. 11 o'clock at night. Ji-chen turned off the computer, carried Su Yusheng back to the room, and practiced the Su Nu Heart Sutra. The next day. Su Yusheng was fine at school, so Ji-chen took her out shopping. Both of them got their certificates. Ji-chen discovered that apart from giving Su Yusheng a pair of twins, he had not given any other gifts. I made 10 million yesterday. He wants to go shopping today. Ji-chen brought her to Jiangcheng International. There are all kinds of high-end brands gathered here, and you can find everything you want to buy, including clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics. Big Bear, the clothes here are too expensive, why don't we go somewhere else? Su Yusheng pulled at the corner of Ji-chen's clothes. Although she had never been there, she knew that everything sold there was a famous brand and was very expensive. Isn't the purpose of making money to be spent? Ji-chen pulled her in. The interior is magnificent and full of nobility and luxury. Su Yusheng nervously hugged Ji-chen's arm and followed him timidly. The pure and beautiful face and the charming appearance made the surrounding customers look at Ji-chen with envy. Ji-chen held his head high and chest puffed out, his face as calm as a lake. If you have money and ability, you will have confidence. I made 10 million yesterday afternoon. He took Su Yusheng to visit specialty stores such as Louis Vuitton and Chanel. When he left, he was carrying a lot of bags and looked brand new. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Su Yusheng's graceful and plump figure and pure and perfect temperament suddenly stood out. If I could have scored 99 points before. Now it's 100 points. They are a match made in heaven. The two salesgirls watched Ji-chen and Su Yusheng leave, their eyes still filled with amazement and envy. Stunning Su Yusheng's beauty. I envy Su Yusheng's good luck. Ji-chen is tall, handsome, and rich, and he is especially willing to spend money on women. If it weren't for Su Yusheng, they all want to throw themselves at him. I'm willing to do it even if it's a third time. Su, let's put the clothes in the car first, and then continue shopping. Ji-chen not only bought his and Su Yusheng's. He also bought several sets for his parents and Lu Hon. Still strolling, Su Yusheng felt a little distressed. He had spent 480,000 yuan in just a short while. She had never dared to think about it before. I'm going to buy a watch. Su Yusheng naturally had no objection to Ji-chen's words. After putting away their clothes, Su Yusheng and Ji-chen came to Patek Philippe. When she came out, her legs were shaking. The two watches cost 540,000. Even if it were made of gold, it wouldn't be that expensive. The clothes and the watch cost him 1 million. It's equivalent to catching 2 Zhang Qiangs. If she hadn't known that Ji-chen had earned 10 million yesterday afternoon, she would never have asked for a watch worth more than 200,000 yuan. Big Bear, do you still want to buy it? Her timid voice trembled. 1 million, 1 million. A lot of small change. If she buys food and ordinary clothing and other items, they can last for decades. We're getting married, but I haven't even bought a ring, let alone jewelry. Let's go buy rings and jewelry. Ji-chen scratched her puffy face, smiled slightly, and took her to the jewelry store next door. The decoration here is more luxurious. The counter is glittering with jewels and gold. There was a pair of man and woman choosing necklaces inside. Although this necklace is more expensive, it perfectly matches the lady's beautiful face and temperament. A graceful saleswoman, smiling, was trying hard to sell something. Women, you have to be willing to let men spend money on you, otherwise the money will be spent on other women. Bang! The woman who was looking at the necklace slammed the counter and said angrily, I'm the woman outside you mentioned. Chapter 51, Biker Gang. Whitehead buzz, attack. I'm the woman outside you mentioned. The woman was very angry and turned away. The man hurried to follow. Ma'am, I'm sorry. The salesgirl chased after him and apologized, but it was no use. The store manager glared at her fiercely. Go down, don't come tomorrow. As she spoke, she passed the salesgirl, an apologetic smile on her face, and came to Ji Chen and Su Yusheng. Sorry to bother you too, but today, everything you buy in the store is 20% off. Ji Chen was dressed in Louis Vuitton brand clothes. He was tall and handsome, with an extraordinary temperament. He looked like a rich young man. Rich. Not to mention that Su Yusheng was wearing all Chanel. She was so beautiful, even if she was poor, there were still many men willing to pay for her. This is definitely a high-quality customer. Business must not be affected by the store clerk. Look at the ring first. Ji Chen didn't care. Even though he had eaten a big melon, other people's business was none of his business. Yes, sir. Please come this way. We have. The store manager took Ji Chen and Su Yusheng to the ring area and gave a warm introduction. She won't make the same mistake as the salesgirl again. Not knowing the relationship between Ji Chen and Su Yusheng, she never mentioned the sensitive topic. Su, which one do you like? If you don't like any of them, let's go to another store. Ji Chen looked at the many rings in front of him. I have to say the workmanship is pretty good. At last. Ji Chen bought a pair of rings, 2 pairs of earrings, 2 bracelets, and 2 necklaces in the store, spending a total of 1 million. Call. When Su Yusheng and Ji Chen were warmly escorted out by the store manager, she let out a long breath. I spent a lot of money today. 2 million is gone just like that. Isn't it just 2 million? It's not even as much as I earned in an afternoon. Ji Chen held her soft little hand, and the crystal and warm jade bracelet complemented her snow-white wrist. She wore beautiful earrings on her crystal earlobes. A beautiful necklace hangs on the white swan's neck. She has no makeup on her face, but she is already stunningly beautiful. The lotus emerges from clear water, naturally without any decoration, and a unique aura of purity and elegance permeates the air irresistibly. My Susu deserves the best, priceless. Ji Chen held her hand and walked on the sunny avenue. Big Bear, you're so nice. Su Yusheng followed closely, holding his broad hand tightly, a feeling of happiness and sweetness flowing in his heart. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly there was a roar from behind. When the motorcycle is running at high speed, the huge sound emitted by the exhaust pipe is as shocking as thunder, full of power, and seems to be able to penetrate the air. Ji Chen's eyes turned cold, he hugged Su Yusheng's soft waist and moved to the side. A motorcycle sped past. The yellow-haired young man sitting in the back still had his hand in the air, trying to grab the necklace on Su Yusheng's neck, but missed. He glared at Ji Chen fiercely. Court death. Ji Chen was filled with murderous intent. He didn't expect to encounter a biker gang as soon as he came out. Obviously. Someone from the other side was specifically staking out the area. When he saw a fat sheep coming out of the gold shop, he would notify his accomplices to rob it on motorcycles. Ah! Su Yusheng was still in shock, covering his mouth in fear. She quickly took off her bracelet and necklace and put them in her pocket, and then wanted to take off her watch, earrings, and even rings. Susu, don't be afraid, it's okay, I'm here. Ji Chen's murderous intent grew stronger. Don't think that the other party is just riding a motorcycle to steal things. He remembered seeing a lot of news in his previous life. In 2004, a 23-year-old migrant worker from Hunan province was robbed by a speeding car in Guangzhou. She tightly grasped the handbag which contained only 23 yuan in cash, and was dragged to the ground by the motorcycle. She was seriously injured and died with her eyes open. She was a pitiful person. Her father was mute and her mother was illiterate. She was the pillar of the family. But he died because of robbery by the other party. In 2009, a 24-year-old female college student from Hunan province was robbed by 2 motorcycle gangs on her way home from get-off work. Because she held on to the bag tightly, she was dragged to the ground by the motorcycle. After being dragged for a distance, one of the gangsters grabbed a steel pipe and hit her on the back of the head. She collapsed and bled to death. There are many more things like this. If Ji Chen had not been by Su Yusheng's side today, Su Yusheng might have been dragged down, and at best she would have been injured or robbed, or at worst she would have suffered a miscarriage or even death. In the sky. Dashi has already locked onto 2 biker gangs. As the first aerospace mothership under Ji Chen's command, Ji Chen always asked Dashi to carry 4 Bumblebee fighters and be on standby at any time whenever he went out. Eradicate all evil. Ji Chen did not deal with them immediately, but asked Dashi to monitor them from the air and follow the clues to find their lair and accomplices. But if we want to kill them, we have to think of a foolproof method. Ji Chen knew that Pan Yun from the Criminal Investigation Corps had some doubts about him. If the 2 biker gangs attacked Su Yusheng, he would die inexplicably right after. Pan Yun would definitely suspect him first. The Bumblebee is a deadly weapon. It would be a shame if it were not used in the future. If I want to avoid suspicion, I can only divert attention. An idea formed in my mind. He wants to forge a Bumblebee dark law enforcer. In the dark places where the light cannot reach, there are always a lot of filth and dirt hidden. Let his Bumblebee do the fighting. Su, let's go back. Ji Chen took Su Yusheng home. Dashi soon made a discovery. Those 2 biker gangs really had accomplices. 4. Ji Chen has sentenced them to death, and Dashi continues to monitor them. Back home. Su Yusheng calmed down and gave the newly bought clothes to Lu Hong. Mom, this is what Big Bear bought for you. Do you like it? She held the clothes and gestured in front of Lu Hong. You guys are thoughtful, of course I like it. Lu Hong smiled with satisfaction. But when she saw the brand on the clothes, she was shocked. Although she had no money, she worked in a textile factory, made clothes, and was familiar with the Chanel brand. I even used to work in a garment factory, producing high-end imitations of famous brands such as Chanel. This is a top-brand Chanel dress. It's very expensive. I'll just wear ordinary clothes. You can return it. She was nervous and apprehensive. Could she wear this kind of clothes? Aunt Lu, you've worked so hard to raise Susu. What are a few pieces of clothing worth? This is our way of showing our filial respect to you. Only after Ji Chen supported her did Lu Hong reluctantly accept it. After Su Yusheng showed Lu Hong the clothes, he took out the clothes, jewelry and watches that Ji Chen bought for her. When she heard that the total cost was 2 million, she almost fainted. She looked at the refreshed Su Yusheng and her eyes suddenly turned red. Mom, why are you crying? Su Yusheng hugged her arm, at a loss. Mom is so happy. Lu Hong smiled. She touched Su Yusheng's head and said earnestly, seeing that you have a good home now, I can die with a smile on my face. She knew that Ji Chen had made a lot of money recently. But making money is making money. Whether you are willing to spend money on your woman is another matter. Ji Chen is willing to spend so much money on Su Yusheng, which shows how much he values and likes Su Yusheng. Mom, what are you talking about? With the Big Bear here, we can all live 100 years. Su Yusheng and Lu Hong were fiddling with the things they bought today. Ji Chen used hacking techniques to search for information. Now his hacking skills have reached an extraordinary level. No one in the world knows hacking technology better than him. Give him an internet cable and he becomes the god of the internet. Soon. He found out one by one those people with bad deeds and numerous crimes. Certainly. He was only making a preliminary determination as to whether these people's crimes were true. He would dispatch his pet to closely monitor them and make the final confirmation. And among these people, he identified one first. This person stands out. Looks like his dog Wu Hei Quan. There is a type of people who have a bad record in their own land, are mediocre and even notorious, and cannot survive. But once you set foot in a foreign country, it is as if you are coated with a layer of golden light, and you suddenly become the darling of the world. Their dark skin seems to be a symbol of nobility that is different from ordinary people. Many women took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. In particular, they are very good at sweet talk and can easily trick women into bed, or even make them pay for it. Hamza is such a person. He has a particularly strong demand in that area. He was not satisfied with those women who either threw themselves into his arms or were deceived by sweet words. He often lured people to remote places under the pretext of asking them to learn Chinese, and then took photos and threatened them after violating their laws. Or they may get the person drunk, rape him or her, or even drug him or her to make him or her unconscious, in the name of thanking him or her for teaching him or her Chinese. Ji Chen found a lot of posts and information that had fallen into oblivion, which contained information about Hamza's evil deeds. Ji Chen hacked into Hamza's computer and mobile phone again. There were countless photos and videos saved in it, which made Ji Chen furious. White-headed old man, attack. Ji-chin immediately asked the white-crowned sparrow to carry the two bumblebees to Hamza's residence. Hamza lives in a remote place. The house is not small. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. In the bedroom, a woman's hands and feet were tied apart, she was naked, and her tear-stained eyes were filled with despair. She was drugged by Hamza last night. I was humiliated again in the morning. At this time, Hamza was holding a camera and taking pictures from different angles. Don't worry, baby, I'll have some fun with you later and then I'll let you go. Hamza laughed lewdly and took pictures. No one noticed that a bumblebee quietly appeared outside and stared at Hamza. A moment later, Hamza put down his camera and went to the bathroom to flush the toilet. The bumblebee followed and stung his weapon. Ah! Hamza screamed, his body twitched, and he soon lost his breath. His head was swollen like an ox with black blood flowing from it. Chapter 52, Don't wrongly accuse a good person, and don't let a bad person go. Hamza is dead. Such a miserable death. Especially the evil tool he was proud of, swollen like a cow due to the erosion of the hornet venom, bleeding and emitting a foul stench. He paid the price of his life for all the evil he committed. A white-crowned crane flew in through the window and opened the door of Hamza's house. Although it is not big in size, after being baptized by Ji-chen's longevity, it can barely be considered a spiritual bird. Ji-chen gave orders remotely. Opening the door from the inside is a breeze. After opening the door, the white-crowned sparrow did not linger, but quietly left with the bumblebee, keeping his merits and fame hidden. The woman who was raped by Hamza was still trapped in the bed, unable to move, and completely unaware of what was happening outside. Ji-chen also used hacking techniques to take the videos and photos of Hamza saved on his mobile phone and computer, blurred the victims' faces, and posted them online. He wanted to expose Hamza's crimes to serve as a warning to those who worship foreigners, and make Hamza despised by everyone and disgraced after his death. He also sent a distress message to major media reporters in Jiangcheng using a virtual account. Jiangcheng TV station. Feng Yuan, a reporter who once interviewed Ji-chen about capturing the fierce gangster Zhang Qian, suddenly received a message. There is a picture included. A woman was tied to the bed naked, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her face, full of despair. There is an address and a call for help below the picture. Hateful. Feng Yuan didn't know if this was a prank, but she couldn't ignore it. If it's true, this is still big news. After reporting to the director, she contacted the police and rushed to the address provided in the information as quickly as possible. She moved extremely quickly and was the first to arrive at the scene. The door is open? Feng Yuan's full and towering chest rose and fell slightly, and her heart was in her throat. As a journalist, she is very courageous. What's more, he brought 2 assistants with him. Everyone be careful. She held up her camera and walked in carefully with her assistant. There's no one in the living room. She walked towards the bedroom. The victim in the picture is tied to the bed in the bedroom. The bedroom door was not closed. As soon as Feng Yuan arrived at the door, she saw the victim. Although this was not the same victim as in the picture she received, she was still a victim. Wait for me here, be careful and alert. Feng Yuan stopped the 2 male assistants from approaching and entered the room alone. Who are you? Wu Mei was shocked and terrified, especially since she was in this state now. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Don't be afraid, I'm Feng Yuan, a reporter from Jiangcheng TV station. I'm here to save you. Feng Yuan walked quickly forward, pulled the quilt to cover Wu Mei's naked body, and then quickly untied the ropes that bound Wu Mei's hands and feet. Woo. Wu Mei freed herself from the restraints, hugged the quilt, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Feng Yuan was angry and wanted to be comforted. Sister Feng, come quickly, someone's dead. The assistant's panicked and frightened voice came from outside. Feng Yuan was shocked and didn't bother to comfort Wu Mei. She hurried out to check. What happened? Who died? Sister Feng, come and see, it's in the bathroom. Feng Yuan ran to the bathroom, but was stunned as soon as she reached the door. Her face turned pale, her eyes widened, and she almost vomited. A naked person was lying in the dirty bathroom. He was lying on his back. His body was covered in black, and the tools he used to commit the crime were dripping with black blood and emitting a nauseating stench. Secure the scene and call the police immediately. Feng Yuan called the police again. Although I had called the police before, this time it was because someone had died. But when she called the police, Other media reporters and criminal police have arrived. The criminal police who came this time was Zhang Mingyu. "Comrade police, someone's dead here." Feng Yuan took Zhang Mingyu to the bathroom. The moment Zhang Mingyu saw Hamza's death, her head exploded. This death is exactly the same as Wei Tian's. They all died of poisoning from the tools used to commit the crime. They couldn't find any more clues about the deaths of Wei Tian and Tai Bing, but Zhou Tao was the biggest suspect in the death of Cheng Xiaoshuang. But Zhou Tao was already dead. They were originally ready to close the case, and the murderer was Zhou Tao. Now someone has died again. It's impossible that Zhou Tao, who is already dead, would get up and commit crimes again, right? Or Zhou Tao has an accomplice. Either Zhou Tao is not the murderer. In short, the deaths of Wei Tian, Tai Bing and Cheng Xiaoshuang cannot be closed for the time being. Even this serial murder case has escalated. She immediately called Pan Yun. "Mingyu, how's the situation?" "Captain Pan, it's bad, another person has died, and the cause of death is exactly the same as Wei Tian's." "What?" "Secure the scene, I'll be right there." Pan Yun was shocked and immediately rushed over with a forensic doctor. Ji-Chen secretly watched everything that happened through the mic pad on Pan Yun's head. After the forensic Dr. Qin Yu examined the case, he confirmed. "Captain Pan, we can confirm that the cause of death is exactly the same as Wei Tian's. The murder was caused by the same weapon and the same poison." "Asshole." Pan Yun punched the wall. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel angry after hearing the confirmation from the forensic Dr. Qin Yu. He was afraid that he would be dragged to death by this case. "What's going on?" Pan Yun looked at Zhang Mingyu, the latest arrival. Zhang Mingyu already understood the full situation and brought Feng Yuan over. "Captain Pan, the deceased has been identified. He is Hamza, an international student at Jiangcheng Normal University. Someone just sent a message to the media reporters that Hamza was imprisoned and raped girls. This is Feng Yuan, a reporter from Jiangcheng TV. She arrived as soon as possible." Pan Yun looked at Feng Yuan and asked, "Hello, reporter Feng." "I'm Pan Yun from the criminal police squad. Now, please describe the situation at the scene. Please be sure to be thorough." "Don't worry, Captain Pan, cooperating with the police investigation is the duty of every citizen." Feng Yuan opened the message on her phone, handed it to Pan Yun, and said, "I just received this message suddenly, and I called the police while rushing here. When I got here, I found the gate was open." "The gate is open?" Pan Yun took note of this key point. "So I walked in carefully with 2 assistants. Initially, I didn't notice anything unusual, and there was no one in the living room. When I arrived at the bedroom door, I saw Wu Mei stripped naked and tied to the bed. She was unable to move and had been violated. It is worth mentioning that the victim and the mobile phone message picture in Wu Mei are not the same person." Pan Yun looked at the picture on his phone, then looked up at Wu Mei, who was crying silently in the room. She was indeed not alone. Feng Yuan continued, "When I saw Wu Mei, I immediately untied her." Pan Yun suddenly interrupted. "Reporter Feng, are you sure Wu Mei is really tied up and killed? Wu Mei had sufficient motives to commit the crime. If she was not tied to death, she would have had sufficient time and place to commit the crime." Feng Yuan's voice was firm. "Captain Pan, I know what you mean. I'm sure Wu Mei couldn't tie herself up like that. She was indeed tied up at the time, and there were clear marks on her wrists and ankles from her desperate struggle." Pan Yun nodded. "Reporter Feng, don't worry, I'm just asking. We won't wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a murderer go." Ji-Chen felt as if he were there personally through the perspective of his mite pet. He. Chapter 53, The Internet is Boiling. Shocked Boss Chow. The Internet is like the blood vessels of the human body, closely connecting the human body. When the post exposing Hamza was sent like a virus to various website forums and posts by Ji-Chen using super hacking skills, the Internet exploded. In just half an hour, it became a hot topic on Weibo. In particular, Ji-Chen's posts appeared on forums and bulletin boards of various universities in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng was in an uproar. Jiangcheng Normal University. Bei Shuang, a rising star in the School of Economics and Management, is browsing the school forum. She likes to visit not only the Jiangcheng Normal University forum, but also forums of Jiangcheng University and other places to learn about the hot information of each school. Especially the posts about Ji-Chen on the Jiangcheng University forum, she would read them all. It was she who accompanied Ji Chen with Zhang Weiwei last time in Yi Waiting. Sudden. A post quickly became popular. The poster of the thread is called, "Justice is clear, retribution will come." She clicked in out of curiosity. Isn't this Hamza? She immediately recognized the person wearing the special skin equipment in the post. Hamza is quite famous in school. He changes girlfriends more frequently than he changes clothes. Hamza once pursued her, but she kept her distance from him and didn't want to have anything to do with him. They all hid away. Hiss. When she saw the description of Hamza's atrocities and the miserable conditions of the girls who were abused by Hamza in the post, she felt a chill down her spine. Call. She patted her plump chest that was rising and falling, feeling a lingering fear, but more of a sense of relief. Fortunately, she was wary of that kind of person. Otherwise, she would have certainly been murdered. She suddenly thought of a classmate of hers. She was said to have gotten pregnant by someone and went to an underground black clinic to have an abortion alone. However, something went wrong and she was hospitalized for half a year and almost lost her life. She remembered that the other party had contact with Hamza and heard that they seemed to be learning Chinese and English from each other. It seems that it was most likely Hamza who did it. She looked at the photos and videos in the post. Sudden. Her eyes focused. Although the photo was blurred, the hands and feet were clearly visible. The blurred woman has a scar on her arm. Her classmate also had it on his arm. It was Hamza who did it. What a beast. Bei Shuang had heard that people like Hamza were like beasts in that respect, like uncivilized savages. This is why she is wary of Hamza. Be more vigilant and stay away from it in the future. Bei Shuang thought to himself. Although she was not a good woman, she looked down on people like Hamza. Zhengcheng University. Dormitory 504, East Building 2. Oh my god, that's horrible. When Chen Feng saw the posts published by Ji Chen, especially the miserable videos and photos of people being humiliated and tortured, her scalp went numb and her feet went cold. What's wrong? Xiaoya and Mang Yiwen came over and fell silent after reading the post. These damned beasts deserve to die. Xiaoya was indignant and turned into a keyboard warrior. Mang Yiwen was silent for a while, and solemnly reminded the two. There are many places in this world where the sun doesn't shine. They are like giant trees, blocking out the sun, with tangled roots and ferocious violence. We must be careful. Don't go to places like bars and clubs where all kinds of people mix. She thought of Wei Tian. Back then in Yehua Court, Wei Tian's brutality left an indelible shadow on her. If Wei Tian hadn't suddenly fallen ill, she was murdered. I don't know how miserable it will be. Aha! Chen Feng and Xiaoya nodded vigorously, agreeing deeply. As Meng Yiwen's roommates, they knew what Meng Yiwen had experienced some time ago. I was almost robbed in Yehua Court. He was then kidnapped again. Fortunately, Ji Chen helped. Thinking of Ji Chen, they were full of envy for Su Yusheng who left the dormitory. I can only feel sympathy for Meng Yiwen. He had the trump card in his hand, but he smashed it to pieces by himself. It's the time and the fate. The internet was in an uproar, and countless college students in Zhengcheng were shocked. The instigator, Ji Chen, observed Pan Yun handling the case from a distance, and replayed it countless times in his mind to ensure that nothing was missed. After watching for a while, Ji Chen regained his composure and went out to buy the raw materials to make milk tea. With his cooking skills, several cups of milk tea were ready quickly. Aunt Lu, Susu, how about you try it? Ji Chen looked at them with a smile in his eyes. It looks delicious. Su Yusheng followed Ji Chen expectantly when he was making milk tea. She immediately picked up the milk tea, took a sip, and her eyes widened immediately. Wow, it's delicious. This is definitely the best milk tea I've ever had. In fact, she had never drunk milk tea before. After all, we are very poor. Live frugally. Lu Hong tasted it with great anticipation, and her eyes immediately lit up. This taste is absolutely amazing. Although she doesn't know much about milk tea, such delicious milk tea is bound to be a big hit. She is full of confidence in Ji Chen's milk tea shop. After lunch, Ji Chen took Su Yusheng and Lu Hong to find a shop. Ji Chen plans to open his first milk tea shop near Zhengcheng University. College students also have strong spending power. It took an entire afternoon. Ji Chen found a suitable shop, which was originally a restaurant but was not doing well, so he bought it for 800,000 yuan. Next comes the decoration. Ji Chen plans to learn about decoration and design it himself. 10 o'clock in the evening. Just when Ji Chen was busy making the design drawings of the milk tea shop, Chao's villa in Longyuan, Chao Qing was watching TV in the living room with his mother Su Ying. Chao Hao came back reeking of alcohol, took off his coat and lay on the sofa, rubbing his waist gently with his palm. Wife, give me a back massage. What? You've been drained of your body by some vixen out there, and you still want me to give you a back massage? Su Ying reached out and twisted his waist hard. Hiss. Chao Hao took a deep breath and said unhappily, there's no such thing as a vixen. I'm out here just to socialize. He. Su Ying sneered and said, I don't believe you at all. Every time he paid the public grain tax, he was perfunctory and obviously gave it to someone else. Chao Cheng looked at his mother, then at Chao Hao. Dad, it's no use calling Mom for your back pain, but I know a super powerful doctor who can give you instant relief with just a little massage and acupuncture, making you feel incredibly strong and energetic. Chao Hao rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, You're obviously a charlatan. How could I have given birth to a stupid son like you? And you still believe, ah. Chao Hao cried out in pain as Su Ying twisted the soft flesh on his waist hard again. You're the idiot. Mom is wise. Chao Cheng ran over and hugged Su Ying's arm and said to Chao Hao proudly, Dad, I didn't lie to you this time. Everything I said is true. Duan Yunhe knows, right? His body has long been broken. He always relies on medication, and the dosage is getting higher and higher. He will die suddenly sooner or later. But after receiving acupuncture from this miraculous doctor, he has now recovered to his peak 18-year-old self. The effect is incredible. Chao Hao and Su Ying were both stunned. They knew Duan Yunhe, Chao Qing's crony. Tonight, Chao Hao drank with Duan Yunhe's father. But he still didn't believe it. How can acupuncture be so magical? Chao Hao solemnly warned, Son, you haven't been deceived, have you? Acupuncture may stimulate the acupuncture points of the human body to make Duan Yunhe recover temporarily, but the sequelae may be serious. Whispering sound. Chao Qing sneered and said disdainfully, Dad, do you think we are all fools? Duan Yunhe went to the hospital for a detailed checkup after the treatment. There were no sequelae, and the results were very good. After Zhang Yu and I saw the results of Duan Yunhe's treatment, we also asked him to treat us. The results were beyond our imagination. He looked at Chao Hao proudly, Dad, do you want to get treatment? I promise I won't let you down. It only costs 1 million. Su Ying's eyes lit up. She looked at Chao Cheng with a burning gaze. Son, are you telling the truth? You're not lying to us, are you? Mom, when did I ever lie to you? Chao Cheng said confidently, What good would it be for me to lie to you? Isn't this for your and Dad's sexual happiness? What are you talking about? Su Ying glared at him and patted his head. Chao Hao was also moved and asked, Son, what is the name of that miracle doctor? A meaningful smile appeared on Chao Qing's lips. Facing the curious gazes of Su Ying and Chao Hao, he slowly uttered a name that stunned them. Ji Chen. Chapter 54 Perfect Traffic Accident. Ji Chen. Chao Hao widened his eyes and almost fell off the sofa. He couldn't believe his ears. Su Ying was also in disbelief, her voice shrill. Ji Chen? Are you talking about the Ji Chen who saved you from the gangster's gun? That's right. It's him. Chao Qing was very satisfied with the surprised expressions of the two people and said with a smile. As the saying goes, medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Ji Chen is not only a formidable martial artist, but also a truly remarkable medical practitioner. Chao Hao and Su Ying looked at each other and both felt incredible. Su Ying reached out and touched Chao Qing's forehead, wondering. I don't have a fever. You have a fever. Chao Qing rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Believe it or not, I'm also thinking about your sexual happiness. You're really ungrateful. What are you talking about? Chao Hao slapped him on the forehead. I'm a dog, so you're a dog's son, aren't you? Su Ying glared at Chao Qing and Chao Hao fiercely. In that case, doesn't that make her a bitch? However, after confirming that Chao Cheng was not joking, they decided to seek treatment from Ji Chen to see if it would work. But it's already 10 o'clock. Even if Chao Hao couldn't wait for treatment, he couldn't call to harass him. Can only wait until tomorrow. 11 o'clock at night. Ji Chen designed the blueprints for the milk tea shop, turned off the computer, and returned to the bedroom. It's time to check the newspaper again. Su Yusheng sat at the head of the bed. Under her pink and white pajamas, her plump and delicate white skin sparkled under the incandescent light, emitting a pearl-like luster. Soft cheeks, fragrant shoulders, plump breasts, and hips, full and reserved. Big Bear. Su Yusheng closed the book in his hand and put it on the bedside table next to him. He looked at Ji Chen with a shy look mixed with a hint of expectation. It's getting late, we should rest. Ji Chen took off his clothes and went to bed with a smile. He had rarely gotten any real sleep lately. They all replaced sleep with cultivation. His cultivation progressed rapidly. The vital energy in Dantian has grown into a cloud of mist. Even if he doesn't sleep, he is still full of energy and spirit every day. Su Yusheng turned around with a hint of shyness and crawled on the couch with her back to Ji Chen. It was as if two bright moons were rising in Ji Chen's eyes. Dazzlingly white. When it comes to practicing the Su Nu Heart Sutra, both Su Yusheng and Ji Chen are extremely skilled, and the two of them cooperate with each other in perfect harmony. Ji Chen went up without any hindrance. Enjoy the silky smoothness. During his training time, Ji Chen was very dedicated. Every time I am full of dedication. The next day, a magpie called at the door and Ji Chen woke up. Looking at Su Yusheng, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, he did not disturb him. Just as he was about to get up, Su Yusheng woke up. Good morning, Big Bear. Su Yusheng turned his head and looked at him with sleepy eyes. Although Su Yusheng looks weak and small now, his physique has already reached the limit of the human body and is extremely strong. I woke you up. Ji Chen touched the tip of her nipples and kissed her gently on the face. I practice with you every night. I feel very energetic and don't get too sleepy. Now that we're awake, let's do some morning exercises together. Ji Chen took Su Yusheng to exercise together. Have some breakfast milk, by the way. Lu Hong also got up early and made a nutritious breakfast for Ji Chen and Su Yusheng. 8:30 in the morning. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng got up. Lu Hong looked at Su Yusheng's rosy cheeks and the lust that had not yet faded between his brows, and shook her head and smiled in her heart. Youth knows no moderation. She was very satisfied. If two people want to live a good life, their married life must be good. If there is disharmony in that area, problems will arise sooner or later. After breakfast, Ji Chen rubbed the two furry little guys, He Huang and Pengli, and prepared to find a decoration company later to renovate the milk tea shop as soon as possible. But before he left the house, Chao Hao called. Hello, Dr. Ji, I'm Chao Hao. Hello, Mr. Chao, what can I do for you? Ji Chen got straight to the point and asked directly. He had a guess. The three words Dr. Ji say it all. Divine Dr. Ji, I heard from Chao Cheng that you have extraordinary medical skills. I'd like to ask you to help me. Do you have time? Now, where is the location? He remembered that Chao Hao was a real estate developer, so he could ask Chao Hao for help with the decoration of the milk tea shop. Dr. Ji, how about staying at my house? I'll have the driver pick you up. Can. Ji Chen hung up the phone and said to Su Yusheng and Lu Hong. Susu, and Lu, Chao Hao asked me to see his doctor. He's a real estate developer, and I want him to find someone to help with the renovation of the milk tea shop. Xiaochen, I don't understand either. It's up to you to decide. Lu Hong said. Su Yusheng hugged Ji Chen's arm and smiled faintly. I'll do whatever you say. Okay then. Ji Chen grabbed the Black Queen's neck skin and twisted it to his leg. It was heavy, so he reached out and rubbed its furry little head hard. That's pretty heavy, little guy. Su Yusheng also reached out to play with He Huang. Plump and plump. Fun. Meow. Fat Fox felt out of favor, so he jumped onto the sofa and rubbed his forehead against it. Acting coquettishly and cutely. Ji Chen rubbed the two little guys, but his consciousness was looking towards the municipal bureau. Through the pet mites, Ji Chen saw that Pan Yun was busy at work, his eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed that he had not slept all night. In the conference room, the information of the deceased Wei Tian, Tai Bing, Chang Xiaoshuan, and Hamza was placed together. As for Zhou Tao, the forensic examination results showed sudden cardiac death. No other injuries were found and no traces of drug residue were detected. But Pan Yun always felt that Zhou Tao's sudden death was not an accident, but man-made. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any evidence. Pan Yun projected the photos of Wei Tian and Hamza's death onto the big screen and said to the detective, "Hamza died around 10:30 yesterday morning. His manner of death was exactly the same as Wei Tian's. Both were stabbed by a weapon similar to a poison needle, and died of poisoning. The two have one very obvious thing in common, which is lust and using illegal and violent means to force women. The murderer's motive is obvious. It was either revenge or self-righteousness. By judging them, revenge is more likely. Therefore, we must focus on finding those who had contact with Wei Tian and Hamza, especially the victim." Pan Yun said a lot and allowed people to express their opinions. Then summarize. Finally, we split up and worked separately. Ji-chin paid attention to it for a while, but found it boring, so he turned his attention back to yesterday's biker gang. There are 4 people in the biker gang discovered so far. The 2 people who attacked Su Yusheng were called Du Chang and Du Bin. The 2 are cousins. Among them, Du Chang has first-class driving skills and is responsible for driving, while Du Bin is responsible for snatching. The other 2 also have the surname Du and are from the same village. Their names are Du Shan and Du Hai. These 2 are brothers. All 4 of them are from Dujia village. Ji-chin sent a white crown sparrow and 4 bumblebees to keep close watch. All the actions of the 4 people were under Ji-chen's control. "Binzi, get up and start working," Du Chang shouted outside. "No." Du Bin responded unhappily, looked at his girlfriend, kissed her fiercely, grabbed her a few more times, and said with a smile, "Be good at home, and I'll give you a necklace when I come back." "Brother Bin, you're so nice." The woman took the initiative to give him a kiss. The 2 of them nibbled each other for a while before Du Bin reluctantly pulled away and got up. He put on his clothes and came out, and saw Du Chang sitting on a motorcycle smoking. "Brother Chang, it's so early." "What the hell, I missed out on a fat sheep yesterday, I have to make it back today." Du Chang threw away his cigarette butt and got on his motorcycle. "Get in the car." "Okay." Du Bin sat on the motorcycle, and it rushed out of the village with a rumbling roar. Du Chang drives very fast. Enjoy the speed and passion. He is very familiar with the road conditions and has never had an accident even when driving fast. This is a rush to reincarnate. Ji-chen's eyes lit up. The white crown sparrow carried the 2 bumblebees into the air and overlooked the earth. The road conditions and terrain were clearly visible to Ji-chen. The car was going so fast, and there was a cliff on a curve ahead. If we got into an accident, we'd be dead. Ji-chen controlled the white crown sparrow to fly forward, landed at a bend, and stopped on a bamboo on the roadside. 2 bumblebees flew to the front of the curve and were ready to go. Rumble. Du Chang rushed over on his motorcycle and was about to reach the bend, so he prepared to slow down a little. Just then, the 2 bumblebees rushed towards Du Chang's eyes like arrows. "Ah, no." Du Chang screamed in terror as 2 hornets stuck to his eyes. He instinctively closed his eyes. Bump! The motorcycle hit the guardrail on the curve, and Du Chang and Du Bin flew into the air and fell headfirst off the cliff next to them. The bumblebee and the grackle followed. The 2 men were seen with blood all over their heads, dying. If treated in time, there is still a chance of survival. But this is under a cliff. Even if the cliff is only a few dozen meters high, by the time the rescuers arrive, they will have already met their end. The bumblebee just rushed over to block Du Chang's vision and scared Du Chang, but did not hurt Du Chang at all. No matter how you check. This is a traffic accident. Perfect. Chapter 55 Breast Cancer, it's amazing. Perfect. Ji-chin asked the white crown sparrow to fly up with the 2 bumblebees, and noticed that Du Shan and Du Hai, who were being monitored by the other 2 bumblebees, were riding their bikes over. Du Hai was responsible for driving. The car speed is faster than Du Chang's. Everyone is so anxious to reincarnate. Ji-chin did not hesitate and ordered the 2 bumblebees to get off the white crown sparrow's back and prepare for battle. When Du Hai came speeding with Du Shan, the hornet number 3 and number 4, who were waiting for the opportunity, immediately attacked and used the same trick again. In Du Hai's exclamation, their motorcycle went straight through the gap created by Du Chang's collision, rushed out of the road and into the bottom of the cliff. Rumble. With several loud noises, Du Hai was killed on the spot and Du Shan was seriously injured and dying. After Ji-chin confirmed that none of them would survive more than 2 minutes, he did not do anything stupid or unnecessary. He asked the white crown sparrow to carry 4 bumblebees to fly to a distant treetop and watch. Du Bing, Du Chang, and Du Shan were all dead before someone discovered the car accident at the bend and called the police. By the time the rescue team arrived, the body was already cold. Ji Chen wanted to know the follow-up results, so he continued to let the white crown sparrow and the bumblebee keep an eye on it. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang, and it was Chao Qing's driver calling. Ji Chen hung up the phone, rubbed the dog's head and the cat's head fiercely, and said to Su Yusheng and Lu Hong, "Susu, Aunt Lu, I'm going downstairs. You don't have to wait for me for lunch." Ji Chen went out and got in the car to go to Chao Hao's house. Long Huayuan. Looking at the familiar place, Ji Chen was a little surprised, but it was reasonable. The circles get smaller as you go higher. Chao Hao is worth a lot of money, and it is normal for him to live in Long Huayuan, the same community as Shi Yushuan. Even Chao Hao might know Shi Yushuan. Arrived at the door of the villa. Chao Hao, Suing, and Chao Cheng came out to greet them with a very nice attitude. "Divine Dr. Ji, we meet again. Every time I see Divine Dr. Ji, I am always shocked and surprised." Chao Hao extended his hand enthusiastically. Ji Chen shook hands with him and smiled slightly. "Are you sure it's not a shock?" The first time they met was because Chao Hao expressed his gratitude to Chao Cheng, who had been shot by a gangster. "Today is the second time we meet." Chao Hao laughed heartily. "Divine Dr. Ji, you're joking." As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Meeting Divine Dr. Ji is a blessing in disguise. Ji Chen smiled lightly, his eyes falling on Su Ying's chest. Mr. Chao is truly a divine prophet. Seeing Ji Chen staring at Su Ying's chest, Chao Hao didn't think Ji Chen was being rude. He had a bad feeling in his heart and said nervously, "Dr. Ji, is there something wrong with my wife?" Su Ying's face turned pale, and she vaguely thought of something. "Madam, you should have noticed something, right?" Ji Chen stared at Su Ying. "You've had a poor appetite recently, you're feeling weak, and there's a small lump on your left breast. It's breast cancer." "Breast cancer!" Chao Hao and Chao Qing exclaimed. "Breast cancer is the #1 killer of women worldwide. Breast cancer cases in China account for 30% of the world's total, and the number is increasing year by year. Many people suffer from breast cancer. They are all familiar with it." Su Ying had some feelings recently, but she didn't dare to think about it. At this moment, Ji Chen spoke out. She calmed down the fastest. Dr. Ji's insight is astonishing. It was amazing that he could tell at a glance that she had breast cancer. As for true or false, she has her own considerations in mind, so it must be true. Divine Dr. Ji has extraordinary medical skills. Since he can see it, he can probably treat it, right? She looked at Ji Chen with burning eyes, full of anticipation. Although it can be treated in the hospital. But surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy and so on were not what she wanted. She had heard Chao Cheng talk about Ji Chen's treatment methods. If Ji Chen could cure her with acupuncture, massage and Chinese medicine, she would definitely choose to let Ji Chen treat her. Nature can heal. Ji Chen smiled, full of confidence, and it only requires acupuncture, massage and Chinese medicine, and it is guaranteed not to harm the body. Chao Hao heaved a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. "I said that seeing Divine Dr. Ji would be a surprise. My wife is going to trouble Divine Dr. Ji again." Ji Chen waved his hand and looked at Su Ying. "Madam, please go to the hospital for a checkup first. Once the examination is clear, I will start treatment." Chao Hao quickly said, with Divine Dr. Ji's discerning eyes, "Why would we need to go to the hospital for a checkup? We trust Divine Dr. Ji." He. Ji Chen sneered in his heart, the words sounded nice. People are complicated. After he recovers, Su Ying, Chao Hao and others will probably suspect whether Ji Chen is fooling them. There's no need to elaborate on this matter. "Madam, if you want me to treat you, please go to the hospital and get a thorough checkup." "I'll treat Mr. Chao first," Ji Chen said without a doubt. "Okay then, I'll listen to Divine Dr. Ji." Chao Hao laughed. In fact, he also wanted Su Ying to go to the hospital for a checkup and confirmation. Ji Chen just took a look, especially since Su Ying was still wearing clothes. Could Ji Chen really conclude that it was breast cancer? Is it really that magical? "Dr. Ji, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup. Please forgive me for any negligence." After saying that, Su Ying left in a hurry. Chao Hao and Chao Cheng brought Ji Chen into the villa. There is nothing wrong with Chao Hao's health. It's kidney deficiency. Ji Chen didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Boss Chow, your kidneys are already riddled with holes, almost like Duan Yunha's. Let's get started now. Okay, please help Divine Dr. G. Chow Hao took off his clothes and lay down. He has already prepared the necessary silver needles and medicinal herbs. Although Chao Qing praised Ji Chen to the skies, Chow Hao was still skeptical. Ji Chen's medical skills were simply too amazing. He found it hard to believe. It will soon be clear whether it is a mule or a horse. Ji Chen didn't hesitate and skillfully picked up the silver needle to give Chow Hao a quick acupuncture. As the silver needles were inserted into the corresponding acupuncture points, Chow Hao, who had been suffering from back pain, felt the long-lost relaxation and comfort. Apart from anything else, Ji Chen's acupuncture technique is really amazing. A moment later, Chow Hao felt like there was a ball of fire in his abdomen. He felt that his body had returned to its peak and returned to the time when he was young and strong. Comfortable. The glory rises again. I didn't expect that Ji Chen, despite being so young, has such advanced medical skills. I wonder who his master is. Chow Hao was secretly shocked. How awesome must it be to be able to teach a disciple like Ji Chen? He is definitely a super doctor. Chao Qing stood aside and carefully observed Ji Chen performing acupuncture. If you can learn a little bit, you will benefit a lot. Half an hour later. After Ji Chen finished the treatment, Chow Hao moaned in comfort, feeling more relaxed and happy than ever before. Divine Dr. G is truly amazing. I feel like I'm 18 again. Chow Hao smiled happily, as happy as a child who had eaten a lollipop. Acupuncture cures all diseases immediately. This is my principle of medical treatment. Ji Chen prepared the Chinese medicine and reminded the instructor of the requirements for use. Chow Hao wrote it down word for word. Suing also called back and said it was basically confirmed to be breast cancer, but further examination was needed for details. Chow Hao was completely convinced. Ji Chen's medical skills are amazing. Suing was wearing clothes, and Ji Chen confirmed that it was breast cancer at just one glance. Such insight is terrifying. He was even more enthusiastic about Ji Chen. It was getting late, so they took Ji Chen to the hotel for dinner. Ji Chen did not refuse. After lunch, Suing also checked out. He can then treat Suing. Breast cancer, the consultation fee must be at least 10 million. Ji Chen thought to himself, it's better to treat her in 3 more times, so that they won't think it's too simple. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ji Chen, Chow Hao, and Xiao Chang returned to the villa. Suing handed the inspection report to Ji Chen. Dr. G, you are truly amazing. The test results are out, and it's an invasive special cancer. Ji Chen glanced at it briefly and said thoughtfully. Cancer is different from other diseases. Although the mortality rate of breast cancer is not high, it is not easy to treat. Even after being cured in the hospital, it is easy to relapse. Many people can only live a few more years. I can completely cure it, but it will take 3 treatments. The treatment will require massage and physical contact, and the consultation fee is 10 million yuan. If you think it's okay, then treat it. If you think there's a problem, then go to the hospital. Chow Hao agreed without hesitation. Divine Dr. G, just go ahead and treat me. These aren't problems. Dr. G, I believe in you. Suing followed up. She didn't want to go to the hospital for surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, etc. It takes a long time. The effect is slow. It's particularly torturous. Okay then, prepare a quiet room and don't let anyone disturb you. Ji Chen ordered. Divine Dr. G, follow me. Suing extended her hand. She could see that Ji Chen was a man who acted decisively and efficiently. Good. Ji Chen nodded. Chow Hao echoed from the side, if Divine Dr. G needs anything, just let me know. Ji Chen took the silver needles and necessary medicines and went upstairs with Suing to a guest room. After you are ready. Ji Chen closed the door. Suing was shy in her heart, but she acted calmly. After all, this was a matter concerning her own life and health. She didn't hesitate and took off all the restraints on her body and lay down. Ji Chen picked up a silver needle and spoke slowly. Madam, I will use silver needles to seal your vital points, and then use massage techniques to help you eliminate breast cancer. Well, thank you, Dr. G. Suing nodded to show that she understood. Outside the door. Chow Hao and Xiao Chang stood guard at the door, waiting for instructions at any time. but they were not at peace. Especially when I think of Ji Chen's massage. Ji Chen didn't think much about it. He looked at the still charming Suing without looking away and without distraction. Call out. He picked up the silver needle and inserted the first needle into the opponent's danjiang point. Looking at the slender silver needle, Suing closed her eyes in fear. I dare not look any further. A moment later, Ji Chen sealed all the acupuncture points and looked at Suing and said, Madam, I'm going to start the massage. Chapter 56. Madam, I'm going to start the massage. Suing responded softly, her fair and delicate body trembled slightly and became stiff. Even if she is not a little girl. But when she thought of Ji Chen giving her a massage, she still felt an indescribable shame. Ji Chen looked at Suing with an expressionless and meticulous face. He raised his hand to give Suing massage treatment. Because he planned to divide the treatment into 3 sessions, and the massage time was not short, it was very easy to do. Suing glanced at Ji Chen out of the corner of her eye. Seeing Ji Chen focused and working seriously, I felt relieved. Her originally tense body relaxed. During massage, Ji Chen focused on massaging the lump, and as he massaged, the lump slowly disappeared. Suing narrowed her eyes slightly, and a feeling of comfort that could not be described in any words surged into her heart. Although I don't know how effective Ji Chen's massage is for breast cancer. But it was a great experience. The massage technique is first class. In fact, Ji Chen could quickly cure Su Ying's breast cancer, but he couldn't be too exaggerated, not to mention charging 10 million. You have to make them feel they are getting value for money. Ji Chen appeared to be serious, but he was actually just doing the massage mechanically, while his mind was focused on the car accident on the cliff on the bend outside Dujia village. He used bumblebees to create accidents. Eliminate 4 evil biker gangs in one fell swoop. Now, the rescue team had brought Du Chang, Du Bin, Du Shan and Du Hai up, but unfortunately they were already dead. Traffic police and criminal police are investigating the scene. After all, 4 people died at once. 2 consecutive car accidents happened in the same place, which is a bit weird. Hundreds of people gathered on the side of the winding cliff road. There are many villagers in Dujia village and its surrounding areas. There have been car accidents here before, but never 2 in one morning. It's really weird. Yes, Du Chang and Du Hai are good drivers. They drive here every day. I didn't expect that they would all die on the same day. If you ask me, this is retribution for them. Yeah, I heard that the 4 of them are out there specializing in robbery. Robbery? Yeah, they're just riding motorcycles and snatching packages and valuables from people. I know, it's the biker gang. It must be retribution. They've done so many wicked things. Even if nothing happens, their children will be born without an anus. The crowd of onlookers gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking about it. What Du Chang, Du Bin, Du Shan and Du Hai did was definitely no secret in the same village, and many people knew about it. It's just that people usually don't report them. But now something went wrong. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. There are many people who take advantage of others' misfortunes and make sarcastic remarks. Du Bin's girlfriend's eyes were red. He was still very energetic in her body that morning and said he would give her a necklace when he came back. As a result, the body is now cold. Oh, I knew something would happen sooner or later. Du Bin's girlfriend sighed inwardly. She knew that Du Bin was not a good person. But yellow hair is lethal to many women. Biker gang. When Pan Yun heard the news, he came to the scene to take a look. Normally, he wouldn't get involved in cases like car accidents. But he's been a little sensitive lately. Especially the death of Hamza, which made Pan Yun feel that the murderer might be the kind of self-righteous dark law enforcer who used lynching and violence to judge crimes. Du Chang, Du Bin, Du Shan and Du Hai are a gang of speeding bikers who have committed many crimes. And his death was so strange. Time also follows Hamza's death. It may not be a coincidence. If it was just one car accident, it would be fine, but there were 2 in a row, and in the same place. It's such a coincidence. However, they and the criminal police team worked for a long time, and various trace experts and forensic autopsies all proved that it was just an ordinary car accident. Du Chang, Du Bin, and the other 2 had no other man-made injuries on their bodies, and they were not poisoned. They thought it was such a coincidence. But all signs indicate that it was just an ordinary car accident. Besides, the bikers drive so fast that accidents are not impossible. Forget it, let's continue investigating Hamza's death. Although Pan Yun remained skeptical, he didn't have the energy to do anything more. In particular, Du Shan, Du Bin, and the other 4 did not die of poisoning. It has nothing to do with the deaths of Wei Tian, Tai Bing, Zhang Xiaoshuan, and Hamza. He also couldn't force the 2 cases to be linked together based on his intuition. However, the car accident involving Du Shan, Du Bin, and others made him think of Zhou Tao's sudden cardiac death. Is it really an accident? Madam, it's done. Ji Chen regained consciousness and looked at Su Ying, whose eyes were dazed. Today's treatment is over. Oh, please trouble Dr. Ji. Su Ying came to her senses, quickly got up and put on her clothes. Feeling the changes in her body, she seemed to feel a lot more relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. You're welcome. Ji Chen smiled, picked up a towel to wipe his hands, turned around and left the room. Divine Dr. Ji, how is it? When Xiao Hao and Qiao Chang saw Ji Chen coming out, they hurriedly asked. Don't worry, Mr. Qiao, the treatment is very effective. Just 2 more times and you'll be completely cured. Ji Chen said lightly. That's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Ji, for your hard work. Qiao Hao looked excited. In fact, after Ji Chen treated his kidney deficiency, he already believed in Ji Chen's medical skills. But Su Ying's disease is breast cancer. Being involved with cancer is not easy. It's amazing. After Ji Chen left the room, Su Ying reached out to check for the lump in her breast and found that it had completely disappeared. If she hadn't gone to the hospital for a checkup, she would have suspected that she had breast cancer. Now, she finally understood why Ji Chen insisted that she go to the hospital for examination before giving her treatment. Extraordinary medical skills and meticulous thinking. I wish my son could be even a tenth as good as him. Su Ying sighed inwardly. After thanking Ji Chen for saving Chao Qing last time, she and Xiao Hao felt that Ji Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, Ji Chen took off so quickly. Carp turns into a dragon. Dragon soars across the world. Her fingertips touch the smooth and delicate skin without the lumps. Especially after Ji Chen's massage, she seemed to be more upright. She was surprised and delighted. Ji Chen's hands were truly amazing. The side effects are so good just for treating breast cancer. If I give her breast augmentation specifically, wouldn't it be? Suppressing the thoughts running through her mind, Su Ying quickly packed up her clothes and went to thank Ji Chen. Ji Chen prescribed her a week's worth of Chinese medicine. After finishing his medical treatment, Ji Chen talked about his plan to open a milk tea shop and wanted to find someone to decorate it. Xiao Hao took the responsibility and wanted to help Ji Chen with the decoration. Ji Chen refused. Let us talk business. Finally, Xiao Hao introduced Ji Chen to a man named Zhuang Yan, who was in charge of the decoration. After finishing his work, Ji Chen prepared to go back. The consultation fee has been received. 11,100,000. 10 million to treat Su Ying's breast cancer. 1 million to treat Qiao Hao's kidney deficiency. 100,000 is the annual maintenance fee. Brother Chen, you've been exhausted all day. I'll take you to Yehua Court to welcome you back home. Chao Chang was very enthusiastic. He pulled Ji Chen into his Ferrari and drove towards Yihuading. He is now completely convinced. Everyone is born, grows old, gets sick and dies. Especially for some diseases, money is useless. And Ji Chen's medical skills are worthy of his support. Night Palace. Supreme Private Room 666. Duan Yunha and Zhang Yu are both here. Xiao Cheng called a group of beauties for Ji Chen to choose from. Zhang Weiwei and Bei Shuang were also there. Or Chao Qing called them specially, apparently because he saw that Ji Chen was very satisfied with them last time. Ji Chen was not polite either. I chose both of them. Brother Chen. The 2 men hugged his arms, one on the left and one on the right, and came close to him passionately. Ji Chen felt overwhelmed. The 4 mountains are quite heavy. Ji Chen gently stroked her round and slender thighs in black silk stockings and did the work of a vehicle appraiser. Pay special attention to checking the headlights and accelerator. Chao Cheng was already hugging a girl and bragging to Duan Yunha and Zhang Yu about Ji Chen's great achievement in curing breast cancer. Can breast cancer be quickly cured with just silver needle massage and Chinese medicine? Duan Yunha and Zhang Yu were stunned. I originally thought that I had overestimated Ji Chen's medical skills, but I didn't expect that I had underestimated him. Zhang Weiwei and Bei Shuang were even more shocked. They knew that Ji Chen was an excellent doctor and had treated Duan Yunhe, Zhang Yu, Chao Chang, and other young masters for kidney deficiency with excellent results. I didn't expect that even breast cancer could be cured. The look in their eyes when they looked at Ji Chen was extremely passionate. Want to. After Ji Chen and Chao Chang left, Chao Hao quickly pulled Su Ying aside to ask about the situation. The bumps have completely gone away, and even my skin has cleared up. Let me see. Chao Hao couldn't help but check it with his own hands. The result was naturally no surprise. Dr. Ji's massage is so effective. Su Ying seemed to be savoring the taste. Chao Hao's smile was stiff. Thinking of Ji Chen's massage treatment, he suddenly felt as if there was a green grassland above his head. Seeing Chao Hao standing there in a daze, Su Ying poked him in the chest and said angrily, "What? Are you jealous of this young man?" "No way. Am I that kind of petty person?" Chao Hao denied it outright, even though he felt a little jealous. "But there is no way." He changed the subject and said, "Wife, even though the lump is gone, it doesn't mean the breast cancer is gone. You have to know that this is an invasive special cancer that will metastasize. Don't let him drive away the cancer cells. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup." Su Ying's expression became serious when she heard this. Although a bit mean-spirited. "But this concerns my own life." Ji Chen pinched it and dispersed the lump, but were the cancer cells really killed? If it gets squeezed and spreads all over the body, it will be terrible. "Okay, let's go now." Su Ying and Chao Hao rushed to the hospital for examination immediately. How is that possible? Where do the cancer cells go? And what about that lump? The attending physician who examined Su Ying in the morning looked at the examination report and was full of doubt about his life. Impossible. This is unscientific. Chapter 57. You lost your legs, but she lost her love. Amazing. It's amazing. Chao Hao and Su Ying left the hospital and were unable to recover for a long time, feeling as if they were in a dream. Su Ying's breast cancer has completely disappeared. The hospital couldn't find it either. A cold wind blew, and Chao Hao calmed down for a moment, wondering. "Wife, you said you were fully recovered, why did divine Dr. Ji need to treat you twice?" Su Ying rolled her eyes at him. How could she not know what Chao Hao was thinking? She said angrily, "The hospital examination showed that I was cured, but is I really cured? Those cancer cells may not have been completely eliminated, but the hospital couldn't detect them. Like those treated in hospitals, don't many relapse? Even after being cured, they only live a few more years, or even 7 or 8 years. Are you hoping I'll die? How is that possible?" Chao Hao hurried to explain. He just thought of a pair of big hands massaging Su Ying's body back and forth, and he felt very uncomfortable. Snort! Su Ying snorted and turned to go home. Night Palace. Zhang Weiwei and Bei Shuang were also amazed at Ji Chen's amazing skills. Zhang Weiwei's white and tender hands gently stroked Ji Chen's broad chest, her eyes blurred with drunkenness, and she said infatuatedly, "Brother Chen, you are amazing. You can even treat breast cancer easily. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? Give birth to a baby." Ji Chen smiled faintly. Bei Shuang chuckled, "Brother Chen, although you can't have children, you can make people have children. Meeting Brother Chen makes my life worthwhile." Zhang Weiwei raised her eyes to look at Ji Chen's face, and mustered up the courage to say, "Brother Chen, can I be your lover? I don't want anything else, and you can let me do anything." Her eyes are full of charm and suggestion. Even if Ji Chen whipped her, she would be happy to do it. "I can do that too." Bei Shuang then spoke. Ji Chen smiled and touched their flushed cheeks. "You still have a lot of youth left in your life. It would be a waste to be my lover. He is a man of principles. I will not use public buses for personal purposes. Even if the car is well maintained and very new, it won't work." The two men's eyes darkened. No more words. It's just a regret in my heart. They really wanted to be Ji Chen's lovers, and they didn't want any official status. As for the rest, Ji Chen couldn't let them starve to death, right? Ji Chen is handsome, rich, and has amazing medical skills. Still very powerful. Even if they are lovers, they are satisfied. I would rather be a hero's concubine than a mediocre man's wife. That's the reason. Seeing the disappointed looks in their eyes, Ji Chen did not comfort them, but diverted their attention with his actions. Do more and talk less. When you are busy, you don't have time to talk. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After washing his hair, Ji Chen left Yi Huating with ease. Divine Dr. Ji, President Chao asked me to wait here and send Divine Dr. Ji home. Chao Hao's driver hurried forward and said respectfully. Mr. Chao is so thoughtful. Thank him for me. I will go treat Mrs. Chao again tomorrow morning. Ji Chen nodded and did not refuse. I will definitely pass on Divine Dr. Ji's words. The driver drove the car over. Ji Chen sat in the back seat and pulled up his belt. I have to say that Zhang Weiwei and Bei Shuang are very talented. So cool. Unfortunately, Ji Chen has very high standards and can only play around. It's all about the body, not the heart. But long-term leases are not possible. What's more, other people drive their cars without any scruples. I won't feel bad if it breaks down. No repair and maintenance required. But my own can't. The experience is also different. To dispel the beauty in his mind, Ji Chen used the Yellow Emperor's Qi refining technique to remove the remaining feminine scent from his body. He is just an ordinary person. Not a saint. Not Liu Xiaohui either. The essence of life is survival and reproduction. It's in men's genes that they want more women. He is not a good person. I don't want to pretend to be a saint. Unlike someone named Colin, who shouted slogans loudly and advocated monogamy, but he himself married 6 wives. Even when he was in his 60s, he still forced an 18-year-old beauty to marry him. Ji Chen despises such hypocrites the most. Back home, Lu Hong was cooking in the kitchen while Su Yusheng was reading on the sofa. He Huang and Pang Li were like 2 bodyguards, sitting on his left and right. Woof woof. Meow. As soon as Ji Chen got home, the 2 little guys ran over shouting. Call out. Fatty jumped into Ji Chen's arms and rubbed his forehead against his chest. He Huang wagged his little tail and jumped around his trouser legs. Big Bear, you're back. Su Yusheng ran over. Ji Chen picked her up and walked to the sofa to sit down. I treated Chao Hao and Suing today. Suing has breast cancer and has to go again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Breast cancer. Su Yusheng was shocked, but from Ji Chen's tone, it could be cured in 3 days? This is amazing. Big Bear, thank you for your hard work. Su Yusheng sat on his lap and massaged his shoulders with both hands. It's not hard. After all, I made 10 million. Ji Chen smiled. Xiaochen is getting more and more powerful. Lu Hong, who was cooking in the kitchen, listened secretly, feeling a little worried. Ji Chen is so powerful. Su Yusheng felt that he couldn't control it. In particular, Ji Chen had no emotional foundation with Su Yusheng, but was childhood sweetheart with Meng Yiwen, and they had lived together for 2.5 years. If Meng Yiwen hadn't made a stupid move to break up with her, Su Yusheng would have accidentally gotten pregnant with Ji Chen's child. I'm afraid the 2 of them can never get along. Ji Chen didn't know what Lu Hong was worried about, and even if he did, he could only say that he was overthinking it. In fact, there is no such thing as love that lasts forever with vows made under heaven. Love at first sight is lust at first sight. Falling in love over time is just a compromise, and the 2 of them live together as a partnership. It's just that Xiaoyao dramas are so popular. Brainwashed too many people. You only lost a leg, but she lost her love. He stayed close to Su Yusheng for a while. Ji Chen held He Huang in his arms and came to the window, looking at the green area outside with a gloomy gaze. I have no shortage of longevity now, so I can get more beast pets. Ji Chen rubbed the dog's head, thinking in his heart. Magpies and white-crowned cranes are everywhere, and the group can be expanded to 10. But the magpie and the white-crowned sparrow are a bit small. It would be better to get a bird of prey that can perform long-distance missions and fast transportation. We need to get some more inconspicuous tiny pets. Ji Chen made a decision and prepared to take action. After dinner, he took He Huang and Pang Li for a walk in the community. There are many birds in the community. Magpies, crows, white-crowned sparrows, sparrows. Before he finished a circle, Ji Chen had 10 more pets. Among them, there are 3 magpies, 4 crows, and 3 white-crowned buntings. At last, Ji Chen found and controlled 10 black mosquitoes in the trash can. The black mosquito is very small. Easy to be overlooked. Ji Chen plans to use them to perform special tasks. In particular, the black mosquito's toxicity is not very strong. After biting people, symptoms such as redness, swelling, pain and itching will occur. In severe cases, it may cause papular urticaria or other skin diseases. After becoming Ji Chen's pet, its toxicity will be greatly enhanced, but it will not be fatal. When investigating Hamza, Ji Chen discovered many people like Hamza, although many of them were not as perverted and bad as Hamza. But it also has a long history of bad deeds. Ji Chen didn't want to kill too many people, so as not to cause a big shock. But the death penalty can be waived. Living crime is unforgivable. Jiangcheng Normal University. Amin and Saito went to release the water side by side. Saito, where are we going to play tonight? Amin put his arm around Saito's shoulders and said with a wicked smile, I heard there's a new bar nearby with lots of beautiful women. You still dare to go out and play? How tragically did Hamza die? Saito felt a chill down there, and was still frightened. He had seen Hamza's body and his death was horrific. He was very scared. What are you afraid of? Hamza went too far. This disaster is nothing. Ming said disdainfully, we're not kidnapping or raping them. We're just tricking them into having sex for fun. It's consensual. I have to say this place is heaven. Ming licked his lips, savoring the taste. The beauties here can be seduced with just a flick of the hand, especially the tender ones. As they spoke, the two walked to the bathroom and started running the water. 2 black mosquitoes flew over silently and landed on the water pipe. Ming shrugged and said proudly, I always fuck them, ah. Before he could finish his words, Amin suddenly screamed. Saito was startled and was about to speak, but he screamed instead. They fell to the ground, yelling and scratching. The skin was scratched and bleeding. Many boys rushed over after hearing the noise, and were all shocked and stunned when they saw the 2 people wailing on the ground. Chapter 58, Plastic Sisters, The Panic of the Girl Who Pays for Her. It's so scary, I feel like it's going to fester. That's disgusting. More and more students gathered around, whispering and talking. Many people took out their mobile phones and took photos frantically. What happened to them? I heard they're incredibly strong in that area, and they're so desperate they'll do anything. I've heard that too. Even lizards are said to be suffering. I heard that they were the ones who caused that disease. I think they must have done something dirty in the bathroom and got into trouble. Many girls in our school have been harmed by them. I really don't understand what's so good about them. They're disgusting just looking at them. Yeah, could it be because they have special skills? It's justice, retribution is inevitable, it really serves you right. Looking at Amin and Saito wailing in pain, the boys present had no sympathy at all, but were instead extremely happy. They have been unhappy with them for a long time. A group of scum who couldn't make it in their own territory came here to eat and drink for free, show off their power, and unscrupulously play with the girls here. He deserves to die. The 2 beast pets Maoan controlled by Ji Chen landed on the wall, watching coldly as they gazed at his masterpiece. The black mosquito has become much more toxic since becoming a pet. Although the lives of these 2 are safe, the tools used in the crime are definitely not safe. Ji Chen was very satisfied with the result. About 10 minutes passed. The school medical team rushed over, carried the 2 people away and sent them to Jiangcheng Hospital. What happened here suddenly became popular on the Jiangcheng Normal University forum, and various chat groups exploded. It even spread rapidly to other universities in Jiangcheng. Especially the death of Hamza the day before yesterday, which was exposed by Ji Chen, caused a sensation and topped the Weibo hot search list. Taking advantage of this momentum which has not yet subsided, Amin and Saito immediately became the hot searches on Weibo. Hamza's death has become a hot topic again. Jiangcheng Normal University Girls' Dormitory. Bei Shuang limped back to the dormitory and sat down on the chair with a tired look on his face. But his eyes were bright. It's like the feeling of sweating profusely after exercise. Bei, going running again? Kan Ling, who was following the drama, looked back at Bei Shuang with a mischievous look in her eyes, but when her gaze swept over the pair of big breasts and long legs, she couldn't help but feel envious. Bei Shuang nodded, returned to his bed and sat down gently. Because Ji Chen is too powerful. She was so happy that she couldn't close her legs. Kan Ling didn't ask any more questions and continued watching the drama. As her roommate, she knew exactly whether Bei Shuang went running or not. Bei Shuang took out his cell phone and opened QQ out of habit. Why is the group so lively? She opened the class group and quickly read the group messages. A moment later. She understood what happened, but didn't care. She just reminded herself in her heart to stay away from the black crowd. However, when she saw the photos taken on the spot forwarded in the group, she was shocked. This is too scary. Lingling, have you seen the message in our class group? No. Kongling took a sip of coffee and asked, "What's wrong?" You better see for yourself. Kongling took out her cell phone and looked at it with confusion. Hiss. Kongling's eyes suddenly widened and her body trembled. Bei Shuang didn't notice and chatted. I heard these people are virus carriers. This is too scary. Fortunately, I never come into contact with them and stay away from them. Bang! The spoon in Kongling's hand fell to the ground, and her panic grew even stronger. Lingling, what's wrong with you? Bei Shuang also noticed Kongling's abnormality at this moment. No. It's okay. Kongling quickly picked up the spoon and pretended to be casual. Do you think they really have a viral infection? Is this contagious? Of course. Bei Shuang said without hesitation, I heard that they invented AIDS. They even killed lizards. Kongling shuddered and hurriedly got up to pack her things. Lingling, you want to go out? Well, I remembered that I have something else to do. I'm going out for a while and may not be back tonight. Kongling left in a hurry. Because not long ago, she couldn't withstand Amin's fierce attack and was defeated by him without knowing why. She is very scared now. She is going to the hospital. Not only Kongling, but all the girls who had in-depth communication with people wearing black skin were panicked. Rushed to the hospital. He. Looking at Kongling's disappearing back, Bei Shuang sneered. She knew very well why Kongling left in a hurry. I must have gone to the hospital for a checkup. Stupid woman, you were flattered and got into a rental house for only $15, and you still dare to mock me behind my back? Bei Shuang sneered in his heart. She admitted that she was not a good woman and worked part-time at Yi Huating from time to time, but she was also picky about people. And the price is very high. What she wants most is to be with a rich man who looks pleasing to the eye. Ji Chen perfectly met her imagination. After discussing with Zhang Weiwei, she tried hard today, but unfortunately she still failed. But she didn't give up. She is ready to continue waiting for the opportunity. Ever since she met Ji Chen, she no longer accepts orders and only accepts orders from Ji Chen. Ji Chen didn't know what Bei Shuang was thinking. Even if I knew, I could only say, Miss, you think too much. He is principled. I will never use a public bus for personal purposes. Even if you keep it outside, it won't work. Ji Chen sat in front of the computer, stroking the chubby black emperor, and looked towards Jiangcheng Hospital. Amin and Saito have been sent to Jiangcheng Hospital. The two black mosquito pets quietly hit on them. The doctors in the hospital are busy. What's going on? Looks like something bit him. Doctors examined one by one, drew blood for tests, and performed first aid. However, the effect is not good. Dean Yo Mingda came to check and asked the attending physician. How is it going? Dean, we can't figure out what the poison is right now. We can't prescribe the right medicine, especially since it's so potent. I'm afraid the two patients' genitals can't be saved. They need surgery as soon as possible, otherwise their lives will be in danger. Niu Mingda frowned as he looked at the places where Amin and Saiduo were poisoned. It's really tricky. Even from 2 meters away, he could smell the foul odor. Sudden. He thought of someone. Maybe someone can try. He thought of Ji Chen. But he had no connection with Ji Chen, so he simply called Shi Yuxuan. Shi Yuxuan couldn't refuse, so she said helplessly, Dean Niu, I can call and ask Divine Dr. Ji for you, but I can't say what the result will be. She actually didn't want to help. Because she hates those people. I understand. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Regardless of the outcome, I am very grateful to Mr. Shi. Shi Yuxuan laughed in her heart. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda? The hospital will save the rich bad guys. But I won't save a good person who has no money. I'll call and ask. Shi Yuxuan hung up the phone and dialed Ji Chen's number. Ji Chen picked up the phone without any surprise. Through the pet Maoan. He already knew that Niu Mingda had called Shi Yuxuan. Hello? Dr. Ji, it's so late. I'm sorry to bother you. No problem, what are your instructions? How dare I give any orders? The truth is, Director Nyo of Jiangcheng Hospital has received 2 unusual black patients who appear to have been bitten on their genitals. He wants to ask Divine Dr. G to come and take a look. Shi Yuxuan briefly explained the situation. Whether or not to go is up to Divine Dr. G. Don't worry about it. Ji Chen thought about it and decided to go over and see his masterpiece with his own eyes. There is still a big difference between the perspective of a pet and what you see with your own eyes. As for saving people? That's impossible. Since President Shi and Dean Nyo have spoken, how can I not go and take a look? Ji Chen was filled with righteous indignation. He immediately hung up the phone, said something to Su Yusheng and Lu Hong, and drove to Jiangcheng Hospital. Just arrived at the door, Ji Chen saw an acquaintance. Captain Pan. He walked up and greeted him warmly. Pan Yun's pupils shrank. He didn't expect to meet Ji Chen here. Is it a coincidence or? Chapter 59, Dr. G, what do you think? Ji Chen, why are you in the hospital? Pan Yun came over with Zhang Mingyu and asked calmly. Director Nyo just had someone call me and tell me there are 2 special patients in critical condition, and asked me to come over and take a look. Ji Chen looked normal as he looked at the 2 of them. Captain Pan, and this policewoman, are you here to investigate? Pan Yun stared into Ji Chen's eyes and said casually, I got the news that 2 people had an accident in the toilet at Jiangcheng Normal School. I brought Xiao Zhang to take a look. Zhang Mingyu smiled faintly. Hello, I'm Zhang Mingyu, not some policewoman. Sister Mingyu, hello. Ji Chen smiled and said nothing more. The 3 of them walked into the hospital, each with their own thoughts. Finally arrived at the same place. Dean Nyo saw Ji Chen and quickly came forward, extending his hand. You must be Divine Dr. G, right? Heroes emerge young, and the younger generation pushes the older generation forward. He had read Ji Chen's information, and even though he was shocked that Ji Chen was so young, he was still very enthusiastic and did not put on airs at all. He was well aware of Shi Yuxuan's injuries and uterine fibroids. However, Ji Chen recovered in just half a day. His medical skills are miraculous. Even if he found it unbelievable, he had to believe it. I have to admire it. Dean Nyo, you're too kind. I don't deserve the title of miracle doctor. I still have a lot to learn. Ji Chen shook hands and smiled modestly. Pan Yun, Zhang Mingyu and even other doctors in the hospital were all stunned. Pan Yun and Zhang Mingyu knew that Ji Chen was a medical practitioner, and he cured the kidney deficiency of Duan Yunhe, Chao Cheng and others, and the effect was said to be remarkable. But they never expected that Ji Chen's medical skills were even better than they imagined. Even Nyo Mangda, the director of Lianjiangqing Hospital, was so enthusiastic. Not to mention the doctors in the hospital. Many of them were still unaware that Ji Chen knew medical skills, but how good could a young man in his 20s be? How could it make Dean Nyo, who is usually serious and even strict, so enthusiastic? Could it be that he has a special background? Divine Dr. G is too modest. Come with me and take a look. Nyo Mangda pulled Ji Chen towards the ward. Pan Yun and Zhang Mingyu looked at each other in bewilderment. They were actually being ignored? Captain Pan. A doctor in a white coat came forward to greet them. Dr. Jiang. Pan Yun looked at Dr. Jiang Yun, whom he had just called, and asked doubtfully. Dr. Jiang, Ji Chen's medical skills are very strong? Captain Pan, I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen it, and I'm also confused. Jiang Yun spread his hands, feeling helpless. What's the situation now? Pan Yun stopped worrying and asked about the situation of Amin and Saiduo. He should have been off work long ago. I've just been working overtime recently. Zhang Mingyu stayed behind to sort out the information and saw the news about Ming and Saido. She immediately told Pan Yun the news. Pan Yun saw that the 2 men were also poisoned in their genitals. Although they were not directly poisoned to death like Wei Tian and Hamza, they were very similar. Therefore, after making some contact, Pan Yun took Zhang Mingyu straight to Jiangcheng Hospital. Zhang Yun said, Captain Pan, Amin and Saiduo are not in good condition. Although their lives are not in danger, they may not be able to survive. Dr. Jiang, do you know what's going on with them? Is it a murder or something else? Pan Yun's eyes were burning, and his heart was in his throat. Amin and Saido are not dead, so they must know what the murder weapon is and even saw the murderer. Captain Pan, I also know a little about Hamza's case from the news, but Amin and Saido's situations are different. Zhang Yun didn't hide anything. According to what they said, they were using the restroom at school, and halfway through, they were bitten by something. It was painful and itchy. Our hospital took blood samples for analysis and it seems to be a biological toxin, but it's a bit like the mosquitoes, but 100 times more potent than the mosquitoes. As he spoke, Zhang Yun brought Pan Yun and Zhang Mingyu out of the clinic. Pan Yun looked inside. Niu Mengda looked at Ji Chen with anticipation. Divine Dr. Ji, what do you think? All the doctors stared at Ji Chen. There is curiosity, disdain, sarcasm, and resentment. All kinds of life are vividly presented. Ji Chen didn't care and said calmly. Based on my observations, they must have been bitten by some poisonous insect. If it doesn't take more than half an hour, I can help them force the poison out. But it's too late now. The muscle cells below have been infected and necrotic by the toxins. The only way to cure it is to remove it permanently. Ha, I thought Divine Dr. G had some brilliant ideas, but it turns out it's just this. A sneer was heard. Ji Chen looked up and saw a young doctor in his 20s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His name is Wei Guanqing, a returned overseas PhD. Although Niu Mengda was quite enthusiastic towards him, his respect for him was far less than that for Ji Chen. He is not convinced. Why should a green-eyed brat be superior to him? Niu Mengda's face darkened and he felt even more disgusted with Wei Guanqing. Wei Guanqing relied on the fact that he was a returned overseas PhD, and he acted arrogantly on a daily basis. He did not respect him, and his lifestyle was especially bad. He often teases hospital nurses. He was about to open his mouth to scold, but Ji Chen spoke first. You are a dying man, yet you still have the mood to speak so arrogantly here. You really don't know what you are talking about. Ji Chen's sharp words caused an uproar among the crowd. Pan Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Is Ji Chen threatening Wei Guanqing? Want to kill Wei Guanqing? Who are you calling a dying man? Do you still want to kill me? Wei Guanqing walked towards Ji Chen, puffed out his chest, and said disdainfully. Try to move me. Stay away from me. Ji Chen quickly dodged, looking disgusted. Do you still need me to kill you? You haven't just been playing with women lately, you've been playing with men too, right? Wei Guanqing's face changed, and before he could refute, Ji Chen continued to attack. You've already contracted AIDS and you don't even know it. You don't know how many people you've harmed. How can someone like you be qualified to be a doctor? Roll. Ji Chen showed no mercy, and the place was in an uproar. Wei Guanqing is popular with both men and women. And got AIDS. This is big news. You're talking nonsense. I'm going to sue you for defamation. You're insulting my character. I'm going to fight you. Wei Guanqing's eyes turned red. He pounced towards Ji Chen with bared fangs and claws. Ji Chen frowned and retreated behind the dean. Have you had enough of the commotion? Niu Mengda roared with great arrogance, which immediately intimidated Wei Guanqing. He looked at Ji Chen again. Divine Dr. Ji, are you telling the truth? Certainly. Ji Chen glanced at Niu Mengda, then at Pan Yun. If Wei Guanqing didn't have AIDS, I would kneel down and apologize to him in public. I know he might not check, so you'd better take some measures to avoid endangering others. You're talking nonsense. I'm not sick. You're slandering me. Wei Guanqing, please go down and cooperate with the examination. If you are truly not sick, as the dean, I will help you seek justice. Niu Mengda's voice was low and unquestionable. Wei Guanqing clenched his fists and finally nodded. If he doesn't cooperate, he will definitely be forced to undergo inspection. Besides, he was a little panicked. He is indeed popular with both men and women, especially last night when he played with a few foreigners. Wei Guanqing went down. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Ji Chen. He didn't even dare to look into Ji Chen's eyes. Ji Chen ignored them and said to Niu Mengda. Dean Niu, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. I'll take responsibility for what I said just now. If anything I said is false, you can always contact me. After saying that, Ji Chen strode away. Go, Dr. Ji. Niu Mengda chased out to see him off. Everyone looked at each other and whispered to each other. Are you serious? It should be true. I've also heard about Wei Guanqing's chaotic private life. Luckily I've discovered it now, otherwise I'd be finished if I were infected by him. The nurses and female doctors in the hospital were especially shocked when they heard that Wei Guanqing had AIDS, but they were secretly relieved. Some of those who had had sex looked pale and ashen, and they rushed to check. Zhang Mingyu's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she asked in a low voice. Captain Pan, Ji Chen, and Wei Guanqing probably don't know each other. How does he know about Wei Guanqing's private life? Can he tell from this? Pan Yun did not answer, and could not answer. He just stared at Ji Chen's departing back, as if he was covered with a veil of mystery. Deep and mysterious. It's hard to guess. Chapter 60, 1 month after rebirth, the milk tea shop opened. The test results are out. Dr. Wei really has AIDS. My God, Dr. G is truly amazing. Since AIDS is real, then everything else Dr. G said should also be true. Yeah, I've heard that Wei Guanqing has a messy private life, but I didn't expect it to be so messy, and he's also a double plug. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. Luckily, Divine Dr. G exposed his true face, otherwise who knows how many people he would have harmed. Our entire hospital might have been ruined by him. As Wei Guanqing's examination results came out, Zhangchun Hospital was instantly in an uproar. The chat groups in various departments are very active. Wei Guanqing was disgraced and completely socially obliterated. Ji Chen stepped on Wei Guanqing's corpse and showed off his face in Zhangchun Hospital. I'm really old. Niu Mingda felt sympathetic. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves in front of them, and the waves in front of them die on the beach. Facing the young man Ji Chen, he actually felt a sense of dejection, as if he was looking up to a mountain that was unattainable. But he quickly adjusted his attitude. I'll go check it out myself tomorrow and help Ji Chen get his medical license as soon as possible. Niu Mingda said in his heart. Although Ji Chen had embarrassed their hospital today, it was mainly directed at Wei Guanqing. What's more, with Ji Chen's medical skills. Make friends if you can. You must not offend him. After Pan Yun and Zhang Mingyu finished their investigation, they left the hospital looking exhausted. Zhang Mingyu exclaimed in admiration, although I knew Ji Chen was a doctor, I never thought he was so skilled. It's really eye-opening. She was talking about Wei Guanqing. They also heard that it was confirmed that Wei Guanqing had AIDS. It's really amazing. Pan Yun nodded absent-mindedly. Zhang Mingyu thought Pan Yun was thinking about the case, so he took the initiative to say. Captain Pan, what bug bit Amin and Saito? It probably has nothing to do with Wei Tian and Hamza's case. Nothing? Pan Yun shook his head. Let me ask you, has this kind of thing ever happened at Jiangqing Normal University before? Zhang Mingyu thought for a moment and said, it seems not. Since this bug lives in the toilet, why didn't it bite anyone else but Amin and Saito, two people like Hamza? This. Zhang Mingyu couldn't answer. Pan Yun did not stop. Why didn't this bug appear earlier or later, but happened around the time of the Wei Tian and Hamza cases? Don't you think it's a coincidence? Zhang Mingyu was speechless. It's a bit of a coincidence indeed. Pan Yun raised his head, looked at the sky, and said in a faint voice. I suddenly had a new idea. What idea? Zhang Mingyu became excited and curious. Pan Yun said, Wei Tian, Tai Bing, Chang Xiaoshuang and Hamza were all stabbed by weapons that looked like poison needles and died of poisoning. But we still haven't found the murder weapon. Do you think it could be the mouthpiece of some kind of poison? The murderer is some kind of poison? This was his biggest gain after watching Amin and Saito today. Zhang Mingyu perked up and widened his eyes. It seems possible. Captain Pan, are you saying the murderer is poisonous? Pan Yun nodded, then shook his head. Zhang Mingyu was completely bewildered. What the hell is this nodding and shaking your head? Pan Yun said seriously. Wei Tian, Tai Bing, Chang Xiaoshuan, and Hamza were all specific targets, not random killings. So the real murderer must be a human, but the perpetrator may not be a human. It could very well be a poisonous insect controlled by humans. Zhang Mingyu suddenly understood. Captain Pan, if this is the truth, then many doubts can be explained. Why can't we find any trace of the real murderer? Because the real murderer didn't show up at the crime scene at all. Yes, that's the truth. Pan Yun's blood boiled with enthusiasm, and he was full of energy. So next we have to re-investigate the scene and look for any possible poison that might have been used in the murder. Also, the murderer couldn't be too far away if he wanted to control the poison. We need to expand our search for any suspicious individuals around the crime scene. After Pan Yun and Zhang Mingyu parted ways, they went straight back to the municipal bureau. He is not going home. Continue to work overtime. Continue to work hard. He must catch the murderer. Jinjiang Courtyard. Captain Pan is really working hard. Ji Chen has returned home. Through the perspective of his mite pet, he learned about Pan Yun's current investigation progress and knew that the other party had guessed that he was controlling the poisonous insects to commit crimes. But Ji Chen was not panicked at all. He controls poisonous insects using metaphysics and can control them from thousands of miles away. He had never been near the crime scene. Besides, he deliberately avoided the camera, and Bumblebee has never been captured by the camera. No matter how hard we search, we can't find it on him. Same as usual. Ji Chen studied until 11 o'clock and then went back to his room to practice. Su Yusheng had already finished washing up and was only wrapped in a pink and white nightgown, leaning against the headboard, reading and studying. Su, it's time to practice. Ji Chen climbed onto the bed, his burning gaze falling on the beauty's delicate and perfect face, her fair skin, and her sexy collarbone. Su Yusheng's face turned red as blood, and he uttered a soft nasal sound. He closed the book casually and put it on the bedside cabinet next to him. Ji Chen's eyes became hot and he pulled Su Yusheng's pajamas belt hard. The pink and white pajamas slipped off. The perfect, snow-white body with all its curves was presented to Ji Chen's eyes without reservation. Su, you are so beautiful. Ji Chen swallowed his saliva. He never got tired of looking at her. The more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became. Su Yusheng is indeed becoming more mature and beautiful. Purity with the temptation of a mature woman. As time goes by, her figure becomes more plump and charming. Big Bear, don't look. Even though he has experienced this countless times, Su Yusheng is still so shy. Beauty is meant to be appreciated, and I love to see it. Ji Chen picked up Su Yusheng and put his face close to him. Up close appreciation. Beauty is accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of a woman's body. A night of dancing of fish and dragons. The next day. After breakfast, Ji Chen, Lu Hong, and Su Yusheng drove to the outside of Jiangcheng University. He has contacted Zhuan Yan, the person in charge of the decoration. We agreed to meet at a milk tea shop that needed renovation. Ji Chen took them to the store. Zhuan Yan and 2 staff members were waiting at the door. You are Boss Ji, right? You are really young and promising. Zhuan Yan walked quickly forward, extended his hand and greeted warmly. Hello, Mr. Zhuang, I'm sorry to bother you again. After some greetings, Ji Chen took out the decoration drawings of the milk tea shop and discussed them with Zhuan Yan and the other 2. After the communication was completed, the plan was finalized and the final quotation was 250,000. Ji Chen had no objection, and the 2 parties signed the contract. He gave a deposit of 100,000 yuan. After the decoration is completed, pay the final payment of 150,000 yuan. The days that followed were peaceful. Ji Chen took Lu Hong and Su Yusheng to handle various procedures for opening a store, as well as purchasing equipment and raw materials. He also taught Lu Hong various milk tea recipes. Finally, 2 salespeople were hired, Bao Yuro and Hong Yalan. Although the milk tea shop has not opened yet, hiring people earlier means we can start training earlier so that we won't be in a rush when it opens. This period of time. Ji Chen gave Suing 2 treatments and cured her breast cancer. He also got his medical license. Ji Chen invited Shi Yuxuan and Niu Mingda to dinner to express his gratitude and owe them a favor. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was April 25th. He was reborn on March 25th. It's been a whole month now. The milk tea shop opened today. Fresh and joyful milk tea. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng stood at the door, welcoming and seeing off guests. Niu Mingda, Shi Yuxuan, Chao Hao, Zhuang Yan and others personally sent flower baskets to congratulate Ji Chen's Xianyuan milk tea on its opening. Duan Yunhe, Chao Qing, Zhang Yu and others also came to support the event. A gathering of luxury cars. The road is full of flower baskets. As the sound of firecrackers rang out, the entrance of Xianyuan milk tea shop was crowded with people. Chapter 61, Dupo Doluwa exploded and became famous overnight. It exploded. So many people. Su Yusheng was surprised and happy. Seeing that Lu Hong and the others were too busy, he wanted to go in and help. Don't go. Ji Chen grabbed Su Yusheng's hand and pulled her aside. The milk tea shop is busy, there are too many people, be careful not to hurt the fetus. It's okay, I'll be careful. Besides, I practice with you every night and am as strong as an ox. Even playing sports and playing ball will be no problem. Su Yusheng pointed at the long line at the entrance of the milk tea shop and said, "Look at all the people queuing up. My mom and the others can't handle it. It's better if you're too busy. Let Aunt Lu and the others take their time. There's no need to rush." Ji Chen smiled. Su Yusheng widened his eyes, full of confusion. "Today we are having a half-price promotion to build popularity, but we won't make any money at all." Ji Chen explained. "As for the waiting lines, the longer they are, the more people they attract. Besides, the harder it is to obtain, the more precious it is." Su Yusheng suddenly understood. It's like hunger marketing. No volume today. Big Bear, you're so awesome. Her eyes were full of admiration. "I thought you were going to call me a profiteer." Ji Chen grinned. He told Lu Hong not to rush and to just work at a normal pace. Let those waiting in line wait. After explaining everything clearly, Ji Chen and Su Yusheng stayed by the milk tea shop and watched. Wow, this milk tea is so delicious. A few girls bought milk tea and tasted it happily, but they were stunned after just one sip. "Yeah, I've never had milk tea this delicious, but it's too expensive. Even at half price it's still $5. A girl with a high ponytail exclaimed, "But this is such a delicious milk tea, and it's made with fresh fruit. It's healthy and nutritious, so it's worth the money." As word of mouth spreads, more and more college students come to buy. The line is longer. The line stretched from the milk tea shop to the school gate. "Yiwen, Xiao, hurry up. I heard there's a milk tea shop opened at the school gate. The taste is amazing, and they're having a big opening sale today, only half price." Chen Feng pulled Meng Yiwen and Xiaoya out of the school. When I saw the long line at the school gate, I couldn't help but stand there in a daze. What's this for? Today's not a day off. Xiaoya looked confused. Only when the school is on vacation and students have to leave school to take the bus will there be such a long queue at the school gate. Meng Yiwen asked a classmate and the result surprised her. These people are queuing up to buy milk tea? Feng, is this the milk tea shop you mentioned? Meng Yiwen couldn't believe it. With such a long line, how long will it take us? Chen Feng had a bitter face and looked helpless. I heard Xianyuan milk tea was a huge hit upon its opening and was super delicious, but I didn't expect so many people to come. But since we're here, we have to try it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Besides, there are so many people queuing up, which means Xianyuan milk tea is really delicious. We don't have anything to do anyway, so let's just take a break while waiting in line. Meng Yiwen and Xiaoya had no choice but to queue up with Chen Feng. The three of them waited in line for an hour and a half. Finally we lined up at the door of the milk tea shop. "Yiwen, Feng, look, isn't that Ji Chen and Su Su?" Xiaoya pointed to the side of the milk tea shop and exclaimed. Meng Yiwen looked up and saw Ji Chen and Su Yusheng sitting on a bench, drinking milk tea, like a fairy couple. Her heart broke. My heart hurts so much. Su, Ji Chen. Chen Feng shouted loudly and waved at the two of them. Upon hearing this, Ji Chen Su Yusheng stood up and walked over. "Su, Ji Chen, are you drinking milk tea here too?" Xiaoya looked at them with curiosity. "How does it taste?" Ji Chen didn't hide it. "Of course it tastes good, because I made this milk tea." "What? You made the milk tea? You opened this milk tea shop?" All three of them were shocked. Ji Chen nodded and said to them, "If I had known you were coming, I would have just told me. Why bother queuing? What flavor do you like? I'll make it for you." Ji Chen introduced to them the existing flavors and types of milk tea shop. The three of them wanted to refuse, but under the insistence of Ji Chen and Su Yusheng, they let Ji Chen do it. Ji Chen personally went to the back and made 3 cups of milk tea. Chen Feng took a sip and exclaimed, "This is so delicious, Ji Chen, your cooking skills are amazing." Xiaoya also praised it after tasting it. Meng Yiwen drank the milk tea made by Ji Chen himself. It tasted delicious, but it was not very tasty. The cold icy rain hit my face randomly, and my heart felt like it was being stabbed by a bayonet. She really regrets it. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Some people, once missed, will never come back. Chen Feng, Xiaoya, and Meng Yiwen stayed for a while and then returned to school. Only Chen Feng and Xiaoya were very happy. Meng Yiwen lowered her head and remained silent. There was once a true love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. It's only when I lose something that I regret it. This is the most painful thing in the world. If God gives me another chance to start over, I will never give up on that boy again. The milk tea shop was busy until 10:30 in the evening. Lu Hong, Bo Euro, and Hong Yalan were exhausted. Ji Chen asked Bo Euro and Hong Yalan to go back and rest first. He and Su Yusheng helped count the money. A total of 5,125 yuan. This means 1,025 cups were sold today. But the cost is not low. After deducting miscellaneous expenses, the net profit is estimated to be only 1,000 yuan. But today it's half-price sale. If it wasn't half price, the net profit would be more than 6,000. 200,000 a month. The profits are very high. Although Lu Hong was tired, her face was rosy and she looked very happy. She earned this through hard work. Although it can't be compared with Ji Chen, who can earn 10 million in one afternoon, the feeling is completely different. Auntie Lu, Susu, milk tea shops are booming right now, and the market in Jiangcheng is far from saturated. We can continue to recruit people and open a few more. Ji Chen said. As for the milk tea shop, he planned to give it to Lu Hong and Su Yusheng. As for his parents, Ji Chen will see what they want to do then. If they want to open a milk tea shop, that is fine too. Although he made money quickly. But him giving money and them making money themselves are two different things. The feeling is completely different. Xiaochen, if you think it's okay, then it's okay. Lu Hong hesitated for a moment and then spoke loudly. Su Yusheng nodded in agreement. Ji Chen said, you can take your time with opening a branch. And Lu, don't work too hard. You are the store manager, you only need to manage the staff. You don't need to do everything yourself. If you are too busy, just hire someone. Ji Chen imparts management knowledge to Lu Hong. Although Lu Hong is not well educated, she is very smart. She is only 38 years old now, and is at the peak of her abilities after his intensive treatment. The learning ability is also good. After talking about some management methods, Ji Chen and they simply tidied up the shop, closed it and went home. The next few days. Although Xianyue milk tea did not offer a 50% discount, its accumulated fame and word-of-mouth spread, and its sales did not drop much. Maintain about 800 cups a day. The net profit is around 5,000. According to this calculation, it is 150,000 per month. May Day is here in the blink of an eye. Midnight. Ji Chen held Su Yusheng in his arms and sat in front of the computer, publishing the VIP chapters of Dolua Dalu and Dupo. That's right. After more than a month, Dolua Dalu and Dupo were put on the shelves. The two books complement each other. It is much more popular than the one released by the original author in the previous life. Unfortunately, piracy is rampant nowadays and there are not many paying readers. Even if Dupo and Dolua crush other new books on Shidian, it is still unlikely that the first order will exceed 10,000. After all, the number of paying readers is there. Ji Chen directly updated 50 chapters. Big Bear, your novel is really popular. Su Yusheng faced Ji Chen, put his arms around his neck, looked at his resolute and handsome face, and still remembered what Ji Chen had said more than a month ago. Now it's really coming true. As expected. Ji Chen turned off the computer and picked up Su Yusheng. We should rest. We'll check the subscription data tomorrow when we get up. Aha! Su Yusheng nodded, but was bumped by Ji Chen, who suddenly stood up. Let's celebrate tonight, the new book is on the shelves. Ji Chen carried her to the bedroom and put one of Su Yusheng's legs on his shoulder. Practice makes people happy. Ji Chen held Su Yusheng in his arms and entered the gentle Jiangnan water town. The two novels he published were both extremely popular. Each book will be updated with 50 chapters after it is released. It became even more popular. Known as the most hardworking new online writer. It also became a hot topic on Weibo. Fights Break Sphere and Dolua Dalu directly occupied the first and second places in Baidu's popular novel searches. Ji Chen became famous overnight. Chapter 62, Potato Super Revolution, Martial Universe. The night is like water, dotted with stars. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng were practicing the Su Nu Heart Sutra with great enthusiasm. The way of cultivation is to alternate stillness and movement, to advance and retreat in moderation, and to be targeted. We must learn to seize the advantages, grasp the strengths, make up for the shortcomings, and make up for the deficiencies. Su Yusheng is smart and can draw inferences from one example. The Su Nu Heart Sutra has made remarkable progress and achieved remarkable results. Ji Chen was very pleased and his cultivation level improved rapidly. While Ji Chen was practicing steadily with alternating tension and relaxation, a major earthquake also occurred in the online literature world. Dupo and Doluwa Dalu were hotly released. Although the data had not been released, their popularity was clearly visible. Ji Chen's pen name is Flying Pig Bear. Piggy Bear took off. He has become a new dark horse in the online literature world, leaving the others far behind, especially with his typing speed, which can be described as a tentacle monster. Countless new online writers have focused their attention on Dupo and Doluwa Dalu, and regard the two novels as the hottest themes and templates, and have studied and researched them. Sichuan and Shu. Tudo is still writing his first debut novel, World of Warcraft Sword Saint's Journey into Another World. He has just signed the contract and has no results yet. He has been following the updates of Dupo, and he finds it very enjoyable to read, making him unable to stop. He is extremely fascinated and fond of it. He then looked back at the Warcraft Swordmaster's journey into another world that he had written and felt it was terrible. He watched the latest updates until midnight. I ordered all 50 chapters of Fights Break Sphere and read them all at once. Countless inspirations burst into my mind. He looked at the Warcraft Swordmaster's otherworldly journey that he had just signed, and suddenly lost the mood to write. He got up, sat in front of the computer, and typed 4 big words. Martial Universe. The path of cultivation is to steal yin and yang, seize destiny, turn to nirvana, control life and death, and control reincarnation. The ultimate martial arts, break the sky, shake the universe. Potato felt that he was so inspired that he couldn't sleep at all. I wrote 10,000 words in one night. Published directly. Ji Chen didn't know that because he plagiarized Fights Break Sphere, Potato Super Evolved and Martial Universe came into being. He got up early in the morning and turned on his computer to check the background data. Fuck. When Ji Chen saw that the first orders for Dupo and Doluwa Dalu were over 6,000, he was shocked. Piracy is rampant nowadays. Not many people paid to read. When Doluwa Dalu and Doluwa Dalu were put on the shelves, the first orders did not exceed 10,000. The main reason is that piracy is too rampant. But piracy can also greatly increase a novel's fame. After all, only a few people can afford to pay to read, and the vast majority read pirated copies. It's only 8 in the morning, and there are still 16 hours left. It shouldn't be a problem for the first order to exceed 10,000. Ji Chen was in a good mood and updated 10 chapters of Dupo and Doluwa. Readers were delighted and became more active. Recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards were cast one after another, making Dupo and Doluwa even more popular. Big Bear. Su Yusheng came over in pajamas, sleepy-eyed, and sat in Ji Chen's arms. When he saw that more than 6,000 people had subscribed, his eyes lit up. It was as if they saw countless small coins flying towards them. In fact, after the novel became popular, the subscription money was just a small amount of money. The real big money came from various copyrights, such as comic adaptations, game adaptations, film and television adaptations. One book can help you achieve financial freedom. Subsequent income continues to flow in. Even later fan fictions have to give 10% of the profits to the original author. It's like making money while lying down. Big Bear, you're so awesome. Su Yusheng hugged Ji Chen and kissed him deeply, smiling brightly. You'll be a great writer in the future. Just an internet writer. Ji Chen smiled, holding her plump buttocks with both hands, his heart burning with excitement. Feel energetic in the morning. Dr. Chen arrived without an appointment. Big Bear, you. Su Yusheng shuddered, his cheeks flushed, and he felt Ji Chen's dishonest big hand. She gave Ji Chen a fierce look. What a bad guy who likes to be stingy. Lu Hong was busy with the Xianyue milk tea shop and had left a long time ago. Now there were only the two of them left at home. Ji Chen held her buttocks and walked towards the sofa step by step. Today is May Day. Ji Chen took Su Yusheng out for a trip. Su Yusheng held the fat raccoon in his arms, and Hei Wang followed behind, wagging his little tail, running very fast on his 4 short legs. They are Ji Chen's pets. Ji Chen was not worried about losing them or them being disobedient. Come to the garage. Ji Chen opened the car door, and Hei Huang obediently jumped in and sat in the back seat like a boss. Su Yusheng also sat in the back row holding Fatty. Ji Chen drove his Land Rover and prepared to go to Fairy Lake for a trip. Fairy Lake is next to Jiancheng, not far away. It's just that today is May Day, so there are a lot of cars on the road and it's a bit congested. Well. Ji Chen sighed in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have just stayed at home and started pounding piles. After walking and stopping, we finally left Jiangcheng. Ji Chen began to speed up and rush towards Fairy Lake. Bang! There was a loud noise ahead, and at the intersection, an Audi collided with a van. The Audi turned and headed towards Ji Chen. Hold! Ji Chen looked around and made sure it was safe, then moved to the right and stepped on the accelerator, rushing forward. The Audi just brushed past the back of his car and drove onto the lawn by the roadside. Ji Chen parked the car and looked back. Susu, are you okay? Fine. Su Yusheng shook his head. It was just the rear end of the car that was scratched, and the car did not shake much. This was an unprovoked disaster for him. Even if it was just a scratch, I couldn't leave. Susu, let me go over and take a look. Ji Chen got out of the car and walked to the front of the Audi. The driver was a young man wearing glasses, and there was a pregnant woman with a big belly in the back seat. At this time, the pregnant woman was already bleeding, her face was in pain, and sweat was pouring down. Xiaoyu, how are you? The young man with glasses hurriedly got out of the car and opened the back door, looking flustered and at a loss. It hurts. My stomach hurts so much, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die. Luyu looked painful and pale. Xiaoyu, hold on, I'll call an ambulance right away. The young man with glasses frantically called an ambulance, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Alpaca, how do you drive? Just then, the van owner came from behind with a fierce look on his face. But when he saw the pregnant woman in the Audi and the heavy bleeding, he immediately became scared. He knew in his heart that both he and the young man with glasses had problems with driving. If someone dies, he cannot escape responsibility either. Ji Chen frowned and said to the young man with glasses, Your wife's condition is very serious. If she is not delivered in time, it will take only a few minutes and both the adult and the child will be in danger of death. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that the amount of amniotic fluid in the mother's uterus was relatively large, and the umbilical cord between the fetus and the mother was relatively long. Because of the impact of the car accident, the umbilical cord is wrapped around the fetus's neck, which stops the blood flow in the umbilical cord and causes the fetus to suffocate. It won't be long before death occurs. Ah! The young man with glasses was startled and his face turned pale. A few minutes? The ambulance couldn't come at all. Especially today is May Day, there are traffic jams everywhere, and it is even worse in the city, so it takes longer. You're a doctor, aren't you? The young man with glasses grabbed Ji Chen's hand as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. My name is Tan Ming. Please help me. I'll do anything to save my wife and child. My father's name is Tan Yao, and he's number 2 in Jiangcheng City. He'll thank you too. Chapter 63 Car Accident, Delivery. My father's name is Tan Yao, and he's number 2 in Jiangcheng City. He'll thank you too. Hiss. The van owner who had just run over with a ferocious look on his face suddenly turned pale. He didn't expect to hit the son of such a big boss. Especially the other party's daughter-in-law and grandson may not be able to be saved. Doctor, please save them. I'm kneeling down for you. The van owner was panicking at this moment. He hugged Ji Chen's thighs and cried with tears and snot. Stop arguing. Ji Chen frowned, a doctor's heart is full of compassion. I don't want to see my unborn child die like this. But I want to make one thing clear, you can save people, but if there's a problem, don't come to me. You're all familiar with the current medical disputes. In fact, if he takes action, he is 100% sure. But delivering babies for pregnant women. There are many problems. So he made his point clear first and then saw the other party's attitude. Tan Ming looked back at Luyu, who was in great pain and seemed like he would die at any moment, and immediately made up his mind. Now I can only take a gamble. Although Ji Chen looks young, he should have some skills. After all, he has revealed his identity. Those who have no ability will definitely stay away from it. Besides, Ji Chen could have ignored it, but by being willing to help him, he had already taken the risk. Doctor, don't worry, no matter what, our whole family will thank you. Tan Ming raised his hand and promised, I swear to heaven, no matter what the outcome, I will never forget the doctor's kindness in helping me today. If I break this oath, I will be struck by lightning. although oaths are useless these days. But Tan Ming's attitude was very correct. Ji Chen nodded slightly and said to Tan Ming, "The baby in your wife's belly is wrapped around its neck by the umbilical cord. It will soon die from lack of nutrition. If it was in the hospital, she would have had an immediate cesarean section." Tan Ming is also a graduate student and knows the important role of the umbilical cord, but only now did he realize how dangerous it is. "What should we do? We can't perform surgery at all." He was anxious. "Don't worry, with my medical skills, I can help your wife give birth naturally. But you should understand that when I deliver your wife, there will definitely be contact," Ji Chen said. "This problem is also very serious. He must make it clear." "Doctor, don't worry. I'm not a stubborn person. Even if a male doctor delivers the baby, I can accept it. Besides, male doctors have better physical strength. Nowadays, many babies are delivered by male doctors," Tan Ming quickly assured. "Okay then." Ji Chen didn't delay any longer and ordered Tan Ming and the van owner, "Go get some towels and water right away. Hot water is best." I'll go find it." The van owner spoke quickly. At this time, a lot of people had gathered around, and seeing Ji Chen taking action, they also took action. Some took out a basin from the trunk of their car. Some brought mineral water. Some took out their thermoses filled with boiled water. There is strength in numbers. After a while, a basin of hot water was prepared. Ji Chen stood at the door of the Audi, folded down the back seat, and moved Lu Yu to a suitable position. The situation is critical. The vital energy in the dantian circulates and condenses into silver needles at the fingertips. Gather energy into a needle. Tan Ming watched nervously from behind, and saw Ji Chen quickly pressing a few acupoints on Lu Yu's chest. He doesn't understand either. But Lu Yu, who was originally in excruciating pain, suddenly felt that the heart-wrenching pain was greatly alleviated. Now, only then did she have the energy to look at Ji Chen, her eyes full of curiosity. Could it be the legendary Qigong? Or acupressure? "Madam, the baby in your womb is wrapped around its neck by the umbilical cord. It will soon die of suffocation and lack of oxygen. You must cooperate with the delivery immediately, otherwise there may be 2 deaths." Ji Chen spoke up to remind him. Lu Yu's heart instantly rose to his throat, and he said nervously, "Doctor, don't worry, I will fully cooperate. Please save my child." "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I guarantee that you and your child will be safe." Ji Chen quickly removed the restraints on Lu Yu, tapped her body a few times with special techniques, and began to induce labor. The pain that had been relieved came back again. Time is running out. Ji Chen must let her open the palace quickly to facilitate delivery. He even used his longevity energy to maintain the life of the fetus, and used special techniques to help Lu Yu expand the birth canal. Tan Ming held his breath, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. He clenched his fists, as if he could feel Lu Yu's pain. But he was powerless under Ji Chen's extraordinary medical skills. Soon, Lu Yugong was asked to open his 10 fingers. Ji Chen reminded, "I will help you adjust the fetal position and return the umbilical cord wrapped around the fetus neck to its original position." Lu Yu snorted lightly. Ji Chen reached into the palace and helped Lu Yu adjust the fetal position. A moment later, with Ji Chen's superb medical skills and meticulous manipulation, the fetal position was finally restored to normal and the umbilical cord wrapped around the neck was untied. This is what he did with the cheats. Not only did he have the longevity, but he also had the clairvoyance cheat. "Ma'am, push harder now. She'll be able to give birth soon. Push harder." "Ah." Lu Yu's heart-wrenching voice resounded, and the people around him who were watching the show were so nervous that they couldn't help but get nervous. Tan Ming stood guard at the door of the Audi to prevent anyone from being exposed. "God bless you." Tan Ming prayed in his heart. "Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother." He prayed to all the gods and Buddhas in heaven. Wow. Fortunately, hard work pays off. With the loud cry of the baby, Tan Ming finally put his mind at ease. Ji Chen corrected the fetal position and expanded the birth canal with his special skills, which made Lu Yu's delivery smooth. Congratulations, both mother and child are safe. Ji Chen cleaned the fetus and handed it to Tan Ming. "Doctor, thank you. You are our family's benefactor." Tan Ming was very grateful. There are still placenta fragments left in your wife's uterus. I'll clean it up first to avoid any sequelae. Ji-Chen swept his spiritual sense across and saw clearly what was happening inside Lu Yu's body. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Tan Ming thanked him repeatedly. Ji-Chen used his hands again to peel off all the remaining placenta in the uterus bit by bit, cleaning the uterus completely without leaving any. At last, he used a wisp of immortality to kill bacteria and help Lu Yu recover. Lu Yu had recovered a lot, his face was rosy, and he was very grateful to Ji-Chen. Thank you, benefactor. I haven't asked for your name yet. My name is Ji-Chen. He went to the basin of hot water and washed the blood off his hands. Tan Ming picked up another bottle of mineral water to rinse him. Today, I am grateful to you, benefactor. I wonder if you are free tonight. I would like to invite you to my home for dinner as a token of my gratitude. I hope you will do me the honor. It's all right at night. I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. Ji-Chen did not refuse. He couldn't bear to see the innocent child die in vain, so he took action. But since he saved someone, he still deserves the credit. That's great. I wonder where you live, benefactor. I'll pick you up tonight. Tan Ming looked delighted. I live in building 1 of the Jinjiang compound. As he was speaking, an ambulance rushed in with sirens blaring. Like delayed justice. Always late. Certainly. The ambulance actually arrived very quickly. The traffic department was also directing and coordinating on the road, and everyone gave way to the ambulance. If it were someone else. I'm afraid the ambulance won't arrive in another half hour. Chapter 64. I saved someone and you said I was a liar? The ambulance rushed over. Several doctors in white coats filed out. The leader was a female doctor. She was dressed simply and professionally, her white coat was neat and clean, and the name tag on her chest had clear gold-rimmed writing, exuding a sense of authority that could not be ignored. Second sister, you're here. Tan Ming hurried forward to greet him. Cousin, how is my sister-in-law now? Dong Meng's eyes were sharp under her long, thin eyebrows. I heard you were in trouble, so I rushed here immediately. There was a traffic jam on the road today on May Day. Luckily, my uncle asked the traffic police to coordinate the route over here. Otherwise, I don't know when I could get here. Second sister, don't worry, Xiaoyu has given birth, and both mother and child are safe. Tan Ming quickly introduced Ji-Chen and said excitedly, the situation was critical at the time. Fortunately, a benefactor intervened and saved Xiaoyu and her child. Dong Meng raised her slender eyebrows, her eyes deep, as if she could see through people's hearts, yet with a sharpness, she looked at Ji-Chen. Are you a doctor? Ji-Chen didn't like her tone, and he liked her scrutinizing look even more. He said unhappily. None of your business. The other party should be Tan Ming's cousin, but even if Tan Ming's father came, with this tone and attitude, Ji-Chen would not be intimidated. He has great strength within himself and has various unique skills, so he is no match for anyone. My benefactor, I'm sorry. My second sister doesn't understand the situation. Maybe she's been in the obstetrics and gynecology department for too long, so her tone isn't very good. Please forgive me. Tan Ming quickly apologized and looked at Gong Meng, who was coldly examining Ji-Chen. Second sister, regardless of whether my benefactor is a doctor or not, it is an indisputable fact that he saved Xiaoyu and her son. Cousin, you are too naive. Gong Meng interrupted him, saying sharply, there are too many scammers in this world. Most scammers try to steal your money, but some are even more clever. You know your uncle's position well. I don't know how many people with ulterior motives have tried their best to curry favor with him, or even set traps for him. You said Xiaoyu's condition was critical. How critical was it? Gong Meng glanced at Ji-Chen. Did he tell you the situation was critical? It was indeed my benefactor who told me that Xiaoyu's condition was very serious, but Xiaoyu was bleeding profusely at the time and in excruciating pain. It looked like she was about to collapse. Tan Ming believed that Ji-Chen did not lie to him. Although he did not know medicine, Lu Yu's condition at that time was indeed very bad. Gong Meng waved her hands, her eyes becoming sharper. Cousin, you're not a doctor, so you don't understand. It might have looked serious at the time, but it's not that bad. If it was really that serious, how could he have successfully delivered Xiaoyu on the side of the road? That's because of the benefactor's superb medical skills. Tan Ming argued, my benefactor said that because of the car accident, the umbilical cord was wrapped around the baby's neck, which would cause the baby to die from lack of oxygen. Isn't this a serious situation? Gong Meng laughed when she heard that. Cousin, if that's the case, it's certainly serious, but how did he know the baby's umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck? Gong Meng sneered, there's no equipment here. Could it be that he has X-ray vision? Can't it be determined by other characteristics? Tan Ming didn't know how to explain it. Gong Meng's series of attacks made me feel a little less confident. Gong Meng saw that Tan Ming was speechless and looked at Jichen, who was at ease. Hey miracle doctor, please tell me how you figured out that the baby's umbilical cord was wrapped around its neck? She emphasized the word miracle doctor with great emphasis, full of sarcasm. You talk too much, why should I tell you? Jichen would never indulge her. Under Gong Meng's angry gaze, Jichen took out a pen and wrote down the bank card number. I'll charge you 1 million for delivering a baby and scratching my car. Goodbye. After stuffing the note into Tan Ming's pocket, Jichen turned and left. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Gong Meng. Tan Ming held the note and caught up with Jichen. My benefactor, I believe you. I'll have someone transfer the consultation fee and compensation to you right away. I'm truly sorry for what my cousin said. I'll make amends to you tonight. No need, it's just a deal. Jichen got into the car without even looking back, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Tan Ming held the note in his hand and turned to look at Gong Meng, his face gloomy. Gong Meng, have you taken a bullet today? Tan Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. A dog-biting Lu Dongbin doesn't know how kind a person is. Gong Meng angrily said, did I say something wrong? If he wasn't guilty, why would he run away? He doesn't look even older than you. Even if he's studying medicine, he probably hasn't graduated yet. Do you think he can tell that the fetus's umbilical cord is wrapped around its neck without the help of equipment? Why don't you ask them? Even the experienced obstetricians at our maternity and child hospital who have worked there for decades can't do it. Has he, a young boy, ever delivered a baby? I'm afraid today isn't his first time practicing. It's obvious that he knows your identity and is deliberately making the matter sound serious so that he can show you some favor. And his car only had a few paint scratches. Even with the delivery, he still dared to ask for $1 million? This is pure blackmail. At this moment, Liu poked his head out of the Audi and said in a weak voice. Second cousin, Tan Ming and I are both adults and have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. I trust you, benefactor. You don't need to worry about our affairs. You. Gong Meng's face turned ashen. In fact, the reason why she targeted Jichen was entirely because Jichen stole her credit. When she got the news, she rushed over in a hurry. I just want to do Tan Ming and Lu Yu's family a favor. But he didn't expect that Jichen would intercept him. Jichen is not very old, how good can his medical skills be? He believed that Jichen had the same goal as her. Then, she wanted to expose Jichen's true face and elevate herself by attacking Jichen. Tan Ming didn't want to pay attention to Gong Meng and said to the doctors and nurses around him, doctors, please help me get Xiaoyu to the ambulance. Good. Several doctors did not refuse. They also heard about Tan Ming's identity. Son of Tan City. Gong Meng saw that he couldn't persuade the two of them, so he stopped talking to Jichen and helped send Lu Yu to the ambulance. Jiangqing Maternity and Child Health Hospital. When the ambulance arrived, there was already a crowd of people waiting at the hospital entrance. The hospital director even rushed over. Because Tan Ming's parents were here, they followed carefully to accompany him. Tan Ming got out of the car and saw Tan Yao and Gong Fengru, and shouted. Mom and Dad, you're all here. If something happens to you and Xiaoyu, how can we be at ease if we don't come? Gong Fengru looked towards the ambulance and said worriedly. Are Xiaoyu and the child okay? Mom, don't worry. Luckily, we met a miracle doctor on the way who delivered Xiaoyu. Both mother and child are safe. As he was speaking, Lu Yu was pushed out of the ambulance. Gong Meng took the lead, holding the child in front of him and said enthusiastically. Uncle, Aunt, look, this is Xiaoyu's child, he's so cute. My dear grandson. Gong Fengru smiled brightly, took the child, nodded to Gong Meng, and then came to Lu Yu's side. Xiaoyu, thank you for your hard work. Mom, this is what I should do. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Tan Yao came up with a kind smile. Xiaoyu just gave birth to a child. She had a close call and must be tired. Let Xiaoyu settle down first. Yes, let's put Xiaoyu to rest first. Gong Fengru nodded repeatedly. The dean hurried forward and made arrangements personally. Surrounded by a group of doctors and nurses, Lu Yu and the child were arranged to stay in a VIP luxury suite. There are dedicated medical staff to provide care throughout the process. Tan Yao took Tan Ming to the next room and asked what happened. Seeing this, Gong Meng, who was originally busy and extremely diligent, quietly followed. Tan Ming, that idiot, believed in Ji Chen, that liar. But she believed that her uncle Tan Yao would definitely agree with her point of view. This is a good opportunity for her to take credit. Chapter 65 Father educates his son. Slap in the face. Zhangqing Maternity and Child Health Hospital. VIP luxury suite. In the study, Tan Ming talked about how he had a car accident. It's true that misfortune often brings blessing. Tan Ming looked at Tan Yao excitedly. Dad, you may not believe this, but after I had a car accident, my car veered off the lane and scraped the Land Rover coming from the opposite lane. It turns out that the Land Rover owner, Ji Chen, is a miracle doctor. If it weren't for him today, Xiaoyu and the child might not have been saved. Ji Chen? Tan Yao perked up. He had heard this name many times recently. The first was the robbery case of Zhang Qiang, an armed gangster that shocked the entire province. Ji Chen faced the armed bandit Zhang Qiang, not only rescued Chao Hao's son Chao Chang, but also captured Zhang Qiang alive. Ji Chen's name became popular throughout the province's public security system. As mayor, he had heard of it too. Then Shi Yuxuan, the president of Time Group, got into a car accident. Shi Guang Group plays an important role in Zhangqing City. Its tax and GDP contributions are second to none. He and Shi Yuxuan are old acquaintances. We deal with each other quite often. The person Shi Yuxuan bumped into was also Ji Chen. The Land Rover that Tan Ming scratched today was compensated to Ji Chen by Shi Yuxuan. Certainly. As the mayor, he really paid attention to Ji Chen because Ji Chen used his amazing Chinese medicine, acupuncture and massage techniques to directly cure Shi Yuxuan's external injuries and uterine fibroids. Also this time, he really paid attention to Ji Chen. Although he is in a high position and has great power, he is still just an ordinary person and is subject to birth, old age, sickness and death. Ji Chen's medical skills were enough for him to humble himself and make friends with him. Yes, the miracle doctor is called Ji Chen. He is younger than me, probably in his 20s. Tan Ming didn't notice Tan Yao's abnormality and said excitedly. Xiaoyu was bleeding profusely and in excruciating pain. She felt like she was going to die. I was panicked and didn't know what to do. Dr. Ji parked the car, took a look at Xiaoyu, and said that Xiaoyu's condition was very serious and that within a few minutes, there would be 2 dead. I was almost scared to death at that time, and I quickly sought help from Divine Dr. Ji. Divine Dr. Ji made me promise not to pursue the matter no matter what the outcome was before he agreed to help me treat Xiaoyu. Divine Dr. Ji's medical skills are truly exceptional. Even though I don't understand them, I can tell that Xiaoyu got much better after Divine Dr. Ji took action. Finally, with the help of Divine Dr. Ji, Xiaoyu successfully gave birth, and both mother and child are safe. I strongly invited Divine Dr. Ji to dinner at my home tonight, and Divine Dr. Ji agreed. I just didn't expect that after my second cousin arrived, she directly questioned whether Dr. Ji was a doctor, and questioned whether Dr. Ji exaggerated Xiaoyu's condition to gain our gratitude. Divine Dr. Ji didn't explain. He just cursed my second cousin a few times, left her bank card number, and stormed out. The meeting ended on a sour note. Tan Yao did not express his opinion, but just looked at Tan Ming calmly. What do you think? Of course I believe in Divine Dr. Ji, and Xiaoyu does too. Besides, she's a patient and has the most say. Tan Ming could not deny it and asked again. What did you do then? I apologized to Divine Dr. Ji and expressed my trust in him before leaving. I also said I would make amends to him that night. But Divine Dr. Ji ignored me and just left. After saying that, Tan Ming looked at Tan Yao cautiously. He was in awe of Tan Yao. He knew that the other party was testing him. Tan Yao shook his head slightly, and Tan Ming's heart sank to the bottom. Tan Yao didn't keep anyone in suspense and said directly. You have to know that double dealing never ends well. You did okay, but it wasn't enough. Since you chose to believe Ji Chen, you should have been tougher. When Gong Meng questioned Ji Chen, you stood firmly on Ji Chen's side and confronted Gong Meng directly. This is the only way to gain Ji Chen's favor. You choose to be a peacemaker, and the result is that you end up pleasing neither side. This is how things are in the world. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, once you've chosen a direction, you must be resolute. Even if you make the wrong choice, you have to go all the way. Otherwise, you will only lose more miserably. On the contrary, if you choose to support Gong Meng, the same principle applies. Tan Ming suddenly realized and said solemnly, I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Father. Boom. 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 There was a knock on the door. Tan Ming opened the door and frowned. Why is it you? Cousin, I came to see my uncle. I have something to say to him. Gong Meng spoke in a gentle voice and looked inside. Come in. Tanya sat in the big leather chair and looked at Gong Meng calmly. Xiao Meng, do you have anything to say to me? Gong Meng said respectfully, Uncle, I want to say that Ji Chen, the person who delivered Xiaoyu, has bad intentions and deceived my cousin. He is a big liar. Tan Ming suddenly became angry and was about to confront her. But after receiving a signal from Tan Yao, he swallowed it back and could only glare at Gong Meng fiercely. Tan Yao looked at Gong Meng calmly. Why do you say that? Gong Meng was delighted, thinking that Tan Yao also suspected Ji Chen of having bad intentions, and became more confident. She talked freely. Uncle, that Ji Chen is only in his 20s and probably hasn't even graduated yet. Even if he studied obstetrics and gynecology, how advanced can his medical skills be? Even though he's a genius, he took one look and said the baby in Xiaoyu's belly was wrapped around its neck by the umbilical cord and would soon suffocate due to lack of oxygen. There are no instruments or equipment at the scene. How would Ji Chen know? He can't see through things, right? I even questioned him about it, but he couldn't explain it at all and could only curse at me, which only showed that he was exaggerating. Although Xiaoyu was bleeding heavily, it wasn't as dangerous as he said. Even without him, Xiaoyu could have given birth naturally. And to make up for his lie and prove Xiaoyu was in a terrible condition, he tormented her. He even said there was placenta residue in Xiaoyu's body and tormented her again. Bang! Before Gong Meng could finish her words, a crisp slap echoed throughout the study. Her fair face instantly turned red and swollen, revealing 5 bright red fingerprints. Tan Ming was furious and pointed at her nose and cursed. Gong Meng, I've had enough of you. I can tolerate you slandering Divine Dr. Ji, but you actually brought up Xiaoyu to slander Divine Dr. Ji. You're so shameless. You actually hit me. Gong Meng's eyes suddenly turned red, she couldn't believe it. She looked up at Tan Yao, wanting him to make the decision for her. Tan Yao was gloomy at the moment. He had originally wanted to see what Gong Meng had to say, but now he was in no mood to listen. In order to attack Ji Chen, Gong Meng actually made a fuss about his daughter-in-law. It's not just a slander of Ji Chen's medical ethics and character, it's also a slander on his daughter-in-law and destroying her innocence. How can this be tolerated? Isn't it heartbreaking that Lu Yu risked her life to give birth to a son for his family? Go down, Xiaoyu doesn't need you to look after her anymore. Tan Yao's calm voice gave Gong Meng the feeling of the world falling apart. Her legs trembled, her face turned pale, and her body was shaking. She wanted to explain, but under Tan Yao's majestic and unquestionable gaze, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, wiped away her tears, and ran out of the study. She feels wronged. She couldn't understand why this happened. Isn't Ji Chen a liar? Apart from anything else, Ji Chen said that Lu Yu's child was in danger because the umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck. This was obviously intended to scare Tan Ming. She didn't believe that Ji Chen could judge this just by looking at his eyes. What's more, if the umbilical cord is really wrapped around the neck, it will be very difficult to give birth naturally. In the hospital, a cesarean section is usually performed immediately. She didn't believe Ji Chen had this ability. So, Ji Chen must be fooling people. I must expose Ji Chen's conspiracy and bring him to ruin. Gong Meng was furious. She didn't dare to do anything to Tan Ming, let alone Tan Yao. The blame can only be directed at Ji Chen. What's more, in her opinion, all this was thanks to Ji Chen. If it weren't for Ji Chen, she would have helped Lu Yu deliver the baby, appeared in front of Tan Yao's family, and received the gratitude of the whole family. But now, because of Ji Chen, let alone gratitude, she was directly exiled. Even got slapped. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. Ji Chen, just wait for me. Chapter 66, Shocking. A 20-year-old man can see through things and earns millions delivering babies on the street. Ji Chen, just wait for me. The more Gong Meng thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt, especially the burning pain on her face, which made her face become distorted and hideous. The nurse passing by was surprised and quickly lowered her head to avoid offending Gong Meng. Gong Meng had no time to pay attention and left the hospital directly. She sat in her BMW, thinking about how to deal with Ji Chen. Got it. She thought of Ji Chen giving Tan Ming his bank card number and collecting 1 million for delivery fees and vehicle scratches. Although Ji Chen's Land Rover is a luxury car. But it was just a little paint scraping, the maximum cost would be 100,000 or 80,000. Including the delivery fee, he charged 1 million. This is blatant extortion. She stepped on the accelerator and returned home. Just turn on the computer and start working. Shocking. A 20-year-old man with clairvoyance earns millions delivering babies on the street. The title should be attractive and have a gimmick. Gong Meng has read a lot of books, and not only has bad water in his belly, but also has some ink. Next is the main text. A young man and his pregnant girlfriend were involved in a car accident and their Land Rover was scratched. The girlfriend was bleeding heavily. The owner of the Land Rover came over and took a look. He concluded that his girlfriend was in critical condition. The umbilical cord of the baby in her belly was wrapped around her neck. If the baby was not delivered, there would be 2 deaths. The young man was terrified and begged the Land Rover owner for help. The Land Rover owner successfully delivered his girlfriend's baby and collected a total of 1 million in medical fees and scratch fees. The opening statement states the facts, but the words reveal that the Land Rover owner was exaggerating, scaring the young man and his girlfriend, making them ask him to deliver the baby, and blackmailing them for 1 million. After stating the facts, Gong Meng expressed her views. She said she was an obstetrician and gynecologist, and she had never heard of anyone being able to determine that a pregnant woman's child was entangled in the umbilical cord and in danger just by looking at the baby without relying on diagnosis or medical equipment. They accused the Land Rover owner of making alarmist statements, scaring the victim and forcing her to give birth on the roadside in order to defraud money. This is a disregard for life. What medical skills does a 20-year-old young man have? What is your experience in delivering babies? Although this time it was a lucky success. But if it fails, it is likely to result in 2 deaths. This is irresponsible to life. This is to make dirty money and trample on lives. She saw through the other party's plan and questioned him, but was insulted by him. After finishing the short essay with great enthusiasm, Gong Meng used his connections to get the video of the car accident scene. She is Tan Ming's cousin. Tan Ming is the person involved, and Tan Yao has a special identity, so it is very easy for her to get the video. Outsiders didn't know that she had a falling out with Tan Ming's family. She browsed through the city's hot news and found a lot of information, pictures, and even videos about car accidents. She downloaded them all and then edited the important parts. Finally published online. Not only that, she also contacted various media outlets in Jiangchang, submitted articles to them, and sent them the manuscript she had just prepared. After finishing all this, Gong Meng felt relieved. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Just waiting for it to ferment online. Let the bullets fly for a while. Gong Meng felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. She felt relaxed and made a cup of coffee and savored it slowly. Jinjiang Courtyard. After returning home, Ji Chen took a hot shower to wash away the bad luck, and then hugged Su Yuxing on the sofa in the living room to watch TV. Tan Ming's 1 million had already been transferred. Su Yuxing's beautiful white legs sat across Ji Chen's thighs, her fair arms resting on Ji Chen's shoulders, and she smiled faintly. Compared to going out, I feel more comfortable at home. I don't want to go out to play. It's so crowded and uncomfortable. Ji Chen knew she was trying to comfort him, so he raised his hand and scratched her upturned nose. I also think it's more fun at home. There are delicious foods and I can drink milk anytime. He glanced at the deep milky white snow. Su Yuxing glared at him. What a greedy bad guy. Just like a child. Even though he's grown up, he still likes to eat. Su, do you understand anything about what happened today? Ji Chen raised his hand to help her hold the heavy burden, with a hint of meaning. Good people don't always get good rewards? Su Yuxing blinked and ignored Ji Chen's dishonest hands. Ji Chen likes it. She was happy to let Ji Chen play and make Ji Chen happy. Su is so smart. Ji Chen pinched her beautiful cheeks full of collagen and sighed slightly. Humans are smarter than animals, but that also makes them the most complex. Today is actually a good day. At least the person involved is of good character. It's just that a bitch showed up halfway. If you encounter similar situations in the future, it's best not to get involved. I dared to deliver Luyu because I was absolutely sure. Ji-Chen looked at Su Yoshing's clear and bright eyes and said earnestly. Think about it, if someone else fails to deliver the baby, what will happen? Never mind the person's assurances. 99% of people will turn the tables and blame the failure on the rescuer's poor medical skills. Even if the treatment is successful, many people will, like Gong Meng, find trouble, reduce their remuneration, and seek more benefits. I heard of a case where a person who had helped an elderly person who had fallen down was blackmailed and lost the case even after taking him to court. And there's a weird reason: if you didn't push it, why would you help it? Su Yoshing's eyes widened, his worldview completely overturned. In fact, what Ji-Chen said was a real case in his previous life. There are many similar ones. It is now 2008, and similar cases have not become particularly popular, so many people are still not aware of them. But after a few years, the matter became known to everyone. No one dared to help. There are many examples like this, but they haven't been exposed yet, so many people don't know about them. But when the internet becomes more developed, we'll see more of them. Ji-Chen stopped talking and said with a smile, anyway, just be vigilant. Today is May Day, and we should work. Su Yoshing's delicate face suddenly turned as red as blood, and it was frighteningly hot. Go to the room. Her voice was soft and babyish. I want to watch TV here. Ji-Chen sat on the sofa unmoved and leaned close to her ear. Susu, you should exercise properly. Su Yoshing knew very well that Ji-Chen had evil intentions. Final. Under Ji-Chen's sweet talk, she sat on Ji-Chen's lap and took control of the whole situation. Ups and downs. Animal World is playing on TV. Spring has arrived, and it's time for the little animals to. Jiangcheng TV station. Feng Yuan did not rest today and was sorting out the news. Sudden. She saw Gong Meng's submission. I recognized it at first sight when I saw the videos and photos inside. Isn't this about the car accident involving Tan Shi's son? She knew the news. Today is May Day. Traffic police suddenly restricted traffic in the morning to ensure that an ambulance could pass quickly. Ordinary people are not very clear about this matter. But she knew. She didn't want to report this kind of news either. Although he was saving people, Tan Shi was also suspected of misusing public resources for personal gain, which had a bad impact. Anyone who is well informed will not report this news. Hey, isn't this Ji-Chen? Feng Yuan suddenly saw Ji-Chen's photo and became interested, so she started reading Gong Meng's manuscript. Ji-Chen made alarmist remarks and defrauded Tan Shi's son of 1 million. Feng Yuan widened her eyes in shock, horror, and disbelief. She felt that Ji-Chen was not that kind of person. But what Gong Meng wrote made a lot of sense, and there was video evidence to prove that Ji-Chen did deliver a baby. Ji-Chen also knows medical skills. Feng Yuan was surprised. Although she is a reporter and well-informed, she has no close relationship with Ji-Chen and has only interviewed Ji-Chen. I didn't know Ji-Chen knew medicine. Besides, even if Ji-Chen knew medical skills, he wouldn't be that good at this age. In particular, she remembered that Ji-Chen seemed to be studying mechanics. Not a medical student. Is Ji-Chen really committing fraud? She picked up the phone and was about to call to inquire, but she hung up quickly as soon as she made the call. If Ji-Chen is really a fraudster. He also defrauded Tan Shi's son. He even used the birth of Tan Shi's daughter-in-law to make a fuss. He was not a doctor, but he delivered the baby for Tan Shi's daughter-in-law. Hiss. She shuddered at the thought. Although the possibility is very small, what if? Once she makes this call, Ji-Chen might find out that his affairs have been exposed and run away. If Ji-Chen ran away, she was the accomplice who tipped off the fraudster and let him escape. In the rage of Tan City, she must be implicated. Even dealt with severely. This is the right. She immediately picked up the manuscript and went to see the director of the TV station. This is no small matter. The TV station director was stunned after reading the manuscript. He immediately called Tan Shi's secretary to tell him about this and sent the manuscript to Tan Shi's secretary. Chapter 67. Seeing me is like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Jinjiang Courtyard. Living room sofa. Su Yoshing's beautiful eyes were like water, and he was breathing softly. "You're such a big bear." Ji Chen held her soft waist and grinned. "I haven't even used any strength yet and you've fallen down. Do you think you are the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong?" Su Yusheng gave him a charming look. She had also read the sequel to Journey to the West. "I have to say that the Monkey King in it is really strong. There are just too many weird actions. It affects the viewing experience a bit. But it is still a classic. Don't I look like Sun Wukong?" Ji Chen smiled, Sun Wukong's magical weapon. Ji Chen suddenly held her perky buttocks, stood up from the sofa, and said passionately, "And I have a baby too. Don't you think so?" Ji Chen supported her as she walked. Su Yusheng hugged Ji Chen's neck tightly, her body trembling slightly, and said quickly, Yes, don't go," she said with a slight tremor. She was still hanging on Ji Chen. Ji Chen smiled triumphantly, his face showing pride. Su, do you like it?" Su Yusheng buried his head in Ji Chen's chest, too embarrassed to speak, and said coquettishly, "Big bear, bad. You just know how to bully her. But she likes it. She really wanted to be with Ji Chen and never be separated." "Yeah?" Ji Chen smiled and held Su Yoshing's hand as they walked along the road of life. Su Yusheng hugged her neck tightly, hanging on him like a koala. Ding dong. The phone rang with a message. Ji Chen held Su Yoshing's plump buttocks with one hand and picked up the mobile phone with the other. Unexpectedly, it was a message from Meng Yiwen. Ji Chen just glanced at it and sneered in his heart. Someone wants to mess with him. The message sent by Meng Yiwen was very simple. She saw someone post a short essay online saying that Ji Chen was committing midwifery fraud, was obsessed with profit, and trampled on life. "Big bear, what's wrong?" Su Yusheng hugged Ji Chen's neck tightly to prevent himself from falling. Ji Chen was still holding her with one hand. But she just wanted to climb up. People go to high places, and water flows to low places. No big deal, someone's just messing with me online. I think it's that bitch Gong Meng I met today. Ji Chen didn't show her the news about Meng Yiwen, and took Su Yusheng to the study. He sat in the computer chair, playing with the computer with one hand and searching for news. Su Yusheng was still sitting on his lap, turning his head to look at the computer. Soon, Ji Chen saw the news about him, and also saw Gong Meng's short essay, which was accompanied by pictures and videos. After reading it, Su Yusheng was furious. Her chest trembled as she cried indignantly, "How could this person be so evil? This is slander, blatant slander." Especially when she saw the comments under the post, everyone was cursing Ji Chen, and the curses were so dirty. Especially the weird ones. It was said that Ji Chen was attracted by beauty and deliberately frightened people, and then took the opportunity to deliver the baby and take advantage of them. Su Yu was so angry that her chest hurt. This is all cerebral palsy. Lu Yu was bleeding profusely at the time. He must have been crazy to make such outrageous remarks. It's not worth getting angry with them. Don't get yourself hurt by it. Ji Chen gently stroked Su Yoshing's smooth jade back and smiled calmly. This Gong Meng is just an ignorant woman with long hair and short knowledge, and a narrow mind. She'll shut up soon, but I won't let her off like this. She can't escape the charge of defamation. When Ji Chen was hit by Shi Yuxuan's car, he met a lawyer named Luo Fei. Ji Chen said that he could cure his kidney deficiency. Luo Fei also looked for him later. After Ji Chen treated him, although he charged fees, he also established a relationship with him. He called Luo Fei directly. "Dr. Ji, how can I help you?" Luo Fei was very respectful. After seeing Ji Chen's medical skills, he was very willing to make friends with Ji Chen. "This can save your life." "Lawyer Luo, someone posted something online that slandered me. I'd like you to be my lawyer, collect evidence, and sue them for defamation and other crimes." "How much does it cost?" "Just tell me." Ji Chen went straight to the point without any euphemism. Someone actually slandered Divine Dr. Ji. They're really asking for their own death. "Don't worry, Divine Dr. Ji, I will definitely help you sue her and bankrupt her. As for the lawyer's fees, are you looking down on me, Divine Dr. Ji?" Luo Fei was filled with righteous indignation and was resolute. "How much can the lawyer fee be? Compared to Ji Chen's favor, it's far inferior." "Okay, thank you for troubling me, Lawyer Luo. I owe you a favor." Ji Chen didn't waste any words. "Just give Luo Fei free treatment in the future. The relationship between people begins with owing favors and being owed favors. After hanging up the phone, Ji Chen forwarded the short essay to Luo Fei. With this, Luo Fei naturally knew what to do. Big Bear, you're so handsome. Su Yushang was generous with his praise and admiration, and with just one phone call he made a top lawyer work hard. Of course. Ji Chen smiled proudly. Although his total assets were only tens of millions, his cash was only over 20 million. But the energy he can exert in Jiangchang is enormous. Especially as time goes by. His fame will grow, and those who have been treated by him will give him face. Even if he had never treated me. But after knowing his medical skills, they would give him face, and even countless people would take the initiative to please him. In the future. He doesn't need to worry about small things like this. Countless people have already rushed to do it for him. His medical skills are also a right. Because he controls life and death. How about rights? He remembered there was a saying that the boss of a county should be the county magistrate. He had a dream at night. The dream will come true the next day. This statement is a bit exaggerated. But it also illustrates the horror of power. Apart from anything else, if the dream is about beautiful women, gold, real estate, etc., it is not too outrageous. It will definitely happen the next day. Chengda Law Firm. When Luo Fei got the news about Ji Chen, he immediately began investigating and collecting evidence. He did it himself with his assistant. This is the first thing Ji Chen asked him to do, and it must be done beautifully. Otherwise, Ji Chen would not look for him in the future and would look for other lawyers. If you miss such an opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Ji Chen didn't care much about it. To him, it was just a trivial matter. He looked at Su Yoshing's increasingly broad and white face. He leaned forward and lowered his head. Ding-a-ling. Just a moment later, the phone rang again. Ji Chen raised his head, clicked his tongue, and was very angry. Hello? Ji Chen was a little angry. Hello, benefactor. I'm Tan Ming. I'm downstairs at your place. I'm here to pick you, your sister-in-law, and your aunt up to have dinner at my house. My parents and Xiaoyu want to thank you in person. Are you free? Tan Ming was very respectful. He already knew some of Ji Chen's deeds and his extraordinary medical skills, which made him even more determined to make friends with Ji Chen. As for Gong Meng's slander, he had long thrown it out of the window. Wait a moment, I'll clean up and come back. Ji Chen did not refuse. As for the fact that Tan Ming knew how many people were in his family, he was not surprised at all. He put Su Yushang down. The two went to the bathroom to clean up and wash up. He took a towel, wiped Su Yoshing's plump lips, washed his face, and then changed his clothes. Half an hour passed. Ji Chen took Su Yushang downstairs. Tan Ming stepped forward and said respectfully, My benefactor, my sister-in-law, by the way, I heard that my aunt is here too, why isn't she here with you? Su Yushing said, My mother is in the milk tea shop and has no time, so don't worry about it. Let's go. Ji Chen looked at Tan Ming meaningfully and said nothing more. Okay. Tan Ming felt a little guilty. In fact, he knew that Lu Hong was in the milk tea shop, but he pretended not to know. This is what Tan Yao taught him. Ji Chen definitely knew that they had conducted an investigation, but he said that he didn't know Lu Hong was in the milk tea shop, which means that their investigation was not detailed. This will give people a much better feeling. But Ji Chen seemed to see through him. He was like naked in front of Ji Chen, without any secrets. Tan Ming drove himself and brought Ji Chen to his home. His house is very spacious. Although it is not a villa, it is nearly 200 square meters. Tan Ming's mother is rich. Before coming, Ji Chen used hacking techniques to check the information of Tan Ming's family and even Gong Meng's family. Intelligence is crucial no matter what you do. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Ji Chen took Su Yushing out of the car. Tan Ming led the way in front. Tan Yao, Gong Fengru, and Lu Yu all went to the door to greet them. Lu Yu was sitting in a wheelchair, which showed how much he valued Ji Chen. Divine Dr. Ji, welcome, welcome. Tan Yao stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand. I've heard of Divine Dr. Ji's name for a long time, and today I finally see his true appearance. Mr. Tan, thank you for the compliment. I am flattered. Ji Chen shook hands with him. Dr. Ji is a young hero, extraordinary and valiant, truly a rare talent. Miss Su is naturally beautiful and virtuous. They are truly a match made in heaven. Gong Fengru looked at Ji Chen and Su Yusheng with sincere admiration. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng are both so outstanding. Madam, if you say that again, I'll be so proud. Ji Chen smiled. Su Yusheng followed Ji Chen, feeling a little awkward and shy. These are the mayor and his wife. A big shot whom she had never met before. Your benefactor's medical skills are extraordinary, and you should be proud of it. Lu Yu said excitedly, we will never forget the kindness you gave me and my son in saving our lives. Young madam, you are too kind. Ji Chen glanced at Lu Yu. Young madam has recovered well. I'll prescribe some medicine for her later. If she takes it for 3 days, she'll be back to normal. Thank you so much, benefactor. Tan Ming stepped forward and thanked Lu Yu together. This is not the place to talk. Dr. Ji, Miss Su, please come in. Tan Yao spoke. Everyone entered the house and chatted casually. Tan City. Just then, the secretary came in and gestured to Tan Yao. Tan Yao apologized to Ji Chen. Divine Dr. Ji, I'm sorry, I may have some official business to attend to. Please excuse me. Official business is important. City Tan doesn't need to worry about us. Ji Chen guessed that it must be the post posted by Gong Meng that attracted attention. Tan Ming, entertained Divine Dr. Ji and Miss Su. Tan Yao said hello and left the living room. The secretary followed Tan Yao to the study and told him the short essay Feng Yuan sent him and the news he found on the internet. After receiving the news from Feng Yuan, the secretary thought that Gong Meng might have posted it online. He asked someone to check. The result is true. And it has spread. Tan Yao frowned. He didn't expect Gong Meng to do such a thing that would harm others and not benefit himself. This idiot. Stupid. Chapter 68, 3 years in prison. This idiot. Tan Yao was very angry. He didn't expect Gong Meng to be so relentless and continue to stir up trouble online to discredit Ji Chen. You suppress the heat first, and we can talk about other things later. Tan Yao instructed his secretary. He was going to test Ji Chen's attitude. Okay, Tan City. The secretary didn't waste any time, retreated respectfully, and made a phone call to calm the situation. Tan Yao came to the living room and greeted Ji Chen. He didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. Divine Dr. Ji, my secretary just told me that Gong Meng posted online, spreading rumors and slandering Divine Dr. Ji, and even submitted articles to several Jiangqing media outlets. I wonder what Divine Dr. Ji thinks. I can ask Gong Meng to delete the post, publicly apologize, and compensate Divine Dr. Ji for his losses. Why is Xiao Meng like this? Gong Fengru was shocked. She didn't expect Gong Meng to do such a thing. Tan Ming and Lu Yu were also filled with righteous indignation. Ji Chen and Su Yusheng were not surprised, they had known it for a long time. Ji Chen was very calm and said nonchalantly. Rumors are just rumors, and falsehoods are just falsehoods. They don't affect me, but I can't let anyone slander me for no reason. I've asked my lawyer to collect materials to sue her. Since City Tan doesn't know, then don't worry about it. The implication is that you shouldn't plead for Gong Meng. Gong Fengru originally wanted to say something nice to smooth things over, and ask Gong Meng to come over and apologize to Ji Chen, turning hostility into friendship. But Ji Chen said so. She didn't dare to speak again. Tan Yao looked apologetic. Dr. Ji, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Gong Meng to be like this. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. Mr. Tan is too polite. This is none of Mr. Tan's business. Ji Chen said no more. Tan Yao and others skipped this topic. Ji Chen prescribed a prescription for Lu Yu to nourish his body and asked Tan Ming to get the medicine. Ji Chen divided the medicine into 3 parts. This is 3 days' worth of medicine. Take 1 packet a day. Boil 2 liters of water per packet to make 3 bowls of medicine. Take 1 bowl each morning, noon, and night. Ji Chen specifically reminded, when boiling this medicine, you can't lose any of it, nor can you add too much. This is the best ratio. Thank you, benefactor. I will remember this. Tan Ming took the medicinal materials personally and gave a solemn promise. Tan Yao was curious and a little puzzled. Divine Dr. Ji, don't you even need to weigh the medicine when you distribute it? Ji Chen smiled and pointed to his eyes and nose. My hands, eyes, and nose are the best names. Divine Dr. Ji is truly a god. Tan Ming exclaimed. I admire you so much. Tan Yao sighed. I finally understand why Divine Dr. G didn't specify the dosage and just gave the recipe directly. He was worried that the dosage ratio of the medicine dispensed by the store might not be accurate. In fact, he was testing Ji Chen. He felt that the reason why Ji Chen did not specify the ratio of medicinal materials was because he was worried that the formula would be leaked. Ji Chen smiled. Does Mayor Tan think I'm worried about the prescription being leaked? His voice was full of disdain and confidence. I gave you the medicine. You just need to weigh it and you can figure out the ratio of the ingredients. The reason I dispense the medicine myself is that even if I write the prescription, you will still get the medicine according to the prescription. Every pharmacy will definitely get different medicine, and the effect will also be different. Tan Ming, Lu Yu and Gong Fengru were all confused. Can the same prescription be used in different ways? Tan Yao was lost in thought when suddenly an idea struck him and he raised his head abruptly. I think I understand. Gong Fengru looked at Tan Yao. What do you understand? Tan Yao's eyes were blazing, and he said in a deep voice. For example, if I ask you to buy 2 tails of cinnamon bark, can you bring back exactly the same amount? You definitely can't buy one that's exactly the same. Gong Fengru was still puzzled, but what does this have to do with the prescription? It's a big deal. Tam Yu Dao. Leaving aside the quality errors, the medicinal effects of cinnamon bars vary depending on the year. Secondly, even if I ask you to buy 2 or 2 tails of 10-year-old cinnamon, the medicinal effects of the cinnamon you buy will definitely not be the same. Firstly, the pharmacy owner may not know the age of the cinnamon bark. Secondly, even if it is 10 years, there are many decades. Because 10 years isn't exact. Tan Ming suddenly realized. I understand. Even if the benefactor clearly wrote down the age and dosage of the herbs in the formula, the herbs we obtained would vary greatly due to the age and efficacy of the herbs. Even if the formula was the same, the results would still vary greatly. Good. Ji Chen nodded. That's exactly the truth. I prepare the medicine myself because I know the dosage required for each herb. If the herb is old or grown in a good environment and has outstanding medicinal effects, I will reduce the dosage, otherwise I will increase the dosage. He pointed to the 3 packets of medicine next to Tan Ming. This medicine is made with the same batch of medicinal materials, but the quality and proportion of the ingredients in each package are different. But their medicinal effects are the same. Even though Tan Yao was in a high position and was already the second most important person in Jiangqing City, he was completely impressed at this moment. Divine Dr. G is truly a god. It's true that listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. No wonder Divine Dr. G has such extraordinary medical skills. Today has really opened my eyes. His evaluation of Ji Chen's medical skills soared to a whole new level. A slight mistake can lead to a huge error. Traditional Chinese medicine is extensive and profound. A prescription may contain at least 1 or 2 herbs, or as many as dozens or even hundreds of herbs. If the efficacy of any one of the herbs is slightly off, the effect of the entire prescription may be completely different. After dinner, Tan Ming drove Ji Chen and Su Yusheng home. I never thought there would be such a medical genius in the world. His future is limitless. Tan Yao deeply admired Ji Chen's medical skills. Especially Ji Chen's ability to prepare medicine with his bare hands shows his familiarity with the medicinal properties of herbs. Yeah, today was really an eye-opener. Gong Fengru was equally shocked, just like Cao Cao seeing the craniotomy performed. Just thinking of Gong Meng, she couldn't help but feel sad. What do you think we should do about this, Xiao Meng? Gong Meng is her eldest brother's daughter, and she still has some feelings for her. She did it herself. Tan Yao said angrily, she went to me today to gossip about other people's affairs, and was slapped by Tan Ming. I didn't expect she wouldn't give up. Don't worry about her. Let her suffer a little so she can understand that there are always people better than you. Gong Fengru nodded without saying much, but she was still worried. Tan Yao took out his tablet and showed her the post Gong Meng had posted. The post is okay. But when Gong Fengru saw the foul comments under the post, her face turned green. Some bizarre stories say that Ji Chen was tempted by Tan Ming's beauty, exaggerated the situation, and frightened Tan Ming so that Tan Ming would ask him to deliver the baby and take advantage of him. Some of the remarks were even more disgusting. Not only did it insult Ji Chen, but it also insulted Lu Yu. She spoke as if her son had something green on his head. These bastards really think the internet is a lawless place. Gong Fengru was so angry that her chest and head ached, and she almost dropped her tablet. Gong Meng, you bastard! You're ruining Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu's reputation. She now wanted to rush over and slap Gong Meng a few times. I have to say that people are like this. You don't feel pain unless the knife cuts yourself. Gong Meng posted a message to mess with Ji Chen, but Gong Fengru didn't care, she just didn't want to offend Ji Chen. But when his daughter-in-law and son were implicated, she was so angry that her head was smoking. I'm so hateful. The next day, Gong Meng got up and checked the online news immediately. However, she found that her post not only did not become popular on the internet, but instead fell into oblivion. Follow closely. The police took her to the police station on suspicion of defamation and infringement of others' portrait rights and privacy. Gong Meng panicked. How did I slander you? Wasn't what I said true? Gong Meng objected. Ji Chen judged with his naked eyes that Lu Yu's child was in imminent danger because of the umbilical cord wrapped around his neck. Isn't that alarmist? He charged 1 million. Isn't that extortion? Ms. Gong, this is a certificate from Niu Minda, the director of Jiangcheng Hospital. Ji Chen is a doctor with a medical license and extraordinary medical skills. This is the testimony of Shi Yuxuan, president of the Time Group, and her secretary, Xing Hanlu. Ji Chen immediately determined that Shi Yuxuan had uterine fibroids and Xing Hanlu had kidney stones. All of this can prove that Ji Chen's medical skills are extraordinary, but how Ji Chen saw it is his secret. As for the 1 million you mentioned, it's the medical fee and compensation that Tan Ming and Lu Yu voluntarily gave to Ji Chen. It includes their gratitude to Ji Chen for saving their lives. Gong Meng's body trembled and was about to fall. The director of Jiangcheng Hospital. The CEO of Time Group. There is also the support of Tan Ming's family. She couldn't beat any of them. What's more, these people all supported Ji Chen, and she knew she had lost. A terrible defeat. No ability to fight back. At last. She was also convicted of provoking disturbances. Multiple crimes are punished together. Sentenced to 3 years in prison. Gong Meng's family found Ji Chen and asked him to show leniency. Ji Chen ignored it. He wants to make an example of someone. 1 punch is enough to prevent 100 blows from coming. Gong Meng just happened to be the jumping chicken, and was killed by Ji Chen in front of the monkey. Gong Meng gave up struggling. Not even a complaint. She knew it was useless to complain. Because she does not have the right to interpret the legal provisions. Chapter 69 Pharmaceutical Company, President and Secretary. Jinjiang Courtyard. It's another sunny morning. Ji Chen opened his eyes lazily. Su Yusheng was hugging him tightly like an octopus, with his head resting on his broad chest, sleeping soundly. Ji Chen raised his hands to support her plump buttocks, looking relaxed and contented. After Gong Meng went in, there were no other troubles. He and Su Yusheng slept until they woke up naturally every day. Lu Hong went to take care of the milk tea shop. Hands-on practice has enabled Lu Hong to grow rapidly, and now she is the general manager of 2 milk tea shops. That's right. During this period, another milk tea shop was added. Lu Hong is now managing the business with ease, so Ji Chen doesn't have to worry about it. Besides, even if the milk tea shop loses money, it's not a big loss. His main job, in addition to practicing Huangdi Qigong and Su Nu Heart Sutra step by step, is to learn various skills. Occasionally treat difficult and complicated diseases, earn some extra money, and build up connections. He paid a high price. We don't have a store yet, and our customers rely on word of mouth. His clients are either rich or noble, and they are all wealthy or powerful. Ordinary people have little contact with them. Besides, they all knew that Ji Chen was too lazy to do anything, and those who knew Ji Chen's medical skills were all people at the same level and in the same circle. Ji Chen's savings continue to increase. Now there is also a small goal. His novels Dupo and Dolua Dalu are becoming increasingly popular, and have been occupying the first and second places in Baidu's popular novel searches. His manuscripts have been completed. He also used his extraordinary hacking skills to create an intelligent butler. Although it does not reach the level of artificial intelligence, it is also very powerful. Publish the latest chapters of Dupo and Dolua Dalu to Ji Chen from his archives on time every day. You can say that. Ji Chen doesn't have to worry about Dupo and Dolua Dalu until they are completed. 10 chapters are updated every day without fail. In addition, Ji Chen's computer was fully equipped with various configurations, costing a total of 10 million yuan. After all, no matter how advanced the technology is, it still needs corresponding hardware as a foundation. Sure, Yuxuan wants to partner with me to start a pharmaceutical company, so we can. Ji Chen casually rubbed Su Yosheng's plump buttocks, giving him advice while thinking about the pharmaceutical company. Sure, Yuxuan's time group is in the medical device industry and has cooperated with Jiangcheng Hospital. Witnessed Ji Chen's extraordinary medical skills. Sure, Yuxuan also had an idea. Ji Chen already had plans to set up a pharmaceutical company, but he hadn't thought it through yet. After all, running a pharmaceutical company involves many aspects. Ji Chen found it troublesome again. Sure, Ji Yuxuan joining is a perfect opportunity to combine the two forces. Ji Chen provided the technical prescription, and Sure Yuxuan was responsible for production and marketing. With their connections and the powerful effect of his medicine, it is sure to be a big seller. But what kind of medicine do I deal with? Ji Chen pondered for a moment. Got it. He soon had an idea. Color is the driving force of human beings. If it weren't for various prohibitions, anything related would be popular. Ji Chen is planning to develop a drug similar to Viagra. In fact, Viagra was not originally developed for that purpose, but its effect in that area is too well known. There are many similar drugs on the market. But Ji Chen's medicine is more effective and has no side effects. This medicine in particular has a wide audience. Suitable for adult men. He can make the medicine into several grades, selling the ordinary ones to ordinary people at affordable prices, and the high-end ones to wealthy families. For example, Chao Chang, Duan Yunhe, Zhang Yu, and their fathers. They are all high-quality customers. Big Bear. Su Yusheng was woken up by Ji Chen, his sleepy eyes were filled with coquettish anger. Big bad guy. I really treated her like a bathtub. Every day I either wash my hair or wash my hands. He also doesn't care about hygiene and spits everywhere. Ji Chen looked down at her increasingly rosy and attractive white face and kissed her deeply. What's wrong? This is just around the corner. Su Yusheng rolled his eyes at him and ignored her. In fact, she was well taken care of by Ji Chen. Her skin is tender and smooth, full of elasticity, fair and delicate, and she exudes the seductive charm of a mature young woman. Compared with the immature and rustic appearance 2 months ago, it can be said that it has been completely transformed. Especially after cultivating Su Nuzhen Qi. The temperament becomes more outstanding. Every frown, smile, and gesture is full of boundless charm. Ji Chen looked at her beautiful face with burning eyes. Su Yosheng's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and under Ji Chen's aggressive gaze, he slowly closed his eyes. Ji Chen kissed her rosy little mouth. The sun is shining brightly. The scenery here is unique. After washing his hands, Ji Chen washed his hair, and then he took Su Yusheng to wash up with satisfaction. After cleaning up, Ji Chen made a simple nutritious breakfast. He drank milk and ate white flour buns. Su Yusheng ate a fried dough stick and 2 eggs, and finally drank a full cup of soy milk, gently rubbing his slightly bulging belly. It is now mid-May. She got pregnant around February 25th, and it's almost 3 months now. After breakfast, the two of them stayed in the living room for a while, and then He Huang and Peng Li came over and rubbed against them. He Huang is still a bootlicker. Likes to lick people. The two little guys had Ji Chen cleanse their bodies with the energy of longevity from time to time. Not only did they grow rapidly and become fat and strong, they were also exceptionally smart and majestic. Su Yusheng loves to pet them the most. Fat. Soft. Furry. It feels great. Ji Chen contacted Sure Yuxuan and discussed the pharmaceutical company's matters with her in the afternoon. After lunch, Su Yu was at home playing with Fat Li and He Huan, while Ji Chen drove to the time group. As soon as he arrived at the door of the building, Ji Chen saw a perfect figure standing in front of the security room. The burgundy wavy hair seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light under the afternoon sun. Black professional suit. His upper body was bulging and about to burst. The hip skirt that reveals the round and slender legs shows off the plump and perky buttocks to the fullest. Ji Chen couldn't help but look at the white beautiful legs a few more times, and then admired the whole way up to the top of Mount Everest. Seeing Ji Chen driving over, Xing Hanlu walked forward quickly with her long and beautiful legs, bent down to open the car door for Ji Chen, and put her hand to hold the door edge. Ji Chen jumped out of the Land Rover and bumped into Xing Hanlu. Sister Lu, I'm sorry. Ji Chen smiled apologetically, with a lingering fragrance still lingering in his nose. The smell of facial cleanser. Divine Dr. Ji, you didn't bump into anything, did you? Xing Hanlu's cheeks flushed slightly as she asked with concern. She also committed a foul by dribbling the ball and hitting someone. No. Ji Chen just wanted to say that such collisions should happen more often. Genuine leather upholstery. Dr. Ji, President Shi is waiting for you in the office. Please follow me. Xing Hanlu personally led the way in front. The security guard drove Ji Chen's car and parked it. Sister Lu, after I treated your kidney stones last time, do you still feel pain in your abdomen? Ji Chen showed concern and promised to provide after-sales service if there were any problems. Thank you, Dr. Ji. My kidney stones have healed, but I only have occasional lower abdominal pain. Xing Hanlu did not hide it. She knew that Ji Chen had extraordinary medical skills. Many people want to seek treatment from Ji Chen, but have no way. I understand Sister Lu's problem. It's an excess of yin fire. He looked up and down at Xing Hanlu's plump and charming figure. As the saying goes, solitary yin cannot last, solitary yang cannot produce life. Sister Lu and Mr. Shi can't stay together for long. Xing Hanlu's cheeks were flushed red. She didn't expect Ji Chen to point out the special relationship between her and Shi Yuxuan. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I think it's probably more serious. Ji Chen said directly, after we finish discussing the cooperation, I will give you and Mr. Shi a massage. At least I can ensure that you won't do it again in the short term. Thank you, Dr. Ji. Thank you for your help. Xing Hanlu was overjoyed. Last time, she enjoyed the lithotripsy massage that Ji Chen gave her and cured her kidney stones. She was deeply impressed by Ji Chen's ability to bring people back to health. Some enjoyment too. The same goes for Shi Yuxuan. Ji Chen had massaged and set her bones, and had also treated uterine fibroids, so she had a deep understanding of Ji Chen's skillful hands. Arrive! Ji Chen and Xing Hanlu took the elevator directly to the top floor. Xing Hanlu knocked on the door. Boss Shi, Divine Dr. Ji is here. Shi Yuxuan stood up, opened the door, and greeted him personally. Divine Dr. Ji, please come in. At this moment, Ji Chen smelled a unique fragrance. The air was filled with the faint scent of jasmine, which was warm and refreshing. He looked at Shi Yuxuan, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Shi Yuxuan was wearing a well-fitting beige professional women's suit, which perfectly outlined her exquisite and perfect figure with golden ratio. The beautiful and perky buttocks, set off by the tight corset, make people's blood boil and it is hard to take their eyes off. Seeing Ji Chen's burning gaze, Shi Yuxuan couldn't help feeling a little shy, and the scenes of Ji Chen setting her bones and healing her injuries last time emerged in her mind. For a moment, the two of them froze in place. The atmosphere began to become charming. Chapter 70. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Her long hair, like splashed ink, draped over her shoulders, formed a sharp contrast with her swan-like and elegant snow-white neck, making it look even more fair and dazzling. But the most irresistible thing is that cool, mature and irresistibly beautiful face. Even if it's not the first time I see it, it's still amazing. I fell in love at first sight. I was struck by her beautiful face, her tall and straight breasts, her slim waist, her plump and beautiful buttocks, her long, straight and round legs. It is reflected vividly in every part of her body. Divine Dr. Ji, please come in. Shi Yuxuan raised her jade hand, very satisfied with Ji Chen's reaction. In fact, her first impression on Ji Chen was not amazing. It's even embarrassing. Because the first time they met, she crashed into Ji Chen's car and broke 5 ribs, an arm and a leg. When Ji Chen saw her, she was covered in bandages and plaster. Like a mummy. Certainly. It was also on that day that Ji Chen treated her bone injuries. I won't go into details about the process. Anyway, except for the most mysterious and unpredictable thread of light that Ji Chen was unable to see in its entirety, everything else had no secrets from Ji Chen. The key points are grasped. Ji Chen smiled slightly. Every time I see Mr. Shi, he always makes me feel bright and amazed. He walked into the office, without any hesitation, pulled over a chair and sat down opposite Shi Yuxuan's desk. Xing Hanlu was very considerate and quickly made a cup of green tea for Ji Chen. Shi Yuxuan drinks coffee. It is a great honor for Divine Dr. Ji to come to my humble home. Shi Yuxuan smiled lightly and was very polite. Ji Chen's spiritual sense swept over her extremely attractive long legs, and he really wanted to give her a fortune to make her life more prosperous. The two chatted for a while, and Sir Yuxuan got straight to the point. Regarding the pharmaceutical company, what does Divine Dr. G think? Whether we start a company together or I buy the prescription from Dr. G, there is no problem. She was extremely confident in Ji Chen's medical skills. Because I have experienced it myself. She broke 5 ribs, a leg and an arm, but Ji Chen healed them completely in just a few hours. Even uterine fibroids can be cured easily and quickly without surgery or pain. Such medical skills are miraculous. In fact, no matter how advanced the ordinary medical skills are, it takes time to be effective. For the sake of convenience, Ji Chen secretly used a little bit of Changxing Qi without exposing his Changxing Qi, which made the effect so good. The medical skills used by Changxing Qi are already extraordinary medical skills. As for whether it will expose Chang Shang's anger, Ji Chen is not worried. As long as he doesn't say it himself, no one will know. With his current medical skills, he can easily produce anti-cancer drugs. But without the blessing of long-lasting vitality, the effect is relatively slow. But it is enough to support a world-class pharmaceutical group. Looking at Sir Yuxuan's mature, cold and beautiful face, Ji Chen said directly. Boss, sure, I've thought about it. I'd like to partner with you to open a pharmaceutical company. I'll be responsible for providing prescriptions and medical support, but the shares must be at least 80%. Sir Yuxuan raised her eyebrows, her eyes sharp. Dr. G, do you mean that I will only provide prescriptions and medical support, and I will be responsible for the rest of the factory construction, production, sales, and operations, and you will account for 80%? Good. Ji Chen nodded slightly, full of affirmation. Dr. G, opening a pharmaceutical company requires a lot of capital, such as factories, equipment, and laboratories. These all cost a lot of money. Sir Yuxuan said a lot, in short. You have to pay more. She accounts for 20%, which is too little. Mr. Sure, I know everything you said. What I want to open is not just a small company, but one that will eventually develop into a world-class pharmaceutical group. Ji Chen smiled, and seeing Sir Yuxuan's frown deepened, he stopped keeping her in suspense. I can provide a unique anti-cancer prescription. As long as you take it consistently for 1 year, you can be completely cured. Sir Yuxuan was startled and leaned forward, her plump and tall snow-white breasts pressing against the edge of the desk, making it bear unimaginable pressure. Are you sure? Her voice trembled slightly and her breathing became rapid. Certainly. Ji Chen smiled confidently. Furthermore, my medicine is mild and effective. It has no side effects and is far superior to those special anti-cancer drugs on the market. Mr. Sure is well aware of my medical skills. I have many prescriptions that are highly effective and have no side effects. I can fully support a world-class pharmaceutical group. What's lacking is how to monetize it, produce it, and then sell it. By then, let alone 20%, even 1% of the shares will be better than Mr. Sure's current time group. Sir Yuxuan suddenly leaned back in her boss chair, and smiled sweetly. I didn't expect that Divine Dr. G is not only an extraordinary doctor, but also an expert at making cakes. Indeed, if the pharmaceutical group envisioned by Ji Chen succeeds, even 1% of the shares will be enough to crush the time group. But now there is nothing. First of all, starting a company is a huge investment. The funds are in 100 million. If she fails, she will suffer a great loss. Ji Chen saw what she was thinking and just smiled. Sure, Zong is able to sit in this position, so he must be aware that investment is risky. But the greater the risk, the higher the reward. It's like a fisherman taking risks and going out to sea to fish. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. It's true that Mr. Sure needs to invest a lot now, but once it succeeds, Mr. Sure will gain much more than he has now. Sir Yuxuan smiled. This smile can be called peerless elegance. Don't even mention my belief in Divine Dr. G's extraordinary medical skills. Just based on Divine Dr. G's business acumen, I'd make this investment. Sir Yuxuan's cold and moving voice was as firm as iron. What she invested in was Ji Chen. Her time group has reached a bottleneck and it is difficult to make a major breakthrough. Following Ji Chen to build a pharmaceutical group is a long and arduous journey, but it has unlimited potential and is very promising. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Ji Chen stood up and stretched out his big, broad hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. Sir Yuxuan held Ji Chen's hand. Her hands are cool, soft, delicate, smooth and tender. Ji Chen grabbed her wrist with his backhand and held her pulse. Sure Yuxuan was not surprised either. A pair of enchanting eyes stared at him with great interest. Dr. G, what's wrong with my body? There are no major problems, but there are a lot of minor ones. Ji Chen glanced at Xing Hanlu, the secretary standing upright and silently beside him, then looked at Sure Yuxuan. Just now when I went upstairs, I told Miss Xing that Yin alone cannot prosper, and Yang alone cannot be born. Mr. Sure and Miss Xing can't continue like this for long. Mr. Sure always has a few days every month when he suffers from abdominal pain and is very irritable, right? Sure Yuxuan didn't expect that Ji Chen actually knew about her and Xing Hanlu. Even though she has been in the business world for many years, she still feels a little embarrassed to keep her face. The fair and attractive cheeks were as pink as blood and very hot. Such a thing was actually known by a man. So embarrassing. Chapter 71. The beautiful CEO is actually a car god. She disappeared? Divine Dr. G's medical skills are truly extraordinary. Sure Yuxuan's eyes were filled with resentment. If you know it, just know it. Why say it out loud? Just say it out loud. You even said it in front of me. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Mr. Sure, you are afraid to seek medical treatment for your illness. I will not discriminate against you, Mr. Sure. Ji Chen grinned. Divine Dr. G is so handsome. Sure Yuxuan glared at him fiercely. What a pity he has a mouth. Yeah. Ji Chen couldn't help but smile. Sure is always beautiful, especially her mouth. Stop talking. Sure Yuxuan really wanted to hit him to death with a pillow. Under Ji Chen's fiery gaze, she felt that there was something else behind Ji Chen's words. Chinese culture is extensive and profound. The same word. There are countless interpretations and meanings. I only have one mouth. Ji Chen stared at Sure Yuxuan. Mr. Sure is the one who talks too much. Roll. This time, Sure Yuxuan really picked up a back kick and smashed it over. Boss Sure, I'm leaving then. Ji Chen took the backrest and turned to leave. Are you still going to treat your illness? Stop. She called Ji Chen. If you can't cure me, don't even think about leaving. I'll lose my consultation fee. Alas, others are eating free meals, but you are also getting free medical treatment. Ji Chen shook his head. He didn't actually want to charge. They have already confirmed their cooperation and will be partners in the future. How can they charge for a minor illness? Is he short of that little bit of money? Sure Yuxuan brought Ji Chen to the lounge. How to treat it? Take off your clothes and lie down. He was concise and to the point. Massage or acupuncture? Sure Yuxuan was not shy. She had asked Ji Chen to set her bones and treat her injuries last time, so it wouldn't be a big deal this time. Massage. Ji Chen's eyes fixed on her flat belly without a trace of fat. There is not a single flaw, just like a piece of fine jade that has been carefully shaped and polished. There is no trace of color and it is so soft. Even a gentleman who never looks at anything inappropriate can't help but take a few more glances. Does it look good? Sure Yuxuan's voice is soft and touching. In my eyes, it's just a piece of meat. Ji Chen was serious. It doesn't matter if you're beautiful or ugly, male or female. He placed his hands on her snow-white, flat belly, quietly using a trace of longevity energy to treat Sure Yuxuan's uterine coldness, dysmenorrhea, and other problems. Sure Yuxuan rolled her eyes and refused to believe Ji Chen's nonsense. As Ji Chen massaged, the lower abdomen, which had originally felt cold, became warm as if a hot towel was applied to it. Ji Chen's broad hands seemed to contain fiery energy. Warm and hot. Her beautiful eyes remained unblinking as she stared at Ji Chen, who was working diligently. A handsome and resolute face with sharp edges and corners. In the afternoon sunlight slanting in, it seemed to be coated with a layer of golden sacred light. She stared in amazement. Ji Chen's massage always makes people feel comfortable and comfortable, which cannot be described in any words, and she is deeply fascinated by it. After her last bone setting, she dreamed of Ji Chen every night, and every time he made her. Her long, round legs couldn't help but come together and tighten. She is not a real lily. It was just because his parents died early and he was only 23 years old when he took over the company. If he wanted to control the company, he had to put in more hardship and effort. In the eyes of outsiders, she is an iceberg female president. She has no intention of having a boyfriend. Most boys of the same age either don't dare to pursue her or don't have the opportunity to pursue her. The one who dares to pursue her must be a rich second generation. She doesn't like it. There are also many middle-aged men who are greedy for her body and covet her property, which makes her very wary. But being alone is so stressful and lonely. Then, she dragged her secretary Xing Hanlu into the water. To be precise, she seduced her own secretary. She is 30 years old this year. This is the age when one desires men the most. 30 tigers and 40 wolves. She is now a tiger at the peak of her power. Or the mythical beast white tiger. Looking at Ji Chen's resolute and handsome face, she couldn't suppress her inner desire and was ready to make a move. Ji Chen's immortality energy was integrated with the Su Nu Qi that he cultivated with Su Yusheng. This kind of true energy can best stimulate people's deepest desires. Alright. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when Ji Chen's warm, broad hands left her abdomen, Shi Yuxuan finally came to her senses, feeling lost. It was as if something filled her heart and then pulled away, leaving her with an unspeakable emptiness. Xiao Ji, thank you. Shi Yuxuan sat up and put on her clothes without any hesitation, even changing her address. They are also true partners and friends. Calling him Dr. Ji again would seem strange. Ji Chen followed the crowd and smiled slightly. Sister Xian, look at my strong and sturdy figure, with my handsome appearance. Is it appropriate for you to call me Xiao Ji? Isn't it appropriate? She smiled slyly. Am I old? You call me Sister Xian? She stretched out her delicate hand and poked Ji Chen's strong chest muscles with her white and tender fingers, saying mischievously, how about I call you Daji? Ji Chen was stunned. Really? Women drive faster. No wonder there are always car accidents and deaths. Finally, it can only flow away. He smiled bitterly and said, Sister Xian, you should just call me Xiao Ji. Phew. Xing Hanlu, the secretary who was trying hard to hold back her laughter with twitching cheeks, could no longer hold back her laughter. Excuse me. She couldn't stop laughing. I'm sorry, I really can't help it. Ji Chen was very upset. Shi Yuxuan's smile is as beautiful as a flower. Xiao Ji, I'm going to the bathroom. You can help Xiao Lu with the treatment. She walked into the bathroom with her extremely attractive legs and crystal high heels. Divine Dr. Ji, thank you for your help. Xing Hanlu bowed slightly to Ji Chen, then took off her clothes and lay down where Shi Yuxuan had just slept. I'm starting. Ji Chen didn't waste any words and started massaging directly. Xing Hanlu was shocked. Compared with the lithotripsy massage that Ji Chen gave her before, this treatment for her minor gynecological problem was completely different. She couldn't describe that feeling in any words. It was something she had never felt before. A moment later, Shi Yuxuan came out of the bathroom and said to Ji Chen and the others, Xiao Ji, I have to leave the company for something. Let's discuss the details of our cooperation tomorrow. If you need anything, please contact Xiao Lu. No problem. Ji Chen nodded gently. Sister Xian, take care. Watching Shi Yuxuan leave, the office door slammed shut, but Ji Chen didn't care. Starting a company together is a big deal. They just confirmed the cooperation just now. There are still many specific details. It can't be done in one day. Ji Chen is not in a hurry. Without thinking too much, he concentrated on treating Xing Hanlu. Xing Hanlu's cheeks were flushed, so hot that you could fry an egg in them. There was an inexplicable fluctuation in her eyes when she looked at Ji Chen, like a river of spring water. She graduated with a master's degree at the age of 24 and followed Shi Yuxuan. It has been 4 years now. Shi Yuxuan treated her very well and she was very grateful, but Shi Yuxuan was not a real man after all. She also had desires in her heart. But she couldn't let Shi Yuxuan down. What's more, she is in a special position and she doesn't look down on ordinary men. Last time in the garage, Ji Chen gave her a gravel massage. That was her first time having intimate contact with a man. Ji Chen also left an indelible and eternal mark on her. Have you ever seen someone breaking stones with bare hands? Or crush kidney stones? It's amazing. Later, Ji Chen treated Shi Yuxuan's injuries and uterine fibroids, which not only impressed her but also moved her. When Ji Chen set the bones, it was equivalent to massaging Shi Yuxuan's body. Later, when Shi Yuxuan was with her, she always mentioned Ji Chen. Not even interested in playing with her. Ji Chen didn't pay attention to what Shi Yuxuan said before she left, but she understood. Any needs? Isn't that the hint? Sure, Yuxuan wanted her to test Ji Chen, because she also has a good impression of Ji Chen. Otherwise, if she didn't want to, sure Yuxuan wouldn't force her. In fact, sure Yuxuan almost wanted to pounce on Ji Chen just now. But I was afraid that Ji Chen would refuse. It will be very embarrassing for both parties then. As for Ji Chen getting married? That's no big deal. She had no intention of getting married. Getting married is too troublesome. Once married, when two people are together, all kinds of conflicts will arise and all aspects need to be considered. She is fine the way she is now. It's just that she lacks a real man. She doesn't like most men. Most men are after her wealth. If she gets involved with them, she will get into endless trouble. What would she do if she met a shameless person who took photos and videos of her and threatened her for money? Even encountered cruel and ruthless people. Just pretend she disappears? Ji Chen is handsome, which perfectly meets her aesthetic standards. He is also capable and has good character, and he does not covet her family property. With Ji Chen's medical skills, he will never be short of money. She especially enjoyed Ji Chen's extraordinary massage skills. Simply the perfect bed mate. In the future, Ji Chen will be able to give her massage and maintenance every day. Xinghan's face was as red as the clouds, and her eyes were as clear as spring water. Under Ji Chen's treatment, she, who was already full of affection, could no longer suppress her inner impulse. What's more, it has been specially authorized by the president. There is an imperial sword. No more worries. She grasped Ji Chen's broad palm with her fair jade hand. Dr. Ji, my chest feels tight and uncomfortable, and I can't breathe. Yeah? Ji Chen's eyes were playful. With his medical skills, he knew Xinghanlu's physical condition very well. He carefully checked. You have a fever. Acupuncture is needed to cure it. Chapter 72, Shizong, it's over, the society is dead. Divine Dr. Ji, thank you for your help. Xinghanlu stared at Ji Chen with her beautiful eyes, no longer hesitating, and tightly grasped Ji Chen's broad and big hands. I dare not ask for it even though I wish so. Ji Chen stared at her big, autumn-watery eyes with sharp eyes. Their eyes met. Xinghanlu refused to give in. Blinked at him. Full of provocation. How can this be tolerated? Ji Chen didn't indulge her. The first time he saw Xinghanlu, especially when he followed her up the stairs, he saw her swaying and charming figure. He was moved. Fight, Xiaoji. No, it's dodgy. Xinghanlu's beautiful eyes widened. Ji Chen leaned over and kissed her forcefully. Xinghanlu suddenly became nervous. But the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Even if she wanted to stop, Ji Chen would not stop. My clothes! Xinghanlu screamed in her heart, her clothes were torn by Ji Chen. Fortunately, Sure Yuxuan had a lot of clothes in her office, so she wouldn't be left without something to wear later. Achoo! Sure Yuxuan suddenly sneezed and looked at her CEO office from afar. I wonder how Xiaoji and Xiaolu are doing. After leaving the company, she didn't go far and drank coffee in the cafe opposite the company to catch up on the latest situation. It should be fine. Xiao Ji is not a eunuch, nor is he a saint like Lu Xiaohui. She always does her homework before doing anything. Chao Cheng, Duan Yunhe, Zhang Yu and other wealthy second generations invited Ji Chen to visit Yehua court. Ji Chen did not pretend to be aloof. Just play it the way you want to play it. Xinghanlu's appearance and figure are both top-notch choices. The front is convex and the back is curved. Slim waist and long legs. Especially her personal secretary, who is full of buffs. As long as he is a man, there is no one who is not moved. Even if the mind is not moved, the body will not allow it. Besides, they didn't want to pester him. Nor will I interfere in his life. She didn't want to get married. It is impossible to get married. It's impossible in this lifetime. Once it's tied, there will be all kinds of trouble. It's better to be single. Being single doesn't mean being without a man. I want to be like the fairy Jinghong and wait for someone without getting married, but I lack everything. Play how you should play, and live how you should live. She and Ji Chen each got what they needed. Free and without any burden. Why is there no news yet? 2 hours passed and Sure Yuxuan was a little confused. No matter how powerful Ji Chen is, it can't be that long, right? Only later did Sure Yuxuan realize how wrong she was. Ji Chen really has special talents. Time Group. President's Office. Xing Hanlu was sweating profusely and had no strength left in her body. Her white and tender hands were placed on Ji Chen. Feeling his muscles, which were as clear-cut as steel, with smooth lines and golden ratios, her beautiful eyes, filled with mist, were mesmerized. Whether in appearance, figure, or talents and special abilities, Ji Chen is the most beautiful and perfect man she has ever seen. Not a loss at all. Even make a lot of money. Ji Chen looked at her beautiful figure and couldn't help but sigh that the little secretary was really talented. He was very satisfied. Also very satisfied. In particular, practicing Huang Di's Qi refining technique and Su Nu Heart Sutra allowed him to clearly distinguish how many men a woman is better off with. The passing geese leave traces, and the passing wind leaves sounds. As long as you have been with a man, there will inevitably be a scent left behind. Ordinary people can't feel it. But the two skills that Ji Chen practiced were both related to yin and yang. Women are yin. Men are yang. No matter how long time passes, the traces left behind will never completely disappear. Just like some things are broken, no matter how perfectly they are repaired, there will still be imperceptible cracks. Xing Hanlu obviously has never had a man. Are you cold? Ji Chen gently stroked her smooth jade back and rubbed her tearful eyes with a touch of pity. Divine Dr. Ji is so considerate. He even cares about whether I'm cold or not. He's such a warm-hearted man. Xing Hanlu's voice was deep and sarcastic. Just did that to her. Only after the incident did I care whether she was cold. Her clothes were torn. Ji Chen smiled and said, "As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed." He got up and took out a bottle of anti-swelling and pain-relieving medicine from the cabinet next to him. Mr. Shi really knows how to have fun. Looking at the various toys stored in the cabinet, Ji Chen couldn't help but sigh. You? Xing Hanlu was shocked and couldn't believe it. How do you know where it is? This was Ji Chan's first time in this office, so how did he know that there was medicine in Shi Yuxuan's cabinet? Especially since it was the most secret cabinet. It contains all the privacy of her and Shi Yuxuan. It cannot be seen in the light. Have you forgotten who I am? I can tell where the medicine is just by smelling it. Ji Chen grinned. In fact, he does not rely on smell, but on spiritual consciousness. A sweep of spiritual consciousness. He knew exactly what was in Shi Yuxuan's office. But he also has a good nose. He came to Xing Hanlu, opened the medicine bottle, took out some ointment and applied it to her. Xing Hanlu did not refuse his enthusiasm and kindness. You said I'm a warm man? Ji Chen casually brought up the topic. I don't know if I'm warm, but you're quite warm. Xing Hanlu just smiled. As long as Divine Dr. Ji is not afraid, come often in the future. I will warm you from head to toe. I'll remember it. Ji Chen smiled. Next time I'll warm my feet. Divine Dr. Ji, please forgive me. Xing Hanlu smiled playfully. I'm afraid of athlete's foot. That's it? Ji Chen was disdainful, thinking he had met an opponent. All right. I went to the bathroom to wash the ointment off my hands and washed my face with cold water. Sister Lu, I'm leaving. Looking at Xing Hanlu, whose face was as white as morning dew, Ji Chen smiled slightly. I love so much. Divine Dr. Ji is so ruthless. Xing Hanlu's eyes were dim, and she saw Ji Chen wave his sleeves without taking away a cloud. When they came downstairs, the security guard saw Ji Chen and immediately drove the car over. Ji Chen got in the car and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Going home. Boss sure, Divine Dr. Ji has left in the car. The security captain immediately called Shi Yuxuan. New. Shi Yuxuan hung up the phone, but in fact she had already seen Ji Chen leave. That's long enough. She returned to her office. Xing Hanlu lay there limply. This big bad guy doesn't even know how to be gentle with women. Shi Yuxuan helped Xing Hanlu up with heartache. Mr. Shi. Xing Hanlu looked weak, but there was an unprecedented satisfaction in her eyes. She truly experienced the joy of being a woman. Are you okay? Shi Yuxuan looked at the medicine bottle next to her with concern, but suddenly, her eyes froze and she stared at it. What is this? Xing Hanlu didn't hide it. It was Dr. Ji who found it in your cabinet by using his nose. The implication is that she was not the one who leaked it. Ah, is she a dog nose? Shi Yuxuan covered her face with her hands, completely going crazy. Wouldn't Ji Chun have seen all the toys in her box? It's over. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Especially Ji Chen. Ding dong. The cell phone suddenly rang. It's a text message. Posted by Ji Chen. Mr. Shi, thank you for your hospitality. I'm very satisfied. I heard you have a younger sister. Please take me to meet her next time. Chapter 73. Every passing dog will be slapped twice. Ah, asshole. Shi Yuxuan went crazy, feeling as if she had been stripped naked and had no secrets in front of Ji Chen. A long time. She calmed down. What a smart man. She knew Ji Chun had guessed everything. Glancing at Xing Hanlu, Shi Yuxuan suddenly said, "Is he very powerful?" Xing Hanlu nodded without hesitation. Super awesome. Shi Yuxuan raised her fair and tender hand, placed it on her slightly bulging belly, and admonished, "Remember to take your medicine." She looked at the trash can and knew that Ji Chen didn't bring an umbrella. Although she has an umbrella in that cabinet. But Ji Chen definitely wouldn't rummage through her cabinet at first. Well, I'll go buy it later. Xing Hanlu nodded slightly. Although Shi Yuxuan collected a lot of toys, they didn't have any men, so they naturally wouldn't prepare that kind of medicine. In fact, Ji Chen had already made all the preparations. He practiced the Yellow Emperor's Qi refining technique and the Su Nu Heart Sutra, both of which could easily kill bacteria and disinfect, ensuring that no one would die. The sterilized vaccine can be completely absorbed by the human body after being injected into the body, which has the effect of improving physical fitness and beautifying health. At this time, Ji Chen has returned to Jinjiang compound. He thought about his secretary Xing Hanlu and had to admit that it was a real pleasure. So delicious. I am indeed a bad man. Ji Chen laughed at himself. A good man can only take over. It is not without reason that women don't love bad men. Like that yellow-haired guy, he has nothing, at most he has a will-o'-the-wisp, but he can easily get beautiful women. With only $15 for a room, you can get a beautiful girl who has never had any experience with men in the cheapest hotel. I have to say, this world is so fucked up. The unattainable goddess that you can't let go of has already been let in by someone else. Woof woof woof. Meow meow meow. Before Ji Chen entered the room, the two little guys opened the door and rushed out. The Black Emperor was wagging his tail wildly. He was as fat as a ball and was biting and licking his trouser legs. What a bootlicker. Fat Fox is also unusually fat, with a body full of fat, but his fighting power is very strong, and he is the leader of the entire community. Every dog that passes by will be slapped twice. It jumped easily and jumped into Ji Chen's arms. Ji Chen rubbed the two furry little guys and took them into the house. Su Yusheng heard the noise and came out. Big Bear, you're back. I'm back. Throwing Fatty aside, Ji Chen hugged Su Yusheng and said, "It's getting late. I'll make dinner for you." He was cheating on her outside, so of course he had to reward Su well when he came back. "You should take a break first." Su Yusheng pulled him to sit on the sofa and asked with concern, "Big Bear, how was your talk with Mr. Shi?" "Don't worry, with my skills, of course we'll have a pleasant conversation. We've already reached a preliminary agreement, and the next step is to work out the details of the cooperation." Rubbing her head, Ji Chen gave her a reassuring smile. "Yeah, the Big Bear is the best." Su Yusheng was happy for Ji Chen, and her body was shaking, which made Ji Chen excited. "Susu, my hands are a little cold." Ji Chen gently stroked her smooth thighs, ready to take action. "Big Bear, bad." Rolling his eyes at him, Su Yusheng suddenly got up and ran away. She was afraid that if she warmed Ji Chen's hands, she would have to warm his head soon, and he would end up going hungry. Ji Chen shook his head and smiled, then went to the kitchen to cook. The dinner was very sumptuous. Su Yusheng couldn't eat it at all, but Ji Chen had a big appetite. He consumes a lot. He is so dedicated in Shi Yuxuan's office. Dedication is overflowing. After showing off his meal, Ji Chen touched his belly with 8 abdominal muscles with his palm, looking very satisfied. Life is short. Isn't eating the most important thing? As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. It can be seen that the 3 most important things for people are to be well fed, warmly dressed, and able to have sex. Ding-a-ling. The ringing of the cell phone interrupted Ji Chen's lazy and leisurely time. "Lu Hong. My mother-in-law called." Aunt Lu, what's wrong? If there was nothing wrong, Lu Hong would not call him. Xiaochen, I was at the second milk tea shop and someone was deliberately causing trouble, saying our milk tea was not clean and had bugs in it. Lu Hong's voice was filled with anxiety and worry. This kind of thing is difficult to deal with, especially when the other party is unreasonable. Aunt Lu, don't worry, protect yourself, I'll be right there. Ji Qin doesn't care about the profits of the milk tea shop. He opened the milk tea shop so that Lu Hong would have something to do and make money, so that Lu Hong wouldn't have to go out to work and make Su Yusheng worry. Big Bear, what happened to my mom? Su Yusheng was very worried. Don't worry, it's just someone causing trouble. Aunt Lu is fine. I'll be there now. Don't worry, just wait for me at home. Ji Chen ruffled her silky hair and went out immediately. Big Bear, be careful, take care of yourself, and don't be impulsive. Su Yusheng warned. She knew that Ji Chen was very strong and had extraordinary abilities. Because she has it too. She practiced the Su Nu Heart Sutra with Ji Chen every night, and she had already cultivated the Su Nu Qi. If she gathered her true energy in her palm and pressed it against the iron plate, she could easily create a palm print. But times have changed. This is not ancient times. Even though Ji Chen is extremely powerful, he is still a mortal after all. He cannot withstand hot weapons and does not have the ability to overturn the table. Don't worry, I know my limits. As he spoke, Ji Chen had already instructed Dashi No. 1 to rush to the milk tea shop. Strictly speaking, Dashi No. 1 is Ji Chen's first pet. The Black Emperor is the second one. However, Black Emperor was the first pet to receive the baptism of longevity. It was because of this that Ji Chen mastered the art of taming beasts and was able to subdue Dashi No. 1. After this period of training, Dashi No. 1 is now considered a spiritual bird and is extremely fast. As soon as Ji Chen got in the car, it arrived at the milk tea shop. Through its perspective, Ji Chen saw 4 ferocious-looking, yellow-haired young men with tattoos holding a cup of milk tea with cockroaches in it, and approaching aggressively. He had a ferocious expression as if he was going to smash the store if the negotiations failed. Either they were sent by our opponents, or they are thugs who want to take advantage of us. Ji Chen had some guesses. This kind of thing is difficult to do. Even if I call the police, it will be useless because the other party hasn't taken any action yet. And these people want to cause trouble. You don't have to do anything at all. Just stand in front of your store every day, and the customers will be scared away, and the store will not be able to continue operating. Ji Chen thought about it and called Duan Yunhe. Brother Chen, what brings you here? Duan Yunhe was very enthusiastic and respectful. Especially after hearing about Ji Chen's miraculous medical skills in curing Shi Yuxuan and others, they became even more in awe and admiration of Ji Chen. What's more, the sexual happiness of their family is in Ji Chen's hands. That's right. His father and mother also asked Ji Chen to treat them. Duan Yunhe's father used to be a gangster boss. Now he has cleaned up his act, but he still has strong power and influence in the gang. It can be said that it is good at both black and white. This kind of person is the best way to deal with thugs. Although he has the strength, it is impossible for him to kill someone directly. He doesn't yet have the strength to make rules and overturn the table. Certainly. If someone makes him angry, he dares to overturn the table. Xiao Duan, for yellow-haired young men with dragon and tiger tattoos came to my newly opened second milk tea shop to cause trouble. I want to ask, do you have any good solutions? He didn't hide it. Duan Yunhe was furious when he heard this. Fuck, where did these little yellow-haired guys come from? How dare they mess up Brother Chen's shop? Brother Chen, just wait, I'll get someone to take care of them right away. Xiao Duan, we are now living in a society ruled by law. Don't make a big deal out of it. I'm on my way over. Ji Chen reminded. He went to see Duan Yunhe because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Pan Yun from the city's criminal investigation team has always been suspicious of him. 4 thugs had just caused trouble in his store. If anything happened, Pan Yun would be the first to suspect him. This is also the reason why he couldn't take action against them. But I dare to cause trouble to him. After a while, this matter will be over and he will have plenty of time to deal with them slowly. Rumble. Ji Chen slammed on the brakes and the mighty and domineering Land Rover stopped in front of the milk tea shop. In an instant, all eyes turned to Ji Chen. The 4 thugs also looked over with envy in their eyes. Wouldn't it be cool if they drove a Land Rover and picked up girls in bars? Under everyone's gaze, Ji Chen got out of the car and walked straight towards the 4 yellow-haired men. Xiao Chun. Lu Hong hurried forward, her heart finally at ease. Seeing Ji Chen, she felt reassured. It's impossible to live without a man. Aunt Lu, leave the things here to me. Ji Chen comforted him and came to the yellow-haired man with a sharp look in his eyes. I'm the owner of the milk tea shop. If you have any questions, tell me. Fuck, you're the boss? A little yellow-haired boy pointed at Ji Chen's nose and said loudly. Your milk tea shop is not clean. Look, there are cockroaches here. How about compensation? Is it possible for a cockroach this big? Ji Chen scoffed, the milk tea shop has high-definition surveillance. You can tell if there are cockroaches when you give you milk tea by just looking at the surveillance. Monitoring you, you're paralyzed, ah. Just as Huang Mao was about to explode, his mouth was pinched by a big hand like a pair of pliers. Speak more clearly. Ji Chen stared at him coldly, slowly applying force with his fingers. Ah. Huang Mao was speechless, tears streaming down his face from the pain, his legs went limp, and he knelt down. Alpaca. How dare you attack me? Brothers, come on together. Fuck him. The remaining 3 yellow-haired men were angry and rushed forward. Bang bang bang. With a few punches, the 4 little yellow-haired boys all fell to the ground, wailing in pain. If check. Absolutely no injuries were found, not even flesh wounds. Buzz. 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 5 motorcycles suddenly came speeding over. Except for the first car, there are 2 people in each of the other cars. There are 9 people in total. The leader was a burly man who was 1.98 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a burly build like a mountain. There is also a tiger tattoo on his body, which looks scary. Brother Tiger. When the 4 yellow-haired men saw the visitor, they were overjoyed. Brother Hu, you have to take charge of this for us. This kid is bullying us just because he has some strength. This is not giving you face, Brother Hu. The yellow-haired leader crawled in front of the burly man, crying and snotting, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Bang! A crisp and loud slap was heard. The yellow-haired leader had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, half of his cheek was swollen, and 5 bright red fingerprints were revealed. He was stunned and couldn't believe it. Brother Hu, did you hit the wrong person? I'm your most loyal little brother, Big Chicken. Chapter 74. If you are not sick, seeing him is like a frog in a well watching the moon in the sky. I'm your most loyal little brother, Big Chicken. The little yellow-haired Big Chicken was in tears, his head was buzzing, and he was unable to react for a while. Fuck you. Brother Tiger slapped the Big Chicken twice, making it dizzy, and then rushed up and slapped the other 3 little yellow-haired guys a few more times. Who asked you to come? Brother Tiger came to Big Chicken, grabbed the yellow hair on his head, and roared viciously. Brother Hu, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real talent. My brothers and I were short of money, and this milk tea shop was very popular, but there were only a few women there, ah. Bang bang bang. Brother Hu gave him a slap in the face. Still a fucking woman? If you're looking for death, don't drag me into this. This is the mother-in-law of Dr. Ji, whom even young Master Duan has to fawn over and respectfully seek out. Still a woman? I beat you so hard that your mother wouldn't even recognize you. Brother Hu, please spare my life. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. The Big Chicken cried and begged for mercy, and the onlookers pointed and talked. You're not wrong, you're just scared. Brother Hu slapped him hard a few times and kicked him. It's not me you have to apologize to, it's Mr. G. Big Chicken had already woken up and knew that he had hit a wall. She quickly crawled in front of Ji Chen, crying. Mr. G, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive my mistakes and let me go as if I were a fart. Brother Hu, a burly man, was like a docile kitten at this moment. He bowed and nodded in front of Ji Chen, apologizing repeatedly. Mr. G, I'm sorry. I didn't discipline you enough and frightened you and Madame Lu. I will never refuse any of your instructions. Ji Chen looked at Brother Hu, and the other party's attitude was good. He was quite satisfied. As the saying goes, it is easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with little devils. Things like what happened today may not happen again. I won't say much else. I don't want to see anything like this again in the future. Even if it wasn't them, I would still look for you. Ji Chen stared at Brother Hu, implying that the safety of this milk tea shop in the future would depend on them. If anything goes wrong, look for them. This is the price they pay for looking for trouble today. No problem, thank you Mr. G for your magnanimity. Brother who was very happy. This piece of land originally belonged to them, so it was not a problem for them to look after a store. You bastards, do you hear me? Come over here and thank Mr. G. Brother who kicked the big chicken. The big chicken and the other 3 little yellow-haired ones rolled and crawled over. Thank you, Mr. G, for your generosity. A prime minister can hold his head high. Don't worry, Mr. G, if anyone dares to cause trouble again in the future, we will punish him. Okay, that's enough. Ji-Chen waved his hand, and someone suddenly squeezed in from behind. Make way. The police are investigating the case. What's going on? Zhang Mingyu arrived at the scene and saw Shoji and his 4 companions kneeling on the ground with bruised faces. His face darkened and he saw Ji-Chen again. Divine Dr. Ji, why are you here? When she got home from get off work, she saw a group of people gathered here. She heard that someone was fighting, so she quickly rushed over. Even though it's time to get off work. But as a criminal police officer with a sense of justice, she had no choice but to do so. It turned out to be policewoman Zhang. Ji-Chen pointed to the sign of the milk tea shop and said, "This is the milk tea shop I opened. I heard there is a special performance here today. Come and take a look. This performance is really special." Zhang Mingyu pointed at the 4 chicks. What's wrong with them? Brother who immediately stepped forward to explain, Policewoman Zhang, these 4 are my brothers. They are shameless and say they are tougher than my hands. They insisted that I beat them to prove it. Yes, yes, yes. The chicken quickly agreed, it turns out that I was wrong. I'm not thick-skinned enough. I think you are very thick-skinned. Zhang Mingyu gritted his teeth. She knew Brother Hu, whose full name was Zhang Hu, and he was a well-known gangster in Jiangcheng. Since no victim reported the case, she couldn't do anything about it. What's more, these people are all in the same group. She warned, you'd better not cause any trouble. Everyone, go away. She dispersed the crowd. Accidents are most likely to happen when many people gather together. Ji-Chen took out a cup of mango sago milk tea and handed it to Zhang Mingyu. Policewoman Zhang, come and try my milk tea. Thank you, Dr. Ji, but I'll give you whatever the price is. Zhang Mingyu took out his wallet and took out the money. You're too polite, Policewoman Zhang. It's not the first day we've known each other. Do you think I'd pay for a cup of milk tea? Ji-Chen refused to accept it. Thank you very much. Zhang Mingyu no longer refused and took the milk tea. After a brief chat, Zhang Mingyu left and went home. Duan Yunhe came hurriedly. Brother Chen, is Auntie okay? It's okay, it's been resolved. Ji-Chen smiled and said, thank you for today. I'll give you a few acupuncture injections to improve your physical condition someday. I'm glad you're all right. Thank you, Brother Chen. Just let me know if you need anything in the future. Duan Yunhe was overjoyed and invited Ji-Chen to dinner. Ji-Chen refused. Duan Yunhe said hello to Lu Hong and left with Zhang Hu and others. Xiaochen, I'm so grateful for you today, otherwise I really don't know what I would do. Lu Hong was deeply touched. For things like opening a shop, you need connections, otherwise you are either a gangster or a corrupt official. If thugs stand at your door every day, you won't be able to run your business. If you have skin problems, check here and there. Fire protection, sanitation, environmental pollution. Anyway, it's easy to make you unable to drive. Aunt Lu, if you have any questions, just call me directly. The most important thing is to take care of yourself. Ji-Chen advised, close the shop early at night so you can rest early. Don't exhaust yourself. I know, don't worry. Lu Hong doesn't care about being tired. She is only managing 2 stores now, how tired can it be? Have you ever felt tired before? Before, even when she was pregnant with Su Yusheng, she had to work. They were not well fed and clothed, and were beaten at every turn. Compared to the past, life now is so much happier. Xiaochen, everything is fine now. Go back and rest and stay with Susu. Lu Hong said. Okay, call me if you have anything. Ji-Chen did not stay long, as Su Yusheng was still at home. Even if you have called to report that you are safe, it is inevitable to worry when you are alone at home. Ji Chan drove the Land Rover that Shi Yuxuan had compensated him with home to accompany Su Yusheng. Shi Yuxuan was chatting privately with her secretary at home. "Xiaolu, how do you and Xiao Ji feel?" She looked into Xing Hanlu's eyes, spoke softly, and reached her fair jade hand into the hem of Xing Hanlu's skirt. "Boss Shi, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Xing Hanlu rolled her eyes with a smile. "The truth." Shi Yuxuan did not hesitate. Xing Hanlu said shyly, "Boss Shi, Dr. Ji also likes me to warm her hands, but you are no match for him." Shi Yuxuan was not convinced, but she thought of Ji Chen's magical hands that seemed to be able to bring the dead back to life. It is only natural that she cannot compare with Ji Chen. Thinking of the comfort Ji Chen gave her when he treated her, she suddenly wanted to try the feeling of warming Ji Chen's hands. "Master Duan, is Divine Dr. Ji's medical skills really that amazing? Or does he have some special background?" Brother Tiger Zhang, who sent 4 little yellow-haired boys to take a bath with Duan Yunha, with a lot of questions in his mind. Ji Chen is really too young. He doesn't think his medical skills are that great. More importantly, there is a big background. Tiger, you are so short-sighted. Duan Yunha shook his head, his voice was slow. When you are healthy, seeing him is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. When you are sick, seeing him again is like a floating particle looking at the blue sky. Chapter 75, Dust-Blowing Young Master Duan. This will be a stunning move that will shock the world. When you are healthy, seeing him is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. When you are sick, seeing him again is like a floating particle looking at the blue sky. Zhao Hu still couldn't believe it. Nowadays, medical skills and technology are advanced. Ji Chen is so young, how powerful can he be? There are so many doctors. There are countless people with superb medical skills, not to mention the whole country, or even the whole world. Even in Jiangcheng, Ji Chen's medical skills are not among the best, right? Duan Yunha saw what Zhao Hu was thinking and said calmly. "You know Chao Chang, right?" "No." Zhao Hu nodded. "Doesn't he often play with Master Duan?" Last time, Chao Qing's father, Chao Hao, asked Brother Chen to treat his kidney deficiency. But Brother Chen took one look at his wife and concluded that she had breast cancer. Later, after a checkup, it turned out she did have breast cancer. Duan Yunha said with admiration, "Brother Chen's eyes are like blazing eyes." Zhao Hu was stunned, but didn't take it seriously. Being able to tell that someone has breast cancer doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Maybe Ji Chen has a special relationship with Chao Hao's wife and he has already checked it himself. Duan Yunha didn't care about his thoughts and just continued. It was no big deal to be able to tell at a glance that Suing had breast cancer, but Brother Chen only gave Suing a few acupuncture needles, 3 massages, and some Chinese medicine, and the breast cancer was cured. How is this possible? Zhao Hu was surprised. Even though he didn't know medicine, he knew that curing breast cancer was not easy. "So you are short-sighted." Duan Yunha shook his head. "Let me give you another example. You know the president of Time Group, right?" "Of course I know. She's a famous and beautiful CEO in Jiangcheng. She's the dream goddess of countless people." Zhao Hu nodded vigorously, his eyes showing passion and greed. There is no man who doesn't love beautiful women. Otherwise, heroes wouldn't be so tempted by beautiful women. The last time Mr. Shi got into a car accident, it was Brother Chen who was hit. Duan Yunha spoke eloquently. Brother Chen is not only an extraordinary doctor, but also a terrifying martial artist. He jumped out of the car without a scratch. The Audi he was driving was almost broken in half. And Mr. Shi has a broken leg, an arm, and several ribs. When Brother Chen went to negotiate compensation with her, he accepted 5 million. In just a few hours, Mr. Shi was back to normal, able to run and jump. He also saw at a glance that Miss Shi had uterine fibroids, and charged her another 5 million, then easily cured her. The Land Rover that Brother Chen is driving now was compensated by President Shi. Ever since Ji Chen publicly stated in Jiangcheng Hospital that Wei Guangqing had AIDS and was double-plugged, and it was confirmed. Ji Chen became famous in Jiangcheng Hospital. The news that Shi Yuxuan was cured by him also spread in Jiangcheng Hospital. Duan Yunha, who was very concerned about Ji Chen, naturally got the news. Zhao Hu stood there in a daze. All 3 views are overturned. Ji Chen's medical skills are so amazing. No wonder Duan Yunha is so awed and respectful. People are born, grow old, get sick and die. Ji Chen's medical skills can be described as turning decay into magic, far surpassing contemporary Western medicine. I guess only novels would dare to write like this. Duan Yunha felt proud when he saw Zhao, who was shocked. In fact, there are some secrets that he cannot tell. Doctors hold life and death in their hands. Ji Chen's medical skills are so amazing that he can be called the king of hell. Since he can save people, isn't it easy for him to kill people? He knew a lot about the case of Wei Tian, chairman of Jiechen Group. The police also contacted him to find out what happened in Yuwaiting that day. Wei Tian has committed numerous crimes and done many bad things, but he has never been caught unharmed. As a result, just as Yi Huiting was about to have sex with Ji Chen's ex-girlfriend Meng Yiwen, he suddenly fell ill and went to the hospital, but nothing was found. Ji Chen happened to be in Yuwaiting at that time. He still remembered that Ji Chen seemed to ask about Wei Tian's news unintentionally. Night. Wei Tian was discharged from the hospital and wanted to get together with Ji Chen's current girlfriend and ex-girlfriend. As a result, he died the next day. He strongly suspected that it was Ji Chen who did it. It's just that Ji Chen's methods are too sophisticated. It can't be found at all. This is also the reason why he is full of awe for Ji Chen. With Ji Chen's medical skills, there are 10,000 ways to kill him silently and still not be able to find out the cause. He looked at Zhao Hu and said, "Doctors are like medicine. Medicine can save lives, but it can also kill people. I heard that doctors who use knives can stab you dozens of times, leaving you bloody and mangled, but when they check, they find only minor injuries because every knife strike avoided vital areas. This is done with a knife. A Chinese medicine expert like Brother Chen is so amazing." Zhao Hu shuddered all over. This moment. He truly experienced the horror of Ji Chen. Holding the scalpel in one hand, curing diseases and saving lives. Holding the Grim Reaper's scythe in one hand, he reaps lives. So terrifying. Zhao Hu suddenly became frightened and said worriedly, "Master Duan, I have offended Divine Dr. Ji today." "Will I?" Duan Yunha was speechless. He didn't expect Zhao Hu to be scared. "Don't worry, Brother Chen is a broad-minded person, how could he be petty? Besides, it's not you who offended Brother Chen, it's just your blind little brother, and you have already dealt with him." Duan Yunha consoled him. Brother Chen has already made up his mind about this matter. As long as you don't provoke Brother Chen in the future, Brother Chen will definitely not bring up the past. "Well, didn't Brother Chen say he wanted to give me a few injections?" He looked at Zhao Hu and said, "I'll see if Brother Chen is free one day. Let's go to Yi Huating. You treat us. Let's have a few more drinks to apologize to Brother Chen." "No problem, Master Duan, once you've made an appointment, just call me and I'll be there whenever you call." Zhao Hu was overjoyed and agreed immediately. Although it costs a lot of money, it is worth it. Jinjiang Courtyard. Ji Chen returned home and held Su Yusheng in his arms to practice the Su Nu Heart Sutra together to comfort her wounded heart. "Big Bear, you are so warm. It's great to have you." Su Yusheng hugged Ji Chen Hu's waist tightly, feeling extremely secure. The confusion in his heart was suddenly filled up, and he felt at ease. "You're warm too." Ji Chen kissed her neck softly. "I like it very much." Su Yusheng rolled his eyes. This stingy guy. Ji Chen likes to use her to warm his hands the most. You really think she is a hand warmer? Ji Chen's spirits suddenly lifted, and his heart was lifted. His mind immediately focused on his pet, and his perspective had already come to northern Myanmar. Wei Tian's case made Pan Yun from the criminal investigation team always suspicious of him. Ji Chen wanted to divert attention. He used a bumblebee to poison Hamza, the foreign scum, and exposed it to divert attention. But the effect is not very good. After all, Hamza is also in Jiangcheng, and the distance is too close. Then, Ji Chen planned to find a faraway place to do something big. He secretly contracted 2 pigeons, each of which carried 4 bumblebees, and flew quietly towards northern Myanmar. Previous life. Northern Myanmar is very famous, and countless people have suffered from it. It is only 2008 now, and internet information is not very developed. Ordinary people don't know much about northern Myanmar. But the terror in northern Myanmar was no less than that in later generations. Fraud, organ trafficking, human trafficking, there is nothing you dare not do, only things you can't think of. For those who have been deceived, it is hell on earth. For those big guys, it is a paradise on earth where they can play however they want. Now, under the instructions of Ji Chen, 2 aerospace mothership carrier pigeons, carrying 8 bumblebee warriors, crossed mountains and rivers, and experienced countless dangers, and finally arrived at the battlefield. Ji Chen's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Everyone is afraid. I still don't believe I can't cure you. Tonight. He wants to go on a killing spree. Kill the evil ones and scare them away. Chapter 76, Heaven's Law is Clear, Night Destroys the Park. A manor that is enclosed and heavily guarded. 10 o'clock in the evening. The night was dark and windy, but many places were still brightly lit. No one noticed that 2 nimble pigeons landed silently on the roof of the park building. Follow closely. 8 giant hornet warriors flew down from the carrier pigeon, along with dozens of tiny black mosquitoes. The black midge is much smaller than the bumblebee. More suitable for some covert missions. What's more, the mosquito is small in size, easy to carry and does not take up space. Ji Chen controlled several black mosquitoes to sneak into the park along the dark land. Suddenly, a shrill scream entered Ji Chen's mind through the black mosquito's hearing, and Ji Chen immediately controlled a black mosquito to fly over. There was also a bumblebee following closely behind. Mo Wang soon arrived at an interrogation room. I saw a woman with her hands and feet handcuffed behind her back on an iron chair covered in dark bloodstains. 2 men stood in front of the woman with evil smiles on their faces, holding electric batons and torture instruments. The woman passed out from the electric shock, but the man did not let her go and used torture instruments to wake her up. I was wrong. I'm willing to do anything, not to. The woman begged bitterly. No matter how tough she was, she would collapse under such inhumane torture. But the man with the electric baton didn't seem satisfied. Pick up the electric baton and continue to greet. Ah! A shrill wail was heard, but it was not from a woman, but from a man holding an electric baton. Bang! The electric baton fell to the ground, and the man covered his body with his hands, wailing and rolling on the ground, in excruciating pain. Bumblebee takes action. Ji Chen was filled with hatred and used only a little bit of poison to control the bumblebee. This poison can kill people. But you won't die immediately. It will take at least an hour. In short, this person will be in excruciating pain for at least an hour before dying in agony. As for treatment, the hornet's venom has evolved, and there is currently no antidote in the world. Waiting for them. Only death. The man holding the torture instruments was shocked, as if he was facing a great enemy. However, before he saw the enemy, he followed the same fate as the former. Bumblebee dealt with the 2 men and left quickly. What's going on? The woman endured the pain with a look of confusion on her face. There were only 3 of them in the room. What was going on with these 2? The evolved bumblebee was not only fast, but also flew silently. The woman was tortured to death, so how could she notice the fleeting bumblebee? Although she didn't understand, she felt happy. These 2 demons finally got their comeuppance. She was tricked into coming here and refused to obey, so she was taken to this small dark room and tortured. She has become numb. Want to die. I can rest in peace if I can see my enemies suffer even more before I die. Ji Chen controlled the bumblebee and the black mosquito, as if the god of death had arrived. The entire park was quickly figured out. He first controlled Mosquito and Bumblebee to sneak into the monitoring room, killed the guards guarding the monitoring, and then turned off the monitoring. He also controlled Bumblebee to tap the keyboard and typed out 4 big words. The law of heaven is clear. After taking care of the surveillance, Ji Chen ordered Bumblebee to directly attack the armed guards. These guards were caught off guard and were taken away by Bumblebee in one wave. Then there are other supervisors, backbones, and thugs in the park. In short, except for the victim, all others will be killed without mercy. The darkness of the entire park also shocked Ji Chen. Some victims had their limbs chopped off to warn and intimidate other victims. Those who were disobedient were directly pulled out their nails, chopped off their fingers, and hung up for days and nights without being allowed to sleep. Shocks with electric batons and beatings with iron rods are commonplace. When their bodies were broken down, they were dragged to the rear, their organs removed, and even their bodies sold cheaply. Here, people are worse than pigs. After sweeping one park, Ji Chen did not stop at all and continued to sweep the next one. Ji Chen was filled with murderous intent. 8 bumblebees and a group of black mosquitoes worked non-stop and swept through 3 parks in one night. Although the black mosquito's venom is not as strong as that of the bumblebee, a direct bite to the head is equally fatal. It's dawn. The bumblebee and the black mosquito left with the carrier pigeon and rested in the nearby woods. This night, they are exhausted. But there are too many evil people here, and they cannot be dealt with in one night. Unless he sends tens of thousands of bumblebees over there. In fact, Ji-Chen now has a lot of pets, especially Bumblebee. Continue tonight. Ji-Chen asked the carrier pigeons with extraordinary eyesight to monitor the situation in the park, and then he withdrew his attention. It's almost time. Ji-Chen glanced at Su Yusheng, who was sleeping in his arms, then got up and made breakfast. Su Yusheng can eat just as soon as he gets up. Susu, I'm going to the time group to discuss cooperation matters later, so I won't be back for lunch. Ji-Chen looked at Su Yusheng and said. He will be busy for the next period of time. He provided prescriptions and techniques, which was equivalent to doing the work of a researcher. He has to finalize the company's products, make samples, apply for patents, and so on. Don't worry, Big Bear. I'm fine at home alone. I have Black Emperor and Fatty with me. Su Yusheng touched Haowan's furry head and gave Ji-Chen a reassuring look. She knew Ji-Chen would be very busy next. She can't hold back. After breakfast, Ji-Chen drove to Time Group. Just like yesterday, the chief secretary, Xing Hanlu, was already waiting for him at the door of the security room. After handing the car to the security guard, Ji-Chen and Xing Hanlu went to the president's office. Enter the elevator. Ji-Chen's spiritual sense swept across the camera, and he moved his body just enough to block it. Xing Hanlu leaned against the elevator, facing him. Sister Lu looks radiant and exceptionally beautiful today. Looking at her cold and beautiful face, Ji-Chen lowered his gaze and swept across her white swan neck. She was wearing a black professional suit, which was particularly charming. Especially the hip skirt that shows off the curves to the fullest. It makes people want to find out. Ji-Chen is decisive and efficient in his work and never procrastinates. He put his broad palm into the hem of her skirt. Stop it, there's a camera here. Xing Hanlu was shocked and gave him a fierce look. She didn't expect Ji-Chen to be so bold. Don't worry, Sister Lu, I'm blocking the camera. Ji-Chen grinned. Unfortunately, the elevator was very fast and did not stop in the middle, so it reached the top floor very quickly. Big bad guy. Xing Hanlu glared at Ji-Chen fiercely, quickly straightened her messy skirt, and said through gritted teeth. Mr. Ji, please. Thank you, Secretary Xing. Ji-Chen touched his nose and there was still a lingering fragrance. Xing Hanlu cursed inwardly, her cheeks slightly red, and brought Ji-Chen to Shi Yuxuan's office. This guy likes to be stingy. It really makes people love and hate it. Chapter 77 shocked the world. Team Pan fired up again. Mr. Shi, Mr. Ji is here. Xing Hanlu twisted her plump buttocks and brought Ji-Chen to the president's office. Xiao Ji is here, please sit down. Ji-Chen was not polite and walked to the desk with familiarity and sat down, looking at Shi Yuxuan, who was working with interest. Mature. Capable. Shrewd. Intellectual. Makes you want to check. Sister Xian, you look great today, even more charming than yesterday. He and Shi Yuxuan were chatting casually. Xing Hanlu made him a cup of green tea. He took a sip and got down to business with Shi Yuxuan, discussing the pharmaceutical company's affairs. The name of the company is Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical. Shi Yuxuan had limited cash, so for convenience, she shut down a poorly performing factory of the Shiguan Group and converted it into a production base for Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical. Then a laboratory was freed up for Ji-Chen to prepare the patented materials for the product. Xing Hanlu temporarily became Ji-Chen's secretary, helping Ji-Chen. Xing Hanlu asked someone to register a company, plan and renovate the factory, and purchase production equipment. There are so many things to do when you want to start a company. Fortunately, Xing Hanlu has the support of the Time Group and has many talented people under his command. As long as there is someone to take the lead, the assistants can be recruited directly. It is easy to get thousands of soldiers, but it is difficult to find a good general. Talent is the most important thing. But these things cannot be accomplished in a day or two. Noon. Shi Yuxuan treated us to dinner at the hotel. There is a TV in the private room. Generally no one watches it, it's just a decoration, but the international news broadcast on TV caught the attention of Shi Yuxuan and Xing Hanlu. 3 industrial parks in northern Myanmar were destroyed overnight, with over 1,000 people killed. This number is not low. It's only been one night, could there be a war? But the news reports said there were no signs of a struggle at the scene, nor any information about the murderer. There were only 4 big words left on the computer. The law of heaven is clear. Sure, Yuxuan sighed. I've heard northern Myanmar is terrifying, but I didn't expect it to be this horrific. These people truly deserve to die. The report contains a lot of information about the victims. There are even some photos. It's chilling. Xing Hanlu looked at the news and said with great interest. The murderer left behind the words "Heaven's way is clear." It seems he wants to fight violence with violence, evil with evil, becoming a real-life Batman. When he heard the word Batman, another Chinese version of Batman inexplicably appeared in Ji Chen's mind. It's Mr. Ho who teaches foreign languages. The right to interpret the legal provisions lies with Dean Chen. Thinking of Dean Chen, Ji Chen reached out his hand to Xing Hanlu's smooth and round thigh. Xing Hanlu was startled and looked at Ji Chen calmly, giving him a warning look, but Ji Chen seemed not to see it and continued to advance. Eat a meal. Xing Hanlu felt very uncomfortable, her cheeks were red and hot. Keeping your legs together doesn't help. Sure, Yuxuan was a little confused. Xiaolu, why is your face so red? Maybe the food is a bit spicy, and the room is a bit stuffy. Xing Hanlu explained hurriedly. Sure, Yuxuan seemed to have guessed something and glanced at Ji Chen, who was touching his nose. More certain of my guess. This little bastard actually dared to tease her secretary in front of her. It's so abominable. But she didn't care. With a wider range of knowledge, many things no longer surprise you. What is Ji Chen? A Korean female star went on stage to receive the award with something on her body. There are also very famous ones like Guan Erfu. The entertainment industry is very chaotic. What can be revealed is just the tip of the iceberg, and what cannot be revealed can subvert your imagination even more. Is this also why Korean actresses are prone to suicide? Because I can't stand it. Although the entertainment industry is generally recognized as chaotic, that is only because it is often in the public eye. Financial circle, travel circle, cycling circle. There are many other circles that don't often appear in the public eye. Which circle is not messy? The principal of a music college can seduce all the female teachers in the school. This is still the cleanest and most sacred circle in the eyes of the public. Gulong said that once you enter the world of martial arts, you have no choice. After lunch, Ji Chen followed Sher Yuxuan back to her office to rest. Sher Yuxuan was taking a nap in the bedroom. Xing Hanlu made a cup of tea and placed it in front of Ji Chen. Sister Lu. Ji Chen reached out and grabbed her slender waist. Don't! Xing Hanlu was shocked, but she couldn't resist Ji Chen, so she supported herself on the sofa with her hands. She bit her red lips lightly. Sher Yuxuan had a very light sleep during her lunch break today. Thinking that Ji Chen was still outside, she got up to check. Wow! Good job. Bullying her secretary again. This bastard. Sher Yuxuan didn't disturb him and stood behind the bedroom door with a burning gaze. Xiao Ji. She suddenly felt that she had called the wrong name. It should be called Dodgy. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Many companies have started working. Ji Chen also finished his nap on time and prepared to go to work. This nap was very comfortable. Xing Hanlu's face flushed red, she glared at him fiercely, straightened her skirt, and ran quickly into the bathroom. She felt like changing clothes. Otherwise you will catch a cold if you wear it. Ji Chen sat on the sofa, wiped his hands, and lit a cigarette. Call. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Ji Chen felt that his life had reached its peak. Comfortable. Sher Yuxuan walked up to him with her long, beautiful legs, wearing crystal high heels, and stared at him. Are you satisfied now? Of course. Sister Xian is so nice. Ji Chen smiled. Of course he knew that Sher Yuxuan was peeking. I also know what Sher Yuxuan is thinking. That's why I have no scruples. I will definitely serve Sister Xian well in the future and let her return with a great reward. His eyes fell on Sher Yuxuan's flat belly without a trace of fat. The promises he made will definitely be fulfilled. She must have gained a lot. He. Sher Yuxuan seemed not to understand and did not give a direct answer. The three continued working in the afternoon. At the same time, the shocking case of the destruction of 3 industrial parks in northern Myanmar has completely fermented. Countless news stories are overwhelming. Sensational around the world. People from all over the world are eating melons crazily. The surviving park owner and his minions were in a panic, and then the boss was shocked and angry. Officials in northern Myanmar are conducting a thorough investigation. As time went by, more and more attention was attracted. Especially those who do experiments. Because all the victims died of poisoning, but this poison had never been discovered before. Wrong. Jiang Cheng had already discovered this poison. Jiang Cheng, Criminal Investigation Headquarters. Zhang Mingyu, Li Zhang and others were also watching and discussing the shocking case in northern Myanmar. Thousands of people were killed in one night. In particular, there are many fully armed guards inside, holding hot weapons. But even so, it was destroyed silently. This is scary. Ha! Zhang Mingyu was suddenly shocked when he saw a picture of a dead person. Captain Pan. She immediately shouted to Pan Yun, "Come and see, isn't this exactly the same as how Wei Tian, Hamza, and the others died? Let me see." Pan Yun was cheered up and rushed over reflexively. He was so exhausted by the case that he dreamed about solving it. It's true. Pan Yun stared at a photo of a dead person in the news. They were all poisoned by the murder weapon, and their symptoms were exactly the same as Wei Tian and Hamza. Although it cannot be completely confirmed, it is very likely that the same poison and the same murderer are involved. Hurry up and look for relevant photos. Are there any more? Pan Yun asked everyone to take action. Now the shocking case in northern Myanmar has caused a lot of buzz, with countless reporters rushing there and all kinds of news flying around. There are many photos circulating. The symptoms are the same, it's very likely the same murderer. Pan Yun was surprised and happy. However, to be sure, we must obtain the autopsy report of the deceased in northern Myanmar, especially the test report on poison. Xiao Zhang, please organize the information for me immediately. He plans to apply to his superiors and negotiate with northern Myanmar. If it is confirmed that it is the same poison, he plans to go there in person. The murderer must have left clues since he killed so many people at once. He felt that this case in northern Myanmar was the key to solving the case. His blood was burning. The murderer just fled to northern Myanmar. Pan Yun pondered. Or does the murderer have an accomplice? The murderer is definitely not alone. A case as big as the one in northern Myanmar cannot be accomplished by one person. It's definitely a gang crime. Chapter 78, After 3 years of pursuit, divorce for you? Time Group. President's Office. Captain Pan is so excited. His blood is burning. Ji Chen felt emotional but didn't care. A fragrant breeze blew towards me, and Xing Hanlu put a stack of documents on the desk. The graceful look of her plump and tall figure as she bent down made Ji Chen stand up in awe. He kept looking up and down at Xing Hanlu's exquisite curves wrapped in her professional suit. The memory of the night of debauchery in the office bedroom yesterday came to his mind, and he felt particularly passionate. Facts show that uniforms are extremely tempting. Sister Lu, it's time to get off work. Ji Chen held the secretary's soft waist with one hand and supported her elastic and perky buttocks with the other hand. He pinched it hard a few times, causing Xing Hanlu to make a few noises that she couldn't suppress. "Mr. Ji, please don't disturb me while I'm working." Xing Hanlu blared at him fiercely. This little rascal, except when he was doing serious work, he was thinking about doing bad things all the time. "Isn't this just work?" Ji Chen grinned and gave her a massage to relieve her fatigue after a day of work. "No, the boss will be here soon." Xing Hanlu grabbed Ji Chen's wrist. Although no one else in the office would come, it would be embarrassing for Shi Yuxuan to come and see it. But she also enjoyed the feeling of being with Ji Chen, and was especially fascinated by Ji Chen's magical hands that could bring people back to life, which not only eliminated fatigue but also made her feel happy. What she meant was, don't stay here. But Ji Chen liked Shi Yuxuan's office. It's spacious and bright here. It's a good place. With special blessing. Sister Xian doesn't mind. Maybe she can come and give you some pointers later. Ji Chen lowered his head and kissed the beauty's red lips. Xing Hanlu couldn't resist, so she just ignored it and immediately started to respond enthusiastically. As Ji Chen carried her plump buttocks to the sofa, his spiritual sense was alert to the surroundings. Although generally no one comes here. And it's time to get off work now. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Ji Chen has always been considerate in his work. Even though he often touches his secretary, he always makes sure that no unauthorized persons will find out. As for Shi Yuxuan? This is one of us. It doesn't matter if you find out. Ji Chen didn't avoid Shi Yuxuan at all. Xing Hanlu was like an octopus, with her arms around Ji Chen's neck and her long and plump legs wrapped around Ji Chen's waist. The leg curves outlined by the black lace fishnet stockings are breathtakingly beautiful. Ji Chen loves to destroy this kind of beauty the most. Swish. As he tore it, he gently kissed Xing Hanlu's fair swan neck. Ji Chen likes it too. Increase your strength. That's the reason. 6:45. Shi Yuxuan returned to the office and was immediately stunned. Was her office robbed? It's a mess everywhere. All kinds of garbage are thrown away casually. Ji Chen. She gritted her teeth, knowing who did it without being told. There will be no one else except Ji Chen. She walked into the bedroom wearing red crystal high heels and saw Ji Chen and Xing Hanlu. The two are still together. No points. Ji Chen turned around and saw Shi Yuxuan with a cold face and smiled slightly. Sister Xian is back, how about going together? Go to hell. A handbag was thrown at him. Ji Chen let go of foaming and caught Shi Yuxuan's bag. Sister Xian's temper is a sign of a long-term lack of love. Ji Chen pulled away and came to Shi Yuxuan with his handbag. His tall and strong body is like a brown bear standing upright. The streamlined muscles are full of explosive power while maintaining a muscular figure. A strong masculine scent came over her, enveloping her whole body. Shi Yuxuan was stunned. The majestic physique gave her a strong visual impact, making her dizzy for a short time. Ji Chen put his arms around her soft waist and lowered his head to kiss her pink lips. He knew what Shi Yuxuan was thinking. Today. He was going to eat her. Boom. Shi Yuxuan was shocked, her mind went blank, and she couldn't stand Ji Chen's teasing at all. Ji Chen put his broad palm into the hem of her skirt. A moment later. Shi Yuxuan and Ji Chen were shocked at the same time and woke up. Ji Chen loosened his grip on her waist. Shi Yuxuan pushed Ji Chen away, her face flushed, and glared at Ji Chen. Little rascal, are you in such a hurry? She poked Ji Chen's forehead with her slender jade finger, then turned and ran away. Looking at the graceful back, Ji Chen shook his head and smiled. I didn't expect that Mr. Shi's virginity is still there. He knew that Shi Yuxuan had no man. But isn't Xing Hanlu the same? I just didn't expect that Shi Yuxuan still kept that one. We were too hasty today. Even if Shi Yuxuan had that intention, there should at least be some sense of ceremony. At least somewhere where it was just the two of them. Only next time. Thinking of Shi Yuxuan's graceful body, Ji Chen decided to take some time to prepare a little and give her a perfect experience. You are so greedy. Xing Hanlu's faint voice came from behind. She obviously knew everything. Although she has always been with Shi Yuxuan. But the roles they play are different, just like a president and a secretary, they are not equal. Hers is gone. But Shi Yuxuan remains the same. Ji Chen came to her, looked at her snow-white skin, and said in a deep voice. I'm really angry right now. Don't secretaries have human rights? Xing Hanlu curled her lips, her eyes dim, and raised her hand to pat Ji Chen's head, still helping Ji Chen to extinguish the anger that Shi Yuxuan had started. 8 o'clock in the evening. Ji Chen drove a Land Rover to take Xing Hanlu home. Xing Hanlu sat in the passenger seat and changed all her clothes. She had no strength in her body and leaned lazily on the seat, looking at Ji Chen, who was driving seriously. Oops, I forgot to get my medicine. Xing Hanlu was suddenly startled, which scared Ji Chen. What medicine? Ji Chen was puzzled and glanced at her plump, white thighs. Didn't I apply medicine to your wound? It's not a healing medicine, it's that kind of. Xing Hanlu glared at him and looked down at her slightly bulging belly. Ji Chen suddenly realized. He smiled and said, What are you afraid of? At worst, I can just give birth to the baby. Don't want. Xing Hanlu's expression changed. I don't want to have a baby. I'm afraid of the pain. I heard that after giving birth, there will be pain. She didn't finish, but Ji Chen understood what she meant. Having a child does have a huge impact. However, with his medical skills, just massage and longevity therapy are enough to restore it to its original state without any impact. Your figure will not be deformed and affect your beauty. There's a drugstore ahead, please stop for a moment. Xing Hanlu said. Anyway, she would never consider having children at this stage. Ji Chen is such a bad guy. I heard that he loves his first love, Zhongchu, the most. Ji Chen smiled but didn't stop the car. Just when Xing Hanlu thought Ji Chen wanted her to give birth, Ji Chen explained. Don't worry, have you forgotten who I am? Who are you? A pervert. Xing Hanlu curled her lips. I'm a miracle doctor. Ji Chen's eyes darkened. As long as I don't want you to, you won't be able to get pregnant no matter what. Otherwise, do you really think I'm so carefree and can play around so easily? I see, you're such a jerk. Xing Hanlu suddenly understood. She also figured it out. She was afraid of getting pregnant. But Ji Chen was more afraid than her. So she has nothing to worry about. She doesn't have to worry about it at all. Just enjoy it. Leave the rest to Ji Chen. The Land Rover quickly drove to the downstairs of Xing Hanlu's building. Ji Chen opened the car door, carried her out, and carried her upstairs. Xing Hanlu put her arms around Ji Chen's neck, smiled, and kissed him hard on the face. You have a conscience. When did I lose my conscience? Ji Chen was very hurt. Heaven and earth can bear witness that although he is a bit fickle, he is very good to his woman. After sending Xing Hanlu home and settling her down, Ji Chen straightened his clothes and circulated his longevity energy to cleanse the aura from his body. Mainly Xing Hanlu's. Su Yusheng is now also a cultivator with a keen sense of smell. If he doesn't wash it, it will definitely be smelled. Ji Chen drove home and spent time with Su Yusheng. Big Bear, are you tired? Su Yusheng rubbed his shoulders. Although she had never run a company, she knew how difficult it was. Although it's tiring, I enjoy it. Ji Chen tells the truth. He was indeed a little tired and busy. I had to run a company and go to school at the same time. But Xing Hanlu is very unique. He likes it very much. Well, having your own career makes your life fulfilling. Su Yusheng nodded. I understand Ji Chen's feelings very well. She now has nothing to do every day and can only read and study, or watch movies. Although it is leisurely, she feels very empty. I feel uneasy. Ji Chen held her on his lap and smiled. I'll make your life fulfilling now. Big Bear, bad. Su Yusheng rolled his eyes at him. Time flies. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The basic framework of Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical, a partnership between Ji Chen and Shi Yuxuan, has been established. Ji Chen also has his own laboratory. His relationship with Shi Yuxuan became increasingly close, but unfortunately, Shi Yuxuan's relatives came to visit this week, leaving him no chance to find out more. Ji Chen became familiar with the employees of Time Group. This day, Shi Yuxuan was about to go home, but was blocked by a middle-aged man in a suit. Yuxuan, I've booked a private room at Yeongsuan. We haven't eaten together for a long time. Let's go for a drink together. The middle-aged man smiled and held a bouquet of flowers in his hand, which he handed to Shi Yuxuan, acting both familiar and domineering. Mr. Liao, I'm sorry, I have something else to do tonight. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Having said that, Shi Yuxuan turned around and got into the car. Liao Hua stood in front of the car door, the smile on his face replaced by gloom. Yuxuan, you are so heartless. I divorced my husband for you and pursued you for 3 years. Chapter 79, Guworm. Perfect accident. Mr. Liao, please explain clearly, what do you mean by getting a divorce for me? Shi Yuxuan was angry. I never agreed to your pursuit, and there is no ambiguity between us. We just had dinner together when we were working together. You divorced because you disliked your wife's age and unattractiveness, and your wife made a scene because you had an affair. As for pursuing me for 3 years, I already told you clearly that I don't like you. Besides, as far as I know, you've been so romantic over the years, the number of women you've played with couldn't even fit in a classroom with hundreds of people. Liao Hua's eyes were as gloomy as water. Yuxuan, I was just playing with those women, just for fun. Yuxuan, you should know very well that in our circle, which successful man doesn't play around? But I am only sincere to you. Ha, use these words to deceive college students who have not yet graduated. Shi Yuxuan sneered. When she was 3 years old. She is already 30 years old and has been in the business world for nearly 10 years, yet he still lied to her with such childish words. She pushed Liao Hua away and was about to leave. Liao Hua stood in front of her again, unable to contain his rage any longer. Why are you pretending? Don't think I don't know that you've been having a hot affair with that pretty boy named Ji Chen lately. As far as I know, that pretty boy is already married and hasn't thought about divorce at all. Would you rather be his mistress than follow me? I can give you a grand wedding and let you enjoy great glory. Liao Hua, you don't understand what people are saying, right? Shi Yuxuan was completely furious. She pointed at Liao Hua's nose and cursed, "Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Even if I were to be Ji Chen's mistress, I wouldn't even look at you. Don't you even look at yourself? You have a big belly, you're over 40 years old, and you play with women every day. Are you still okay? If it doesn't work, it's best to ask Ji Chen to help you." Good. 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 Liao Hua laughed in anger, "You forced me to do this. For 3 years, I've been thinking about fucking you all the time. Today, I'll let you see if I can do it." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 burly men suddenly got out of his car. "What do you want to do?" "I'm calling the police. There are surveillance cameras here, and security will be here soon." Shi Yuxuan took out her cell phone and immediately called Ji Chen. Bang! Liao Hua slapped her phone away and said with a sneer, "Call the police? Surveillance? Security? Ha, I've already had someone hold the guard back and delete the surveillance footage. When I'm done, I'll take a video of you. If you want to call the police, go ahead. I believe that all the executives and employees of the Time Group would love to admire President Shi's enchanting figure. Even the whole of Jiangcheng, and even the whole world, would love to see it. You are shameless." Shi Yuxuan was so angry that she was shaking. She didn't expect Liao Hua to be so despicable. If it really becomes like that. Even if she sent Liao Hua to prison, she would be disgraced and the Time Group would suffer a devastating disaster. She had no face to live anymore. Moreover, the sentence for rape is not very long. Liao Hua can use some connections to reduce his sentence while in prison, and maybe he can be released soon. "Take it away," Liao Hua ordered. He couldn't wait to go back and enjoy this exquisite delicacy. This is the woman he has dreamed of for 3 years, no, it should be said that he has dreamed of for 5 years. The first time we cooperated with Time Group was 5 years ago. When he saw Shi Yuxuan, he was shocked by her beauty and thought about her day and night. Now I am finally getting what I want. 2 burly men stepped forward and grabbed Shi Yuxuan. "Stop." Ji Chen came out from the side with his cell phone. He came here a long time ago. Whether it was Shi Yuxuan or Xing Hanlu, he sent more than one pet to protect them secretly. Ever since the incident at Luhan Milk Tea Shop, Ji Chen sent pet animals to people who were close to him. "It's you, kid." When Liao Hua saw Ji Chen, he was not surprised but happy. "Catch him for me." He gave orders to the 2 burly bodyguards. "Since Ji Chen is here, let us take him down together. It will be a good opportunity for Ji Chen to be a spectator and bear witness for him. It must be very interesting." The 2 bodyguards were his close confidants and had done many dirty things for him. Upon hearing the order, he rushed towards Ji Chen without hesitation. In the monitoring room, Ji Chen had someone restore the surveillance. Facing the 2 bodyguards rushing towards him, he knocked them down with 2 punches. "Mr. Liao, you are suspected of kidnapping and attempted rape. I have already called the police. Just wait to go to jail." "Humph, so what if you can fight? Don't be so arrogant, you have to rely on background and power to get ahead. I'm doomed today, but you just wait." Liao Hua remained tough. He didn't cause any harm today, instead his bodyguard was beaten. He was confident he could handle it. "I'm waiting." Ji Chen sneered, having already sentenced him to death in his heart. He quietly used his longevity to control the 3 mites on Liao Hua's head. This period of time, not only did his cultivation level improve rapidly, but his beast taming skills had already reached a superb level. These 3 mites not only controlled the beasts into pets, but also transformed them into poisonous insects. This is the magical effect of animal taming that reaches the pinnacle of perfection. The mites transformed into poisonous insects and drilled into Liao Hua's head through his nostrils. Mites are very small and difficult to see with the naked eye. Liao Hua just felt his nose was a little itchy, but he didn't care. Soon, Pan Yun from the Criminal Investigation Corps hurried over with the criminal police. "Ji Chen, what's going on?" Pan Yun glanced at the fallen bodyguard, then at Shi Yuxuan and Liao Hua. Ji Chen showed Pan Yun the video he had taken with his phone. "Captain Pan, this Mr. Liao led his men to kidnap Mr. Shi and even tried to rape him. Fortunately, I discovered and stopped him. After I discovered it, I had the surveillance footage restored. Captain Pan can check it and prove what I said. After saying that, Ji Chen looked at Liao Hua. Mr. Liao, I know you have strong connections, but the evidence of attempted kidnapping is solid, so the minimum starting point is 5 years. And you even admitted that you wanted to assault Mr. Shi. This is attempted rape, an aggravated offense. You want to take revenge on me? Wait until you get out. Liao Hua was about to give Ji Chen a disdainful look, but suddenly his head felt dizzy and he had the urge to run away. I can't be caught, I have to run. His mind clearly told him that he couldn't run and he didn't need to be afraid. But he didn't know what was wrong. He couldn't control himself. I don't want to go to jail. Don't even think about arresting me. Liao Hua was controlled by Ji Chen's might beast. He roared and ran outside desperately. Pan Yun and others knew that Liao Hua had an extraordinary identity. They were not sure just now, and Liao Hua showed no signs of running away, so they did not take action. Now caught off guard, Liao Hua tried his best to escape and ran out of the parking lot. Catch him. Pan Yun took the lead and chased after him. Ji Chen didn't move, controlling Liao Hua to run desperately. Liao Hua ran to the side of the road, looked back at Pan Yun who was chasing him, and still did not stop. Careful! Pan Yun yelled, but it was no use. Liao Hua rushed to the middle of the road and was hit by a speeding car and flew away. Liao Hua fell to the ground and was unfortunately run over by a car in another lane. Died on the spot. Chapter 80: The President's Enthusiasm. Sizzle. Sharp and harsh friction sounds came one after another, passing vehicles braked suddenly, and the scene was in chaos. Depend on. Pan Yun shook his fist, feeling annoyed. Unexpectedly, Liao Hua chose to escape and even got into a car accident. Now he will be implicated as well. He immediately dialed 120, hoping there was still hope. By the way, Ji Chen. He suddenly thought that Ji Chen was a miracle doctor with extraordinary medical skills. He looked at Zhang Mingyu who was running after him and said hurriedly, Xiao Zhang, Liao Hua was in a car accident. Go and get Ji Chen. Okay. Zhang Mingyu also saw Liao Hua being hit by a car and ran towards the garage without hesitation. Soon, Ji Chen and others followed Zhang Mingyu to the scene. Pan Yun and the traffic police who arrived quickly took control of the scene, but Liao Hua was in such a miserable state. He was first knocked away, and then crushed by a car in the opposite lane, his body covered in blood. Ji Chen took a look and said directly, the person is already dead. There is no point in saving him. Pan Yun sighed inwardly. Although he is not a doctor, as a criminal policeman, isn't it clear whether Liao Hua is dead or not? He has indeed died. There's no hope. Shi Yuxuan walked over in high heels and said to Pan Yun, Captain Pan, since Liao Hua is dead, the debt is settled. Let's just pretend that he kidnapped me and I won't report it. Although criminal cases cannot be withdrawn just because the parties involved say so. But this case is special. It's getting late now. If Captain Pan has nothing else to do, Ji Chen and I will leave. Shi Yuxuan glanced at Ji Chen and could no longer bear it. It just so happened that her relatives left. Pan Yun looked at Shi Yuxuan, then at Ji Chen, and suddenly said, Mr. Ji, after you explained the case just now, why did you specifically mention Liao Hua's attempted kidnapping, which has a 5-year starting point? Captain Pan, your question is really tricky. Ji Chen sneered, what do you mean by deliberately? Liao Hua threatened me and told me to wait, and I said I would send him to prison. Is there a problem with that? Or does Captain Pan think that I said that on purpose to scare Pan Yun into running away, which led to the car accident, and that I'm the culprit? Mr. Ji, that's not what I meant. Captain Pan, no need to explain. Ji Chen waved his hand, Liao Hua died in a car accident. It has nothing to do with me. If nothing else, I'll go back first. By the way, Captain Pan, please tell those people to stop following me. Ji Chen looked up and said in a leisurely voice. This is against the rules. If everyone does this, won't it be a mess? It has been a week since the events in northern Myanmar began. Pan Yun had submitted a report long ago and contacted northern Myanmar, confirming that it was the same poison and the same murder weapon. Therefore, the case of Wei Tian and Hamza has been significantly upgraded and is directly under the charge of the task force. Ji Chen is a big suspect. Even if there is no evidence. 5 days ago, Ji Chen discovered that someone was secretly monitoring him. He also knew who it was. Captain Pan, goodbye. Ji Chen didn't let Pan Yun answer, turned around and went to the garage with Shi Yuxuan. Pan Yun stood there in a daze. He looked at Ji Chen's receding back, picked up the phone and called the task force, repeating Ji Chen's words. The person in charge of surveillance naturally withdrew. Ji Chen already knows everything, so what's the point of continuing? What's more, they monitored for 5 days and found nothing unusual. Except for Ji Chen and Shi Yuxuan's secretary, they have a close relationship. This kind of thing is not their business. Entering the garage, Shi Yuxuan's plump and delicate body was like a ball of soft marshmallow, and she threw herself into Ji Chen's arms. Ji Chen immediately felt a warmth on his lips. Shi Yuxuan gave him a passionate kiss. When Liao Hua kidnapped her just now, she was desperate and thought she was going to be robbed. She couldn't imagine what would happen. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Ji Chen appeared in her sight like her guardian knight. He easily dealt with Liao Hua's 2 burly bodyguards and got hold of Liao Hua's weakness. That moment, Ji Chen's figure became extremely majestic in her eyes. If there had not been so many people around, she would have been unable to resist throwing herself into Ji Chen's arms. Ji Chen searched high and low, his heart also burning with anxiety. Sister Xian, you are truly a gift from the Creator to me. Ji Chen grasped the advantages and praised sincerely. The rich softness is fascinating and can't be put down. At the same time, people are reluctant to use force, as if using a little more force will break it. Shi Yuxuan's cheeks were rosy, and her bright eyes looked at Ji Chen infatuatedly. Come to my house. Good. Ji Chen pulled his hand away, picked up the limp Shi Yuxuan, put her on the passenger seat, and got into the car. Shi Yuxuan didn't even bother to fasten her seatbelt. She threw herself into Ji Chen's arms and hugged him tightly, kissing him passionately on the cheek and neck. Big sister is so enthusiastic. Ji Chen was helpless and very excited. He hugged her soft and plump body, and his right hand extended down along her amazingly curvy waist. He squeezed her raised buttocks hard, then raised his hand and slapped her a few times. Be good, sit tight and fasten your seatbelts. Ji Chen pinched her plump buttocks hard a few times, just like coaxing a little girl. Shi Yuxuan moaned softly, her cheeks suddenly turning red as if water was about to drip out, revealing her breathtaking beauty in the dark carriage. She fastened her seatbelt. Ji Chen instantly stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards Longhu Garden. I went there last time when I got my Land Rover. Familiar with the route. In less than 10 minutes, Ji Chen arrived at the underground garage of Shi Yuxuan's villa. He opened the car door and a soft and delicate body rushed over. Shi Yuxuan wrapped her arms around Ji Chen's neck passionately, tilted her beautiful and delicate face, gave Ji Chen a hot kiss on the lips, and wrapped her legs around his waist. Ji Chen lifted her perky buttocks and entered the elevator. Along the way, the two did not separate and kissed passionately. Ding dong! The elevator stops and the doors open automatically. Ji Chen carried Shi Yuxuan into the villa hall, which was very spacious and covered with an expensive blanket on the floor. Call. Shi Yuxuan let go. She was almost suffocating. Her thin red lips were slightly swollen and she was breathing softly. It's rare to be able to suffocate yourself with a kiss. Ji Chen's eyes were burning with mischief. Shi Yuxuan's dazed eyes regained some clarity, and she exhaled like orchid. Xiao Ji, wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower. She had worked all day, and not to mention the sweat smell, she wanted to show her best side to Ji Chen and leave the most unforgettable memories. Just right. Ji Chen grinned, I want to wash too. He felt like he was back home, holding Shi Yuxuan's plump buttocks and walking to the bathroom as if he was familiar with the place. The bathroom is large and has a beautiful bathtub. Sister Xian, let me show you a magic trick. He smiled mysteriously. Shi Yuxuan's eyes were bright and full of anticipation. Shi Yuxuan felt a chill all over her body, and then she suddenly realized what had happened. She was stripped naked by Ji Chen in an instant. Little rascal, how many clothes did you take off to develop such a fast technique? She stared at Ji Chen with a coquettish look. There are faster ones. Ji Chen did the same with his own clothes, picked up Shi Yuxuan and put her into the bathtub, enjoying the comfort of a warm bath. Shi Yuxuan was still a little shy. The dazzling white skin was tinged with pink, so stunningly beautiful that Ji Chen was dazzled and didn't even blink. What are you looking at? She asked knowingly, shyly and angrily. Look at the beauty like jade, more beautiful and dazzling than jewels, it is truly the perfect masterpiece of the Creator. Ji Chen exclaimed in admiration. He had shower gel on his hands and was scrubbing Shi Yuxuan's body. Shi Yuxuan's delicate body trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. I haven't even been that careful myself. Sister Xian, shouldn't you also give me a bath? Ji Chen looked straight at Shi Yuxuan, his hands moving non-stop, rubbing the hard-to-clean corners back and forth. Shi Yuxuan shyly raised her fair arms, with some shower gel on her palms, picked up Ji Chen's head and began to wash his hair. Ji Chen rubbed her soft and shiny hair with his fingertips, occasionally brushing across her plump lips. The water temperature seemed to rise, and both of their bodies began to heat up. Ji Chen picked up Shi Yuxuan, rinsed her under the shower for a few times, picked up a towel to wipe the water stains on his body, and strode towards the bedroom. Chapter 81 Recruiting Secretary. Bump! Ji Chen rushed into the bedroom and threw Shi Yuxuan heavily into the middle of the big bed. Shi Yuxuan raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of light. She didn't care about Ji Chen's rudeness at all. Instead, she enjoyed Ji Chen's wildness. Full of masculine power and beauty. An old man like Liao Hua would probably have to gasp for breath if he carried her and walked a few steps. His blood pressure might even rise and he might die on the spot. Many older sisters like little wolfhounds because of their aggressiveness. Be powerful. Xiao Ji. Shi Yuxuan turned over, and her white and jade-like skin shone with amazing charm under the dim yellow light. She showed off her proud figure without any concealment. Sister Xian, don't call me Xiao Ji, call me Di Ji. Ji Chen's breathing became heavy. The charm of the beautiful CEO sister was not comparable to that of a beautiful girl like Su Yuxing. It's not that Su Yuxing is not beautiful. It's just that everyone has a different style. Each has its own merits. Certainly. Cuteness is nothing compared to sexiness. Ji Chen pounced on him. He grabbed her plump buttocks tightly and kissed them, almost biting them. This moment. Time belongs only to them. There was only each other in their eyes, nothing else. The next moment. Shi Yuxuan's hands that were hugging Ji Chen's back suddenly exerted force involuntarily. Several scratches were left on Ji Chen's broad shoulders. Ji Chen didn't care at all and his breathing became heavier. Shi Yuxuan frowned slightly, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Sister Xian. Looking at Shi Yuxuan, who was holding him in her arms, Ji Chen's eyes were full of pity. Especially at that moment, her dark eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her delicate face was filled with pain, which was so stunning and made people feel infinite pity. Kiss me. Shi Yuxuan raised her head, and Ji Chen no longer felt pity for her and could not help it. Sister Xian, I like you so much. The two hugged each other tightly. The task force gathered in a conference room. Team leader, I'm sure we made absolutely no mistakes. This Ji Chen must have very strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. A member of the team responsible for monitoring Ji Chen spoke up. You've been monitoring for 5 days, and you haven't gained anything? The team leader was helpless. Team leader, I found Ji Chen to be lustful. Nonsense. The team leader rolled his eyes at him and asked, do I need you to tell me this? He doesn't know? What's more, 9 out of 10 men are perverts, and 1 is a eunuch. It's engraved in the genes. Innate. Team leader, I feel like there's nothing wrong with Ji Chen. Another member of the monitoring team said. During this period, people are still dying there every night. Even though we've set up a tight net, we still haven't gained anything. And Ji Chen is under surveillance. He can't possibly have the ability to clone himself, right? However, they didn't know that Ji Chen could give commands remotely. When I sleep at night, my consciousness descends there. It's like playing a game, fighting with those criminals with your wits and courage. Although the other party is prepared. His efficiency in killing enemies has decreased. But the deterrent effect is growing. The criminals over there were panicking. Some even believed that they had done something that was outrageous to both God and man and were being punished by God. Many people even surrendered themselves. Many victims were even released and returned safely. The team leader pondered. As for Ji Chen, they had no evidence to prove that he was related to him. He was not sure whether Ji Chen was related. Team leader, if you're still worried, why not send someone else to conduct a personal investigation? The first team member to speak up suggested, Ji Chen is starting a pharmaceutical company recently, and he's in need of a secretary. I reckon he'll be hiring soon. Let's Sister Meng try. The team leader's eyes lit up. This was a good suggestion. Meng Yi is excellent in all aspects and has very strong investigative capabilities. If it is really Ji Chen, he will definitely be able to discover something. If nothing is found, Ji Chen can basically be ruled out as a suspect. Certainly. They have identified many more suspects than just Ji Chen in Zhangcheng. As long as one is eliminated, more efforts can be focused on investigating the others. He believed that the truth would eventually come out. Certainly. There is also a special task force in northern Myanmar responsible for catching the murderer. Meng Yi. Ji Chen saw through the might pet on Pan Yun's head that they wanted to send someone to monitor him again, but he didn't care. Now that you know, he can deal with it easily. Looking at Shi Yuxuan, who was sleeping soundly with him in her arms, he was gentle with her for a while, then got up. He picked up the towel and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, wiped her plump lips, and wiped away the tears in her eyes. After carrying Shi Yuxuan to the next bedroom, Ji Chen took out the ointment for reducing swelling and relieving pain and opened the bottle cap. He scooped out some ointment with 2 fingers and applied it to Shi Yuxuan's wound. As if the wound was being affected, the sleeping Shi Yuxuan frowned. Seeing this, Ji Chen became more gentle. Shi Yuxuan's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a look of happiness and satisfaction spread across her face. A moment later, Ji Chen covered her with a blanket, closed the doors and windows, and sent a message to Xing Hanlu. After leaving the room, Ji Chen lifted his belt, feeling proud and refreshed. It's 9 o'clock. Ji Chen stepped on the accelerator and rushed home. I worked overtime for a long time today. No way. Mr. Shi assigned me a lot of work, and I was so immersed in it that I forgot about time. Shortly after Ji Chen left, Xing Hanlu, who received the news from him, rushed to Shi Yuxuan's villa. She took out the key and opened the door. Enter the villa with familiarity. She comes here often and has even stayed here many times. Enter the master bedroom. Xing Hanlu saw the mess, as if her home had been demolished by a husky. She picked up the sweat-soaked bedding and threw it directly into the washing machine. After a simple cleanup, she went to the bedroom next door, looked at the sleeping Shi Yuxuan, and gently lifted the quilt. That familiar perfect body came into view. Unlike anything she had seen before, it was bright red. She lowered her eyes and looked at Shi Yuxuan, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. It was Shi Yuxuan who bullied her in the past. She held out her hand. Ji Chen was unaware of the secretary's little thoughts, and was already accompanying Su Yuxing to study the Su Nu Heart Sutra. It is a great pleasure to review the old and learn new things. Su Yuxing hugged Ji Chen, neither of them being indistinguishable from each other, feeling very satisfied. The next day, Ji Chen got up early, prepared a nutritious breakfast, had breakfast with Su Yuxing, and then went to work. He came to time group. The secretary did not continue to wait for him at the door. He walked up the stairs skillfully and came to the president's office. Shi Yuxuan has arrived. She was still wearing that well-fitting professional suit, which perfectly outlined her sexy and charming figure, making her look smart, capable, intellectual and graceful. Compared with before, her perfect face became more delicate and radiant because of Ji Chen's nourishment. Sister Xian is especially beautiful today. Thinking of Shi Yuxuan's passion last night and her beautiful and charming body, Ji Chen couldn't help but feel eager. Shi Yuxuan smiled sweetly, her voice gentle. Xiao Ji, your lab is basically done. You can go and see if there's anything missing and tell Xiaolu directly. But you should find a secretary. You can't let Xiaolu do 2 jobs at once. She's too busy to handle it all. Sister Xian is right. Ji Chen followed her lead and plopped down on her chair. The originally spacious office chairs suddenly became crowded with him. The 2 of them were pressed tightly together. Sister Xian, let me check if your injury has healed. He reached out and examined Shi Yuxuan's body. Okay, stop it. Shi Yuxuan glared at him, saying that he was really unruly and caused trouble as soon as he came. Well, good recovery. After checking, Ji Chen nodded with satisfaction and looked up at Xing Hanlu. Sister Lu, come here. I'll tell you about my secretary recruitment criteria. Please help me post the recruitment information later. Ji Chen waved his hand. Xing Hanlu saw Ji Chen check Shi Yuxuan's injuries and wanted to do something bad to her, but she still walked over. She is tall, and under her plump skirt lies a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs, which are particularly charming and can be called the best legs of her life. Ji Chen raised his hand and reached into the hem of her skirt, saying, My secretary should just follow Sister Lu's standards. There are mainly 2 points: plump and beautiful, sensible, and capable. Chapter 82 Yenuang Tian Bao, 3 kinds of medicine. This way of keeping warm is faster and more effective than a hand warmer, and it doesn't require charging. Unfortunately, there are only 2 people in front of me. Are you hiring a secretary? Sure, Yuxuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. She's plump and beautiful, and sensible, and capable? Are you looking for a lover? Xing Hanlu's cheeks flushed with shame and she lowered her head, not knowing whether it was because of Shi Yuxuan's words, little lover, or because she was warming Ji Chen's hands. Or maybe both. When Shi Yuxuan saw Xing Hanlu, she immediately thought of the secretary she had hired. Wasn't she also? Are you, the governor, allowed to set fires, but me, the people, are not allowed to light lamps? Ji Chen looked at Shi Yuxuan with a smile on his face, his eyes full of mischief and hint of meaning. Shi Yuxuan glared at him and suddenly said to Xing Hanlu, "Xiao Lu, go help him recruit a secretary first." "Okay, Mr. Shi." Xing Hanlu felt as if she had been pardoned. She nodded to Ji Chen and hurriedly left the office. Ji Chen's hands felt cold, and he looked at Shi Yuxuan with dissatisfaction. "Sister Xian, you sent Sister Lu away. Did you want to warm my hands?" Seeing Ji Chen reaching out to her again, Shi Yuxuan rolled her eyes at him unhappily and slapped away his dog paw that was about to reach in and do something bad. "Stop it, I still have to work. You think everyone is as idle as you are? It's so unfair, even more unfair than Douyi's." Ji Chen hugged her soft, plump and graceful body, shouting that he was wronged. "I'm a big boss, but I do all the work of a scientific researcher, and I have to serve you. I'm as busy as a top." "Oh, you rascal, you made my clothes dirty," Shi Yuxuan exclaimed. She glared at Ji Chen fiercely. "Then why don't you get busy?" "Boo." After giving her a deep kiss on the lips, Ji Chen left the office gracefully. Without rushing to the laboratory to study the medicine, Ji Chen went to the bathroom, turned on the water, and washed his hands. "Boss Ji." Xing Hanlu just came out of the bathroom. When she saw Ji Chen, her face turned red and she felt nervous. Could it be that Ji Chen was waiting for her here specifically? "Sister Lu, what a coincidence." Ji Chen smiled slightly and raised his hand to greet him. But when Xing Hanlu saw him raise his hand, she turned around and ran away. "Really?" Ji Chen shook his head and smiled. He really didn't want to go to her place to wash his hands. Ji Chen left Time Group and went to the laboratory. Xing Hanlu helped Ji Chen get recruitment information and recruit a secretary. She sat in front of the computer, her beautiful legs in black stockings pressed together without a single gap, her 10 fingers tapping briskly on the keyboard. But I couldn't help but think of Ji Chen's miraculous move of bringing the patient back to life. What a little scoundrel. She felt as if a pair of large hands were moving all over her body. Like a snake crawling past, still going in. She is also 28 years old. Especially with Ji Chen's miraculous healing skills, she couldn't help herself with just a slight touch. What a stingy fellow. I'm not a stingy person. As long as you work hard, I guarantee that you will be well paid and learn real medical skills. This is what Ji Chen said when he was recruiting assistants and secretaries for the laboratory. It's not just empty talk. But it's sincere. Although he is usually stingy and a big miser, he is really generous when it comes to his business. He pays very high salary. He also offered guidance to his assistants and staff on medical skills while working. These assistants and secretaries were all PhDs he recruited from medical universities such as Jiangcheng Medical University. With his current reputation and status in Jiangcheng's medical community, countless people would like to work under him. Even Niu Mangda, the director of Jiangcheng Hospital, felt the urge to resign and join him. But it was just impulse. The director of Jiangcheng Hospital holds a high position of power, and the interests involved are enormous, even though Niu Mangda admires and worships Ji Chen's medical skills. I am also reluctant to give up my current identity. For the company, Ji Chen prepared 3 kinds of medicine. One is for men with kidney deficiency, and Ji Chen named it Yangshanbao. Ji Chen prepared 2 types of this medicine. One is an ordinary product, aimed at the general public and priced affordably. One is a supreme product, aimed at the powerful and wealthy, sold as a luxury product, and has a stronger medicinal effect. The powerful are not fools. If the medicine has the same effect, they will not be taken advantage of. But even if it is an ordinary medicine, its effect is far better than Viagra. Moreover, ordinary people don't have enough free time to play with women every day, nor do they need drugs with too strong effects. The second drug is for lung cancer. According to his investigation, lung cancer patients are the most common. 2 designs were also made. One is more affordable but lasts longer. One is more expensive, but works faster. The third type of medicine is for children. It is used to improve children's physical fitness, enhance immunity, promote growth and development, and make children healthier. Ji-Chen offers this medicine at a unified and affordable price, mainly to benefit children all over the world. He regards it as accumulating merit for himself and does not intend to make money from it. Just make sure you don't lose money. Time flies and it is noon. Ji-Chen, Shi Yuxuan, and Xing Hanlu had a sumptuous lunch together. After dinner, Ji-Chen excitedly returned to the president's office with them. Click. After locking the door, Ji-Chen picked up Shi Yuxuan, gave the secretary an understanding look, and rushed into the bedroom. He had been thinking about this day since the first day he came to Shi Yuxuan's office. Defeat the president and reach the peak of life. I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to eat today. Turns out you were in a hurry to do something bad. Shi Yuxuan's fair arms were around Ji-Chen's neck, her legs were wrapped around his waist, and her flawless face was full of charming charm. She stretched out a slender jade finger and gently poked Ji-Chen's forehead with a coquettish look. Sister Xian, just tell me if you want to or not. Ji-Chen kissed her delicate red lips, his eyes mischievous, and bit her crystal earlobe. I know the secrets in your office very well. You still say that? Shi Yuxuan was very embarrassed and gave Ji-Chen a fierce look. The past is too painful to recall. You can do it, but I can't say it? Ji-Chen held her perky buttocks, looked at her angry eyes, and grinned. Sister Xian, I will eat your secret for the rest of my life. You are so mean. Shi Yuxuan opened her rosy little mouth slightly and bit his shoulder. Yeah? Ji-Chen smiled. Sister Xian, good friends always share their toys. Play with your friends. Shi Yuxuan glanced at Xing Hanlu, who came in with her head down and her face red, and suddenly had a bad feeling. But before she could think about it, Ji-Chen had already held her pink and moist lips and kissed her fiercely. The two rolled onto the couch. Ji-Chen took the time to instruct Xing Hanlu. Sister Lu, please take out all of Sister Xian's collections so I can open my eyes. Xing Hanlu glanced at Shi Yuxuan, who was powerless to resist, and took out Shi Yuxuan's collection from the cabinet according to Ji-Chen's instructions. Good. Ji-Chen's smile widened. As the invincible Guan Yu got back on track, Ji-Chen did not forget his work and said to his secretary. Sister Lu, how's the secretary recruitment going? Xing Hanlu saw Ji-Chen's eye signal, handed a toy to Ji-Chen, and replied skillfully. We have posted the recruitment information and contacted headhunters. So far, more than a dozen people have submitted their resumes. Very good. Ji-Chen nodded in satisfaction. Xing Hanlu was very efficient. Certainly. It is also because of the fame of Time Group. Otherwise, more than a dozen people would submit resumes in the morning? It's impossible. Sister Lu, you did a great job. I'll reward you with an egg. Ji-Chen fed it to her mouth with his own hands. Chapter 83, Interviewing as a Secretary, Can I Do This Job? Time Group. President's Lounge. Shi Yuxuan is the group's white jade pillar that supports the sky and purple gold beam that spans the sea. She also collected a lot, but never used it on herself. They were all used to greet Xing Hanlu. Ji-Chen held Xing Hanlu's soft and delicate body, gently stroked her smooth jade back, and chuckled in her ear. Does this count as helping you get revenge? As soon as he finished speaking, a resentful look was cast at him fiercely. Shi Yuxuan's face flushed, her emotions were like water, and she spat fiercely. You little rascal, you clearly wanted to play a trick on others, and you dragged Xiao Lu into it. How shameless. Ji-Chen looked at Shi Yuxuan's attractive face, his eyes drawn, and smiled slightly. Sister Xian, tell me yourself, you dragged Sister Lu into this, but what was the result? You are now reaping what you sow. What's owed must be repaid. Shi Yuxuan was too lazy to argue with Ji-Chen. She didn't have the energy to argue now. However, Ji-Chen's words were not entirely sophistry. But many things in this world are inherently unfair. Besides, she didn't treat Xing Hanlu badly. Xing Hanlu was also willing. Only now. All the things she bought were used by Ji-Chen to treat her. Happy times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Compared to before they met Ji Chen, they seemed 10 years younger. There is an indescribable feeling of comfort and joy all over my body. In fact, this is not an illusion. Ji Chen practiced the Yellow Emperor's Qi refining technique and the Su Nu Heart Sutra, and has already embarked on the path to becoming a saint. If Shi Yuxuan and Xing Hanlu maintain this kind of relationship with Ji Chen, they can easily live to the age of 120 in good health, not to mention immortality. This is still based on Ji Chen's current cultivation level. In the future, Ji Chen's cultivation will become stronger and more powerful, and Shi Yuxuan and Xing Hanlu's lifespans will also increase. And with Ji Chen's speed of cultivation, he estimated that within a few decades, he would be able to truly look down on the world and be fearless. He would also teach them the Su Nu Heart Sutra so that they could practice together. Let's south embark on the road to immortality together. Even now, Ji Chen's long-lasting energy is released to form a protective qi that can easily block ordinary pistol and rifle bullets. Ji Chen had used up all his ammunition and felt relieved. Shi Yuxuan is very dedicated to her work. Sister Lu, please send me the people who submitted their resumes later. Ji Chen raised his hand and slapped her perky buttocks twice. No. Xing Hanlu rolled her eyes at him. Ji Chen called out to Shi Yuxuan again, Sister Xian, I'm going to the lab now. I'll find you to read the newspaper after get off work. Shi Yuxuan couldn't say no after all. Get out of here. She glared at Ji Chen. No way. 30 years old. Only then did she truly feel the joy of being a woman. Not only Ji Chen likes it. She also enjoyed it. My heart feels like it's being scratched by a cat. If it weren't for her work and Ji Chen had to go home at night, she really didn't want to be separated from Ji Chen. Ji Chen walked around the laboratory and then turned on the computer. Xing Hanlu has forwarded the list and resume to him. Ji Chen opened the resumes and read them one by one. Mang Yi. Seeing this familiar name, Ji Chen's lips curled up slightly. The task force is really paying attention to me, so active. He simply replied to the other party's email and asked him to come for an interview tomorrow morning. Task force. Meng Yi received the email immediately and shouted to Duan Xin. Team leader, there's news about Ji Chen. He informed me that I'll have an interview tomorrow morning. Duan Xin was overjoyed, and it wasn't surprising. Xiao Meng, prepare well. I believe that with your strength, this will definitely not be a problem. Don't worry, team leader, we will definitely win. Meng Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, full of confidence. Just a young man of 22 years old. Especially a little pervert. No matter how high your medical skills are, it will be useless. Meng Yi, is easily controlled. Ji Chen didn't know about Meng Yi's confidence, nor did he care. To him, this was just a small episode. He continued to review his resume. He needs a real secretary. People like Meng Yi who have ulterior motives are not acceptable. He resumes quickly. If it's not pretty, just pass it. The secretary is with you every day, so she must be beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Secondly, you must have the ability. Finally, private life cannot be chaotic. The last point. He has to use hacking techniques to check. With his current skills and the other party's resume, it shouldn't be too easy for him to check. Moreover, it is only necessary to check if the first two requirements are met. Among more than a dozen resumes, only 2 met the requirements. Ji Chen checked. As a result, one of them had plastic surgery, even breast augmentation and buttock lift. Grass. Ji Chen passed directly. He hates selling fake goods the most. The remaining one is even more amazing. He actually turned over a new leaf. Even better with foreigners. Ji Chen hates this the most. Well. He suddenly realized that it was not easy to find a satisfactory secretary. He simply took the initiative. With his extraordinary hacking skills, he searches for suitable secretaries according to his requirements. After a while, Ji Chen found 36 suitable candidates. And then we continue to strive for excellence among the 36 people. Choose the most beautiful and capable one. Li Zhu, 26 years old, a master's degree graduate, works as an assistant to the president of a listed company. Because I'm too beautiful, my boss keeps harassing me. I'm ready to change jobs, but I haven't decided on the next one yet. Ji Chen was very satisfied after reading the news about Li Zhu. Very high emotional intelligence. Very capable. Her private life is very clean and she has not had any men so far. That one is still there. She's the one. Ji Chen used hacking technology to cleverly push a push advertisement to her, allowing her to see the recruitment information of Time Group. Time Group is hiring a secretary. Li Zhu was cheered up. Initially she thought she had been infected with a virus, but she decided to give it a try and went to the recruitment homepage of the Time Group to confirm that the information was true. She also works in Jiangcheng, even not far from the Time Group. Ji Chen's requirement for finding someone is the principle of proximity. If there is no suitable candidate in Jiangcheng, he will expand the scope. It turns out that she is not the secretary of the president of Time Group, but the secretary of the president of Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical. Li Zhu was a little disappointed, but still checked the information of Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical. It turns out that this is a company that Mr. Shi co-founded with others. Ji Chen. A master of traditional Chinese medicine, with extraordinary medical skills, he once treated Mr. Shi at Jiangcheng Hospital. Now that Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical is not well known, Xing Hanlu is worried that she will not be able to find a suitable person, so she specifically wrote about Ji Chen's medical skills and even introduced the story of Ji Chen treating Shi Yuxuan. Is this true? Li Zhu was skeptical. Although she had only been working for 2.5 years, she had a high emotional intelligence and made friends everywhere. She immediately called a nurse friend at Jiangcheng Hospital. You mean Ji Chen, the miraculous doctor? The nurse was in high spirits and spoke incessantly. Zhu, let me tell you that Divine Dr. Ji's medical skills are truly miraculous. Before Divine Dr. Ji appeared, I simply couldn't believe that there was such a miraculous medical skill in the world. Even through the phone, Li Zhu could feel the young nurse's excitement and admiration. She was also stunned when she heard that Ji Chen cured Shi Yuxuan's serious injuries and uterine fibroids in just one afternoon. She suddenly understood why the young nurse was so excited. Ji Chen. She is interested in it. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. She used her connections to find out information about Ji Chen in preparation for the job application. A full hour. After sufficient preparation, Li Zhu submitted her resume. Bait. When Ji Chen saw Li Zhu's resume, he was in a good mood and sent her an interview invitation. I went to the lab to do some work and it was time to get off work. Ji Chen went to Shiguan Group to find Shi Yuxuan and Xing Hanlu reading the newspaper. He drove a Land Rover and took the two of them to Shi Yuxuan's villa. Until 9 o'clock in the evening. Ji Chen then left contentedly and went home happily. After Shi Yuxuan and Xing Hanlu were carefully cleaned by Ji Chen, they were placed on the couch and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Ji Chen was interviewed in the conference room on the second floor of Time Group. Meng Yi and Li Zhu have both arrived. When Ji Chen saw the two people, his eyes seemed to light up. It's a sense of amazement. Meng Yi was wearing a small white shirt, and his chest was bulging, as if he was hiding some treasure, making people want to check it out. The black hip skirt wraps the slim waist that is less than the size of a hand, making the perky waist and hips look plump. The plump and round long legs below are matched with black stockings and high heels. Simply invincible. Elegance and intelligence show the femininity and capability of women. Li Zhu wore a polka dot dress with ruffles on the hem, which made her look graceful and charming when she walked. The neckline is a lace pattern, which adds a layer of softness to her, and there is a bow at the back waist, which adds a touch of sexiness. She has big wavy hair and a plump figure, just like her name. Round and smooth, charming, and enchanting. But when she stood there, she was outstanding, elegant and intellectual, giving people the feeling of a gentle older sister. Want to chew? It's just amazing. Ji Chen was very satisfied. He came to the conference room and asked Meng Yi to come in for an interview first. Meng Yi came in front of Ji Chen, graceful and calm. She first introduced herself and talked about her abilities. Ji Chen stared at her plump figure and smiled slightly. Ms. Meng, it seems you've done a lot of homework and come well prepared. Of course. If you come to the interview without knowing anything, isn't that like diving in without even knowing the enemy's intelligence? Meng Yi cursed Ji Chen in his heart for being a pervert, but a gentle and confident smile appeared on his face. I admire Miss Meng very much. Ji Chen stood up, resting his hands on the table, looking down at Meng Yi, but Miss Meng also knows that the secretary is someone very close to the boss. He said meaningfully. I wonder if Miss Meng can do the job after becoming my secretary. Chapter 84 Boss, I really want to improve. I wonder if Miss Meng can do the job after becoming my secretary. Ji Chen leaned over to her, and waves of refreshing female body fragrance entered his nose, and his eyes became more aggressive. This little pervert. Meng Yi cursed in her heart. If it were any other time, she would have turned against him and left, but now she had a mission to complete and couldn't leave. She smiled slightly, her eyes charming. Boss Ji, since ancient times, whether a subordinate can do his job depends on whether the boss has the ability. If the boss is capable, his subordinates will naturally respect him and be willing to follow him. If he is incompetent, naturally no one will want to work with him. She spoke with a double meaning, neither agreeing nor directly refusing. A bait was also thrown out. You can do it if you have the ability. She believed that people like Ji Chen were very confident, and coupled with her charm, he would definitely keep her. Ji Chen suddenly smiled, sat back in his seat, and said to Meng Yi, "He's not firm in his stance, he's wavering, and he's obviously a fence-sitter. What era is this and why are you still doing this? If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't do it, you can't do it. It's simple and clear. If you can't do it, there are plenty of people who are willing to do it. Okay, you can go back and wait for news." Well. The smile on Meng Yi's face froze, and he looked confused. How is that possible? Are young people nowadays so hot-tempered? No patience at all? This result was something she never expected. What to do? Could it be that he is capable? What if Ji Chen really does it? She can't really do it, right? Okay, Mr. Ji, I'll go back first. Meng Yi smiled and turned to leave. Let us go back first. Besides, Ji Chen just asked her to wait for news, which might be a way to intimidate her and conquer her. She didn't believe that with her charm, and without her explicit rejection in giving Ji Chen hope, Ji Chen, this little pervert, could really resist rejecting her. She must be difficult to deal with. Scare her first. She couldn't lose her composure. Otherwise, if I really become Ji Chen's secretary in the future, won't I be exploited to death? Meng Yi left the meeting room, and Li Zhu came in with her plump and sexy hips, bringing a gust of fragrance. Every step she took was swaying and charming. Hello, Mr. Ji, I'm Li Zhu. She bent slightly, and her chest was covered with snow, which almost made Ji Chen faint. There is something interesting. Please give me a brief introduction. Ji Chen looked at Li Zhu. Even though he had looked up relevant information through hacking techniques, it was on the internet after all. Now is the real close contact. After Li Zhu briefly introduced herself, she said to Ji Chen, "Boss Ji, I learned some information about you before coming here, but I didn't expect you to be so surprised. In Yuan Fang's words, sir, you are truly a god." Ji Chen smiled and enjoyed the admiration and flattery of the beautiful woman. He stared straight at Li Zhu's plump and delicate body and smiled slightly. I'm very happy about Ms. Li's praise, but it's not the key to a successful interview. The key is whether Miss Korizumi can do it. Of course Li Zhu understood what Ji Chen meant, but she didn't expect Ji Chen to be so direct. She was a little surprised. But she has been working for 2.5 years and has seen a lot. There is always that kind of thing between men and women. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. Eating enough comes first. Dressing warmly comes second. Lust is the third after the other two. Li Zhu knew very well that with her looks and figure, no matter where she worked, it would be difficult for her not to be coveted and exploited by her superiors. This was the case with her previous company. But the president was in his 50s, had a bald head, a big belly, and had to gasp for air every time he went up to the second floor. She couldn't accept it. And the Ji Chen in front of him. He is tall, handsome, masculine and strong, and has a sense of security like a man. Aesthetically perfect. However, although she is not a pedantic person, she is not a casual person either. At least she is worth it. She smiled lightly, revealing 2 attractive dimples at the corners of her mouth, and looked straight at Ji Chen with charming eyes. That depends on Mr. Ji's ability. Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical is just starting out. Logically, I wouldn't apply for a job at a company like this. What I value are President Shi and President Ji's people. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, but hearing is believing. I have yet to truly witness Mr. Ji's abilities. To put it bluntly, she wanted to see the potential of Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical. If she had no potential, she would not want to be hidden by Ji Chen even if he was very handsome. She won't even be Ji Chen's secretary. Ji Chen smiled. Li Zhu's personality is very much to his liking. He stood up and moved close to Li Zhu's cheek. Their noses were only 5 centimeters apart, and they could even feel each other's breath. Li Zhu's full and towering chest rose and fell slightly, but she still maintained her smile and looked at Ji Chen calmly without retreating. Ms. Li Zhu, your relatives should have just left yesterday, right? Ji Chen spoke. There was a strange look in Li Zhu's eyes, and she said without hesitation. Boss Ji has a keen eye. You have the same dysmenorrhea that most women experience, but yours is more severe. If I'm not mistaken, you were probably frozen shortly after your period when you were 12 or 13, and you've been left with severe sequelae. Ji Chen's words made Li Zhu's beautiful eyes widen and she was completely surprised. When she was 12 years old, she crossed mountains and rivers to go to school. It had snowed the night before and the mountain road was very slippery. She fell into a ditch and almost froze to death. That incident left me with serious sequelae. Every winter, when the temperature drops, you start coughing. Ji Chen stared at the white spot on her chest. Your lungs were also damaged by the cold air, which also left sequelae. Boss Ji, you are truly amazing. This time, Li Zhu spoke from the bottom of his heart. Her family was poor at that time and had no money to treat her illness, let alone take her to the hospital, so she suffered from many health problems. Now that she has some money, she can treat her illness. But this long-standing disease is difficult to cure. Anyway, she hasn't been cured yet. Alas, you are full of problems. Even if you look fine, you are actually just forcing yourself to endure it. You are still young and can still hold on. In another 10 or 20 years, all of your illnesses will erupt, and you'll eventually die in agony from the torment of illness. You might not even live past 60. Ji Chen sighed and spoke with emotion. Li Zhu was not surprised at all, and her eyes became brighter. She knows her own body well. She is young and strong now, but she is full of illnesses. When she gets older and her health deteriorates, she will definitely be in a worse situation. She could think of it without Ji Chen saying anything. Boss Ji, since you can tell my physical condition at a glance, I'm sure you can cure my illness with this medicine, right? Her old illness was nothing compared to Shi Yuxuan's injuries such as broken arms, legs, broken ribs, and uterine fibroids. Since Ji Chen could easily cure Shi Yuxuan, there would definitely be no problem in saving her. Certainly. She heard that Ji Chen's fees were very high, basically starting at 1 million. I heard that Shi Yuxuan's injury cost tens of millions in total. Her total net worth is less than 200,000 yuan. This amount of money is definitely not enough for Ji Chen to spend. But she herself is the capital. That's natural. Ji Chen smiled and said, your illness is nothing to me. It will only take an hour to completely cure it and make you feel relaxed. Li Zhu smiled charmingly, her eyes were alluring. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Ji, to lend a helping hand. Once I recover, I'll be more energetic and will naturally be able to help Mr. Ji share his worries. I'll be even more capable and I guarantee that Mr. Ji will be satisfied. I like good employees like Miss Zhu who are hardworking, capable, willing to help leaders solve problems, and have a desire to improve themselves. Ji Chen extended his hand, welcome to join Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical. Li Zhu stretched out her white and soft little hand and held Ji Chen's hand tightly, smiling sweetly. Thank you, boss. Please take care of me in the future. Chapter 85 Treating Li Zhu's Old Illness. Thank you, boss. Please take care of me in the future. Li Zhu blinked and playfully hooked Ji Chen's palm with her little finger. The charm that unintentionally exuded from her was already extremely graceful. What a goblin! Ji Chen was not polite at all. He held her soft little hand and stroked her smooth and delicate back of the hand. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. As a boss, I've always been generous to my employees and never stingy. You'll be treated better as my secretary. I can't bear to have you working for me while you're sick and unable to do your best. Come with me to my office. I'll cure you first. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. Li Zhu's face was filled with joy, and anticipation flashed across her charming face. Boss, does it require acupuncture to cure it completely? You really want acupuncture? Ji Chen looked at her. Aren't most people afraid of needles? If you want acupuncture, I can satisfy you. Boss, you misunderstood. Li Zhu quickly shook her head. She was very afraid of silver needles. She looked at Ji Chen and smiled faintly. I just want to cure it. Don't worry, I guarantee a complete cure without any future problems. Ji Chen smiled. Looking at the charming and enchanting Li Zhu in front of him, he felt that it was not him who was seducing her, but that she had let it go. I want to try this little fresh meat of his. Just. He also figured it out. Win-win cooperation. Let's go. Ji Chen took Li Zhu out of the meeting room. Li Zhu quickly stepped forward and opened the door for Ji Chen. I have to say, this secretary is very sensible. Li Zhu, I really want to improve. Taking her to the Land Rover in the garage, Li Zhu sat in the passenger seat and exclaimed, Boss, your car is so domineering. This car wasn't originally mine. Ji Chen started the car skillfully. I heard that Mr. Shi crashed the boss's car and then paid compensation. Li Zhu's lips curled up into two dimples. I heard that Mr. Shi has a lot of luxury cars in his garage. The boss chose this one at first sight. It shows that he has a unique vision. Can I say that the other cars in Mr. Shi's garage are too expensive and I'm embarrassed to choose them? Ji Chen and Li Zhu chatted and laughed as they rushed to the laboratory. Grass. Meng Yi, who was drinking coffee at the entrance of Time Group, saw Ji Chen's Land Rover and Li Zhu sitting in the passenger seat and couldn't help but swear. She seemed genuinely rejected. Ji Chen is not playing hard to get. Shameless. In her heart, she despised Li Zhu fiercely. She walks so coquettishly, and her hips are twisting so seductively. She must be having an affair with Ji Chen. She knew that her action had failed. Well, I was full of confidence at first, but ended up looking disappointed. This time it's really embarrassing. She didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would appear out of nowhere. If there is no chestnut beads. He believed that Ji Chen would not reject her. It's a pity that Li Zhu is as pretty as her, has a better figure, and is more charming and seductive. The key is to be willing to work hard. It's normal for Ji Chen to choose Li Zhu instead of her. One can be eaten, the other can only be looked at. As long as a man is not stupid, he knows how to choose. If you make the wrong choice, you will just be a bootlicker. Ji Chen didn't know what Meng Yi was thinking. At this time, he has brought Li Zhu to his laboratory office. Although the laboratory office is not as spacious as Shi Yuxuan's, it is not small either, and there is a room inside for rest. Ji Chen pointed to the big bed where he slept and said directly, Take off your clothes. Li Zhu's eyes were like water, and her voice was full of coquettishness. Boss, you are so anxious. Stop talking nonsense. Are you still going to treat it? Ji Chen rolled his eyes at her. She really was thinking about teasing him all the time. You're really asking for trouble. Li Zhu was not pretentious and she untied the restraints in front of Ji Chen in a calm and graceful manner. She heard that Ji Chen had two unique skills. Acupuncture. Massage. It is said that Shi Yuxuan relied on these two unique skills to treat external injuries and uterine fibroids. Ji Chen said acupuncture was not necessary. Then she must have been given a massage. As the outer garment was removed, a white lace lingerie was revealed underneath. It was bulging with plump breasts. It seemed as if a pair of huge snow-white pearls were hidden inside. Just the half that is revealed is enough to make people dazzled. As Li Zhu moved, the hip skirt bulged out even more, barely covering her round and perky buttocks. The white and pink thighs were generously exposed in front of Ji Chen, shining with an ivory-like luster. Ji Chen's eyes were attracted by the central scenery, and he pondered. Zhu, you fell into icy water when you were a child and were attacked by the cold. You didn't receive timely medical treatment, which left you with an old illness that is difficult to remove. Although many people have uterine cold, yours is more serious. If you want to cure your uterine coldness, you need to go to the palace for treatment. When Li Zhu heard this, a smile appeared in her eyes, and her dimples were slightly visible. Boss, you're a super doctor, you can cure it however you say. The right to interpret medical regulations lies with you. She raised her fair jade arm, poked Ji Chen's broad chest with her slender jade fingers, and even more boldly threw him a sexy wink, her eyes so watery that they could hook anyone's soul away. Zhu, you have such a sweet mouth. Ji Chen smiled slightly. After Li Zhu completed the preliminary preparations, she lay down without Ji Chen's instructions and waited for Ji Chen's massage treatment. I'll start with the Yongquan point on the bottom of your foot. Ji Chen held her pair of flawless, white, smooth and slender feet and massaged her using special massage techniques. Li Li Zhu's body trembled, and she felt as if a warm current like a clear spring was flowing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, penetrating her soul. Once an expert takes action, there is nothing left. Apart from anything else, Ji Chen's move alone is enough to make him a god. Ji Chen first pressed the Yongquan point on the sole of her foot, and then pressed the Zilinqi point and Taichung point on the instep of her foot. Going up are the Sanyinjiao and Fenglong points in the middle of the feet, and the Zusanli and Yinlingquan points below the knees. Continue to go up. From the Shuehai point above the knee to the Zhongji point in the abdomen. During this period, Ji Chen spent a lot of energy and was the focus of care. A layer of fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on Li Zhu's body, and her skin turned pink. The pain that had been bothering her melted away like winter snow in spring under Ji Chen's magical finger technique. Amazing! Even though Li Zhu had heard of many miraculous cases involving Ji Chen, it was completely different from experiencing it personally. No matter what others say, it is better to experience it yourself. Only those who have enjoyed Ji Chen's treatment can understand its magic and power. He's not even as old as me, but his medical skills are so amazing. He's really a treasure boy. Looking at Ji Chen, who was giving her massage treatment meticulously, Li Zhu couldn't help but be fascinated. Being Ji Chen's secretary is really a great way to make money. Ji Chen came to the vicinity of the Tanzhong point. He used his miraculous hands to bring Li Zhu back to health, combing her meridians and acupuncture points, and also measured Li Zhu's perfect and plump figure with his own hands. Time flies. When Ji Chen finished the massage, Li Zhu was still immersed in it and had not come to her senses. All right. Is it over? Li Zhu woke up in shock and saw Ji Chen's burning gaze. A rare hint of shyness appeared on her face. You look sweaty. There's a bathroom here. Ji Chen reached out and picked up Li Zhu, then walked towards the bathroom. I'll help you comb through your meridians and acupuncture points to make your body more unobstructed. Chapter 86 Ant, you have to make the decision for me. Laboratory. In the office bedroom. Looking at Li Zhu, who was holding him in his arms with a look of happiness and satisfaction, Ji Chen was content, and his big hands gently stroked her smooth and delicate back. Comfortable. Boss, you're awesome. Li Zhu's charming eyes were filled with tenderness and her face was full of admiration. She was completely conquered by Ji Chen. Ji Chen's medical skills allowed her to be reborn in just 1 hour, and all her old illnesses were gone. It made her feel more relaxed and comfortable than she had ever felt before. Ji Chen's strength also opened her eyes and made her completely impressed. You're not the first person to say that. Ji Chen smiled. He is well aware of his strength. The two of them stayed together for a long time. Ji Chen got up, feeling refreshed, and started today's work. Li Zhu didn't slack off either. I feel smooth and energetic. She tidied herself up and did secretarial work for Ji Chen. I have to say that Li Zhu is very capable and the related work is well organized, which has greatly improved Ji Chen's work efficiency and made his work much easier. Whatever Ji Chen needs, Li Zhu will satisfy it immediately. Whether it's work or physical. She is a versatile secretary. Super good. It was worth it for Ji Chen to spend so much time and energy to find Li Zhu, help her cure her old illness, and conquer her body and mind. Time goes by day. Li Zhu completely integrated into Ji Chen's role as secretary, helping Ji Chen deal with various trivial matters in life, making Ji Chen particularly worry-free. Ji Chen goes to the laboratory every day, first examines Li Zhu, and then starts working. In the evening, Shi Yuxuan and Xing Hanlu were examined. Go home to take care of Su Yuxing at night. Every day is extremely fulfilling. The progress of Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical was also extremely rapid. Ji Chen had prepared the 3 main medicines and even produced samples. It has been submitted for inspection and patent application. In addition, there are now 5 Xianyuan milk tea shops, which basically occupy the 5 best locations in Jiangcheng and have become famous in Jiangcheng. Lu Hong, who was only 38 years old, was treated by Ji Chen. After her health recovered, she now manages 5 milk tea shops and has completely transformed. People also become more confident and their aura becomes stronger. Su Yusheng was very happy to see the changes in Lu Hong, especially the smile on her face. She knew that this was all thanks to Ji Chen. As time passed, her belly began to grow bigger. Everything is developing in an orderly manner. Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical. Ji Chen took Li Zhu on a tour. Now all kinds of equipment are basically in place and employees have started there on the job training. Shi Yuxuan is mainly responsible for this area. Ji Chen took a look around and was very satisfied. He came to his office. The office is large and also has a lounge. Ji Chen couldn't help but feel moved when he saw Li Zhu, who was wearing black stockings, high heels, a white shirt, and a black hip skirt, with amazing curves and charming looks. "Boss." Feeling Ji Chen's fiery gaze, Li Zhu smiled charmingly. After spending some time together, she and Ji Chen have become so familiar with each other that they can't be any more familiar. Ji Chen gave her acupuncture and massage every day, checked her physical condition, and kept her in exceptional health. She twisted her plump hips and sat on Ji Chen's thighs with a gust of fragrance. The white and tender jade hands were around Ji Chen's neck. Extremely skilled. Ji Chen also liked it. With just one look from him, Li Zhu knew what to do. He held up Li Zhu's perky buttocks and placed them on the desk. Half an hour later. After Ji Chen's practical inspection, all the furniture in the office, including tables, chairs, beds, benches, etc., are fully qualified and of very good quality. It won't fall apart after a few shakes. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang, and Li Zhu, who was cleaning herself, immediately went over and took the cell phone on the table to Ji Chen. "Boss, it's Dean Nyo calling." "Nyo Mangda?" Ji Chen glanced at the phone and answered it casually. "Hey, Dr. Ji, I'm going to trouble you again this time." Nyo Mangda didn't waste any words and explained the situation. This period of time. He has worked with Ji Chen many times. Normally he wouldn't look for Ji Chen. After all, Ji Chen's price is very high and most people can't afford it. In addition, Ji Chen doesn't save everyone. In short, it depends on whether Ji Chen is willing. The patient this time is Sheng Changhui, the wife of Jiangcheng No. 1 Wan Huayu. Sheng Changhui just had a checkup at Jiangcheng Hospital and was found to have uterine fibroids. Sometimes Yushuan's example. Seeking Ji Chen's treatment not only helped me recover quickly but also without pain. The results were far better than Jiangcheng Hospital or even other hospitals. Wan Huayu's wife Sheng Changhui. Ji Chen's mind quickly flashed with information about the two people. They couldn't be said to be good people, but they weren't bad either. Nyo Mangda said this vaguely on the phone. The other party will not give money, but Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical needs a large piece of land to build a new factory. The other party will help. Hearing this, Ji Chen immediately agreed. Tan City also owes him a favor. He had delivered a baby for Tan Shi's daughter-in-law and saved the lives of the other's daughter-in-law and grandson. Now with Wan Huayu, there will be no more problems with the land he uses to build a factory in Jiangcheng. Ji Chen and Li Zhu packed up and drove to Jiangcheng Hospital. Jiangcheng Hospital. Ji Chen was familiar with the route, and Li Zhu followed beside him, forming a beautiful scenery. Sudden. A scoundrel-looking young man wearing an anima suit walked straight over. He stared at Li Zhu's swaying plump buttocks, and his eyes felt like they were about to jump out. "Beautiful lady, add me on the line." The anima youth took out a fruit machine and posed in a way he thought looked very handsome. I don't know where this sense of superiority comes from. He was just an ugly duckling in front of Ji Chen, and he had the nerve to ask for his phone number. Ji Chen hugged Li Zhu's soft waist and said lightly, "Get out of the way." The anima youth glanced at Ji Chen, ignored him, whistled at Li Zhu, and stared at the perky buttocks and the hip skirt. "Beautiful lady, lift your skirt higher and I'll give you 10,000 yuan. As he said this, he actually took out a wad of money from the bag he was carrying. Ji Chen's eyes turned cold. This is a blatant provocation. Li Zhu smiled slightly and said, "Give me 20,000 and I'll show you where to give birth." "It's a deal." The anima man's eyes widened. He had only been teasing Li Zhu and had no intention of succeeding. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. He immediately took out another wad of money. Li Zhu took the 2 stacks of money, patted his face, and pointed forward. "See that? Just keep going straight and turn the corner to reach the delivery room." After saying that, Li Zhu threw the 2 stacks of money directly at his face, then hugged Ji Chen's arm and left. The anima youth was stunned and then flew into a rage. "You bitch, how dare you play tricks on me, ah!" With a loud slap, the anima youth fell to the ground with a scream of pain, half of his face swollen, and 2 teeth were spit out of his mouth. "Woo woo, you dare to hit me." The anima youth covered his face, shocked and angry. He had done many things to tease beautiful women. It's just that he usually surrounds himself with a bunch of bad friends. They are the only ones who bully others. No one dared to hit him. He is here to visit his aunt today, so naturally he cannot bring his bad friends along. I didn't expect to be beaten. Boy, no matter who you are dead. The anima youth pointed at Ji-chan, but did not dare to step forward. The slap Ji-chan had just delivered was so powerful and so fast that it left him with lingering fears. Aunt! Suddenly, the anima youth saw a beautiful woman with a great mind and graceful demeanor coming down from upstairs. He was overjoyed and ran over like a puppy. Woo-woo, auntie, someone hit me in broad daylight, in a clear and open world. Is there any law? Aunt, you have to make the decision for me. Look, not only did he beat me up, my face is swollen, but he also knocked out 2 of my teeth. And I haven't even married yet. Chapter 87. Behave well. Aunt, you have to make the decision for me. The anima youth was like a beaten puppy, crying in front of the beautiful woman, tears streaming down his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. However, the beautiful woman ignored him and went straight to Ji-chan. She was accompanied by Nyo Mingda and other senior executives of Jiangcheng Hospital. You are Divine Dr. Ji, right? The beautiful woman stretched out her fair jade hand and said with a smile. Hello, I'm Shang Changhui. I've long heard of Divine Dr. Ji. Today, I asked Dean Nyo to call and ask Divine Dr. Ji to come treat me. I'm sorry to bother you. Hello, Madam Shang. Ji-chan nodded and shook hands with her. Just looking at that anima youth, he had no good feelings towards Shang Changhui. Get over here. Shang Changhui smiled at Ji-chan, but his face turned cold when he looked at the anima youth, frightening the latter. The anima youth didn't dare to cry anymore and became extremely well behaved. He knew he had hit a wall. Wrong. It was a kick on the steel plate. It's a steel plate that's 20 centimeters thick. Tell me, what's going on? The anima youth lowered his head, not knowing how to start, and not daring to speak. Li Zhu smiled slightly and said, Mrs. Shang, it's nothing. This gentleman came over and asked for my phone number. I didn't give it to him, so he took out 10,000 yuan and asked me to lift my skirt a little higher. I asked him to take 20,000 yuan and showed him a place to give birth. Li Zhu knew Shang Changhui's identity, but she was not afraid. She spoke without any embellishment, neither humble nor arrogant. I pointed him to the delivery room and threw 20,000 yuan in his face. He got so angry that he called me a bitch, and then the boss slapped him. Aunt, Bang! A loud slap was heard, and the other half of the anima youth's face swelled up, forming a symmetrical pattern. Don't call me aunt, I don't have a nephew like you. Shang Changhui pointed at his nose with a stern look and said, Go and apologize to Dr. Ji and Miss Li Zhu. If you are not forgiven, turn yourself in. How dare you molest a woman in broad daylight? It's absolutely lawless. The anima youth shrank his neck and hurried to Ji-chan and Li Zhu, bowing 90 degrees and saying, Dr. Ji, Miss Li Zhu, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I offended you too. I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive me. I won't do that again. If you two are still not satisfied, you can beat me up or do whatever you want. Okay, let this be a lesson for you today. You should know that power is not always omnipotent. Ji-chan looked at the anima youth, smiled and said, If you meet someone with a hot temper, it won't just be a slap. When a common man gets angry, blood splatters within a few steps. You should have heard of this before. There are many such examples. Be more restrained in your future actions. Ji-chan patted his shoulder. Anyway, he and Li Zhu did not suffer any loss. Although this guy came to cause trouble first, he was first teased by Li Zhu and then slapped by him. Shang Changhui also slapped him, giving Ji-chan enough face. Ji-chan couldn't let the other party lose face. Thank you, Dr. Ji. I will definitely keep your teachings in mind, change my ways, and never do it again. The anima youth hastened to assure. Ji-chan just smiled and said nothing. As the saying goes, a dog will always eat shit. Ji-chan didn't believe his promise. But what happens to the other party in the future has nothing to do with him. If you provoke him again, just send him directly to see the King of Hell. Dr. Ji, I'm so sorry. I asked you to come here to treat me, but this happened. I'm really sorry. Shang Changhui was full of apologies and apologized to Ji-chan and Li Zhu. Mrs. Shang, you are too kind. Ji-chan wanted to say that it had nothing to do with her, but the anima youth was so bold, obviously relying on Shang Changhui's power. No matter whether Shang Changhui knows it or not. It's all like this. Divine Dr. G, let's go up. Nyo Mingda quickly stepped forward to change the subject. Good. Ji-Chen took Li Zhu, Nyo Mingda, and Shang Chenghui upstairs. The anima youth's cheeks were swollen, but he did not dare to resent Ji-Chen and Li Zhu at all. Even though he was teased by Li Zhu and slapped by Ji-Chen. The gap between the two sides is too big. He was just using her aunt's status to bully others. But Ji-Chen was a guest of honor of his aunt, and even begged the miracle doctor to cure his illness. Compared to him, he is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. There is no comparison. His plan to have a meal today was in vain. He didn't dare to go and cause trouble for himself again, so he could only leave in shame. Ji-Chen brought Li Zhu, Shang Chenghui, and others to the VIP luxury suite. Shang Chenghui exclaimed to Ji-Chen. I've long heard that Divine Dr. G is a hero born from his youth and has made great achievements at a young age. Seeing him today, I can see that his reputation is well deserved. He is even younger and more handsome than I imagined. Thank you, ma'am. Ji-Chen looked at Shang Chenghui and said directly. Madam, you should get regular checkups. The uterine fibroids were discovered very promptly. Treatment takes about an hour. Madam, you should be familiar with my treatment methods, acupuncture and massage. If there is no problem, then let's start early. No problem, I'm the patient, I'll follow Dr. G's instructions. Shang Chenghui dismissed everyone. Ji-Chen took Li Zhu and Shang Chenghui into the bedroom. All the necessary silver needle medicines are ready. Shang Chenghui didn't hesitate and took off her clothes neatly and lay down. Ji-Chen picked up the silver needle and attacked with lightning speed. Silver needles were inserted into various acupuncture points on Shang Chenghui's body with precision. Now, his medical skills have long been superb. Especially in treating uterine fibroids, this is my second time, so I have a lot of experience. The technique is very skillful. Shang Chenghui felt her body warming up. She came to the hospital for a checkup because of abdominal discomfort and found uterine fibroids. With Ji-Chen's acupuncture, she felt all the discomfort disappeared. After acupuncture, Ji-Chen began to massage her. An hour later, treatment is over. Shang Chenghui was sweating all over and felt indescribably relaxed. Divine Dr. G's medical skills are truly amazing. Shang Chenghui praised. He has great respect for Ji-Chen. If Ji-Chen had not been married, she would have wanted to introduce her 20-year-old daughter to Ji-Chen. With Ji-Chen's medical skills, after a few years, the network of contacts you have accumulated will be terrifying. Even more powerful than her husband. After all, as human beings, we cannot escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. Even if you don't get sick, can your family members also stay healthy? Regular doctors are nothing. There are too many people who can be replaced. But no one can replace Ji-Chen's medical skills. This is terrifying. No matter how much money or influence you have, if you get seriously ill and no one else can cure you, you have to ask Ji-Chen for help. After expressing his gratitude, Shang Chenghui invited Ji-Chen to dinner in the evening. Ji-Chen did not refuse. I had dinner with Shang Chenghui and Wan Huayu in the evening. After dinner, Ji-Chen takes Li Zhu away. Shang Chenghui sighed. Heroes are born young. Wan Huayu's eyes were long and he knew Ji-Chen much better than Shang Chenghui. He also heard about what happened in the hospital today. Especially Ji-Chen's last words. He felt there was something else behind the words. I've heard about Hua Tian's situation. I told him to behave himself and be a decent person. This is for his own good, so he doesn't die without knowing how he died one day. Chapter 88. The food-grabbing crocodile is coming. Boss, you're awesome. Li Zhu sat on Ji-Chen's thighs, holding his neck with both hands, breathing like orchid. I could only see people like Mr. Wan on TV before. How could I possibly have dinner with them? What's this? We're all human beings. Aren't we all equal? Ji-Chen smiled slightly, holding her perky buttocks with both hands, looking at Bai Shuezi, who was shining with a charming luster under the dim light, and his eyes became brighter. Li Zhu's cheeks flushed and she gave him a coquettish look. Everyone is equal? This is just to amuse children. There is no true equality anywhere. Boss, it's getting late, you should go home. Feeling Ji-Chen's burning gaze, Li Zhu suddenly stood up and left. She smiled sweetly at Ji-Chen and put down her rolled-up skirt. She took out a wet tissue from her bag and gently wiped the sweat off Ji-Chen's head. Ji-Chen held her soft little hand, looked at her round and plump figure, and exclaimed. You really are a goblin who knows how to manipulate people. The boss is wrongly accusing me. Li Zhu looked aggrieved. I'm just worried that the boss will be late coming home. If the wife finds out, won't she blame me? That's very thoughtful of you. Ji-Chen held her in his arms, took the wet tissue from her hand, and wiped her lips. I'll deal with you tomorrow. I'm waiting. Li Zhu tidied herself up, straightened her messy hair, threw a coquettish glance at Ji-Chen, and got out of the car with her plump buttocks twisted. Before leaving, she turned around and blew Ji-Chen a kiss. Fairy. Ji-Chen watched her go up the stairs with her plump waist twisted and disappear from his sight, and his spiritual sense swept across the Land Rover. He adjusted his belt and bent down to pick up something from under the seat. This is Li Zhu's underwear. There was no fabric, just a few strands of lace. It's pants. It's a T-shaped one. Ji-Chen crumpled the money into a ball and threw it hard towards the trash can in the distance. With his superb technique, it landed accurately in the trash can. After making sure that there was nothing else left in the car by him and Li Zhu, Ji-Chen came to the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator to go home. I have to say that Li Zhu is a really great secretary. Perfect. Especially he is very sensible. Not clingy. However, what Li Zhu just said about being afraid that he would come home late was only one reason, and the other was to prevent Ji-Chen from eating too much. As we all know, no matter how delicious the food is, you will feel sick of it if you eat too much. Once you get tired of it, you'll feel disgusted. I don't feel like eating anymore. This is also why the portions of dishes in restaurants are not large. Makes you want to eat more. It's far from enough to fill me up. This will whet the customer's appetite and encourage them to come back next time. Li Zhu also knows this well. Ji-Chen didn't think any more about it. He wasn't full, so he went home to have dinner. Ding dong. A message came. Ji-Chen glanced at it and saw that it was from Li Zhu. After Li Zhu got out of the car, she suddenly felt cold and realized that one of her small clothes had been torn by Ji-Chen and must have fallen into the car. She was worried about being seen, so she reminded Ji-Chen to deal with it. Rest assured. Ji-Chen texted her back. I have to say that Li Zhu is pretty good. She was worried that Su Yusheng would see it, which would bring trouble to Ji-Chen and her as well. It's good like this now. She likes it very much. When Li Zhu returned home, she went to the bathroom to wash up first. She had sweated a lot and felt sticky and uncomfortable. After washing up, she returned to the bedroom and opened the closet. Inside are all kinds of sexy clothes that she just bought. I'll wear this tomorrow. Li Zhu picked for a while and chose an open one. Ji-Chen checks his physical condition every day. It is convenient for Ji-Chen to conduct random checks at any time. Ji-Chen didn't know that Li Zhu had prepared a surprise for him, and was already at home watching TV with Su Yusheng. By the way, give Su Yusheng a massage and maintenance. Su Yusheng is studying every day now. She has thought it through. She wants to take the postgraduate entrance examination and become a lawyer. Ji-Chen certainly supports it. No matter what Su Yusheng does, he supports him. Although Su Yusheng is not a law major, she practices the Su Nu Heart Sutra with Ji-Chen every night and has long since cultivated the Su Nu Qi. Having already embarked on the path of cultivation, both physical and mental fitness have been greatly improved, and the learning ability has been greatly doubled. Although he cannot be compared with Ji-Chen, he is far superior to 99% of the geniuses in the world. Enough to rival those natural-born monsters. The postgraduate entrance examination was not difficult for her. Even if you start from scratch, it's the same. The next day, Ji-Chen drove to the company as usual. Good morning, boss. Li Zhu immediately came forward with her plump waist twisted, a slight smile on her lips revealing two attractive dimples. Good morning. Accompanied by a gust of fragrant breeze, Li Zhu's plump figure appeared in front of him. The facial cleanser in front of him was shaking in front of Ji-Chen's eyes, creating ripples. Ji-Chen glanced at it and strode towards the office. Li Zhu followed with her hips raised and twisted, just half a body length behind Ji-Chen. All the way into the office. Li Zhu closed the door and locked it. She knew that Ji-Chen asked her to wash her hair every morning. Talk to her about a big project. Zhu, you always come up with something new for me. Ji-Chen looked at the plump little secretary in front of him and couldn't help but admire her. Li Zhu raised the corner of her mouth slightly and smiled sweetly. Boss, do you like it? Certainly. Ji Chen ate the breakfast that Li Zhu had carefully prepared for him, including milk and meat buns, which were his favorites, as well as seafood. After a rich and nutritious breakfast, Ji Chen and Li Zhu started to work. Noon. Li Zhu came up to him and reported. Boss, Bai Tao, secretary to the chairman of Tianxiong Group, just called. Their chairman, Lin Xiong, wants to invite you to dinner tonight. Tianxiong Group? The name sounded familiar, but Ji Chen couldn't remember it for a moment. Boss, Tianxiong Pharmaceutical, a subsidiary of Tianxiong Group, is very famous and is also their main business. After receiving the news, Li Zhu checked the relevant information of Tianxiong Group and reminded. I guess it might be related to the medicine our company is about to produce. I see. Ji Chen suddenly realized that it seemed that Tianxiong Group knew some information. Ji Chen was mentally prepared for this. His entry into the pharmaceutical industry will inevitably harm the interests of others. The cake is only so big. If you take a bite, others will have one less bite. Especially Ji Chen has a big appetite. Then let's meet. Ji Chen wanted to see what Lin Xiong wanted to do. Okay, boss. Li Zhu walked down with her plump long legs. Not long. She came back and reported to Ji Chen, boss, we have made an appointment. The other party has booked a meal at Jiangcheng Hotel at 6 o'clock in the evening. Ji Chen nodded and waved to Li Zhu. There's nothing to do now. I can only do it. Li Zhu glared at Ji Chen and turned away. Click. She locked the office door and walked towards Ji Chen slowly. 5:30 p.m. Ji Chen drove to Jiangcheng Hotel with the cleaned and tidy Li Zhu. Chapter 89. Jiangcheng is not allowed to have such a powerful medicine. River City Hotel. Private room 888. Ji Chen brought Li Zhu into the private room, where there was a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman of about 27 or 28. The middle-aged man was wearing a black suit, with neat hair and beard, and looked very handsome. Only the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a few strands of white hair could reveal that he was not young. He stood up and greeted me with a smile on his face. My name is Lin Xiong. I've long heard of the great Dr. Ji. Today, I finally met him in person. He's even younger and more handsome than I imagined. Ji Chen shook hands with him and said with a smile. Mr. Lin, you're too polite. He could see that Lin Xiong had come with ill intentions. Calling him Dr. Ji instead of President Ji or Boss Ji, it is obvious that in Lin Xiong's mind, he is just a doctor with excellent medical skills. Divine Dr. Ji, please take a seat. Lin Xiong greeted. Ji Chen was not polite either. Li Zhu helped him pull out the chair and he sat down directly. Li Zhu sat beside her and served her. Boss Lin, you specially invited me here, so it shouldn't just be a meal, right? Ji Chen looked at Lin Xiong with deep and sharp eyes. If you ask me to treat the disease, it's not a big problem. For a kidney deficiency like Mr. Lin's, I only charge 1 million. Lin Xiong was stunned and his face looked a little unhappy. I would not be happy if anyone said to me that they had kidney deficiency in front of me. Especially women. His secretary Bai Tao looked at Ji Chen with a pair of peach blossom eyes, as if she wanted to know whether Ji Chen could really see it or was deliberately attacking Lin Xiong. As Lin Xiong's secretary, Bai Tao knew very well what Lin Xiong did. But Lin Xiong is both naive and playful. He especially likes to torture her with various props. Divine Dr. Ji misunderstood. I didn't ask Divine Dr. Ji to come here today to treat my illness. I'm in good health and don't need treatment. Lin Xiong stared at Ji Chen with stern eyes. I heard that Dr. Ji is a highly skilled doctor. He can easily treat uterine fibroids and breast cancer, and he has also developed a special medicine for treating lung cancer. Boss Lin is really well informed. Ji Chen's voice was filled with sarcasm. I'm not surprised that Lin Xiong knows this news. He has even applied for a patent. Many people know about it. The news cannot be concealed. Lin Xiong raised his neck, his face showing pride, and said proudly, my Tianxiong Group has a strong foundation and has penetrated every corner. Naturally, we have our own information channels. What is Mr. Lin's purpose? Just tell me. Ji Chen interrupted. Of course he knew that companies like Tianxiong Group had deep roots and extensive networks. I know that Divine Dr. Ji is collaborating with President Shi and wants to enter the pharmaceutical industry, but this industry is treacherous. Outsiders entering will be doomed to failure. They'll be drowned before they can even make a few waves. Lin Xiong's words were full of threats. But I admire Divine Dr. G's medical skills. I want Divine Dr. G to sell me the prescription for the lung cancer drug and other effective medicines. I will give Divine Dr. G a satisfactory price. In addition, if Divine Dr. G is willing, I would like to hire Divine Dr. G as the chief medical officer of our group with a high salary. Ji Chen sneered in his heart and asked curiously, I wonder what the price is for this satisfaction. Lin Xiong raised his hand and held up 5 fingers. Take Divine Dr. G's lung cancer drug for example. I'm willing to pay a whopping 500 million yuan to buy it out. Of course, if Divine Dr. G wants a share, we can also give him 0.01 percentage point of the profits from the drug. Ha, it's really an exorbitant price. Ji Chen smiled. His lung cancer medicine is only worth 500 million? How dare you call it a sky-high price? Not for sale. Ji Chen refused cleanly and neatly. Dr. G, don't refuse so quickly. I know you want to do it yourself, and you'll definitely make more money, but... Lin Xiong's sharp gaze pierced Ji Chen's eyes. Running a pharmaceutical company isn't easy. If things go wrong, you might end up losing everything, not even 500 million, or even going into debt. Is this a threat, Mr. Lin? Ji Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lin Xiong. No, this is my advice to Dr. G. Lin Xiong waved his hand and said meaningfully. I know that Divine Dr. G is a good doctor and has some connections in Jiangcheng. But the medical field is very complex. Even if Divine Dr. G has excellent skills, he could still drown in it. Really? I'd like to try it. Ji Chen grinned, I'm very confident in my skills. The water that can drown me hasn't been created yet. Young people are arrogant. Lin Xiong sneered, he no longer had the mind to discuss. Ji Chen obviously doesn't know how to sell prescriptions. Then we have to use other means. If you're not arrogant, are you still young? Ji Chen stood up and said directly. I have something else to do, goodbye. Li Zhu twisted her plump waist and left quickly with Ji Chen under Lin Xiong's scorching gaze, leaving only a faint aftertaste. Arrogant and ignorant. Lin Xiong snorted coldly and looked at the seductive mature woman Bai Tao beside him, feeling very angry. Ji Chen was also very angry. Boss, Lin Xiong will definitely not let this go. Be careful of his dirty tricks. Li Zhu reminded. The business world is like a battlefield. Especially the industry that Ji Chen is currently engaged in, the interests involved are extremely huge. It can even be big enough to cause death. Don't worry, I know. Ji Chen smiled and gave Li Zhu a reassuring look. He has quietly controlled several mites on Lin Xiong and Bai Tao's heads as pets. Every move and every word of the two people was under his control. If Lin Xiong dares to play dirty tricks on him, he won't be polite either. If it is a normal business method, he will not be afraid. If it is a sinister and cruel move, he is not a good person either. When you have a sharp weapon, you will naturally feel murderous intent. His pet beast has killed tens of thousands of animals in the north. The two returned to the car. Li Zhu was very sensible and helped Ji Chen calm down. Ji Chen's attention shifted to private room 888 of Jiangcheng Hotel. Just as he was going downstairs, Lin Xiong's anger has subsided. Bai Tao coughed lightly twice and looked at Lin Xiong. Boss, that Ji Chen seems to be determined to do it himself. What should we do now? What to do? Lin Xiong rubbed Bai Tao's soft hair and sneered. You can't start a pharmaceutical company just by having a good drug. This kid really thinks he's so great just because he knows some medical skills. He's so naive. From ancient times to the present, there have been countless people with great medical skills, but how many of them can actually achieve success? And modern medical technology is developing rapidly. For example, do you really think there are no medicines to treat diseases like cancer? Do you really think that Ji Chen is the only one with great medical skills and everyone else is useless? You know, a good medicine isn't necessarily a good product. Lin Xiong looked at the world leisurely. With the development of medical equipment, the cake has been divided. Even if you have good medicine, you won't have the chance to sell it. In addition to medicines, medical supplies also include medical devices. Medical devices used to treat various cancers can cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars. If Ji Chen's medicine is on the market, who will the medical devices be sold to? Lin Xiong's Tianxiong Group also produces medical devices, mainly those related to lung cancer. Once Ji Chen's lung cancer medicine appears on the market, the lung cancer medical equipment produced by his company was scrapped. This is also the reason why he was the first to jump out and find Ji Chen. He bore the brunt of it. Ji Chen's lung cancer specific medicine had the greatest impact on him. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me. A fierce look flashed in Lin Xiong's eyes. Jiancheng is not allowed to have such an awesome medicine. Chapter 90 Ji Chen, Jiancheng is not allowed to have such an awesome person. Jiancheng is not allowed to have such an awesome medicine? Ji Chen sneered. You really think you are so important? There shouldn't be such an awesome person in Jiancheng. With a pet beast watching him at all times, no matter what Lin Xiong wants to do, it cannot escape his eyes. Lin Xiong's movements seem transparent in front of him. That's it? What can Lin Xiong use to fight him? Ji Chen took Li Zhu to have dinner together. Eat and drink enough. Looking at Li Zhu sitting in his arms, Ji Chen picked up a silk scarf to wipe her plump lips, and then sent her home. In the next few days, Ji Chen's life was as usual, busy and fulfilling, simple and happy. He also had a complete grasp of Lin Xiong's plan. He also asked Dashi to bring a pinhole camera to record the whole process. Lin Xiong was completely unaware. He continued to implement his plan in an orderly manner. This day, Ji Chen sent Li Zhu home, but was rear-ended by an ordinary Volkswagen on the way. The driver of the Volkswagen got out of the car in a hurry, and turned out to be a sexy and beautiful woman in a dress. Especially the pair of long legs in black stockings and the broad chest are particularly eye-catching. Hey bro, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just got my driver's license not long ago and I'm not very good at driving yet. The sexy beauty ran to Ji Chen in a panic, bending down repeatedly to apologize, and her white snow-white skin was inadvertently exposed, which was thrilling. Can't drive? Ji Chen stared at the sexy beauty and sneered, I see you're a pretty good driver, you can even hit this. The driving skills he is talking about are not ordinary driving skills. I'm sorry, little brother. I will compensate you for all your losses. The beauty apologized repeatedly, her attitude sincere. My name is Bai Jia, may I ask your name, young man? Ji Chen. So it's brother Ji, how much does it cost to fix this? Bai Jia looked at the big hole in the back of the Land Rover and asked quickly. My Land Rover is not ordinary. It must be worth at least 100,000 yuan. Ji Chen sneered in his heart. He is not trying to blackmail anyone. But he knew that Bai Jia was Lin Xiong's person and the cousin of Lin Xiong's secretary Bai Tao. Obviously, Lin Xiong's plan has begun. Ah, so many. Bai Jia was surprised, her rosy and attractive little mouth was opened wide enough to fit 2 eggs, and her plump breasts were trembling. She said weakly, brother, you are not blackmailing me, are you? This is too much. My total savings are less than 20,000. Blackmail you? This is a fair price. Even if I asked you to repair it, it wouldn't work even if I paid 100,000. Ji Chen said disdainfully. Brother, can you please be flexible? I really don't have that much money right now, but don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. Bai Jia walked up to Ji Chen with a helpless look on her face and hugged his arm, tears in her eyes, looking pitiful and extremely touching. She kept shaking Ji Chen's arm. Feeling the soft spot in his arm, Ji Chen said without giving in. Why are you still here? I'm in a hurry and don't have time to chat with you. If you think I'm blackmailing you, then go find the traffic police. Brother Ji, I know your car is expensive and repairs are not cheap. You're not blackmailing me with 100,000 yuan. It's just that I don't have the money right now. As she spoke, Bai Jia seemed to have made a decision and gritted her teeth and said. Brother Ji, I see you're not short of money. How about this, I'll be your girlfriend and compensate you for your losses. As she spoke, she shook Ji Chen's arm again, and her pair of watery and charming eyes seemed to be able to speak. Any man would not be able to withstand it. I already have a wife. Ji Chen spoke righteously. Bai Jia hugged his arms tighter. She leaned close to Ji Chen's ear and exhaled. Brother Ji, I haven't had a boyfriend yet. If it weren't for the fact that Brother Ji is so tall and handsome, and I like him so much, I would rather sell my blood and kidney than become someone else's girlfriend. Ji Chen sneered in his heart, since you want to play, then I will play with you and have a good time. Let's play big. He already knew all of Lin Xiong's plans. Bai Jia caused today's car accident on purpose. Lin Xiong plans to let Bai Jia seduce him. Bai Jia's home has been equipped with security cameras, waiting for Ji Chen to take the bait. Bai Jie would suggest playing something exciting with Ji Chen. That is role playing. She plays a good girl. Ji Chen plays the role of a burglar who commits rapist. Afterwards, as long as Bai Jie accuses Ji Chen of rape, Ji Chen will have no way to defend himself. Lin Xiong will also use this to threaten Ji Chen. If Ji Chen does not cooperate, he will be sent to prison for rape and the incident will be widely publicized online to completely discredit him. Little did they know that their plan had already been recorded on video by Ji Chen. Ji Chen already had a corresponding plan in mind. He planned to throw himself into the game, win half the battle, drag Lin Xiong into the game, and take advantage of this storm to launch Yanhuang Tianbao Pharmaceutical and its special medicine for lung cancer. Let me advertise the company and products first. By the way, you can also eat the sugar coating of the sugar-coated bullet and shoot the bullet back to Lin Xiong. According to his investigation, Bai Jie didn't lie. She really had never had a boyfriend. She was only 23 years old this year, but she was just too plump. She dresses like a mature woman. This is also why Lin Xiong knows that Ji Chen has high standards, whether it is his ex-girlfriend Meng Yiwen, his current Su Yusheng, and his secretary Li Zhu and others. They are all top-notch. It is difficult for ordinary women to deal with Ji Chen. If it can't be done in one go, it will be even more difficult the second time, and it may even arouse Ji Chen's vigilance. Moreover, if the person who uses the beauty trap is not good-looking and has a bad lifestyle, her accusation of rape against Ji Chen will not be convincing. If Lin Xiong had not promised to give Bai Jie some shares after the success, Bai Jie would not have agreed to use the beauty trap to help them deal with Ji Chen. You don't have a boyfriend yet? Ji Chen looked down at Bai Jie frivolously, full of doubt. Bai Jie was very angry, but for the sake of the plan, she had to endure it. Brother Ji, who do you take me for? Bai Jie snorted coldly, lowered her head shyly and said, if Brother Ji has any doubts, he can check it himself. Really? Then I'll have to check it out. Ji Chen smiled. Bai Jie whispered, Brother Ji, my home is in the neighborhood ahead. Let's go to my house. The hotel is not clean. Okay. Ji Chen nodded. I will do my best to cooperate with your performance. Bai Jie drove in front and led the way. She rear-ended the Land Rover, denting the front of the car but not causing much damage. A moment later, Ji Chen followed Bai Jie to a residential area. Bai Jie's residence has 2 bedrooms and a living room and looks very new. In fact, it is indeed very new. Bai Jie just moved in the day before yesterday, and the house was prepared by Lin Xiong. You just bought the house? Ji Chen asked casually. Yes, I bought it with a loan. My parents helped me pay the down payment. Bai Jie looked at Ji Chen. Brother Ji, what would you like to drink? Pure milk. Ji Chen stared at Bai Jie's plump and exquisite body with undisguised fiery eyes, and said meaningfully, I have to go home later, it's getting late. Brother Ji is so impatient. Bai Jie was disdainful in her heart, what does it matter if he is a good doctor? All men are the same, perverts. She walked forward and put her arms around Ji Chen's neck. Brother Ji, I will never go back on my word, and I will never lie to you. Her eyes were gentle and shy. If you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. We need to investigate thoroughly. Ji Chen agreed with this. He swept his spiritual sense over the room and found that all the hidden cameras in the room could not escape his eyes. He did not block the camera to avoid alerting the suspect. But you're welcome. But during the process, he tried his best to hide himself behind Bai Jie and let Bai Jie face the camera.